After hearing this, Mrs. Chen couldn't complain any further. Though she felt stifled inside, the Chung family had already treated Ah Heng more than well enough. Even if they never said anything outright, their actions always supported Ah Heng. They were his in-laws, yet they'd done so much. It really wasn't easy. The kitchen fell quiet again, with only the sound of rolling dough. After a while, Xue Jillian said, "We may not be able to become in-laws with the Chung family, but we're still family. Brother Wu has been so good to us, treating Ah Heng like his own son. It used to be Brother Wu, now it's Lingling. They both look after our family. I heard from Ah Huan that their factory ran into financial trouble and almost couldn't make it, but thankfully Lingling stepped in and invested 20 million. Otherwise, years of hard work would have gone to waste." "Really?" Mrs. Chen asked. "Why didn't Ah Huan tell me?" Xue Jillian sighed. "We haven't been in the capital these years. The kids know how we worry, so they only tell us the good news, not the bad. If I hadn't asked, he wouldn't have said anything." Mrs. Chen couldn't help but worry. "So, how is it now? Did the factory pull through?" "Yes," Xue Jillian replied. "With the funding, there's no problem sourcing raw medicinal materials, so the factory can operate as usual." Mrs. Chen let out a long, "Oh," finally relieved. "So is Lingling now a shareholder in their factory? Or was it just a loan?" Xue Jillian answered, "From what Ah Huan said, his friend thought both factories were doomed, one on the verge of bankruptcy, the other about to be dragged down too. No one expected Lingling to step in and turn things around, helping them avoid disaster. He's so grateful to Lingling that he promised 20% of the factory's profits to her. If they ever go public, Lingling will get 20% of the shares." "That's wonderful," Mrs. Chen smiled. "Once the factory is running smoothly, with their scale, they could go public in a few years. That would be great." Xue Heng, who'd been listening from outside, realized they'd finally stopped talking about him and dared to come in. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Xue Jillian responded, "Go wash your hands, have some water, and wake Xiaohan while you're at it." "Okay." Xue Heng hurried to do as told. Watching his hasty figure, Xue Jillian and Mrs. Chen exchanged a knowing look. Their son was probably worried they'd ask about the divorce. Most likely. The divorce was done. What was the point in asking? It would only add to the sadness. They understood that much. Mrs. Chen pretended not to know anything. "Come help me. I'll get the chive filling ready." "All right." Xue Jillian stepped up to help. A while later, Zheng Xiaoyi arrived with Xiao Yue in tow. Zheng Xiaoyi was now 26 or 27. Her looks weren't as soft as before, but she was still a beauty, her features now carrying a touch of mature charm. Her eyes no longer held the innocence of youth, but instead a calm steadiness. She greeted gently, "Dad, Mom." Xiao Yue ran over, excitedly shouting, "Grandpa, Grandma, I want dumplings." Both Xue Jilian and Mrs. Chen laughed, calling out, "Go play with your toys in the living room. The dumplings will be ready soon." Zheng Xiaoyi went into the kitchen, washed her hands, and came over to help. "Dad, Mom, has Big Brother come back?" Xue Jilian nodded. "He's back, changing Xiaohan's clothes inside." Zheng Xiaoyi didn't ask further and started wrapping dumplings. Mrs. Chen lifted her chin. "Xiaoyi, we brought some bamboo shoots from the south. When you have time, take a bag to Ah Chun and Duoduo. It's nothing fancy, just something fresh to try." "Okay," Zheng Xiaoyi smiled. "Thank you, Mom." Xue Jilian asked curiously, "Is Duo about to graduate?" "Yes," Zheng Xiaoyi explained. "She's interning in the airport logistics department. The stipend is just enough to get by." "That's great," Mrs. Chen said excitedly. "Duo's all grown up. Ah Chun has worked so hard to raise her all these years." Zheng Xiaoyi nodded warmly. "It's all thanks to Auntie. Otherwise, who knows what would have become of Duo. She never did well in school, but in her last year of high school she pulled it together and got into her dream university, all thanks to Auntie's encouragement and care. Auntie worked hard day and night to support her. I, as her older sister, could barely take care of myself." These past years, Ah Huan was busy starting his business, and neither money nor time could be spared for the family. Her own salary went to raising her child, and sometimes she even had to help him out, so she couldn't look after Duo. Her older brother had turned over a new leaf and stayed away from gambling, but with a wife, kids, and an elderly mother to care for, expenses were high. Like her, he wanted to help but couldn't. Luckily, Aunt Chun worked during the day and did handicrafts at night, scrimping and saving to put Duo through school. Not only that, every year Titu sent money home, and Auntie would save some for Duo. Shuejilian comforted her. Now that Duo can start earning, things will get better. It's good to work hard when you're young. Enjoying life in old age is what really matters. Zheng Xiaoyi laughed softly. That's all we can hope for. Mrs. Chen asked, by the way, any news from Titu? Yes. Zheng Xiaoyi smiled. He calls from time to time. He's about to graduate, and his business in Wen country seems to be going well. He tells Auntie not to worry. Why doesn't he come back? Mrs. Chen frowned. It's been so many years. Aunt Chun must miss him terribly. As a mother herself, she understood the pain of being separated from one's child. There's nothing worse than being apart, and if you're not strong, you just can't bear it. Zheng Xiaoyi replied, he went to Wen country as a stowaway, so he had no ID or passport. Later, a local Chinese helped him get an ID so he could stay, study, and do some business. He said he doesn't want to take their citizenship, so he didn't get a passport. He'll come back when he gets the chance, get an adult ID here, and then a passport. Without a passport, it's not easy to come and go, so he can't return for now. That's really troublesome, Mrs. Chen asked. How old is Titu now? Just turned 22, Zheng Xiaoyi replied. Shuejilian also missed the dark, sturdy young man from before and smiled. He's still young, don't worry. To cross the sea alone, settle in a foreign country, and make a life for himself, that kind of courage and spirit is rare in young people. Exactly, Mrs. Chen said. That's a tropical country, right? He must be even darker now. Ha ha, Zheng Xiaoyi laughed. Auntie asked him the same thing. He said it's summer all year round, even in winter he wears short sleeves, but it rains every few days, so it's not always hot. He said a lot of people are very fair-skinned because they stay indoors. He also said he's much fairer now and over a head taller than before. Titu may be dark, but he's got great features. Very handsome in his own way, Mrs. Chen said with a smile. He must be a real looker now. Who's a real looker? Shueheng came in holding Xiao Han. Big brother, Zheng Xiaoyi called out with a smile. Hey! Shueheng picked up his daughter and coaxed. Come on, say auntie. Xiao Han, still sleepy, mumbled, Auntie? Good girl. Zheng Xiaoyi smiled. Auntie will make a big dumpling just for Xiao Han, okay? Xiao Han nodded obediently. Okay, Zheng Xiaoyi called over Xiao Yue. Take your little sister to the living room to play, and remember to keep her happy, okay? Xiao Yue immediately put on his big brother act and said grandly, Come on, follow me. Kids love having playmates, so Xiao Han quickly followed her brother out. Watching the two adorable little ones, Shueheng couldn't help but smile. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yue is almost 7.
Mrs. Chen couldn't help but say, Xiao Yi, you and Ah Huan should really try for a second child. Xiao Yue is already so big, hurry up and have another. Zheng Xiaoyi blushed and replied softly, We probably won't. The one-child policy has been around for years, and even one is hard to manage. We don't dare be too greedy. Don't worry, Shuejilian explained. Back then, you hadn't graduated yet, and your household registration wasn't moved to our family, so Ah Huan had to register Xiao Yue under Ah Heng's name as his nephew. Now, you two don't have any children registered under your names, so you should still be able to have another. That's right, Shueheng added. Better to have another sooner rather than later. The policies are getting stricter and more regulated every year. It's true, Zheng Xiaoyi said. Birth certificates aren't too tightly controlled yet, but I've heard from colleagues that next year or the year after they'll be entered into the computer system and networked. It'll be much harder for people to have extra children in secret. Then hurry up, Mrs. Chen urged. Have another soon. Mom and Dad will help you take care of the baby. Next year, Xiao Yue will be in primary school, and Xiao Han can go to kindergarten, so we'll have time to help with the little one. But Zheng Xiaoyi hesitated and shook her head. Having one is really enough. She and Xuehuan weren't only children themselves. As kids, they always thought having too many siblings was a hassle, always fighting over toys and snacks. But as they grew up, they realized how valuable it was to have siblings to support and encourage each other. Especially after their father passed away, the three of them became even closer, understanding the importance of family. She knew having only one child wasn't ideal, but reality just didn't allow for more. For years, Cheng Tianfang was always picking fights, complaining about this or that, jealous of the grandparents' love for Xiao Yue, making life stressful. The grandparents got so upset they stopped helping and went traveling instead. She had to work, take care of Xiao Yue, and manage the household all by herself. She was completely overwhelmed. Luckily, her uncle and aunt doted on Xiao Yue, taking him to and from kindergarten, making his meals, and even putting him to bed at night. Otherwise, with all her night shifts, she'd never have managed. She'd thought about a second child, but reality was just too harsh. "It's not enough," Xue Jilian said gently. "A child shouldn't be alone. They need a companion. In the future, if anything happens, there's someone to share the burden and talk things over with." Zheng Xiaoyi smiled. "Actually, back home, everyone believes the more kids the better. My dad, too. But in our generation, our thinking has changed." "You don't need a lot of kids, but not too few either," Xue Jilian said. "You don't need several, but at least two so they have each other." "Exactly," Xue Heng said. "Look at Ling Ling. She's our generation too, and she had 4 at once. When she registered the kids, she even got fined. Luckily, the 3rd and 4th were twins, so it counted as one birth and the fine wasn't too much." Mrs. Chen laughed. "You two should try for a pair of twins too?" Zheng Xiaoyi laughed softly. "Well, I'll discuss it with Ah Huan." In the end, it was a decision for her and her husband to make. Others could advise, but the final choice was theirs. As night fell, the 2 kids got hungry, so Xiao Yi cooked dumplings and let them eat first. Xiao Yue ate quickly, expertly using his chopsticks. Xiao Han wasn't as skilled and could only scoop with a spoon. Xue Heng wanted to help his little girl, but she refused, pouting, "I don't want help. I want to do it myself. Sister Xiao Xin said only little babies need adults to feed them." "Ha ha," Xue Heng laughed, ruffling her shoulder-length hair. "But our Xiao Xin is a little baby herself." "No, I'm a big kid now," Xiao Han protested. Xue Heng laughed. "All right, you eat by yourself then." Xiao Han buried her head and worked hard at her food. Xue Jilian watched his grandchildren with a loving smile. Xiao Xin and the others learned to eat by themselves very young. At first, they made a mess, and Ah Yuan and her mother-in-law had to clean up. But kids learn fast. It's instinct. After a while, they can do it on their own. They've all been raised well. We should follow their example. "Exactly," Mrs. Chen said cheerfully. "Xiao Han can eat by herself now, so impressive." Encouraged, Xiao Han beamed and ate even more enthusiastically. Xiao Yue, seeing this, also ate with big bites. Zheng Xiaoyi explained, "In summer, he could already bathe himself. Uncle told me that now it's autumn and cooler in the mornings and evenings, and since he's slow and loves to play with water, it's easy to catch a chill. So I've been bathing him these past 2 days." Xue Jilian said, "If you need to work, just bring his clothes and towels over. We'll bathe him for you." "Okay," Zheng Xiaoyi said without hesitation. "Thank you so much." Soon it was dark, and Xue Huan came home. "Daddy!" Xiao Yue cheered, jumping up and running over, leaping into his arms. Xue Huan laughed, quickly scooping him up and tossing him high again and again. Xiao Yue squealed with delight, laughing out loud. The whole family couldn't help but smile at the scene. Zheng Xiaoyi had been quietly resentful of Xue Huan, but seeing how much he loved their son, her heart softened. If he had the chance and time to come home, of course he would. She worked one job, already overwhelmed, while he had to juggle 2. He'd been under a lot of pressure these years, and she understood, even if she sometimes complained. He only came home once a week. Xue Huan set Xiao Yue down, ruffled Xiao Han's hair, and said with a smile, "You've all been waiting for me to eat, right? Let's eat." Everyone hurried to get ready for dinner. Xiao Yue asked curiously, "Daddy, do you have to work tonight?" "No." Xue Huan hugged his little arm, but his eyes were on Zheng Xiaoyi. "Tonight, Daddy doesn't have to work or go to the company. After dinner, I'll take you and Mommy for a walk." "Yay!" Xiao Yue cheered. "Daddy, remember to buy me a robot." Xue Huan nodded. "As long as you pay attention in class, Daddy will buy it for you." "I do," Xiao Yue replied. "Then I'll get it for you," Xue Huan promised. Zheng Xiaoyi quietly added some rice vinegar to Xue Huan's bowl and said softly, "Eat up." Xue Huan looked at her with affection and gave her a steamed dumpling. Ling Ling helped us a lot, investing a big sum in the factory. Now that things are running smoothly, I can finally breathe. I got paid this morning. Later I'll buy you and our son some nice clothes. "Okay," Zheng Xiaoyi replied with a shy smile. Xue Huan took a few bites and winked at his older brother. Xue Heng immediately understood what he was asking and nodded. Xue Huan lowered his eyes and kept eating. After so many years as brothers, sometimes there was no need for words. A single glance was enough to understand each other. Xue Heng turned away and asked, "Xiao Han, do you want some rice porridge?" "No." Xiao Han was busy playing with her new toy. Xiao Yue bounced over, showing off, "Sister, my mom and dad are taking me downstairs for a walk to buy toys." Xiao Han kept playing and asked, "When?" "After we finish eating," Xiao Yue replied. "Dad and Mom are still eating." Xiao Han muttered, "Then I want to go too." "No way!" Xiao Yue shook his head. "My mom and dad are only taking me, not you." Xiao Han pouted and frowned. "Why? I want to go. I want to go." "No means no," Xiao Yue insisted. Because they're my mom and dad, not yours. If you want to go, ask your mom and dad to take you." Xiao Han's lips trembled with grievance. She glanced at her dad, who was eating in the kitchen. "Today I only have Daddy, no Mommy." Xiao Yue said, "Then have your dad call your mom and ask her to come home. When she's back, your mom and dad can take you out to play." The next moment, Xiao Han ran into the kitchen. Daddy, Daddy, I want Mommy, I want Mommy." The adults chatting in the kitchen were all stunned, their expressions changing. Xue Heng felt a bit awkward and lowered his head. "What's wrong, Xiao Han? Why do you suddenly miss Mommy? She's busy and won't be back for a couple of days." The little one pouted. "Call her and tell her to come home." Xue Heng forced a smile and said softly, "Didn't Daddy say? She's busy right now." "I don't care." Xiao Han shook his arm, shouting, "I want Mommy, I want Mommy." Xue Heng smiled, picked her up and sat her on his lap. "Why do you want Mommy to come home? Daddy will watch TV and cartoons with you tonight, okay?" "No," Xiao Han huffed. "I want to buy toys. Xiao Yue's brother gets to, so I want to too." Xue Huan smiled gently. "Be good, Xiao Han. Uncle will buy you a toy too." "That's right," Zheng Xiaoyi said warmly. "Whatever Xiao Yue gets, you'll get one too. Or you can come with us." "I don't want to," Xiao Han muttered. "He has a mom and dad. I have a mom and dad too. If they go for a walk, I want to go for a walk too," Xue Heng coaxed. "Then Daddy will take you with Uncle and Auntie. You can hold your brother's hand." "I don't want to," Xiao Han said softly, aggrieved. "I want Mommy." Zhe Jilian quickly put on a smile. "Grandpa and Grandma will take you downstairs to ride the little rocking car, okay? The kind that sways and plays music?" "Okay." Xiao Han's eyes lit up and she clapped. "I want to ride 5 times." Zhe Jilian nodded. "All right, 5 times it is." Mrs. Chen laughed. "Our Xiao Han can count now. Amazing." The kitchen atmosphere quickly returned to normal, and Xue Heng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The child was still young and didn't understand what divorce meant, and he couldn't tell her yet. Luckily, since her mother hadn't spent much time with her, a little coaxing and a few white lies could keep her happy for now. As for the future, well, they'd take it one step at a time. When she grew up, she'd understand more. For now, keeping her safe and loved was what mattered most. Outside, the suite across the way was lively as well. "Dad, are there any more chicken wings?" Xue Yang asked. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Aren't they all on the table? If there aren't any on the plate, then there aren't any left." Xue Yang grumbled, "How come they're all gone? I haven't had enough." Xue Ling put down her chopsticks and teased, "All right, don't eat too much meat or you'll get fat." "I only had a few bites," Yang muttered. Cheng Huanran glanced at him and mocked, "There were 8 chicken wings and you ate 3. You still say you didn't have enough? If you eat your fill, the rest of us won't get any." Xue Yang grinned. "Really? I didn't even notice." Their mother smiled. "Grandma did the shopping today, so maybe she didn't buy enough. No worries, I'll get more meat and veggies tomorrow. Huanran's lost some weight lately. He needs to eat more." "Thank you, Grandma," Cheng Huanran replied warmly. At 19, the young man still had a hint of boyishness, but his features were now fully grown, handsome and striking, with fairer skin and a gentler look than his father, more like a refined young gentleman. Xiaoxin snuggled up to his arm and asked, "Brother, is college really fun? I heard you can skip classes whenever you want." "Not really," Huanran chuckled. "If you want to learn anything, you have to work hard every day. There's no time to skip class. Med school is intense, over 30 classes a week, not counting electives." Cheng Huanchong tapped his hand with his chopsticks and raised an eyebrow. "Brother, are there lots of girls in med school? I heard from second brother that most college students date. If you don't date in college, it doesn't count." "Don't listen to your second brother's nonsense." Huanran shot Yang a look. "Girls make up about 40%. But everyone's too busy studying. Who has time to date?" "Ha ha ha ha," Xue Yang laughed. "Liar." Huanran glared at him, a warning in his eyes. Xue Yang immediately quieted down, then spotted some leftover squid strips and quickly grabbed them. Xiaoxin caught the scent and grinned mischievously. "Big brother, are you hiding something from us?" "No," Huanran said, lowering his head to eat. Xiaoxin pouted. "Really? You tell second brother everything, but not me or Huanchong?" "Show some respect," Xue Yang said, putting on an elder's air. "Huanchong is your third brother. You can't just call him by name." "It's only a minute or two's difference. What's the big deal?" Xiaoxin giggled. "Don't try to change the subject. We heard you just now. Confess and you'll get leniency. Resist and you'll get strictness." Huanchong raised an eyebrow and joined in the threats. "Did you hear that? Better confess?" Faced with his sibling's siege, Huanran could only glare at Yang, signaling him to help out. Yang stifled a laugh and shouted, "Don't make a fuss. Big brother said after dinner he'll take us to KFC for ice cream." "Really?" "I want ice cream." Huanran frowned. "It's getting cold. Ice cream is too chilly." "Then fried chicken." Yang licked his lips. "All you think about is food." Huanran laughed. Yang grinned. "You must have stashed some private money this week, right?" "I can tell." Xiaoxin and Huanchong immediately clung to their big brother, shouting enviously, "Big brother is the best. Now that you're in college, you have your own money." "It's just living expenses," Huanran said, half laughing, half exasperated. "I have to scrimp and save to put a little aside. You really want to take it from me? Mom and Dad only give me 150 yuan a week. Besides food, I can't spend on anything else." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged glances and secretly chuckled. Unexpectedly, Xue Yang wailed, 150 yuan! I don't even get that much in a month. Are you showing off? Seriously? Get lost. Cheng Huanran gave him a playful punch and snorted, I eat all 3 meals at school, plus water, electricity, stationery, and transportation. None of that is free, you know. You only eat lunch at school. How can you compare with me? Xue Yang muttered, my money is just enough for food, and sometimes not even enough for a drink, so I have to drink water like crazy. Luckily, the water dispenser in the classroom is free. Cheng Huanran laughed. That's just as miserable. The two brothers in hardship hugged their misery together. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong also grumbled. Mom, we eat lunch at school too, but we don't even get 100 yuan. Mom, you're so biased. Yeah, you favor big brother and second brother. Shiling swept her gaze over them, exuding the full authority of a mother. Your big brother eats all his meals outside, so he needs more for food, housing, and transport. That's why he gets more. Second brother eats a lot, so he gets more too. For Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong, your school lunches are included in tuition, so the money I give you is just for extra dishes, not for meals, so it's less than your second brother. I allocate money based on actual needs. How is that favoritism? Who am I favoring? By how much? If you think so, show me the numbers. Cheng Huanran kept his head down, eating, not daring to look up. Xue Yang slipped away. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong buried their heads in their food, not daring to speak. Cheng Muhai chuckled warmly. Just eat. Don't talk so much. Mom and Dad both smiled and reminded them, remember, no matter who it is, even your best friends, there's no need to tell everyone about our family's finances, what we eat, what we use, what car we drive, or what house we live in. Our family just gets by, maybe a little better than average, but nothing to brag about. No. Cheng Huanran shook his head. I'm just like my classmates. Go to class, study, exercise after class, eat in the cafeteria, and try to save money. I never talk about family stuff with classmates or roommates. Good, Xue nodded, satisfied. It's not that you can't talk about it. We earn our money honestly, so there's nothing to hide. But we should respect privacy and be realistic, not boast and make people dislike us. Cheng Huanran nodded, put down his chopsticks, and said, I'm full. You all keep eating. Xue asked, You didn't bring dirty laundry home this time, did you? When he first started living in the dorm, he brought dirty clothes home the first 2 times and got a good scolding. No, Cheng Huanran replied, a bit embarrassed. I wash and hang them after showering. Grandma and Grandma taught me. It's not hard, just scrub carefully and hang them up. Xue smiled. That's the first step to living independently. You need to learn all the basic life skills and not bring piles of dirty clothes home. Got it. Cheng Huanran got up and went back across the hall. Cheng Huanchong glanced at his sister and whispered, Mom, Zhao Xin? She ate ice cream today. Shut up! Zhao Xin snapped, glaring at her third brother and pinching his arm hard. Ah! Cheng Huanchong yelled, angry. What are you doing? You sneak snacks and still have the nerve? I'm just telling Mom and Dad the truth. I'm your third brother. If you get a stomachache, they'll blame me for not looking after you. I don't need you to look after me, Zhao Xin huffed. Just don't drag me down. I'm fine and you're not allowed to jinx me. How would I know? I'm done with you. Cheng Huanchong glared and ran off after wiping his mouth. Xue looked at her daughter, her gaze sharp. You ate ice cream? How much? When? Zhao Xin was startled, her big eyes darting. After school, my classmate wanted to buy some. I spent 1 yuan. Xue said sternly, Didn't I warn you that you can't eat cold things when the weather turns cool? Zhao Xin lowered her head and, after a long pause, mumbled, Yes. Xue continued, And you still ate it? Don't you know cold things like ice cream and popsicles hurt your stomach? They're not nutritious and only give you a momentary cool feeling. In summer, I let you have some to cool off, but not when it's cold. Do you understand? I do, Zhao Xin replied softly, aggrieved. I won't eat it again. Xue said, The pocket money I give you and your third brother is for extra dishes, not for snacks. If the cafeteria food isn't enough, you can add a little meat, but you use the money for junk food. No pocket money for you next week. Zhao Xin's eyes reddened and she muttered, Just this once. Third brother sometimes doesn't get extra food and spends his money on drinks or games. Why don't you punish him? Why only me? Xue frowned and put down her chopsticks. Cheng Huanchong quickly glanced at his sister, then bowed his head and admitted, Mom, it was only once or twice. I never waste money. Xue snorted. It's fine to buy a drink if you're thirsty, but not cold ones. As for games, I never approve. During winter and summer break, I'll allow a little, but not during school. If you do it again, I'll take away your pocket money for the whole semester. Chung Huan-chong forced a laugh. I understand. Xie Ling shook her head. It's not that simple. If your grades at the end of the month are worse than last month, you'll lose a week's pocket money. Okay. Chung Huan-chong nodded. Xie Ling glanced at her daughter. And you, exposing your third brother out of spite isn't very upright. It might feel good for a moment, but have you thought about the consequences? If he wasn't your brother, someone else might retaliate differently. Then what? Keep exposing each other? In the end, you both lose out. Oh, Xiaoxin replied half-heartedly. I know. Xue Ling shook her head. You don't really know. Xiaoxin, when you're with others, try to be more tolerant. Otherwise, it'll be hard to make close friends. The same goes for family. Don't do it again. Xiaoxin pouted. I know. All right, eat up, Mom said with a laugh. Hurry and finish. Chung Tianyuan tapped his daughter's bowl gently. Eat. Xiaoxin, eyes red, ate quietly, muttering, Only I get punished. Chung Tianyuan pretended not to notice and said warmly, You didn't greet Grandma when you got home. After dinner, help clean up and then go say hello to her. Okay, Xiaoxin replied softly. After seeing her grandma, Xiaoxin was still feeling down. Chung Tianyuan wiped the dining table and reminded her, Go take a shower. You still have some homework to finish. Her dad was sitting nearby eating pomegranate and waved her over. Xiaoxin, come have some fruit. Oh. Xiaoxin came over. Her dad smiled kindly. It's good for girls to eat fruit. It's good for your skin. The health shows on TV say junk food makes you gain weight, but fruits and vegetables are healthy and won't make you fat. Xiaoxin grabbed a few seeds and popped them in her mouth, smiling sweetly. Grandpa, it's really sweet. Her dad looked at her smile and couldn't help but reminisce, murmuring, Our Xiaoxin is growing up. She's looking more and more like her mom. At that, Xiaoxin pouted, still feeling upset. So what if I look like Mom? She doesn't love me the most. Chung Tianyuan, still wiping dishes, glanced at her. Why would you say that? Your mom loves all of you the same, no difference. Exactly. Her dad laughed. She had 3 sons and only 1 daughter. You should be the one she loves most. No way, Xiaoxin huffed. I always feel like she spoils my brothers more and is way stricter with me. Chung Tianyuan exposed her without mercy. That's because you have the worst temper and make the most mistakes. You and your third brother were the hardest for your mom to have. She really went through a lot. Actually, she loves you 2 youngest the most. Xiaoxin muttered. Dad, you always take Mom's side. You don't feel sorry for me at all. Her dad shook his head. Spoiling a child only hurts them in the end. Xiaoxin didn't care and kept eating pomegranate. Her dad tapped the table and said softly, Xiaoxin, when your mom was your age, she had to help with laundry, dishes, and mopping every day. She got great grades, always finished her homework, and was almost always top of her class. Your grandma was much stricter with her than your mom is with you. Xiaoxin was startled. Really? Really, her dad said. You probably think, since your mom was Grandma's only daughter, we should have spoiled her, right? Yeah, Xiaoxin muttered. Isn't that how it should be? Of course not, her dad explained. It was the opposite. Your grandma was afraid we'd spoil her, so she was very strict. I was the one who sometimes felt sorry for her and would secretly let things slide. But your mom was very self-disciplined. She was a bit delicate, but we never had to worry about her studies. She was very considerate and didn't want us to worry, so she pushed herself to do well. Xiaoxin swallowed and asked, Grandpa, did you not let Mom eat ice cream back then? Her dad laughed. Back in our day, there was no such thing as ice cream. When we lived in Rongcheng, life was a bit poor but stable, so we didn't worry. When we moved back to the capital, I started my own business and was always busy but didn't make much money. Your grandma had to work odd jobs and knit sweaters or make shoe decorations at home for extra money. We were so poor your mom had to eat pickled vegetables and black beans with us. Couldn't even afford meat. So, Miserable? Zhao Xin stared in disbelief. Yeah, her dad continued. Later, when I started making money, things got better. By then your mom was in middle school, doing great in her studies. There was no 6th grade or 9th grade in the capital back then. She got into the foreign language college at 17, won scholarships every year, and was still very frugal. Except for being a bit weak and delicate, she really had no faults. Zhao Xin giggled. So when she started earning, did she buy herself lots of things she liked? Did your mom ever have time to go shopping? Cheng Tianyuan asked as he wiped dishes. She left early for work, came home to eat with you, checked your homework at night, and only went out on weekends to buy daily necessities or clothes for you. She hardly ever bought anything for herself. Her dad flicked her forehead gently. Now that your mom has money, have you ever seen her buy a bunch of ice cream or popsicles for herself? No, Zhao Xin admitted softly. Her dad said earnestly, That's because she knows those things hurt your stomach. At most, she'll have a little in summer, but never at other times. She doesn't want you to suffer from stomach problems later. You're still young and can't control yourself, so as your parent, she has to help you with that. Zhao Xin pouted, not daring to argue. Cheng Tianyuan added, If we spoiled you and let you do whatever you wanted, let you eat as much as you wanted, you'd regret it when you're older and always have stomach problems. By then, it'd be too late, right? Oh. Zhao Xin picked at the pomegranate seeds and muttered, I'm not really mad at Mom. I just feel like she only punishes me and not my brothers. Just now, third brother didn't get punished, but I did. That's because what your third brother did wasn't as serious, her dad said softly. You love ice cream too much. Girls shouldn't eat too much cold stuff or they'll have period pain or even gynecological problems. Girls' bodies aren't as strong as boys. They need more care. Your mom is strict with you for a reason. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. That's right. Zhao Xin didn't dare say more, muttering, Mom never explained it clearly. That's because you're already upset, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. The moment you lost your allowance, you decided your mom was biased. How could she explain? Once you've made up your mind, it's hard to change. Maybe. Zhao Xin didn't argue anymore and accepted it. Her dad ruffled her hair. Our Zhao Xin is the best. Go shower and do your homework. Okay, the girl bounced away. Her dad and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a smile. A while later, her dad asked quietly, I heard Ah Fang only wants cash now? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan didn't hide anything and explained the situation. Her dad frowned and sighed. If you explain the reason to Ah Heng, he'll be grateful. Even if Ah Fang runs into trouble for the sake of Xiao Han and you all, he'll never just stand by. Divorce is divorce, but our feelings remain. That's what matters. So many people become strangers or even enemies after divorce, making things ugly. Why bother? After all, you once loved and supported each other. Making things ugly only embarrasses yourself and denies your own choices. Cheng Tianyuan gave a bitter smile. I just hope it doesn't get ugly. I won't beg her and I can't. I'm completely disappointed in Ah Fang as a sister. Sigh, her dad advised. She's still family. Those ties can't be cut. Try to look out for her when you can. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. I don't even know where she is now. She's too stubborn, cares too much about appearances, and never listens. Sooner or later, she'll suffer for it. Xue's father was still uneasy and said in a low voice, Ah Yuan, maybe you're angry with A Fang and don't want to deal with her for a while. But think about it. She has 10 million with her now. That's a huge sum, and she really can't afford to be careless. Over the years, he had been very disappointed in Cheng Tianfang, but disappointment was one thing. As an elder, even if he was upset with her, he simply couldn't just ignore her. She's a woman, and now she suddenly has such a large sum of money. If she accidentally shows off her wealth, she might attract thieves or someone might trick her into spending it. In any case, we still need to help her be careful. Cheng Tianyuan was momentarily stunned and gave a wry smile. Dad, I never said I wouldn't care about her. I just think she needs to take a hard fall, or she'll never wake up. Xue's father said quietly, A lesson is necessary, but if the consequences are too severe, it'll be too much of a blow. Yuan, let's be honest. For many people, they might never see that much money in their whole lives, let alone have it. This money could be her protection, but it could also bring disaster. So, we have to be on guard. He paused, then sighed and added, "We're not afraid of a million things, just that one in a million. The worst isn't just losing the money, but if she suffers irreparable harm, or even loses her life. The temptation of money isn't something ordinary people can resist." Cheng Tianyuan frowned in distress and said softly, "Dad, you're right. Not long ago, one of my old customers, he used to run a big mall, then opened supermarkets, and made a lot of money. He had 3 big supermarkets in the capital, with daily income beyond measure. Half a year ago, he drove out one day and never came home. His family waited a day, couldn't find him, and couldn't reach him by phone. Then someone called, demanding $5 million in ransom, or they'd kill him. The family called the police right away. Maybe they handled it wrong, or maybe their phone was tapped, but he was killed. The news was on TV and it scared me to death." "That's exactly the kind of thing I'm most afraid of," She's father said with a frown. "Keep as much of the money as you can, but if she gets hurt or worse, the loss is too great." "Yuan, I don't agree with your approach. We still need to find Afeng and give her some reminders. Maybe have her lend you half the money for business, pay her interest, and don't let her keep so much cash on hand. It'll only attract attention." "All right." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. She's father was older and more cautious in his ways. "Not just that. We should also have someone keep an eye on her situation." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head helplessly. "We're busy every day with so much to do. We can't just follow her around all the time, can we? That's probably not realistic." She's father thought for a moment and said quietly, "Go talk to Lingling. She might have an idea." "Okay." Cheng Tianyuan quickly tidied up the kitchen, then went to check on his elderly mother. Liu Ying was chatting with She's mother and smiled. "You go rest. I've already taken my medicine and I'm fine." Cheng Tianyuan agreed and turned to go back across the hall. Xue Ling was busy checking Xue Yang's homework and scolded him harshly. "This problem is almost exactly the same as the example in the textbook. What were you doing in class? Daydreaming?" Xue Yang blushed and tried to laugh it off. "No, I just misread it. I thought the conditions were different and didn't know how to answer." Xue Ling rolled her eyes and snorted. "Do it again and copy the question too. Let's see if you dare to get it wrong next time." "Okay." Xue Yang obediently took his textbook and slipped away. Xue Ling called her younger son over and checked all his homework. "Didn't the teacher say you have to recite daily accumulation? Did you memorize it after copying it?" "Almost," Xiao Chong tried to dodge, mumbling, "I can basically recite it." Xue Ling simply closed the textbook and said, "All right, recite it for me now." Xiao Chong stammered and couldn't get through it after a long while. Xue Ling tossed the book back to him and said, "Read it 5 more times, then try memorizing it again. Come find me in half an hour." "Okay?" Xiao Chong went back to his room, looking aggrieved. Xue Ling called Xiao Xin over and checked her homework. "Did you memorize it?" "Yes." Xiao Xin recited it, though a bit haltingly. Xue Ling said, "Better than your third brother, but still not fluent enough. Go read it a few more times, then you can read extracurricular books. Go to bed at 9:30 and remember to brush your teeth. I'll check." "Okay." Xiao Xin hugged her textbook and went back to her room. Xue Ling stretched and went back to her own room. Cheng Tianyuan had just finished his shower and was drying his hair. Xue Ling blinked at him and said with a low laugh, "I think our eldest seems to be in love." Cheng Tianyuan paused, then smiled. "Really? He told you?" "No way." Xue Ling laughed, as if he'd tell me himself. "I guessed from his demeanor and the way he sneakily makes phone calls." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you Sherlock Holmes or something? You can tell just by looking at him. Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Xue Ling flicked her hair and said confidently, "From now on, call me Detective Xue." Cheng Tianyuan was amused by her. Xue Ling propped her chin and squinted with a smile. "You know, people in love always have a smile in their eyes." That love-struck look. Only those who've been in love understand it. Cheng Tianyuan leaned over and rubbed her waist. Were you like that back then? I don't remember noticing. I noticed it in you, Ling replied seriously. That's why I have experience. Cheng Tianyuan pinched her waist. Ling couldn't help but burst out laughing. The two of them started horsing around. After a while, Ling sat up and asked, Did Ah Hung say anything? It wasn't easy for him to advance 4 million in advance. If A Fang comes back, you have to tell her. This 10 million wasn't easy to come by. The clothing factory hasn't made much profit these years, so his share has been small, just enough to get by. After the group went public, he scrimped and saved to put together 6 million. Now, to scrape together 10 million for her, he's still in debt. So you have to make her cherish this money and be careful not to get cheated. She knew her sister-in-law well, straightforward, not much of a thinker. If things go wrong, she immediately heads in the wrong direction. She's too easily swayed by others. 10 million is a huge sum, not just 1,000 yuan. After hearing this, Cheng Tianyuan helplessly shared his father-in-law's earlier suggestion. I originally thought, let her mess around on her own, and when she suffers, she'll learn her lesson. But after hearing Dad's advice, I think maybe we can't just leave her be. That's a lot of money, and if she runs into ruthless criminals, if there's any danger... Dad's right, Ling nodded. The older, the wiser. They think things through more thoroughly and long-term. We're younger, not as steady, and when we get angry, it's easy to overlook details. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and asked, Dad wanted me to ask if you have any ideas? Ideas? Ling was troubled and said quietly, I'll have to think about it. If we talk to A Fang directly, it'll probably be like playing the lute to a cow. But if we don't say anything and don't pay attention and something happens, it'll be too late. Let's think of something, Cheng Tianyuan urged. Ling said in a troubled, low voice, A Fang hasn't really been home much this past year. We don't know exactly what she's been doing out there or what she's gotten up to. How do you think we can help? Cheng Tianyuan frowned. She always says she's doing business. But when I ask for specifics, she always says she's investing in internet cafes. When I ask where, she always says several places, in different districts of the capital. But whether that's true or not, I really have no idea. He knew she wasn't telling the whole truth, but he really didn't have the energy to manage her, and she refused to be managed anyway, so it had always been left unresolved. Ling thought for a moment and said, How about this? Let's hire a private detective to check up on her situation first, and then decide what to do. Private detective? Cheng Tianyuan found it a bit funny and couldn't help but ask, Aren't those just people on TV? Ling laughed. They exist in real life too. There are several agencies in the capital, but they usually don't advertise openly. Some don't even have a sign and rely entirely on referrals from familiar clients. The only reason I know about this is because he Miao Miao told me. Cheng Tianyuan remembered the name and asked, Is that Lawyer He? That's her, Ling explained. In her line of work, it's very important to have a handle on client information, so she often has to deal with these people discreetly. After all, to know yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. This industry has always existed, but because it involves other people's privacy, it's often in a legal gray area, so they keep a very low profile. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Then hurry and ask Lawyer He to recommend a reliable agency. Ling agreed and picked up her phone from the table. There's still some follow-up with the second and third kids' homework. Go check on them and I'll make the call. Cheng Tianyuan immediately went out. A dozen minutes later, he poked his head back in. Ling was lazily flipping through a magazine and explained, I've already called. I got the address and phone number of the most reputable and efficient information center in the business. We'll go there first thing tomorrow morning. Do we need an appointment? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Ling nodded. He Miao Miao already gave them a heads up for me. We just need to go before 10 in the morning. She's a regular there, so with her introduction they won't overcharge us. Overcharge? There's a standard rate, right? Cheng Tianyuan asked. There is, Ling said. He Miao Miao told me that if it's for someone powerful or a super rich family, the price is definitely high. Of course, it also depends on the specific information we want. The more private, the more expensive. But A Fang is just an ordinary person, and we're only asking out of family concern, so the fee won't be too much. Lawyer He is a top attorney in the legal field. If she finds out they're overcharging as a professional, she definitely won't let them get away with it. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Then it's settled. Xie Ling asked, "What about the homework? All done?" "All done," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "Except for the eldest, the others are all asleep. Mom and Dad have gone to bed too. Zhao Yue and Zhao Han aren't here tonight. They watched TV for a while, but it was too quiet, so they just went to bed." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "They're used to it. Now that everyone's suddenly gone home, it'll take them a while to adjust." "Their grandparents are back," Cheng Tianyuan said. "It's better for them to go home. With Uncle Jillian and Auntie as the center, their parents will have more time to spend with them. Ah Hung decided to live with the elders so Xiao Han can be better cared for, and he can spend more time with his parents, too." Xie Ling squinted, tossing the magazine aside. "Every change is a new beginning. Who knows if it's good or bad, but we still have to look forward. I'm going to hang up the laundry. Then let's get to bed early." "Okay," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I'll boil some extra water so the kids can have some to drink when they get up tomorrow." Xie Ling opened the balcony door and walked over to the washing machine. Suddenly, she heard a low voice coming from the neighboring balcony. "I have an elective class next Tuesday night, not sure if I'll be free. I'll text you then. Okay, good night." "Good night." Xie Ling couldn't help but let out a low laugh. The next moment, a dark head poked out from the shadows of the neighboring balcony. It was Cheng Huanran. He looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Mom." Xie Ling shrugged. "Still not asleep this late? Weren't you just complaining earlier that you never get enough sleep?" "I was making a call." Cheng Huanran's handsome face wore an awkward smile, his eyes darting everywhere but at his mother. "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Hanging up the laundry," Xue Ling replied. She opened the lid of the spin dryer, took out the washed clothes, shook them out one by one, and hung them on the rack. Cheng Huanran leaned on the balcony railing, gazing at the starry sky, silent for a long while. Xie Ling quietly hung up the clothes. Suddenly, Cheng Huanran spoke. "Mom, there's something I want to tell you." Xie Ling kept shaking out the clothes. "What is it?" Cheng Huanran sighed softly and asked, "Mom, have you ever liked someone, but they didn't like you back?" Xie Ling's hand paused, then she smiled. "No. Back when I was in school, boys and girls were all very innocent. Some boys wrote me letters, even from other departments, but I turned them all down." Cheng Huanran asked in surprise, "Why?" Xie Ling replied, "They just weren't my type, so I refused." Cheng Huanran laughed. "My mom is so pretty. You must have been very popular back then." "It was all right," Xie Ling giggled. The atmosphere between mother and son quickly became warm and easy. Xie Ling explained, "At first, when I found out I was going to marry your dad, a man I barely knew, I wasn't too willing. I even blamed your grandparents for agreeing to such a marriage. Later, Grandpa told me that your dad was very good to me when we were little, and I was very attached to him, only wanting to play with him. Grandpa also explained the connection between our families, and told me your dad was a steady, responsible man, and that I should give him a chance and try to live well with him. I was nervous when I married into the Chung family, but over time I fell in love with your dad, our feelings deepened, and then we had you kids. The family grew and became what it is now." Cheng Huanran propped his chin in his hand, his handsome, bright face full of smiles. "I can tell you really love Dad, and Dad really loves you." Xie Ling giggled. "You're just a kid. What do you know about real love? The love and feelings you know at your age are completely different from what we mean by love." Cheng Huanran asked curiously, "How is it different? What's the difference?" Xie Ling beckoned him over with her finger and said quietly, "At your age, it's all just confused, impulsive feelings. For us, it's the steady flow of daily life. Your feelings are intense and showy, sometimes even a bit misguided, but that's youth. Everyone goes through a period of youthful infatuation. Some are passionate, some are secret crushes, some even feel like life and death. But as you experience more and get older, you'll realize youth is beautiful, but it's all too immature and clueless. The things that seemed life or death back then, looking back, are as trivial as sesame seeds. Cheng Huanran listened, a bit absorbed, and said softly, "I think I understand, but also not quite." Xieling smiled and said, "That's okay. You'll understand once you've experienced more." Perhaps feeling moved, Cheng Huanran finally spoke the truth. "Mom, ever since I started university, I've found that not only is the level of study different, but life is different too. Before, there were girls who secretly wrote me letters, but it was always in secret. Now in college, the teachers only care about academics, and we have a lot more free time. There are more chances to meet people after class, and I've gotten to know a lot more people. I met a really, really beautiful girl. She's a year above me, also studying clinical anesthesia." "Oh?" Xieling asked curiously. "Is it just a crush? Not quite to the point of really, really liking her?" Cheng Huanran shook his head. "Not to that extent yet. But I do secretly pay attention to her. Every time I see her, I look for a chance to sneak a glance. She probably doesn't even know I exist. She's the most famous beauty on campus. I heard her grades are just average, but she's the most beautiful girl the school has seen in years, so people call her the most stunning beauty in our college's history." "Wow," Xieling said. "A girl that pretty must have a lot of admirers, right?" "Plenty," Cheng Huanran explained. "I heard that as soon as she started as a freshman, her beauty became the talk of the school. Tons of people wanted to get to know her, wrote her confession letters, called her dorm, and even crowded into her classes just to be near her. Too many to count." Xieling laughed. "Looks like my Ranran has good taste. A girl like that surely isn't short of admirers, but I bet she's pretty proud too." "Yeah," Cheng Huanran said quietly. "I heard she's turned down a lot of people, never agreed to anyone. She even said she wouldn't like an ordinary guy. Anyone she dates has to meet her standards." Xieling asked curiously, "What standards? Did you ask?" Cheng Huanran shook his head. "I didn't dare ask. I vaguely heard others say her boyfriend has to be at least 1.85 meters tall, good-looking, and rich. There are a bunch of requirements, and I can't meet them right now, so there's no point in asking." Xieling laughed. "Well, if you can't meet them, just work hard." "Mom, you're not against it?" Cheng Huanran asked. Xieling shrugged. "You're grown up now, an adult, with your own worldview and feelings. Why would I object to anything you do?" Cheng Huanran said shyly, "Actually, there's a girl in my class who always comes to talk to me. Whenever she gets the chance, she squeezes in next to me to study. She always brings me fruit, is super enthusiastic, maybe a bit too much. The classmates all say she likes me. It's so obvious even a blind person could see it. Every time she comes to me, I feel a bit embarrassed." "Are you dating her?" Xieling asked. Cheng Huanran replied softly, "Not yet. We've just gone out to eat together a few times. I find her pretty interesting, and she's very cheerful, always smiling. Every time I see her, I can't help but smile too." Xieling chuckled. "No wonder you've been smiling so strangely since you got back. I thought you were in love." "Really?" Cheng Huanran asked nervously. "Is it that obvious? What's so strange about it?" Xieling replied, "Not really. I just couldn't think of another word to describe it, so I used that one. If you like her, then date her seriously. Some people go through a dozen or 20 relationships before they find someone they truly like. First love is beautiful, but most first loves don't work out." "No way," Cheng Huanran said with a wry smile. "Mom, I haven't even started yet, and you're saying this. I'll lose all my confidence." Xieling countered, "When you were learning to walk, did you take your first step and never fall again? Is that possible?" "Oh." Cheng Huanran seemed to understand and asked, "Then how do I know if someone is truly right for me?" Xieling smiled mysteriously and said softly, "I read a book once and there was a quote from the famous philosopher Plato. Maybe it's just right to share with you now." Cheng Huanran couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, you suddenly sound like my teacher." Be serious, Xueling said with a smile. A teacher wouldn't teach students about love. I don't remember the exact words, but I can roughly tell you the story. Plato's students were curious about the difference between love and marriage. Plato didn't answer directly, but took them to a rose garden. The roses were in full bloom, all very beautiful. He told his students to go in and pick the most beautiful rose, but they could only pick one, and had to walk through the garden in one go. No going back. After a while, one student came out with a rose, looking disappointed. He explained that as he walked, he saw a very beautiful rose and quickly picked it. But as he went further, he saw even more beautiful roses along the way, and he regretted picking too soon. Cheng Huanran blinked. And then, Xueling explained, Plato told the student that's marriage. Then another student came out empty-handed with nothing at all. He was also disappointed. He explained that as he walked into the rose garden, he saw many beautiful roses, but kept telling himself there would be even better ones ahead. So he kept looking, but the further he went, the less beautiful the roses seemed, none as good as the earlier ones. In the end, he reached the end without picking any. Plato said, "That's love." Cheng Huanran seemed half understanding, his smile fading as he fell into thought. Xueling said softly, "That's basically how the story goes. It's been a long time, so I don't remember all the details, but I've told you the essence. If you think about it, you'll get it. Walking through the rose garden is like life. There are many beautiful roses, but you can only pick one, not more. If you always think there's something better ahead, you might miss the one that's right for you along the way. Once you miss it and reach the end of life, you won't have another chance." "But that marriage part," Cheng Huanran said with a wry smile, "sounds kind of disappointing." Xueling laughed. "It depends on the person. At the moment you pick it, you think it's the most beautiful, so you should always treat it as the most beautiful. In real life, people get old, develop all kinds of flaws, and you'll find others who are prettier, smarter, more capable than your wife. The world is big, there's always someone better. Who can say they've found the perfect one? Impossible. The key is your attitude. Since you've picked her, you have to treat her as the best. Otherwise, there will be problems in your marriage sooner or later." Cheng Huanran fell silent, deep in thought, not knowing what to say. Xueling patted his shoulder and said, "This kind of truth seems simple, but it's actually very real, and a bit harsh. But I hope that when you walk into the rose garden, you can stay calm and patient." Cheng Huanran thought for a moment, then finally nodded. "Mom, I've decided I'm going to turn down that female classmate and stop accepting her invitations." Xueling raised her eyebrows and asked, "Why?" Cheng Huanran said softly, "Whether or not she's the most beautiful rose, to me she really isn't. I don't know if I'll ever meet the most beautiful one, but I'm sure she's not it." Xueling smiled and said, "It's your own business, so you should decide for yourself." Cheng Huanran gazed at the stars, looking both thoughtful and a little troubled. "As for that really, really beautiful senior, maybe she's the most beautiful rose I've seen so far, but she might not be the one most suited for me. Maybe I really like her now, but who knows what will happen in the future. The rose that's truly right for me is probably still waiting for me further down the road. If we're fated to be together, then so be it." Xueling couldn't help but poke a hole in his romantic thoughts, saying quietly, "At your age, most people's ideas are still pretty simple. If she's looking for someone tall, rich, and handsome, it shows she's a girl who values material things. Right now you only have 150 yuan a week for living expenses. Do you think you can support such a beautiful rose?" "Definitely not," Cheng Huanran said with an embarrassed laugh. "I still have years before I graduate. I'll have to wait until I'm earning money." Xueling nodded. "Then you'll just have to wait. Maybe the best thing about the future is its possibilities. If you don't work hard, who knows what the outcome will be, right?" Cheng Huanran frowned and glanced at her, muttering, "Mom, are you telling me to chase her or not?" "You decide for yourself." Xueling shrugged. "This is your youth, your feelings. As your mom, it's not my place to interfere. I can only give you some advice and hope you'll be calm and thoughtful. Chung Hwan-ran finally understood. His mom didn't approve. Mom, I read a newspaper yesterday, and there was a report I found pretty interesting. It said the divorce rate now is much higher than 10 years ago, and it's gone up a lot. The decade before that was higher than the one before, but not as high as now. And the decade before that, the divorce rate was even lower. The experts said that as people's economic conditions improve, they care more about spiritual fulfillment and also notice the shortcomings of marriage. They'd rather get divorced and look for something new than just endure. If marriage really comes to that, doesn't that make the love in marriage at the start a joke? She Ling shook her head. Marriage is like a career. It needs to be managed. In business, some people make money, some go bankrupt. Who can guarantee everyone will get rich? But if you're so afraid of failure that you never take a risk or enjoy the process, what's the point? If you don't want a bad ending so you never take the first step, isn't that silly? That's true. Chung Hwan-ran laughed, then asked, Mom, do you think a lot of people fall out of love? I feel like people might like something, but that doesn't mean they'll always like it. It's the same with people, right? Aren't you worried that some of us might fall out of love and get divorced in the future? That's too far off. Why should I worry about that now? She Ling let out a long sigh. Your dad and I are only responsible for raising you and teaching you well. How you walk your path in life and which way you go is up to you. If you really can't go on and have to get divorced, what are we supposed to do? Tie you up with a rope and not let you? In her view, teaching her children the right worldview and values was already hard enough. How could she possibly control everything else? If parents interfere too much, it's bad for a child's initiative, but if they don't care at all, the child might go astray. As for how to strike the right balance, she and her husband were still figuring it out. Chung Hwan-ran grinned, his eyes full of confidence and youthful energy. Mom, I think everyone in our family is deeply affectionate. I don't think we'll get divorced. She Ling asked curiously, Why do you say that? What makes you so sure? Chung Hwan-ran explained, Because everyone in our family is affectionate. Look at Grandpa and Grandma on your side. You and Dad all have such good relationships. According to genetics, our chances of divorce aren't high. There's some influence for sure, She Ling said. Mother and son exchanged a smile. The next morning, She Ling and Chung Tianyuan hurried off to find a private detective for help. The contact introduced himself as Kui and enthusiastically explained that he'd known He Miao Miao for years. They were good friends and business partners. She Ling shook his hand. Chung Tianyuan shook his hand as well. Kui warmly poured them hot coffee. You two must be very busy people, so let's get straight to the point. He was very professional, immediately pulling a small notebook and pen from his pocket. She Ling first gave him Chung Tianfang's name and phone number. Chung Tianyuan said, She's my younger sister, just an ordinary person. The reason I want you to investigate her is because I suspect she hasn't told the family the truth for over a year and has been using her own money to make reckless investments. She's lost a lot before, and her family relationships are a mess. She just got divorced yesterday, and her ex-husband gave her a huge sum of money. I'm worried she'll get scammed or worse, get into danger. She doesn't dare tell the family the truth and is rarely home, so we had no choice but to ask for your help. Kui nodded and asked, Are you asking us to protect her or just investigate? Chung Tianyuan was momentarily stunned, unsure what to decide, and looked at She Ling. She Ling thought for a moment and said, Please investigate her current situation first. What she does, who she spends time with, where she's living now. If we're still worried, we'll ask you to protect her secretly. Kui gave an awkward smile and said quietly, Sister Xue, can you tell me roughly how much money your sister-in-law has? Don't get me wrong, I just want to have an idea of the situation. 10 million, She Ling said without hiding it. It's exactly because it's such a large sum that we're so worried. Kui raised his eyebrows in surprise and gave a wry smile. A single woman out there with that much money? This isn't a good sign. That's why we came to you for help, Chung Tianyuan said. Kui turned on the computer beside him and explained, I'll quickly enter your sister's information and see if I can find some basic details. Don't worry, we'll head out to investigate right away. Xie Ling thought for a moment and asked, "Can I ask about your general pricing first?" "Of course," Akui said with a smile. "This is a business transaction, so price is a must. If your sister isn't involved with anyone complicated and it's just a simple investigation, it'll be 1 or 2,000 yuan. "What if her situation is more complicated?" Xie Ling asked. Akui replied, "If she needs protection, we'll assign people to watch her day and night, and the labor cost is higher, so it's charged by the day. One person is 100 yuan per day, and 150 for overnight shifts. If anyone gets hurt, we'll ask for a bit more for medical expenses. All our guys have health insurance, and the company has quietly bought them accident insurance, so that part won't be much. You can rest assured." Cheng Tianyuan's heart started pounding. "If even you guys are in danger, don't worry. I'm talking about special cases," Akui explained with a cheerful smile. "That kind of situation is rare, unless it's a big case. If it's a big case, we'll definitely cooperate with the police ahead of time. They're the ones who handle such matters. We're just assistants at best." Xie Ling reassured Cheng Tianyuan in a low voice. "He's just talking about special cases. Don't be so sensitive." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Both of them had work to do, so they exchanged phone numbers and then each drove off to work. They thought it would take at least several days to get any news, but to their surprise, concrete information came just 2 days later. Akui called Xue Ling first, but she was in a meeting and couldn't answer. Without delay, Akui called Cheng Tianyuan's phone. Cheng Tianyuan happened to be checking new stock in the warehouse. When he heard his phone ring, he stepped into a corner and answered. "Is this brother Cheng Tianyuan? Hello, this is Akui." Cheng Tianyuan quickly confirmed, anxiously asking, "Did you find anything?" In the past 2 days, a Fang had called their parents to ask about Liu Ying's condition. After hearing she was fine, she quickly hung up. When their parents pressed her about not coming home, she just said she was busy with business and had no time. After a few hurried words, there was no more news. Last night he called her. Though the call went through, she didn't answer, nor did she call back. "We've found out some things, and the situation isn't great, so I had to report to you right away. Cheng Tianfang is currently living with a man in a small apartment in Meilinyuan, in the east of the city. That man is no good. He's into drinking, gambling, and whoring, you name it. Now he runs an internet cafe and a hair salon, both in his name, but he's lazy and barely manages them." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and asked, "What's his name? Does he have a family?" "His real name is Liu Dao, but everyone in the underworld calls him Radish Head because he's tall but his head is shaped like a radish, pointy on top. He's done time for causing trouble. He's 26, a few years younger than your sister, and he's not married." Cheng Tianyuan felt both angry and worried. How long have they been living together? The hair salon and internet cafe, are those my sister's responsibility? They met in July last year and hit it off quickly, then moved in together in a small rental. Later, they moved to Meilinyuan. They've been together for just over a year. Both the internet cafe and hair salon are places your sister rented and pays the rent for, but the one managing them is Radish Head, not your sister. Both of them stay up late and sleep in every day. If they're up by noon, that's early. How can people like that run a business? The hair salon does okay, but the internet cafe is just a hangout for Radish Head's drinking buddies and shady friends. It's a mess, and business is bad. Cheng Tianyuan frowned in silence. It seemed a Fang had already cheated before Ah Heng brought up divorce. Not only that, she was openly living with a thug, with no sense of shame. No wonder she'd been away from home so much this past year, leaving Xiao Han entirely to their parents, even giving up custody, because she'd already gotten together with another man and didn't want Xiao Han to be a burden. After Ah Heng asked for a divorce, he'd always felt guilty, thinking he'd wronged her and her family. But in reality, even if he hadn't brought it up, a Fang would have eventually asked for a divorce herself. She'd already found her next man. She didn't care about this family anymore. "Hello? Brother Cheng, are you listening? Did you hear me?" Cheng Tianyuan snapped back to reality, apologizing softly. "Sorry. I just can't process this kind of news right away." I understand. But your sister is already divorced from your brother-in-law, so who she's with now is her own business. Legally, even if she's living with him, it's not an issue. Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath and said quietly, "How could she possibly be happy with a scumbag like that? He's probably just after her money." That's for sure. Radish Head is young, good-looking, muscular, and smooth-talking. He's very good at charming women. Your sister is a bit older, and even if she looks good, she can't compete with the young and beautiful. To be honest, your sister transferred $2 million to him at the bank yesterday and also withdrew tens of thousands in cash. The two of them went out for bird's nest and abalone, drank a bottle of imported liquor, and spent about $20,000 on one meal. This afternoon, your sister took Radish Head to look at cars. She picked out an Audi, which costs over $500,000. She's already paid the deposit and will get the car in about half a month. Cheng Tianyuan felt dizzy and had to hold his forehead. I knew it! Someone like her could never hold on to money. Doesn't she realize that if she squanders it all, where will she get more? And she still has a daughter to support. He was so angry he could barely think straight, just blurting out whatever came to mind. Brother Chung, don't get too worked up. I mean, do you want to arrange to meet your sister and have a good talk? Maybe borrow some of the money, otherwise, at this rate, she'll burn through that $10 million before the end of the year. Cheng Tianyuan, agitated, blurted out, That guy, where is he now? Please, either bring him to me or tell me exactly where he is. I want to go find him and beat him up. Brother Cheng, calm down. Now's not the time to act rashly. To be honest, Radish Head doesn't have a good reputation. He's a local, born in the capital. His father was from out of town and died young. His mother is from the capital but couldn't control him. He started getting into trouble as a little kid, always hanging out with a gang of punks. He once led a group to steal a luxury car, got caught red-handed, and served 3 years as the ringleader. After getting out, he didn't change. Still lazy, still hanging out with tough guys. If you go after him, you'll only get yourself into trouble. Besides, if he turns around and says he and Cheng Tianfang are in love, what business is it of yours? Your sister is an adult. Doesn't she have the right to date? Brother Cheng, calm down. How about this? You and your wife come see the investigation report in person, okay? Cheng Tianyuan, breathing hard, didn't answer. He found a chair and slowly sat down. My sister, she's not a good woman. Brother Cheng, your sister really is being foolish. A guy like Radish Head, aside from being young and decent-looking, has no redeeming qualities. He can't even support himself. I don't know what she sees in him. Maybe it's just that she has too much money. At the end of last year, she even gave him a sum to buy a small shop and put it in his name. After hearing all this, Cheng Tianyuan let out several cold laughs. She's really something. Using my brother-in-law's money to keep a lover on the side. If I'd known she was like this, I never would have agreed to let my brother-in-law give her that $10 million in one lump sum. Brother Cheng, it's obviously too late to say that now. Your sister is completely infatuated with Radish Head and probably won't listen to any advice. I have a pretty complete file here. Do you want to come take a look? Cheng Tianyuan agreed. I'll drive over to get it in a bit. After hanging up, Cheng Tianyuan rubbed his forehead. The accountant nearby asked, Boss, are you all right? Not feeling well? A bit dizzy. Cheng Tianyuan replied, frowning. The accountant quickly said, Let me help you to the office to rest for a bit. A temporary office had been set up at the warehouse entrance, which also served as an office for the 2 accountants and the driver. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. No need, I'm just dizzy from anger. The accountant said, Huh? Not quite catching his meaning, then hurried off to pour him a cup of hot water and handed it to him. Cheng Tianyuan thanked him and slowly drank the water. Soon, he made up his mind, handed the cup back to the accountant, and said, You all keep checking the inventory. I'm heading out for a bit. Remember to keep a copy of today's delivery slip, and also settle the accounts for the Dajiala Mall in the west of the city. Don't delay. The accountant quickly agreed. Cheng Tianyuan drove out to the suburbs, found Akui's office, and received the file. Akui explained, There are also some photos of the shop they bought, which hasn't been renovated yet. The neighborhood is newly built and the facilities aren't all in place. I also took a picture of the Audi they looked at yesterday, and the last photo is of them at the bank transferring money. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. Are you sure it was 2 million? Absolutely, Akui nodded confidently. I saw the staff process it with my own eyes. No way I'd be wrong. Your sister has 2 accounts now. One is her old salary account from the TV station, but since she's on unpaid leave, there's no activity. The other is her regular account, which currently has about 7.68 million left. Chung Tianyuan sneered. She's only been divorced a few days and already spent a quarter of it. She's really something. Akui offered him a cigarette, but Chung Tianyuan declined. Akui didn't dare smoke either and put the pack away. Brother Cheng, Radish Head's habit of scamming women for money is nothing new. When he first got out of prison, he almost got sent back in for conning a woman in her 50s out of more than 100,000. She believed his sweet talk and willingly gave him the money, which is the only reason he got away with it. A man like that is never reliable. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Does this Liu Dao have any family?" Akui replied, "His father's long gone. His mother is still alive, but he's never cared for her. She works as a cleaner at a nursing home, scraping by on a small salary." Cheng Tianyuan asked again, "So my sister's already given him 2 million? Plus a car, plus a shop?" "That's just the big expenses," Akui explained. "There are definitely more small ones, but those are harder to track. Altogether, it's a lot of money." Cheng Tianyuan frowned. "She's not in any danger right now, is she?" "No," said Aki. "She's always surrounded by Radish Head's gang of friends, some petty, some serious thugs. Even if others are jealous of her money, they're wary of her being with that crowd. Radish Head treats your sister like a cash cow. Right now, he's doting on her like she's a treasure." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "I'll take the file home for my wife to see, and we'll figure out what to do. Akui, my wife might need you to investigate more things later. How much do I owe you for this time? Let's settle up now." Akui waved his hand. "No need, we'll settle everything together later." Cheng Tianyuan took out his wallet and handed over 2,000 yuan. "Consider this a deposit. We'll settle the rest as it comes. You make your living from this. I'd feel bad running a tab." Akui laughed and accepted it. "Thanks, Brother Chung. If you ever need anything, investigations, bodyguard work, surveillance, photos, just let me know." Cheng Tianyuan wasn't in the mood for small talk and quickly took the file home. By then it was nearly dusk. The kids were home from school. The second child, hair still wet from swimming, was sprawled on the sofa watching TV, while Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong were doing homework. Xue's father and Xue Jilian had taken Xiao Yue and Xiao Han to the park and hadn't returned yet. Mrs. Chen, Xue's mother, and the now recovered Liu Ying were in the kitchen making rice cakes and dumplings. "Ah, Yuan's back. Let's all have dinner together tonight and help with the meal." Cheng Tianyuan forced a smile. "Great. I was just craving dumplings." He went to the apartment across the hall, didn't disturb the kids doing homework, put the file in the bedroom drawer and went to the kitchen to boil water. "Dad, the water's boiling." Xiao Chong poked his head out. "I heard it whistling." Cheng Tianyuan snapped out of his daze and saw the kettle steaming. He quickly took it off the stove. Xiao Chong raised an eyebrow. "Dad, what are you doing? Spacing out?" "Just distracted," Cheng Tianyuan replied with a helpless smile. Xiao Chong went back to his homework. He heard Xueling's footsteps outside and quickly went to meet her, waving her over. Xueling guessed what was up and came straight over. "What's wrong? News?" Cheng Tianyuan's face was grim. "All bad news." He closed the door, took out the file, and told her everything Akui had said. Xueling was dumbfounded. A year ago? My God, she wasn't even divorced then. How could she do this? When Xueheng first brought up divorce, she'd scolded him and asked if he had someone else. Xueheng was an honest man. He admitted someone had shown interest, but he refused, not wanting to betray his family. But Cheng Tianfang had already betrayed him, not only fooling around with another man, but openly living together. Cheating during marriage, she's the one at fault. She shouldn't have gotten so much money. My God, how did a Fang become like this? She's been burned by a scumbag before. How could she fall for another one? Xueling was so angry she couldn't speak, clutching her forehead and lying down, breathing hard. Cheng Tianyuan was startled and rushed over. "Wife, are you okay?" Don't get too worked up. Calm down. Shui Ling took a deep breath and said quietly, I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. Cheng Tianyuan gave a bitter smile. I'm sorry. Shui Ling turned away, fixing her eyes on him, and let out a long sigh. It's not your fault, and you didn't encourage her to do this. Why are you apologizing? Silly.
Cheng Tianyuan sighed. It's our fault for not teaching her better. She's not a little kid anymore. She's made mistakes, taken wrong turns, and suffered for it. Shui Ling frowned and said seriously, she's educated, worked in a public institution, and is a mature woman in her 30s, not a 3-year-old. There's no point talking about teaching at this stage. Where did the lesson from that last scumbag go? Shui Ling fumed. She really has a short memory for pain once the wound's healed. She's already completely bewitched. There's no talking sense into her now, Cheng Tianyuan said. All we can do is try our best to salvage what's left, and hope we can save the remaining 6 or 7 million. If you ask me, we should just leave her alone, Shui Ling said. Let her suffer another loss. Let her wake up. Only then might she have a better life in the future. After all, she still has her job at the TV station. Even if she loses all her money, she'll still live comfortably. What she needs now is a hard lesson, nothing else. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. No, that's not right. This isn't a small sum, it's several million. That's Ahung's hard-earned money. We can't just let her squander it like this. Forget it, Shui Ling said. It's hard to turn someone back once they've gone down the wrong path. If she can turn back in time, it doesn't matter if it's a few million or even tens of millions. I've said it many times. She needs to hit rock bottom or she'll never truly change. Wife, you can't say that, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Even though we're well off now, every penny was hard-earned. We work from dawn till dusk and you used to be even busier. Otherwise, how would we have the life we do now? If a Fang gets tangled up with someone like that, tempted into doing bad things, her whole life could be ruined. That guy is just after her money, Shui Ling said. He's conned old ladies before, so he knows older women are easier to trick. Your sister isn't very smart. She's younger and richer than those old ladies. Why wouldn't he target her? He's already been punished by the law, so he's probably afraid of getting caught again. Most likely, he's just sweet-talking her for money. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. No matter what, we can't let her stay with that man. And how do you plan to do that? Shui Ling countered. She lived with him for a year even before the divorce. Now that she's divorced, she's giving him money and a car. They're more inseparable than ever. How could she possibly let go now? Cheng Tianyuan frowned deeply and said in a low voice, Maybe we should trick her into coming home and just lock her up. What are you saying? Shui Ling said, half amused, half exasperated. Are you out of your mind? She's your sister, but she's also an independent adult. Giving someone money and a car isn't a crime, it's her own property. If you lock her up at home, that's illegal detention, you know? Cheng Tianyuan slumped down, exhausted, and sighed. Maybe we could lie and say Dad owes gambling debts. And I don't have enough money, so she needs to quietly take out 5 million to help. She'd never agree, Shui Ling said, knowing her too well. In her mind, I'm much richer than she is. She's married out, so it's not her place to spend money. Why should the married-out daughter pay off gambling debts while the daughter-in-law doesn't have to? Over the years, Cheng Tianfang had valued money over relationships, making her even more stubborn and hard to persuade. Cheng Tianyuan scratched his head in frustration. So, do you have a better idea? Shui Ling shook her head. Honestly, no. Maybe just have Akui and his people keep following her in secret, and let's wait and see. Maybe there'll be some opportunity or turning point. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, We can't wait too long. She just blew through over 2 million in the blink of an eye. How long can 10 million last at this rate? Unless we can legally and openly freeze her money, Shui Ling said, narrowing her eyes and thinking hard. Cheng Tianyuan was taken aback. How? Shui Ling gave him a look to be patient, then pulled out her phone and dialed He Miao Miao's number. For the next half hour,
She stayed on the phone. Outside, the kids called for dinner, and Chung Tianyuan hurried out to help set the table. There were a lot of people tonight, so there weren't enough seats. Yang and a few of the younger kids ate first. Basket after basket of dumplings came out, and the rice cakes were steaming hot. Yang ate with gusto, praising the food non-stop. Liu Ying fed Xiaohan dumplings, coaxing her as she ate. Xue Jilian helped Xiao Yue with rice cakes and couldn't help but say, "Xiaohan, have a piece too." "No!" Xiaohan glared at Xiao Yue, pouting. "He's bad. He broke my toy. I don't want to eat the same food as him." Xue Jilian smiled kindly and said gently, "Your brother didn't mean it. He's already apologized. Our Xiaohan is a big-hearted child and should forgive her brother. When he gets a new toy, he'll share it with you, okay?" "Okay." Xiaohan quickly forgot her anger and focused on the new toy. "Grandpa, when will you buy me a new toy?" "When my Xiaohan is good and obedient, Grandpa will buy you one," Xue Jilian said warmly. Xiaohan beamed with joy. "Second brother, don't eat so fast," Xiaoxin pouted. "Look, there's not even enough chili sauce left." "No worries," Xue Yang said, eating in big bites. "Just pour more." Chung Huanchong couldn't help but tease him. "Were you a starving ghost in your last life?" "Get lost," Xue Yang laughed. "I swam for over 2 hours this afternoon. I was almost wiped out. I need the nutrition." Grandpa Chen smiled kindly and quickly ladled out more chili sauce. "Eat slower, there's plenty of dumplings." "Thanks, Grandpa," Xue Yang said cheerfully. Mrs. Chen looked at Xue Yang's tall, strong build and couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. 15 or 16 is such a special age. Look at Yang. He's growing every day. He's gotten taller and stronger lately. Look at those muscles. He's even sturdier than Yuan. Xiaoxin giggled. "Second brother is a big fatty." Xue Yang gave her a doting look and said quietly, "People who always call others fat are the ones most likely to get fat themselves." "Nonsense," Xiaoxin giggled. "I don't eat nearly as much as you." Grandma Xue smiled. "He's not fat. Yang is strong, not fat. Look at those muscles. He's even sturdier than Ran. He's tall and solid. He might end up even bigger than Ran." Xue Yang boasted. "Then Big Brother will be the little brother in the future." Everyone burst out laughing. Chung Tianyuan wasn't in the mood to join in. While no one was paying attention, he slipped back across the hall. The late autumn air was chilly and dusk came quickly. He turned on the lights and closed the balcony windows. Just then, Xueling came out of the bedroom and headed straight for the living room to get some water. Chung Tianyuan hurried over. Xueling nodded at him. "I've got an idea, but we'll need Heng's cooperation." That won't work." Chung Tianyuan frowned and said in a low voice, "If we do that, Heng will find out. This is a matter of a man's pride. If he finds out he's been cheated on, it'll be terrible." Xueling countered, "You think you can keep this under wraps? Is that possible? Sooner or later it'll come out. He's already been cheated on for over a year. The fact is, it's already happened." "But not now," Chung Tianyuan said. "They just got divorced. If this gets out now..." "If more time passes, Heng might think she found someone after the divorce, and it won't hurt as much." "How long do you want to wait?" Xueling shook her head with a bitter smile. "She's already lost over 2 million in just a few days. If we wait any longer, there might not be a cent left. Honey, you can't have your cake and eat it too." Chung Tianyuan was deeply troubled and said quietly, "Let's wait a bit. If Heng finds out, he might completely fall out with her and things could get really ugly." "No," Xueling shook her head. "You're only thinking about one side, not the deeper issue. This time, it was Heng who asked for the divorce because he and your sister really had no feelings left. Otherwise, why would he bring it up himself? If there's no love, it's easier to accept anything." Chung Tianyuan shook his head. "No, you don't understand a man's pride. Some men just can't take that kind of blow, especially psychologically. It's a huge humiliation." Hung has been in business for nearly 20 years, Xueling said. He's seen all kinds of ups and downs, big and small. He's handled pressure before. Maybe he won't be able to take it right away, but if you give him time, for our sake, he'll still help. After all, he doesn't want to see Fang end up with nothing. The Xue family are all kind and soft-hearted people. I can guarantee that with my life. Cheng Tianyuan fell silent. He had no doubt about the Xue family's kindness. He'd known Xue Heng for nearly 20 years, from when he was a handsome young man to now, mature and steady in middle age. From initial rivalry to letting go of old grudges to gradually becoming close, now they were family. Xue Heng was very capable, a bit gentle in temperament, but had no major flaws. By today's standards, he was the ideal boyfriend and husband. Wife, Heng really is kind. The reason I'm worried is because I just don't want him to be too hurt. Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly. Even though Heng asked for the divorce, he doesn't hate Fang. Maybe he doesn't love her anymore, but after so many years together, there's still some feeling. Fang might have complaints or resentment toward him, but he doesn't toward her. He even feels a bit guilty, thinking it was his idea to divorce. And after all, Fang was with him for so many years and gave birth to Xiaohan. If this comes out, how could Heng not hate her? And hating someone doesn't make you feel better. Fang already owes their family a lot. Uncle Jillian and Auntie don't like her. If even Xiaohan's father ends up hating her, and Xiaohan is affected in the future. Xueling listened and sighed helplessly. I understand your worries. Sometimes you think things through more thoroughly than I do. But if we want to freeze Fang's account, we have to go through Xue Heng. He Miao Miao just gave me a suggestion. We can only trick Fang by saying there's a financial issue in the group and some funds can't be moved for now. So the 4 million Heng lent out and the several million he got before can't be touched until the group's finance department investigates. Since the money came from Heng and ended up with your sister, we have to let Heng know. Cheng Tianyuan was still unwilling. There's no other way? Not for now, Xueling said quietly. The divorce is done, the money's gone. It's really hard. Cheng Tianyuan knew it was difficult too. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe something will change. Xueling lay down on the bed, exhausted. Just then, Xue Yang's voice rang out. Dad! Mom! Come eat dumplings and rice cakes. I even had 2 bowls of porridge. I'm stuffed. Cheng Tianyuan responded, came over, and helped Xueling up. Let's think about it slowly. For now, let's go eat. Xueling shook her head, her voice low. I don't feel like eating. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Is there something else bothering you? Xueling explained. The counterfeit product issue still isn't resolved. Whether we expose it or not, it's a problem. The company's top management is really divided. Some want to hold a press conference to clarify, others want to ignore it, pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, it'll hurt the company's image and future profits. We've had meeting after meeting and the executives are practically fighting. My ears are ringing from all the arguing. Cheng Tianyuan saw the fatigue in her eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. How about I take you out for a drive? Find somewhere to eat your favorite food. Xueling smiled. At this hour, downtown is all traffic jams. A drive would just mean breathing exhaust. Cheng Tianyuan had no appetite either, but held her hand. Then let me cook something you like. If you don't feel like eating, I'll make something appetizing, something with a strong flavor, okay? Because of the elderly and kids at home, their meals were always light. But when you have no appetite, light food just makes it worse. Xueling thought for a moment, then still shook her head. I don't know what I want to eat. Cheng Tianyuan said, How about we go for a walk? Maybe you'll get hungry and then we can find something to eat. Xueling hesitated. The kids' homework. It's fine, Cheng Tianyuan said. Tomorrow's Saturday. If they don't finish tonight, they can do it tomorrow. They're old enough now. Homework is their own responsibility, not ours. All right, let's go. Xueling agreed with a smile. So the two of them told the elders. Cheng Tianyuan made up an excuse, saying they'd had snacks earlier and weren't hungry now. It's stuffy in here. I'm taking Ling Ling out for a walk, to clear our heads. Go ahead, She's father said. Cheng Tianyuan took Shui Ling's hand and they strolled into the elevator. The doors closed and they soon went downstairs. Xue Yang, drying his wet hair, laughed in his loose pajamas. How old are Mom and Dad? And they're still so romantic, going for a walk at night just to relax. They're really in the mood. She's father smiled. Your parents have always had a good relationship. Of course, Xue Yang shrugged. My mom's great, my dad's great. How could they not be good together? Chung Muhai poked his head out and asked, Yang, have you done your homework? Your parents are out, so you all need to finish your homework on your own. Grandpa, can't you just let it go? Xue Yang muttered. It's finally the weekend. Doing it tomorrow won't hurt. Grandpa Cheng smiled indulgently. Xue's father glanced at the clock. Why isn't Ron back yet? It's almost 7. Liu Ying turned and said, He called at noon. Said he'd come back after dinner, no need to wait. Young people have their own plans, Grandma Xue said with a smile. He's probably out having fun. Xue Yang's eyes sparkled with envy. When I get to college, I'll finally be able to have fun too. Only if you get into college, Grandpa Chung said, bursting his bubble. Your brother has a lot of work too. He still has to study hard. If you don't work hard, how can you learn real skills? Xue Yang lowered his head. Aren't I working hard? Keep it up, Xue's father encouraged. Xue Yang grinned. By the way, where are Zhao Yue and Xiao Han? Liu Ying replied, Uncle took them home for a bath. Xue Yang couldn't help but ask, Why haven't we seen Uncle Ahung lately? It's been days. He's living with Uncle now, Xue's father explained. Earlier, Uncle saved a plate of dumplings for him. He'll steam them for dinner when he gets back. Xue Yang rolled his eyes and lowered his voice mysteriously. Grandpa, do you think Aunt and Uncle Ahung can still go on like this? Grandpa Xue was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly twitching the corner of his eye, and quickly lowered his voice. Kids shouldn't ask about these things. The adults hadn't said anything, but the children were old enough to have already noticed that something was off in daily life, especially a big kid like Xue Yang. Xue Yang grinned. Even if I don't ask, and you don't say, do you think we don't know what's going on? All right. Grandpa Xue patted his shoulder, coaxing. Go do your homework. When you're done, you can watch TV and wait for your brother to come home. Xue Yang went back across the hall. Chung Muhai and Liu Ying both fell silent, watching TV, and the atmosphere in the room was clearly tense for a while. Grandpa Xue sighed and said quietly, The kids still don't know. I really don't know how to tell them about this. Especially Xiao Han, Liu Ying said, her eyes red, choking up. She's only 3. She doesn't understand what divorce is. Even if we want to explain, she wouldn't get it. Grandma Xue, knitting, said softly, Let's wait a bit. Sooner or later they'll find out. But let's put it off as long as we can. Chung Muhai glanced at his wife and said quietly, Don't get teary-eyed so easily. If the kids see, they'll definitely ask questions. Kids always want to get to the bottom of things. Can't you hold it in for their sake? Liu Ying lowered her head, embarrassed, and didn't say anything more. Everyone pretended to watch TV seriously, not continuing the topic. Downtown, the neon lights were bright, the streets bustling with traffic. Xie Ling looked at the busy, crowded city, cars streaming by, strangers coming and going, some hurrying, some looking serious, some laughing and chatting, some nervous or anxious, some rushing about. She couldn't help but smile. Cheng Tianyuan squeezed her hand and asked, What are you smiling about? Xie Ling explained, They say bystanders see things more clearly. When we look at others, maybe we see things more directly and clearly, but sometimes with the people closest to us, we think we know them inside out. But that's not really the case. Take your sister, for example. We all knew her personality wasn't great. If she'd stayed in a big organization with rules and structure, she wouldn't have made big mistakes. But we were all too busy and just assumed she wasn't a bad person, so we kept overlooking things. Now the damage is done and bigger mistakes are sure to follow, but we're helpless, unable to think of a solution. If we'd paid more attention earlier, maybe things wouldn't have come to this. Cheng Tianyuan sighed deeply and said, "We all made mistakes, all of us, and Ah Heng too. As parents and as her older brother, they hadn't paid enough attention to their sister. That was a failure of responsibility. As a husband, he hadn't cared that his wife was rarely home, nor had he asked anyone to check on her. When his wife was never home, he just followed suit, leaving the child with her parents and living freely himself." She Ling pulled her thin jacket tighter against the night breeze. "Think it over for another 2 or 3 days. If there's really no other way, we'll have to talk to Ah Heng. Having some plan is better than none at all. Watching someone sink into the mud, it's better to reach out and help, or even block them, than to just sit and do nothing." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "Are you hungry?" She Ling smiled. "Not yet, but the smell of food from the street is starting to tempt me." They looked at the shops along the street, one after another. Soon they came to a large bakery. The lights were bright, and through the big windows, rows of refrigerated cases were filled with all kinds of bread and cakes, beautifully shaped and colored, making one's mouth water. She Ling couldn't help but recall something and said quietly, "Your sister has probably long forgotten how to bake bread. That industry had so much potential. She was one of the pioneers. But in the past 10 years, not only did she not improve, she completely forgot about it, and the industry has left her behind." Cheng Tianyuan didn't say much, just asked, "Do you want some? Let's go in and have a look." "Let's buy some to take home," Shui Ling nodded. "The kids will be home all weekend. Having some bread at home for snacks is better than them sneaking junk food." "Okay." Cheng Tianyuan led her into the shop. They noticed the shop had a very relaxed name, Leisure Village. Shui Ling chuckled. Such a poetic name, more suited to a tea house or a leisure center. Why use it for a bakery? Cheng Tianyuan didn't pay much attention, just focused on the bread. A staff member warmly handed them a small basket and introduced the breads with a smile. Shui Ling thanked her and bought 2 kinds she recommended. Cheng Tianyuan kept browsing. "No need. We'll pick for ourselves." The staff nodded and pointed to a small cake by the wall. "That's our new product called Yo-Yo's Favorite. Buy one, get one free on weekends." She smiled and stepped away. Shui Ling couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly thought of Yo-Yo. Who? Cheng Tianyuan looked at the cake, not making the connection. Shui Ling said quietly, "I mean Shan Yo-Yo." Oh. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "Little Shan Yo-Yo is an adult now, time flies. How is she? I heard she quit school and went to work at an agency as an entertainer, right?" "She didn't make it, so she quit," Shui Ling said, not going into detail, just explaining the outcome. "Recently, Shan Yue invested a lot of money in a movie, and Yo-Yo is playing the second female lead. I heard filming starts next month and it might be released next summer." She had advised Chen Shuiyu not to let her daughter get too caught up in it. At her age, she should be studying, not giving up on school. Now, with this opportunity, Yo-Yo could calm down and reflect. If she could get into a good film school, her future would be more secure, with more opportunities. But Yo-Yo didn't like studying and refused to go back to school. Plus, Shan Yue always believed that the entertainment industry values youth and beauty most, so you have to seize the chance while you're young. Even if there were no opportunities, they'd rather invest money to create them. Chen Shuiyu told her that Shan Yue put in 50 million to invest in a film company, taking a 5% stake. So he became an investor, with the right to request roles in the film, and Yo-Yo naturally became the second female lead. When Shui Ling heard how much money was involved, she couldn't help but ask Chen Shuiyu if that was all their savings. Chen Shuiyu sighed and said yes. They'd put their entire fortune on the line, hoping to win this gamble. Shui Ling was speechless. She really didn't know how to respond. She'd known the couple for years, through all their ups and downs, like a roller coaster. If they won this time, they'd get their money back and Yo-Yo's career would finally start. But if they lost, the whole family would be back to square one. Shui Ling also secretly admired Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu. At 50, they still dared to make such a bold change in business direction. That kind of courage isn't something ordinary people have. She herself wouldn't dare to gamble like that. Chung Tianyuan didn't know the details, but smiled. I look forward to seeing Yo-Yo in the movie. Haven't seen her in years. She must be a real beauty now. When her movie comes out, let's take the kids and the elders to the theater to support her. Okay, Xueling agreed. The two of them bought more than a dozen breads, all different flavors, and even picked out a specially wrapped small cake for Xiaoxin. Xueling smiled. Xiaoxin loves strawberry-flavored cakes the most. This one's perfect for her. Chung Tianyuan smiled dotingly. She always likes anything strawberry-flavored. It's true what they say. Girls tend to have a sweet tooth. Xiaoxin had loved sweets since she was little. Whether it was candy or cookies, they were always her favorite. Because of this, she lost her baby teeth earlier than her third brother, and even had several cavities. During that time, Chung Tianyuan would check her teeth almost every day, making sure she brushed thoroughly morning and night. They made many trips to the dentist and spent quite a bit of money. Maybe the pain of tooth extractions and those black cavities taught Xiaoxin a lesson. She cut back on sweets and started brushing carefully every morning and night. Her teeth have all come in now, and they're nice and neat. Now that she's starting to care about her looks, she doesn't dare eat too many sweets anymore. Xueling laughed softly. I loved sweets as a kid too. But back then, money was tight. Dad was just starting his business, and Mom was always busy earning extra money. We barely had enough for 3 meals, let alone candy. Lucky for you, or you'd have had a mouthful of cavities, Chung Tianyuan said quietly. Last time I took Xiaoxin and Xiaochong to the dentist, I had a filling myself. I've already had 2 cavities. Ha ha! Xueling laughed. Who would have thought? You'd better brush well. Maybe because he grew up in the countryside, Chung Tianyuan only brushed his teeth in the morning, not before bed. Because of this, Xueling often reminded him that he should brush both morning and night, and ideally after meals, especially after eating sweets. At first, Chung Tianyuan didn't take it seriously, but after being influenced by her, the two of them eventually got into the habit of brushing together. You were too slow to catch on. Your teeth already started to rot, Xueling said proudly, lifting her chin. I don't have any cavities, so be jealous. Chung Tianyuan laughed and pointed ahead. There's a spicy food restaurant over there. Want to eat? No, Xueling shook her head. Maybe it's age, but I don't like eating a lot of meat every meal anymore. I'd rather eat lighter, more vegetables. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment, then looked across the street. There's a Cantonese restaurant over there. Let's go. Cantonese food is always lighter and it tastes good. Great, Xueling agreed immediately. I love Cantonese food. Just talking about it makes me hungry. Hand in hand, they crossed the street and headed to the restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and ate slowly. It was already past 8, so the restaurant wasn't busy. They chatted as they ate, and soon were full. Chung Tianyuan went to the front to pay. Xueling took out her phone to check her messages. Suddenly, her phone rang. The unexpected call startled her. Seeing it was her father, she quickly answered. Ling, why aren't you home yet? Your third uncle suddenly fainted and was taken to the hospital. Uncle Jillian and I are on our way to the People's Hospital. You and Tianyuan come quickly. Oh? Okay, Xueling agreed at once. She rushed out and saw Chung Tianyuan putting away his wallet and quickly pulled him toward Ronghua Mall. They hadn't gone far, so after turning a corner, they soon reached the mall. Chung Tianyuan said, I have the keys. Let's go to the parking lot. A short while later, they drove out of the parking lot and headed to the People's Hospital. Xueling called home. Soon, her mother answered. I don't really know what happened. Earlier, Asheng called, then Acheng called too. It sounded like they were arguing about the old courtyard house. Then suddenly they said your third uncle fainted. Xueling frowned. We're almost at the hospital. Mom, have the kids go to bed early. Don't let them stay up. Okay. Ranran just got back and is showering. Yang Yang went to bed. Xiaoxin and Xiaochong are watching TV in the living room. I'll send them to bed soon. Xueling hung up. Chung Tianyuan comforted her quietly. Your third uncle's been in good spirits lately. Maybe he was just upset. He'll be fine. but if something does happen, we have to accept it. He's 100 years old. No one can stay healthy forever. She Ling sighed and nodded. I saw a public service ad yesterday. It said that in middle age you have elders above and children below, and it's not easy. Another hard truth is that we're at the age where we start losing people. Many things and people will slowly leave our lives. Her third uncle's health had declined over the past 2 years, and everyone felt sad, but they had to face reality. For the past 2 years, the New Year's ancestor worship had been led by her father, not her third uncle. No one said it out loud, but everyone understood. Half an hour later, they arrived at the emergency building of the People's Hospital. Her father came out to meet them, frowning. They resuscitated him and he's stable for now, he's on an IV. But Ah Huan said his pulse and blood pressure are low, which isn't a good sign. Chung Tianyuan saw his father-in-law's red eyes and knew he must have cried, so he supported his arm. Dad, don't worry. Third uncle will get through this. Her father-in-law choked up. It's a sin. He fainted from anger. She Ling frowned. What happened? Who would upset him at a time like this? He's been half paralyzed for 2 years. Who would be so heartless to upset an old man? Who else? Her father said angrily. Your 2 aunts-in-law were arguing, wanting the old man to move out of the courtyard house. That area is being redeveloped, and all the old houses nearby have been sold to developers. Only your third uncle's 2 courtyard houses haven't been sold. The developers approached Ah Sheng and Ah Chung, and they were tempted, but your third uncle refused, saying it's ancestral property and can't be sold. Besides, if they sell, where would he live? But Ah Sheng and Ah Chung's wives insisted on selling for a high price, even saying that after selling, they'd send the old man to a nursing home or buy him a small place. After hearing that, your third uncle was so angry he fainted. She Ling was speechless. What are they thinking? Upsetting an old man at his age? Her father said angrily, if they had any sense, they wouldn't have made him so angry he ended up in the hospital. How many years does he have left? Another 100? Is that possible? Can't they just let him live out his last years in peace? When he's gone, do they think the courtyard will be split among others? It'll all go to their 2 families anyway. Dad, don't get too worked up. She Ling quickly soothed him. If you get too upset, your blood pressure will go up. You need to take care of yourself. As a half-outsider, Chung Tianyuan didn't say much. Yes, Dad. Don't be angry. Let's go see third uncle. He's inside, her father said with a sigh. I'll take you in. He's not awake yet. The 3 of them hurried into the elevator and went straight to the 5th floor. She's father explained. Ah Huan said the 5th floor is the quietest, and there's a deluxe ward. He specially arranged it for third brother. Chung Tianyuan said quietly, it's good to have connections. Third uncle worked at the People's Hospital for years, so of course the hospital will look after him a bit. Sigh. She's father couldn't help but complain. But in the end, when you're old, you still rely on family. Third brother never needed his children to take care of him, only started needing help with meals last year. Judging by his condition, he probably doesn't have much time left. Why can't they just let him go in peace? Dad, She Ling said softly, don't get carried away. Third uncle's health isn't that bad yet. Not far off, She's father sighed. After being so upset, he's weak as can be. If it were my own nephew or niece, I might have hit them. But since it's my nephew's wives, all I can do is scold them. What else can I do? Don't be angry, Chung Tianyuan said quietly. Dad, you can't get too worked up. Third uncle still needs you to help take care of him, so you have to look after yourself first. The elevator doors opened. As soon as they did, they heard 2 sharp female voices arguing, loud and shrill, so familiar that She Ling frowned. Even with the old man in the hospital, those 2 aunts-in-law still couldn't keep quiet. She's father's face darkened. The 2 women stopped arguing, their eyes darting away, and each sat back down on the bench in the hallway. She Chang quickly stood up to greet them. Chung Tianyuan exchanged polite greetings. She's father ignored them and went straight into the ward. Inside, She Jilian and She Huan were keeping watch. The old man lay unconscious in bed, hooked up to an IV, with several machines beeping beside him. Xie Huan explained quietly. Same as before. He probably won't wake up until tomorrow. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Are you on duty tonight? No. Xie Huan replied softly. I was at the pharmaceutical factory. Dad called, so I rushed over. My shift is tomorrow afternoon, so I'm free tonight and this afternoon. Xue Jilian rubbed his temples, exhausted. Earlier I was really scared, panicked for a moment. Now that I think about it, I'm still shaken. The eldest brother in the family had almost passed away. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Xie's father's eyes were red as he stepped forward and held the old man's spotted hand. Third brother, didn't you say you still wanted to play a few more games of chess with me and Zillion? You have to wake up soon. We're waiting for you. The old man slept deeply, showing no reaction. Xie's father began to cry, sobbing. The other's eyes reddened as well. After a while, Xie's father wiped his tears. Lingling, go find Chang and Sheng. Tell them, whatever price the developer offers for the courtyard, I'll pay the same. The courtyard has an old property deed, and it's in third brother's name, not theirs. As long as third brother is alive, it's not their place to sell it. Dad, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, don't get angry and don't be impulsive. Brother Sheng and Brother Chang are honest people. We're all family. It wouldn't look good if things got ugly. Xie Huan's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Xie's father shook his head. Tianyuan, you don't understand. All they see now is money, nothing else. They must be tempted or they wouldn't let their wives make a scene in front of the old man. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. I know how these things go. Xue Ling frowned and said quietly, Don't worry. I'll buy it. Go, right now, Xie's father said sternly. Buy it. Let third brother live there for the rest of his days. We can't let his favorite courtyard be sold off and torn down. Okay. Xue Ling turned and left the ward. Outside, only the three of them remained, no sign of Xie Sheng. Xie Chang forced a smile. Sis, have a seat and rest. The two aunts-in-law, both in their 60s or 70s, looked like typical old ladies, plump and round. They were still glaring at each other, but neither dared offend Xue Ling. Everyone knew she was the wealthiest in the family and also the most generous. She'd bought the old man an imported hospital bed for tens of thousands and an imported wheelchair for over 30,000. If you're going to offend someone, it shouldn't be the god of wealth. They both smiled at Xue Ling and invited her to sit. Xue Ling calmly sat between them and asked, Where's Brother Sheng? I don't see him. He went to pick up Xue Kong, Xue Chang explained. She rushed over when she heard about Dad. Big Brother was afraid she'd get lost, so he went down to meet her at the elevator just as you were coming up. Xue Ling thought that since Cousin Kong lived nearby, it would only be 10 minutes or so she waited. Her cousin had been promoted to director of the Beijing TV station 2 years ago, a high position, very busy, often traveling for work, and rarely free these days. As a child, she'd spent time studying with third uncle, who had no daughters and treated her like his own. Because of this, she was very close to third uncle. In recent years, as his health declined, she'd visit him whenever she was back in Beijing. If she was away on business, her husband would visit in her place. Just as she was thinking about her, Cousin Kong arrived. She came striding in, dressed in a high-end suit, carrying a small leather bag, looking every bit the successful woman. Xie Sheng trailed behind her. Ling Ling! Xie Kong saw Xie Ling stand up and hurried over. How's third uncle? Xie Ling hesitated, then just held her hand. The eldest aunt quickly smiled. He's fine, just sleeping inside. Xie Ling didn't know how to explain, so she just nodded toward the ward. Everyone's inside. Go take a look. Okay. Xie Kong hurried in. Xie Ling helped the out-of-breath Xie Sheng to a seat. Thank you, Xue Sheng said, frowning. Sorry to worry everyone. When the old man fainted, we were all scared. Xue Ling kept her face calm, not wanting to be too harsh, even though they were the same generation, but he was old enough to be her elder. Big brother, second brother, both sisters-in-law, I heard the demolition situation is complicated. Why don't you tell me about it? I've always liked third uncle's courtyard. The two aunts glanced at each other, then quickly looked away in annoyance. The second aunt was about to speak, but her husband glared at her. She Sheng scratched his bald head. Well, the old city's been redeveloped these past few years. There are a dozen new high-rises, new shops, wider roads. It's all much nicer. This year, a developer came and bought up the whole area, planning to build a luxury villa complex. All the other houses have been sold, except ours and the Lin family next door. Our courtyard is really nice, with a big backyard that connects to the Lins. The developer said the price could be even higher. The Lin family already agreed and is urging us to do the same. But the courtyard belongs to Dad, and he won't agree. We can't say yes. The Lin family is pushing, and our wives got anxious and said some harsh things. Dad couldn't take it and fainted. The eldest sister-in-law chimed in, Lingling, it's not that we're impatient. We're just afraid if we miss this chance, it'll be gone for good. That's right, the second sister-in-law added with a smile. All the neighbors have sold. It's just us and the Lin family left. The developer saw this and raised the price by another 50,000, urging us to decide quickly. If construction starts, we'll miss out. She Ling nodded calmly and asked, How much are they offering? What's the price per square meter? She Chang replied quietly, The two courtyards plus the big yard in the middle make for a pretty large area. Other families got 5,000 per square meter, but we're being offered about 6,000. They said if we sign within a week, they'll give a big lump sum, 2 million flat. This little courtyard was built by Dad when he was young, Shui Sheng said, troubled. He's lived there for decades, through thick and thin. He can't bear to part with it. We brothers were born and raised there too, so we're attached to it. Then why do you want to sell? Shui Ling pressed. Shui Sheng swallowed and explained, All the neighbors have sold. Soon, everyone else will have villas, and by next weekend, construction will start. They'll turn it into a gated community, and we'll be the only two old courtyards left, looking shabby. It's not good. Plus, Shui Fan wants to buy a new house and is short on cash. Your second brother's family also wants to move. There are too many grandkids and it's too crowded. The eldest sister-in-law put on a troubled face and said softly, Lingling, you've always been well off, but you don't know how hard it is for us to live on small salaries. The courtyard is warm in winter and cool in summer, and it faces south, but it's just too old. The family property is split between our two families, and each half is only a few dozen square meters. Not enough for us. Plus, the old house needs to be torn down and rebuilt, which costs a lot. We've thought it over, and this is the best option. The second sister-in-law sighed. We don't have enough space and no extra money to rebuild. Besides, young people all want apartments now. They think gated communities are safer and more modern and don't like old houses. You know Dad's health. We're not saying we won't care for him. If we sell, we'll send him to the best nursing home. With the money, we can pick any place we want, right? Lingling, you're used to living in the luxurious Ronghua Mall, Shui Sheng said with a forced smile. You probably look down on our old small courtyard. That's not fair, the second sister-in-law said with a laugh. Little sister has good taste. She could buy it and turn it into a villa. People love big villas these days. Exactly, the eldest sister-in-law agreed. Soon the area will be full of villas and it'll fit right in. If we sold to someone else, Dad would never agree. But if we sell to you, he'd probably say yes. He loves you younger ones the most, especially you and Kong. Shui Ling just smiled and said gently, Land in the capital is getting more expensive every year. More people, less land, higher prices. Big brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. The courtyard may be old, but it has character. If I were you, I'd never want to sell. The two brothers exchanged a helpless smile. They were born and raised there, just like their father, and were reluctant to part with it. But now their children were grown and needed homes and money, and their pensions just couldn't keep up with the high housing prices. Other than trading the old for the new, there really was no other way. She Sheng mumbled, The place my wife and I live in is a small apartment from my work unit, only about 60 square meters, and it's old. Plus, it's not ours to sell. I don't want to sell, but there's no other way. We don't have a choice either. The second sister-in-law sighed. The young people are all at work, and we help with the grandkids. There are so many of them, all squeezed into one apartment. In winter it's okay, but in June it's like a steamer. Sheling smiled. So the four of you have all agreed to sell the courtyard? They all gave embarrassed smiles. Little sister, the developer wants to buy everything at once, and the price is so high. If we miss this, there won't be another chance. The area's been expanded. More people are moving in. It used to be remote, but now it's not a great location anymore. We both need new homes, and it's a waste for Dad to live alone in such a big place. He needs care now, and a nursing home would be better. They're professionals, better than us old folks. Sheling lowered her eyes, swallowing a trace of bitterness. Big brother, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, my dad and I both love the courtyard. We've been looking for a place to move since traffic in the city center is always bad. Plus, the old man loves gardening, and it's a good way for him to pass the time. If it were just third uncle's courtyard, it'd be a bit small. If I could buy both his and the Lin families together, that would be perfect. Like you said, if you sell to someone else, third uncle would never agree. But if you sell to me, he'd probably say yes. And I'll renovate the courtyard but won't destroy the traditional architecture. If third uncle knows, he won't feel so bad. Really? That's great. Wait, little sister. The Lin family said it has to be 2 million. Even though you're family, I doubt they'll go cheaper. Sheling smiled. Sister-in-law, just tell the Lin family I'm willing to add 80,000 for good luck. Think of it as a big red envelope for both families. Wow, that's wonderful. I'll call the Lin family right now. Sheling nodded. Okay, once the agreement is signed, I'll pay 30% up front and the rest after the transfer. I have a professional team for this, so it'll be much faster than using an outside agent. Great. I knew little sister was easy to talk to, so understanding. Exactly. Sheling turned to her eldest cousin. Ah Huan said third uncle is very weak and shouldn't be moved for now. It's not the right time to send him to a nursing home. We're not in a hurry to move in, so once he's better, let him go back to the courtyard. He's used to living there. Moving him now would be hard. Xue Sheng blinked in surprise and swallowed. Well, sorry. Sheling shook her head. Don't worry, I'll have my friends handle the transfer and payment as quickly as possible. Third uncle can keep living there. We're in no rush. Okay, Xue Sheng said awkwardly. The two sisters-in-law went downstairs to make calls and soon came back smiling. The Lin family agreed right away. They've already moved to the new district and their old courtyard is falling apart. They're eager to sell. If they can get an extra 40,000, they're thrilled. They said we can sign the contract tomorrow. Sheling felt a bit dizzy. All right, I'll contact my friends soon. Just then, the door opened. Xie Kong's face looked worried as she called out, Come in, quick! Third uncle wants to see you. Everyone was startled and hurried into the hospital room. Xue Huan stood by the monitors, frowning and speaking softly. Third uncle is awake, but very weak. Xie Kong reminded them again. He seems to want to see you all. He was murmuring your names. Dad! Xue Sheng and Xue Chang rushed to his bedside, one on each side, anxiously watching him and calling, Dad? Third uncle slowly opened his eyes, his gaze moving sluggishly as if searching for someone. Dad, what do you want to say? Xue Sheng asked anxiously. Are you feeling unwell? Xue's father squeezed in and gently pushed them aside. Third brother, we're all here. Don't force yourself to talk. If you can't, just rest and close your eyes. You need to save your strength. Third uncle opened his mouth and after a long while finally managed to speak. Ah Sheng, they want to sell the courtyard. Xue's father's face was stern as he nodded heavily. I already know. Don't worry, we won't let them sell the courtyard recklessly. I've discussed it with Lingling, she'll buy it, and you can keep living there. Xue Jilian added, Don't worry. That place was passed down from our ancestors. We can't bear to part with it, and neither can you. Lingling will buy it, but it'll still be in the family. You don't have to worry. Hearing this, third uncle quickly closed his mouth, seeming to relax, and then gave a faint nod. Xue Kong said softly, Third uncle agrees. When he'd woken up confused, He'd been muttering, "Ah Sheng, Ah Chang," so she thought he wanted to see his sons and hurried out to find them. But it turned out he just wanted to tell his brothers that his sons were planning to sell the courtyard. She's father, eyes red, gripped the old man's hand tightly. "I'm a good few years older than Jillian, and I was lucky to enjoy some of the family's good fortune. Back then our family had a big house in the capital, a bank, and even farmland, and a small ranch in the suburbs. Later, disaster struck. Our eldest and second brothers died, and only third brother stayed in the capital, telling us all to scatter. The big house was confiscated, the farmland and ranch lost, and even the rented shops were taken. Third brother was homeless at first, sleeping wherever he could. Then he discovered the Xue family still had a small abandoned storeroom that hadn't been taken. He was so happy he fixed it up and made it his home. Third brother had medical skills, so he soon didn't have to worry about food. The storeroom, once dilapidated, gradually improved. He fixed the roof so it didn't leak, replaced the windows so it wasn't drafty, made a little table and chairs, and even a bed. He wrote to me saying that what our ancestors left us, we must pass on. Whether it's family tradition or virtue, we must cherish it. He said that in his hardest times, the ancestors still left him a place to stay, and he was truly grateful. Later, third brother bought a small house behind the storeroom and built the courtyard, turning it into a small clinic to earn a living. Life became more stable. That's when he saved up, married, and had 2 children. Later, he became a doctor at the People's Hospital, got a dorm, and eventually a house. But he always insisted on living in the courtyard because that was his root and the start of his new life. To him, that courtyard means everything. When my business stabilized, I wanted to buy him a house. Back then, houses in the capital weren't expensive, but he refused, saying he didn't lack money for a house. He couldn't bear to leave the courtyard. He wanted to live there his whole life. He said it was left by our ancestors for us and we must treasure it. At this, Xue's father glared at Xue Sheng and Xue Chang. "Your father is in this state and you still dare talk about selling the courtyard? Remember, that's not just any house, it's one of the Xue family's ancestral properties. Apart from the old house that's now the ancestral hall, this is the only property left from our ancestors. How can you even think of selling it?" The 2 brothers hung their heads in shame, not daring to look up. Their wives didn't dare speak, hiding behind them. Cheng Tianyuan, seeing the awkwardness, gently pulled his father-in-law's arm. "Dad, don't get upset. Let's talk things over calmly. Brother Sheng and Brother Chang probably just acted on impulse. Your blood pressure is high. You really can't get too worked up." Xue's father took a deep breath and said, "Do whatever Lingling discussed with you. But from now on, don't mention selling the house in front of third brother." "We understand," the 2 brothers mumbled. Xue's father, feeling dizzy, sat down holding his head. Cheng Tianyuan quickly helped him out to the open hallway. Xue Huan checked third uncle's blood pressure, then hurried out. Xue Zhilian waved his hand and said quietly, "No need for so many people here. The daughters-in-law can go home. Kong, Lingling, it's late. You should go too. Don't worry, we're here." "No rush," Xue Kong said, pulling Xue Ling to sit. "With third uncle like this, I won't be able to sleep anyway. I want to stay with him a while longer." Xue Sheng and the others filed out. A while later, the 2 sisters-in-law left as well. Xue Ling half closed the door and asked quietly, "Kong, have you been busy lately?" "There's never a time I'm not busy," Xue Kong said with a wry smile. "Life doesn't let you rest." Xue Ling asked, "Your daughter graduated, right? I remember she studied abroad for years." "She graduated," Xue Kong explained. "After her PhD, she stayed at a big law firm. She's buying a big house now, and her dad and I helped her a lot. She's grown up, but still gives us headaches. She's 30 and doesn't want to get married. She says she wants a big house so we can live with her in the future." Xue Ling shook her head and smiled wryly. "Young people's thinking, we can't keep up." "I regret it," Xue Kong sighed. "She studied abroad too long and her values are so different now. She's always been strong-willed, not a trace of girlish gentleness or patience. That's headache enough. Now the worst is, she doesn't want to date or marry. Her dad and I want grandkids, but she doesn't even want to find a man. We try to persuade her, but she's too independent. She won't listen. They'd thought foreign education would be good, so they sent her abroad. Her husband was always busy and left the decisions to her. So she sent her daughter overseas, hoping she'd learn and grow. Who knew she'd stay so long? She'd forgotten all the old traditions and values. Shueling said softly, "Take it slow. 30 is still young, no need to rush. Maybe when she sees her friends getting married, she'll change her mind. If you and your husband don't go live with her, she might get lonely in that big house and change her mind soon." "I hope so," Shuekong said helplessly. "They say parents and children owe each other from a past life. I think that's true." Xueling looked at third uncle lying in bed and couldn't help but sigh. Even though Shuekong didn't know all the details, after hearing what Shue's father said earlier, she understood what was going on. "Lingling, you've decided to buy the little courtyard?" "Yes," Xueling replied softly. "It was my dad's idea. Since it's our Xue family's ancestral property, selling it to me means it's still in the family. Third uncle would agree? If it were sold to someone else, he'd never be able to accept it." "That's right," Shuekong said, her face serious. "The place was passed down from our ancestors, and third uncle rebuilt it into the little courtyard. If our cousin sold it, he'd feel he'd let the ancestors down. That's why the old man was so strongly opposed, even getting so angry he collapsed." Xueling said quietly, "Luckily, this is something money can solve, but with third uncle like this, even money might not." From Ah Huan's expression and third uncle's frail state, it was clear he didn't have much time left. "Sigh," Shuekong sighed softly. "We're all pretty well off, so if money can solve it, it doesn't feel like a big problem. The worst is when money can't help. The most painful thing in life is parting by death." To her, third uncle was like a father. Seeing him like this, she couldn't bear to leave. "I'll take half a month off from work starting tomorrow. I want to spend more time with third uncle while I can." Shueling's eyes flickered, then she nodded. "If you can get time off, then spend it with him? It's always a regret when you want to care for your elders but can't. You've always been the most filial to third uncle. I understand how you feel." Shuekong leaned back in her chair, exhaling tiredly. "I've been so busy these years I haven't been able to look after him. Luckily, my husband has stayed in the capital and can help with the family. When I'm busy, he visits third uncle for me, but he's a bit careless. Sometimes what he buys isn't suitable. Last time he went to several pharmacies to buy a ginseng root, but third uncle wouldn't take it, saying it wasn't good for his health." Xueling couldn't help but laugh softly. He probably thinks picking something expensive and good is always right. Men are usually less attentive than women. "Your Ayuan isn't like that." Shuekong nodded toward Cheng Tianyuan, who was with Xue's father. "He's very considerate of elders. Third uncle always said he's a steady, caring family man." "He's a special case," Xueling giggled. "He's good both at home and out in the world." "Impressive." Shuekong laughed too. "You're the luckiest." Xueling shook her head. "Your husband's not bad either. He's a big shot." Shuekong was amused. "He does make me proud. I'll retire in 2 or 3 years, but he can keep working. When he's too tired, he'll step back. Right now, our biggest worry is our daughter overseas. Her dad wants her to come back, but she refuses, and they're at odds. I'm stuck in the middle."
Zheling thought for a moment. "Sis, to be honest, living abroad is a different culture. Even if you retire and go there, it'll be hard to adapt. We're all born and raised here. Our language, culture, and habits are deeply rooted. You're still healthy now, and don't need your daughter to care for you. But what if you get sick? When you're old and frail, that's when you need your children most. If her life and work are abroad, how can she take care of you? Raising children doesn't guarantee support in old age, but at the end, we all hope our children will be there for us, right?" Shuekong smiled. "I've thought about that too. I really hope she comes back. She's our only child, and I don't want an empty house. Plus, with how well things are going in China, with her education and skills, she could contribute a lot.
I don't expect her to be rich, just to be useful to society and the country. I used to support her, but now I've changed my mind. We can help her buy a big house, but she has to come back for a while. If she experiences the new capital, maybe she'll want to stay." "That would be great," Xueling smiled. "When she comes, if she's unsure, bring her to me. I'll show her around. Maybe it'll help." "That would be wonderful," Xue Kong said. "I always tell her you're the most business savvy in the family. She should learn from you." Xue Ling shook her head. "You flatter me." The two sisters chatted quietly for a while. Just then, Xue Huan came over with an elderly doctor who nodded to them and quickly entered the ward. Xue's father wanted to follow, but Cheng Tianyuan stopped him. "Dad, let me go in. Ah Huan probably called the old doctor to help." Xue's father, still weak after the shock, nodded. "All right, go see. Tell the doctor third uncle hasn't eaten much today." Cheng Tianyuan agreed and hurried in. Xue Ling and Xue Kong had already entered and waited in the corner. The two older cousins stood by the bed, watching their father anxiously. The room was quiet, tense. The old doctor examined him, listened to his heart, and watched the monitors for a long time, then finally walked out with a serious face. Xue Huan hurried after him, everyone following anxiously. The old doctor stopped, looked at Xue Huan, and shook his head with a sigh. Xue Huan's eyes reddened as he choked out, "Director, is there nothing you can do? Please try everything." The old director murmured, "The old gentleman's lamp is nearly out. He probably has only 2 or 3 days left." What? Everyone was stunned. They'd expected he might not have long, but never thought it would be so soon. 2 or 3 days. Only 2 or 3 days left. Xue Kong swayed, tears in her eyes. But he was still in good spirits not long ago. How could this be? Please, try something. Any medicine, as long as it works. She'd give everything she had to save third uncle. Anything, as long as he could be saved. The old director slowly shook his head. He's always been strong, but everyone's life has a limit. How many people in the world are as blessed as he is? I understand how you feel, but no matter what we do, any medicine would only be a fleeting illusion, and might even make him suffer more. It's better to let things take their course and let him go peacefully." He gave Xue Huan a comforting look and left. Xue Kong and Xue Ling both broke down in tears. Xue Sheng and Xue Chang crouched down, sobbing quietly. Cheng Tianyuan, not caring about anything else, rushed to support his father-in-law. Xue's father wept, shaking his head. Xue Jilian, eyes red, held his older brother's hand, tears streaming down. The hospital corridor was quiet, filled only with the sound of soft sobbing. The night was dark, the cold wind biting, stinging faces and hearts alike. After the bad news, everyone was heartbroken. They couldn't eat or sleep, lost in grief. Xue Sheng and his brother stayed by their father's side, calling all their children to come to the hospital to see their grandfather one last time, and to bring the great-grandchildren so they could call out great-grandpa a few more times, hoping to give the old man a bit more happiness. Xue's father and mother were both there, wiping away tears. Cheng Tianyuan was constantly coming and going, pouring water for everyone, helping with meals. At the Mingshu group, meetings were one after another, but Xue Ling was in such a bad mood that she scolded all the executives and stormed out. She told her in-laws to take care of the house and the kids, and to come to the hospital to see third uncle as much as possible. Xue Kong was in tears, devastated. Her husband also came, held third uncle's hand and called out to him, but third uncle could only blink. He could no longer speak. Xue Kong broke down in her husband's arms, saying that third uncle had raised her for many years and was like a father to her. She insisted on wearing mourning clothes and leading the funeral rites for him. Her husband sighed and nodded, gently telling her he'd support her in everything, but also urging her not to be too sad. After all, third uncle was already very old, and no matter how much you love someone, you can't keep them forever. Xue Huan and Xue Heng each brought their children to say goodbye to third uncle. The old man could only mumble weakly, unable to respond. A day later, third uncle passed away in the hospital. Everyone was overwhelmed with grief. Because third uncle was a highly respected figure in the medical community in the capital and even neighboring provinces, the hospital's senior leadership decided to hold a memorial service for him, scheduled for 2 days later. Xue's father was so heartbroken he fell ill. Renan took leave from work and rushed home to help take care of his grandfather. Cheng Tianyuan didn't dare go to work, staying by his father-in-law's bedside at all times. Xue Huan brought medicine and gave him 2 IV drips, and finally, the old man's spirits improved. "Uncle, the departed are gone and we can't keep them. You need to take care of yourself. Third uncle always valued his health. If he knew you made yourself sick with grief, he wouldn't be happy even in the afterlife." Xue's mother choked up. "Did you hear that? You have to get better soon. We still need your help at the memorial." Cheng Huanran helped his grandfather sit up and gave him a sip of water. Xue Wu sighed. "I'm fine, just weak." Cheng Tianyuan helped him put on a coat and said gently, "Dad, come out and eat something. Walk around a bit and you'll feel better. You've only had a couple bowls of porridge in 2 days, no wonder you're weak." "Oh, okay," Xue Wu replied softly. "I'll eat, at least a little." Cheng Tianyuan told his son, "Bring in the stew from the kitchen." "Okay," Renan ran out. Xue Huan said quietly, "Brother-in-law, take good care of uncle. The hospital is busy. I have to get back." "Of course," Cheng Tianyuan said apologetically. "Sorry to make you run back and forth." "Don't mention it," Xue Huan replied. "My brother and dad are helping with the memorial. I'll come by after work." "Lingling and Kong are there too," said Cheng Tianyuan. "When dad feels better, I'll take him over." Xue Huan nodded and left. Just then, Cheng Muhai came in. Seeing that Xue's father was feeling better, he finally relaxed. "Ah Wu, we've lived most of our lives. We have to accept life and death." Xue's father gave a bitter smile. "He was my only brother left. Of course I'm sad, I wish I could let go, but I just can't." Cheng Muhai sat beside him. "I talked with Ah Yuan's mom. We'll definitely go to the memorial tomorrow. We've known third brother for so many years. It's hard to say goodbye." "Good," Xue's father nodded. "Let's all go together." Cheng Huanran brought in a bowl of bird's nest soup. "Grandpa, I didn't add much sugar. It's just a little sweet." Xue's father took it and ate slowly. Cheng Tianyuan stepped up to help hold the bowl. "Dad, let me feed you." No. Xue's father shook his head. "Ah, Yuan, tomorrow's Saturday. The kids—" "They'll all go," Cheng Tianyuan said. "They have to say goodbye to their great-uncle." Xue's father's eyes grew moist. "Yes, they all have to say goodbye. After that, we'll never see him again." All right, Xue's mother urged. "Don't talk so much. Finish your soup. It's getting cold outside, so stay in and don't go for a walk tonight." Xue's father obediently listened. Xue's mother went to the kitchen. Liu Ying was picking vegetables and asked, "Haitang, is Ah Wu feeling better?" "He's fine," Xue's mother replied. "If he eats more, he'll feel better." Liu Ying peeked out. "Haitang, have you seen Ah Chun lately?" "Oh," Xue's mother explained. "Duoduo's job offer has come through. She'll be working at the airport. Datong's wife just had a big baby boy, so she called Ah Chun. Duoduo took Ah Chun to visit them. Ah Chun came by a couple days ago, but I forgot to mention it. Duoduo starts work next week, but she'll be back Sunday morning." "No problem," Liu Ying said happily. "Datong has a big baby boy, that's wonderful." Xue's mother sighed. If old Zheng were still alive, he'd be so happy. Zheng Sanyuan loved children. He always smiled when he saw them. Sadly, he didn't live long enough to see his grandson. Liu Ying shook her head. "That's just how life is. Some people are lucky and live to 80 or 90. Some aren't and only make it to 60 or 70 or even younger. Someone like third uncle living so long is rare. He was truly blessed." Xue's mother nodded. "That's true." Liu Ying's eyes flickered. "As for children and grandchildren, they have their own fates. We can't control everything." She knew how third uncle ended up in the hospital. Xue's mother sighed. "I really don't understand what they were thinking. The old man was half paralyzed and they still couldn't keep the peace? Those 2 sisters-in-law have been fighting for years, always making the old man upset. If not for them, he would have had a peaceful life. With his high pension and so many students, he was respected everywhere. No one really has a peaceful life, Liu Ying said. Every family has its troubles. She thought of her own daughter and grumbled, "If that girl could let me worry less, I'd have nothing to complain about." She's mother remembered something. "By the way, did you tell her about third uncle?" "Yes," Liu Ying replied. Yuan already told her. She has to go to the memorial tomorrow, at least to lay a flower and bow to the old man. Shua's mother sighed. After tomorrow, we'll never see him again. Just then, someone called from outside. "Aunt, uncle." It was Zheng Xiaoyi. Xue's mother looked out and saw her waiting at the door with Xiao Yue. Xiao Yue ran in excitedly, calling, "Great-grandpa! Great-grandma!" Xue's mother quickly took his hand. "Xiao Yi, come in." Zheng Xiaoyi gave a wry smile. "Aunt, I'm here to ask for your help." Zheng Xiaoyi hurriedly said, "The department just called. There's a premature pregnant woman in the ER who may need an emergency C-section. The doctor on duty is still in surgery, so I have to rush back and prep for the operation. Xiao Yue..." "I'll watch him," Xue's mother interrupted immediately. "You go do your work." Zheng Xiaoyi apologized. "My mother-in-law was supposed to help, but Zhao Han had a fever last night and still has a low-grade one now. With the flu going around, I can't let them be together." "It's fine. Xiao Yue can stay here," Xue's mother said. "We have clothes for him to change into. If you can't make it back tonight, I'll have him sleep here." "Thank you, Aunt." Zheng Xiaoyi told her son to behave, then rushed off. Liu Ying brought a bowl of soup from the kitchen and set it on the coffee table. "Xiao Yue, here's some pork rib soup for you. It's just the right temperature. Drink it yourself." Xiao Yue grinned. "Thank you, Grandma." Liu Ying wiped her hands and sighed. "Being a doctor is really busy." She's mother explained, "OBGYN isn't as flexible as Huan's job. At least he can schedule shifts. He's also been working part-time at the pharmaceutical company these years. Otherwise, he'd have no time for Xiao Yue at all." Liu Ying said, "You watch Xiao Yue. I'll check on Zhao Han. She wouldn't eat porridge at lunch, so I'll bring her some soup and see if she'll have it." "Go ahead," Xue's mother replied. A while later, Liu Ying returned. "That child can't eat. She's listless and has no energy." Xue's mother said quietly, "Have Yuan call her mom and ask her to come see her daughter. It's been days, hasn't it? She hasn't even come by. When a child is sick, she wants her mom most." Liu Ying nodded and went to call Yuan. But soon, Cheng Tianyuan came back, troubled. She didn't answer. I called 3 times, but the calls just disconnected. Liu Ying was angry and started cursing. "That girl! Who knows where she's running off to all day? What's the point of buying a phone? You can never reach her. Doesn't she care about her daughter? Zhao Han's had a high fever and hasn't eaten for 2 days. What kind of mother is that?" Cheng Tianyuan's face was cold and silent. Renan muttered, "Aunt really is something. Grandma, Grandpa, next time she comes, you should ask where she lives. Even if you can't reach her by phone, at least you'll know where to find her." Chung Muhai frowned and sighed. "Enough. Stop yelling. Isn't this house troubled enough? The child's sick. Just help take care of her. When her mom comes back, don't waste words. Just give her a good scolding. Why get so worked up?" Liu Ying hung her head and said nothing more. She's mother didn't speak either, but went back to her room to be with her husband. Early the next morning, Xue Ling's family went to the memorial. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying bowed, then stood aside. Xue Ling brought her children to bow, then told Cheng Tianyuan to take the elders and kids home. "I'll stay with my parents. You all go ahead." Cheng Tianyuan nodded and left with his parents and the children. Xue Ling saw Xue Kong sitting alone in a corner, wearing dark glasses, her face pale as paper, wiping away tears. Xue Ling sighed, poured a cup of warm water, and brought it over. "Sis, don't be too sad. Have some water." Xue Kong took it and thanked her. I know the dead are gone, and grief can't bring third uncle back, but I just can't help it." Xue Ling sighed softly. He'll be cremated this evening. The two sat in silence, lost in grief. After a while, the two sisters-in-law came over. Both were in mourning clothes, their round figures almost comical. Schelling was surprised. The two had been at odds for decades. According to third uncle, they fought every time they met, even ending up in the hospital after a brawl once. She never expected they'd make peace now. Was it because of third uncle's passing? As she wondered, the eldest sister-in-law forced a smile and said quietly, "Ling, we have something to discuss with you." The second sister-in-law smiled ingratiatingly. Xue Kong took off her glasses and asked, "Do I need to step out?" No, the eldest sister-in-law said awkwardly. "You're both family. No need to avoid anyone." So Xue Kong stayed. The second sister-in-law sat beside Xue Ling and lowered her voice. "Lingling, the Lin family called earlier, very anxious, saying the developer's offer is getting better and better. They're offering even more money." Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and said calmly, "Sister-in-law, we already agreed. Didn't you confirm with the Lin family the other day? The original price plus 2 big red envelopes. We just haven't signed the contract yet because of third uncle's passing." "I?" The eldest sister-in-law looked troubled. "Why did the old man have to go at such a time? The developer is pushing hard, saying the money's ready and they'll pay as soon as we agree. Lingling, we're family. We won't raise the price on you. But the Lin family is different. Their old courtyard is right there. They want to sell. In business, whoever offers more gets it. When they heard your offer, they agreed. But as soon as the developer heard, they offered another 100,000, 20,000 more than you." The second sister-in-law gave an embarrassed smile. "A difference of 100,000 versus 80,000 means they get 10,000 more. Plus the developer will cover all the transfer and tax fees, which is several thousand more. All told, the developer's offer is much higher." Xue Kong, listening, said seriously, "Sister-in-law, once you've agreed, you shouldn't go back on your word. We're about to sign the contract. How can you raise the price now? We're all adults, and you've been elders for decades. You should know what it means to keep a promise. How can you act like children and not keep your word? People care about face, but when it comes to money and power, many don't care about face at all." The eldest sister-in-law quickly shook her head. "It's not us. We'd never do that, right? It's the Lin family. They said unless you match the developer's price, they won't agree. We tried to persuade them, but they don't know you well, so it's hard to talk sentiment." "Exactly." The second sister-in-law looked pained. "We tried so hard to talk them out of it, told them not to agree to the developer. Lingling, you do big business. Millions are nothing to you. Surely a few thousand more isn't a problem, right?" "Of course not," the eldest sister-in-law chimed in. "You have so much property. Tens of thousands is nothing, let alone a few thousand." Having done business for over 20 years, Xue Ling had seen all kinds of people, so she remained calm after hearing all this. But Xue Kong couldn't hold back, raising her voice. "Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, how can you say that? The other side wants to back out and raise the price, and you're going along with it? Have you thought about it? The majority of that courtyard is our ancestral storeroom. It belongs to the whole Zhe family." "Yes?" The eldest sister-in-law looked uncomfortable and mumbled, "But that courtyard was built by our father. Think about it, if he hadn't stayed in the capital and looked after that storeroom, there'd be nothing left. Besides, times have changed. That old storeroom would have been gone long ago. The courtyard has a property deed, and it's in our father's name." The second sister-in-law, always sharp-tongued, said shrilly, "Land always returns to its owner. In ancient times, dynasties changed hands, let alone a little plot of land. There are so many Xue family members. Who would have looked after that storeroom? Only our father did. No matter how glorious the Xue family was, no one else kept it. Times change, people change, and now everything has to be done by the book. The deed says it's our father's, so the courtyard is his. Now that he's gone, he only had 2 sons, so naturally it's up to us to decide." Xue Kong's face turned pale with anger. "Lingling already agreed to buy it, and you both agreed. How can you go back on your word with your own family? Is it worth tearing up relationships over a few tens of thousands? Third uncle's body is still there. Would you dare sell the courtyard to someone else? Do you think he would agree? The two sisters-in-law flushed red and white. Little sister, what are you saying? If our father didn't agree, we wouldn't have sold it. And we said we'd sell to you. But the two courtyards are together with a shared yard. The Lin family won't agree. What can we do? Sell half? Lingling, you said yourself it'd be too small, and the developer doesn't want it either. We're family, we know that. But the Lin family saw the higher price and got tempted. What can we do? Exactly. And the contract isn't signed yet, right? When you buy vegetables at the market, as long as you haven't paid, you can still haggle. This is 2 courtyards, over 2 million. Xue Kong was about to retort, but Xue Ling stopped her. She sighed softly and said, Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, I was planning to wait until after third uncle's funeral to sign the contract. My staff already prepared everything. Since things are like this, we can sign now, and I can transfer the money immediately. The eldest sister-in-law grinned. So, what about the price? Xue Ling replied calmly. Of course it's 100,000, and I'll cover all the transfer and tax fees. Originally we agreed on 2 million, with 80,000 as a red envelope for your families. Now it's 100,000, and I'll handle all other costs. That's great, the second sister-in-law beamed. You're so generous, it makes things easy. No one in the world doesn't need money. The Lin family is thrilled to get a bit more. Taxes are expensive too. Xue Ling took out her phone. Contact the Lin family and have them bring all the documents, including the owner's ID. I'll have my staff Liao Zhongyan bring the contract over. They just need to update the amount and print it. It'll be quick. Okay. We'll go find the Lin family right now. The sisters-in-law hurried off, delighted. Xue Kong was furious, rolling her eyes. My God, now I understand why third uncle was driven into the hospital by them. The cousins don't dare say a word, and the sisters-in-law are like demons. Lingling, how can you be so tolerant? The courtyard is nice, but it's old and needs a lot of investment to be livable. That little place for over 2 million. It's too much. Xue Ling sighed softly. I know it's expensive. This is for my dad's sake, so he won't feel bad. And third uncle wouldn't have agreed to sell to anyone else. If he knew in the afterlife, he'd be furious. Why make things worse? Sis, I'm not short a few tens of thousands right now. It's for third uncle and for my dad. Let it go. Xue Kong's eyes reddened, her voice choked. Third uncle isn't even buried, and they're already eager to sell. How can they be like this? The family's ancestral teachings were all about filial piety, but with sisters-in-law like this, Xue Kong was about to explode. Xue Ling was calmer, giving a bitter smile. If they cared about third uncle, they wouldn't have made him so angry he ended up in the hospital. Not long ago he could still sit in a wheelchair. Now he's gone. No matter how blessed, wise, or optimistic the old man was, with daughters-in-law like that and such weak sons, how could he not be angry? Sis, there's no reasoning with people like that. Let's not tell my dad. He'd just get upset again. His blood pressure hasn't been stable these past 2 years. He can't take it. Xue Kong, having weathered many storms, quickly calmed down. Luckily you have money, or the courtyard would have gone to outsiders. She lived on a salary, and though it looked impressive, it was only a little more comfortable than most. Her husband had a good job, but he was always low-key. His car and house were all provided by work. To come up with such a large sum on short notice would have been impossible. Luckily, Lingling was wealthy. Otherwise, they'd never have managed with these greedy relatives. Xue Ling gave a bitter smile, not knowing what else to say. After a while, she called Liao Zhongyan and told him to update the contract and bring it over. Yes, do it right away and bring it over. I'll have Ah Yuan bring the passbook and go to the bank to transfer the money. An hour later, both parties signed the contract. To avoid Xue's father finding out, they didn't sign at the memorial but went to Xue Huan's office. Xue Huan kept a cold face, clearly angry, but since the others were elders, he couldn't say anything and just endured. Liao Zhongyan explained that since tomorrow was the weekend, the transfer would have to wait until Monday. The process would need the other party's cooperation and might take 2 or 3 visits to complete. Both sides agreed. The sisters-in-law were all smiles, overjoyed. Xue Ling sighed, returned to the memorial, and leaned against a pillar, looking at the kind old man in the photo, giving a bitter smile. "Third uncle, don't worry. I did what my dad promised you, and I helped him do it. I promise I won't turn it into a big villa. I'll find the best designer in the capital to rebuild it as a new courtyard. I'll bring my parents to live there, so the Xue family's home will always have Xue family people in it." The old man in the black and white photo still looked kindly and gentle, with a warm, friendly smile. Third uncle's ashes were buried in the cemetery on the outskirts of the city, and everyone gradually left. Xue Sheng and Xue Chang took their wives to the old courtyard house, saying they wanted to sort through third uncle's old books, paintings, and some other belongings. As for the books and paintings, we plan to keep them in the family. As for those old medicinal herbs, we'll try to sell them to pharmacies so people who need them can use them. Xue's father, tired, waved his hand. "You two brothers can discuss it yourselves. No need to tell me. Your father only had you 2 sons. Whatever he had, it could only be left to you." Cheng Tianyuan supported Xue's father and bid them farewell. "I'll take Dad home first." Xue Jilian and his 2 sons lingered behind, talking quietly. Cheng Tianyuan, focused on his father-in-law, left first. Xue Kong and his wife had also come. After bowing to third uncle, they left soon after. Xue Jilian looked around and asked, "Why didn't I see Lingling this morning?" "She caught a cold," Xue Heng explained. "She had a bit of a fever last night and was groggy. Brother-in-law wouldn't let her come." "If she's sick, she needs to rest and recover." Xue Jilian sighed softly. "The dead are gone. Whatever we do now is just for others to see. No matter how grand or solemn the ceremony, it's all for outsiders. It can't change anything. The living still have to go on to live well." Xue Huan's eyes were red. "Dad, let brother take you home. I still have to be on duty at the hospital this afternoon, so I won't be going back. After work, I'll pick up Zhao Yi and head home together." "All right," Xue Jilian nodded. "Go on, get busy." Xue Heng wiped the mud off his shoes and said, "Dad, let's head back. You've been too tired these past couple of days. Haven't slept or eaten well, and you look terrible." The father and son said goodbye to Xue Huan and went their separate ways. Xue Jilian asked, "By the way, is Xiao Han feeling better? I didn't come home last night, and I haven't seen her for 2 days." "She's better," Xue Heng explained. "The doctor said she had some internal heat in her stomach, so she didn't have an appetite. Without eating, her energy was low, so she seemed sickly. After taking medicine yesterday, she managed half a bowl of porridge last night and slept well. She should be fine today." "That's good," said Xue Jilian. "You shouldn't go to work today. Stay home and keep her company." "I can't," Xue Heng smiled wryly. "There's been some trouble on Mingshu's side, and Lingling is overwhelmed. After I take you home, I need to go talk to her. If I have time this afternoon, I'll head over. Even if I can't help much, I should at least show some concern. I can't just ignore it." Xue Jilian frowned. "The child is sick, and your mother is the only one taking care of her. As a father, you can't be so inattentive." "I know," Xue Heng replied weakly. I'm just too busy." Xue Jilian glanced at him but didn't say more. Young people have both elders and children to care for, plus the pressure of work and earning money. It's not that they don't want to spend time with their kids, they really just don't have the time. Like Juan and his wife, they're so busy every day that they're hardly ever seen. Fortunately, Xue Ling's whole family is there to help with the 2 children, otherwise they might have grown up withdrawn. But Xue Heng was already quite content. "Since you and Mom came back, things at home have gotten much easier. With you taking care of Xiao Han and Xiao Yue, we feel much more at ease and not so guilty. Before, we always left them at brother-in-law's house, but now they can be at home." Xue Jilian snorted lightly. "If you feel guilty, you should reflect on how things got to this point." "Huh?" Xue Heng didn't dare say more, for fear of making things worse. Xue Huan, who had left earlier, was already in his car and drove off. Suddenly his phone rang. He glanced at it and quickly pressed speaker. "Hello? Honey? Hubby, where are you now? Is everything done with third uncle?" Xue Huan sighed. "He's been laid to rest. I just parted with Dad and my brother, and I'm heading to the hospital. There are still some medical records from last week that haven't been filed, and I haven't prescribed today's medicine for a few patients. There's a major surgery tomorrow, and I have to meet with colleagues this afternoon to discuss it. I just finished work and I'm exhausted. A woman was in labor all night and just couldn't deliver, so we had to do a C-section. But her family wouldn't cooperate. They refused to sign, saying a C-section would affect her next pregnancy, and if it was a girl, they'd rather not have the baby at all. It made everyone in our department furious. I warned them that if they didn't get her into surgery, both mother and child could be lost, and if they didn't sign, the hospital wouldn't be responsible. A nurse dragged her husband into the delivery room to see what his wife was going through. When he saw her so weak and covered in blood, he was so scared he finally agreed to sign. After the surgery and settling the patient, I finally had time to sit down, have a drink of water, and call you. She Huan chuckled. There are all kinds of people in this world. The more you see, the calmer you get. Just the other day, I had a patient in his 50s who could have survived with surgery, just needed a small stomach tumor removed and a few months of careful recovery. But his family refused, saying the surgery cost too much and they needed the money for their son's wedding. They had the money, but wouldn't spend it on treatment, preferring to let him die. He was only in his 50s, not some frail old man in his 80s or 90s. They were afraid he wouldn't survive the surgery and the money would be wasted. So the family took him home, deciding to let him live as long as he could, rather than waste money on medicine and surgery. Sigh. Being a doctor, it's always hardest to deal with things like this. Xue Huan comforted her. Doctors are supposed to care like parents. It's a lie to say it doesn't hurt, but what can we do? Our own lives are still a bit tight. If I ever have more money, I'll set up a foundation to help patients like this get treatment. I support you, Xue Huan said gently. I'll pick you up after work tonight. Okay, wait. Hubby, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell Sister Ling and her family. Xue Huan asked curiously, What is it? Yesterday afternoon, when I was heading to the OB/GYN department, I happened to pass by orthopedics. Guess who I saw? Xue Huan had no idea. Who? Sister-in-law. Ah Fang. Xue Huan raised his eyebrows in surprise. She was hurt? What happened? I'm not sure. I saw her with her head down and there was a visible bruise on her neck. She was holding a slip and sitting in orthopedics, clearly waiting for the doctor. She seemed to be hiding and I was in a hurry to see a patient. She also looked like she didn't want me to see her, so I didn't go over to say hi. Hubby, do you think I should tell Sister Ling and her family? Ah Fang has been away for a long time and hasn't really come home. If something bad happened to her out there, that would be terrible. We should at least give Ling Ling and her family a heads up. Xue Huan thought for a moment and said quietly, You're right. If it was just a fall or something, it wouldn't have hurt her neck like that. Sister-in-law's injury was probably caused by someone else. If that's the case, we should quietly let Sister Ling know. No matter what, the bigger picture comes first. If it's something minor, they'll respect her privacy and won't say anything. But a woman alone out there is bound to run into trouble. She just divorced Big Brother and has a lot of money with her. If some bad guy gets greedy, the consequences could be unimaginable. But this is no small matter. They can't be careless. At the very least, the family should be mentally prepared. As evening approached, Chung Huanran packed his bag, said goodbye to his grandparents, then went to his other grandparents' room to bid them farewell, and finally headed to Xue Ling's room across the hall. Mom? Mom? Xue Ling's voice came from inside the room. Come in. Chung Huanran pushed open the door, expecting to find his mother lying in bed recovering, but instead she was sitting by the window, drinking water and quietly gazing outside. Mom, are you feeling better? Why aren't you lying down? Are you spacing out? Xue Ling smiled and replied softly, It's just a little cold. Do I really need to stay in bed all the time? It's not a serious illness. I'm still a bit dizzy, so I'm sitting here to get some fresh air and drink some water. Chung Huanran, tall and handsome, leaned in and grinned. Drinking more water is good. You should drink more water when you have a cold. Xue Ling patted his head and asked, What's up? Do you have something to tell me? Did your dad give you this week's meal money? He did? Chung Huanran chuckled. Mom, I talked things through with that girl. Xieling nodded. That's good. Chung Huanran's face flushed slightly as he said in a low voice, I told her that feelings can't be forced and you can't just settle. I only see her as a friend, nothing more, and I hope she finds someone who truly likes and cherishes her. She was really sad and even cried. I told her that after a while she'll forget about me and soon be happy again. Since we never really started, there's nothing to end. She said she understood, and she also wished that I'd find someone I truly like in the future. At first I was a bit embarrassed, but the more I talked, the smoother it got, and I finally got it all sorted out. That vague, uncomfortable feeling weighing on my heart is finally gone. Do you feel better now? Xieling asked. Chung Huanran nodded and smiled. Much better. Xieling couldn't help but ask, what about the girl you like? She and I have interacted in the club. Chung Huanran shrugged. But it's just normal greetings, nothing special. At first, I thought she was really pretty, but after seeing her a few more times, it's just whatever. In my heart, my mom is still the prettiest. Ha-ha, Xieling laughed, ruffling his hair. Not bad. You already know how to make your mom happy. Chung Huanran hugged her neck and said softly, Mom, get some rest. I'm heading back to school. Okay. Xieling smiled. Be careful on the way and don't stay out too late. Chung Huanran opened the door and left. Xieling finished half her glass of water, then went to the living room to pour more. She saw her father sitting by the phone, his face dark and silent, clearly angry. Xieling asked curiously, Dad? What's wrong? Her father closed his eyes wearily and said in a low voice, Nothing. What's going on? Xieling poured some water and set it on the table to cool, then asked, Has Huanran gone back to school? Her father nodded. Liu Ying and Xue's mother were in the kitchen, chatting as they prepared vegetables. Xieling went over and quietly asked her mother. I don't know, her mother replied suspiciously. He was fine just now. Oh, the phone in the living room rang earlier and he went to answer it. Maybe someone called and made him angry? Probably. Xieling turned and went back to the living room. She saw her father had already turned on the TV and was quietly watching commercials. Xieling went over and lowered her voice. Dad, what's wrong? Who upset you? Sigh. Her father sighed softly. Do you really have to ask? What's the point? You can't help anyway. Xieling smiled. If you don't tell me what it is, how do you know I can't help? Ah Sheng called just now, her father explained with a dark face. He said your third uncle had a lot of old books and paintings, some even by famous Qing dynasty artists. The two families had agreed to split them evenly, but suddenly they changed their minds and both want the most valuable pieces. So before they even finished sorting things out, they started fighting again. He wants me to go help mediate, but I don't want to go at all. Can you help? How? Huh? Xieling couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. I really can't help with that. As the saying goes, even an honest official can't resolve family disputes, let alone someone who isn't even an official. How could she make this group of people listen, especially when they're all being greedy? Her father cursed irritably. Third brother's body isn't even cold yet, and they're already fighting over his inheritance. If they keep this up, how can he rest in peace? I told Ah Sheng, if you can each take a step back, do it. If not, go to court. Let the judge decide according to the law. I'm still grieving for his death, but his children have the time to fight over a few old paintings. Xieling laughed. They must be worth quite a bit. People die for wealth, birds die for food. It's human nature. Just because you wouldn't do it doesn't mean others won't. How much could they be worth? Her father said angrily. There were 2 or 3 valuable paintings before, and I gave those to them. What's left are just some small ones, maybe worth a few thousand at most. They really have no shame, Xieling gently advised. A few thousand is still money. They're not afraid of embarrassment. They just want you to be a witness and help divide things up. I don't want to do something so shameful. When your third uncle was alive, I had to give him face. Now he's gone, they can do whatever they want. I'm done with them. Okay, Ling smiled. You're the elder, it's your call. Do whatever you want. Her father snorted. Don't get involved. No matter what they say, you're not to help them. Your two cousins are both useless, led around by their wives. Just hearing about them makes me angry. Do I look like I have nothing better to do? Ling shrugged, picked up her glass, and said, I'm busy. With that, she went back to her room. Zhao Xin was watching TV in the living room, her face full of shy smiles. Ling raised an eyebrow suspiciously and glanced over. It was a teen idol drama. She stood behind for a while, finding some of the lines so silly and funny that she rolled her eyes. Zhao Xin, have you finished your homework? All done, her daughter replied, without even turning her head. Ling asked, What show is this? Is it good? It's super good, Zhao Xin answered, eyes glued to the screen. Ling laughed. From what I see, the acting is so exaggerated and shallow. Zhao Xin pouted. You didn't even watch properly. Ling shrugged and slipped back to her room. To her, it was a brainless teen drama. To her daughter, it was a beautiful part of her youth. Oh well, she'd better not say too much, or she'd just be annoying. At that moment, her phone rang. Ling glanced at it and saw it was Zheng Xiaoyi, so she quickly answered. After a while, she hung up. She frowned and paced back and forth, then quickly picked up her phone again and dialed Akui's number. We'd like to ask for your continued help. After a while, she hung up again, rubbing her temples in exhaustion, her head aching and dizzy. She quickly climbed into bed, pulled the covers over herself, and closed her eyes to rest. Suddenly, the door opened, and the lights came on. Cheng Tianyuan poked his head in, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Dad said you were wandering around, so I thought you were better. Are you not feeling well again? Ling gave a plaintive, bitter smile. Honey? Cheng Tianyuan was momentarily stunned, then hurried over and took her hand. What's wrong? Why do you sound so upset all of a sudden? Where do you feel unwell? Ling got up and nestled into his arms. I was scared by your sister. I don't know why, but I was feeling fine earlier. After walking around just now, I started feeling worse. Now my head is pounding, it's really uncomfortable. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. What happened? What does this have to do with my sister? Did Afeng come home? She hasn't answered any calls these past 2 days. My parents are furious with her. They'd tried to contact her to pay respects to third uncle, but her phone just kept ringing with no answer. What's worse, Zhao Han had a stomach illness and had been running a fever on and off for the past 2 days. Grandma and maternal grandma had to help take care of her, and she only just started to get better today. As her mother, she couldn't be reached at all, not even aware her child was sick. Ling told him what Zheng Xiaoyi had said earlier, then sighed. What else could I do? I immediately contacted Brother Kui and asked him to find someone to secretly protect her starting today. I also told him to keep a close eye on her whereabouts and let us know as soon as there's any news. With her like this, how could we just ignore it? We have to see her first, no matter what. After hearing this, Cheng Tianyuan was both angry and helpless. If she really was beaten, why didn't she come home? Why didn't she call the police? That girl! We call her every day. Why doesn't she come back? Our home is at Renghua Mall. We haven't moved. It's not like she can't find us. Enough, Ling said weakly. My head is spinning. Please don't shout. Even if you say it 100 times, will she hear a word? Save your breath and your energy. Let's wait for Brother Kui to find her, then we'll go. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, She's not living at her old address anymore? Probably not, Ling replied. Anyway, I've asked Brother Kui to check right away. Once they confirm, we'll go. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. The room fell quiet. Ling snuggled closer and murmured, Why does everything feel so overwhelming? It's exhausting. He gently stroked her hair and asked softly, Did you take your medicine? I did, Ling replied, her voice stuffy with a bitter smile. Illness comes like a landslide but leaves like spinning silk. I'll probably feel better tomorrow. Cheng Tianyuan said with concern, You've just been too tired these days. There was so much going on at Mingshu Group, meeting after meeting, then third uncle's sudden passing, the grief and all the running around. How could she not fall ill? Xueling closed her eyes and whispered, I'm gonna sleep for a bit. Okay? Cheng Tianyuan helped her lie down and said gently, Get some good rest. I'll make you some millet porridge later. Xueling's head was spinning and aching, and it took a long time before she finally drifted off to sleep. Cheng Tianyuan noticed her phone flashing, quickly picked it up and answered, then slipped out to the balcony. After a while, he carefully put Xueling's phone back and left the room. Dad, where's Mom? Dinner's ready, Xiaoxin called. Cheng Tianyuan replied calmly, Your mom's dizzy and is resting. You and your brothers go eat and don't make noise coming and going. Don't disturb your mom, understand? Got it, Xiaoxin answered obediently. Seeing him put on a light jacket, she couldn't help but ask, Dad, aren't you eating? Where are you going? Cheng Tianyuan said, Don't ask, I have something to do outside. I'll be back soon. Tell Grandpa and the others to keep some food warm for me. Okay, Xiaoxin nodded. Cheng Tianyuan put on his shoes and hurried out. Night fell, and lights shone in every home. When Xueling woke up, her head was still heavy. She sat up groggily and saw neon lights flickering in the distance outside the window, suddenly realizing she'd slept for a long time. She reached for her phone and saw it was already past 9. She got up and put on a jacket. Opening the door, she saw Xue Yang packing his school bag, while Zhao Cheng and Xiaoxin were playing chess. The kids quickly asked if she was feeling better and gathered around her. Xueling yawned and said softly, I'm feeling a bit better. Cheng Huancheng turned and poured her a glass of water, handing it to her. Mom, have some water first. Xuexin said, Mom, I'll get you some food. No need, Xueling smiled. I'll just have some water. I'm not hungry yet. Xiaoxin tugged at her third brother. A few more moves, hurry up. I'm going to wipe you out. Zhao Chong rolled his eyes and snorted. Stop bragging. I still have tricks up my sleeve. Until the last moment, who knows who'll win. Go! Xiaoxin huffed. This time I'll make you lose fair and square. Xueling couldn't help but laugh at the way the siblings were so competitive over a chess game. It's just a game. Do you have to be like this? We do, the twins answered in perfect unison. Xueling smiled dotingly and watched from the side. After 10 minutes of battle, the careless Xiaoxin lost and wailed a few times before packing up the chess pieces. Zhao Chong was smug, crossing his legs and leaning back on the sofa. Xue Yang came over and put his arm around his mother's shoulders. Mom, my wonderful mom, you have to get better soon. You were all busy this weekend, and we were supposed to go for a picnic, but now it's ruined. When you're better, we have to go next week. Yes! Next week we have to go out to eat or have a picnic. One or the other. Xueling laughed. No third option? Can't I abstain? No, it's one or the other. Xueling smiled indulgently. All right, we'll see what the weather's like next weekend. If we can't picnic, we'll go out to eat. Tomorrow's Monday. If you don't sleep soon, you won't be able to get up in the morning. Yang Yang, take your siblings to bed early. It's already past 9, time to rest. Okay? The 3 of them got up one after another. Xueling reminded them, drink some water, brush your teeth, take care of your teeth. You've already changed your teeth once. There won't be another chance. If you don't want cavities and black teeth, you have to brush every day. Toothache isn't an illness, but when it hurts, it's unbearable. Remember how much it hurt when your teeth were coming out? Take it as a lesson. Got it? The 3 of them filed back to their rooms faster than the north wind. Xueling watched their backs and smiled helplessly. As kids grow up, they dislike their parents nagging more and more. Say too little, they don't care. Say too much, they think you're annoying. Parents are helpless too. If you don't say anything, the kids won't do it. If you nag, you get tired and they get annoyed. Finding the right balance is really hard. Maybe it's age, but she was starting to feel like she was getting a bit naggy herself. Sure enough, nagging is a woman's trait. After a while, she finished her water. The kids' rooms went dark one after another. They were clearly all in bed. Xueling went to the bathroom to brush her hair and wash her face, feeling a bit more refreshed. Suddenly, she heard what sounded like crying outside. Xueling jumped. at first thinking it was the sound of running water. She suspiciously turned off the tap, but was surprised to find the crying was coming from outside and getting closer. She hurried out of the bathroom, through the living room, and out the front door. Under the dim light, she saw Cheng Tianyuan dragging a disheveled woman along, and the woman was sobbing loudly as she walked. It was Cheng Tianfang. Xueling snapped back to her senses, quickly closed the door behind her, and rushed forward to meet them. She hurried forward and quickly pushed Cheng Tianyuan's hand away. "What are you doing?" Cheng Tianyuan, mindful of his wife, just glared fiercely at Cheng Tianfang and stopped dragging her. "I didn't hit her, but she refused to come home. I had to bring her back so she could give Mom and Dad an explanation." Cheng Tianfang's hair was a mess, her clothes dirty, and she looked utterly haggard. Xueling, shocked, took her hand and asked, "Feng, what happened to you?" With a wail, Cheng Tianfang threw herself into Xueling's arms, sobbing. At that moment, the elders in the house, having heard the commotion, all came out. "What's going on? Why are you crying? It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to scare people?" Yuan, what's this about? You didn't come home for dinner? Did you go looking for a Feng?" Cheng Tianyuan sighed and nodded. "Let's talk inside." Xueling soothed her. "Feng, we're outside. Let's go in and talk." She helped Cheng Tianfang into the house. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying sat down with dark, stormy faces, clearly furious. Xue's father and mother exchanged a glance and sat a bit further back. Cheng Tianyuan closed the door and explained, "I didn't eat dinner. I went to look for her. As for what happened, I really can't say. Dad, Mom, let her tell you herself." Cheng Muhai stood up and said sternly, "First, tell us why you haven't been in touch with the family and haven't come home." I... Cheng Tianfang shrank back timidly and said in a low voice, "I was working on a business deal with someone, so I didn't have time to come home." Liu Ying snapped, "Business? What kind of business keeps you from coming home? What kind of money are you making? Your dad and I are old now and we rely on your brother and sister-in-law, not you. If we relied on you, we'd have starved long ago. You don't have to think of us, but have you thought about Zhao Han? She's only 3. She was sick and crying for her mom, but when we called you, you never answered. You finally know to come home? I thought you died out there. You ignored your daughter for over half a month. Are you even human? What kind of mother are you, heartless girl?" "Mom, please don't get so worked up," Xueling tried to calm her. "Let Feng speak for herself first." Cheng Tianfang sobbed, grabbing tissues from the table to wipe her tears and nose. My phone was stolen, so when the family called, I didn't know." "Stolen?" Cheng Muhai asked, suspicious. "Did you report it? Where was it stolen? Why didn't you buy a new phone? Are you short on money? You're a woman out there on your own. Didn't you think to come home and check on your daughter? Huh?" Cheng Tianfang swallowed, head down, not daring to answer. Xueling, knowing she'd never tell the truth, said, "No one's eaten dinner yet, right?" Yuan, you haven't either. I just woke up and I'm hungry too. Feng, have you eaten?" Cheng Tianfang shook her head. "I didn't eat lunch, and I haven't had dinner either." Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai exchanged incredulous looks. "What were you doing? Why didn't you eat?" Cheng Tianfang just sobbed quietly, either unable or unwilling to answer. The atmosphere was heavy. She's mother coughed awkwardly and said softly, "Ying, don't be so anxious to scold Feng. No matter what she's done, let her eat first. She hasn't eaten in 2 meals. She'll get sick." Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai, hearing this, went to sit on the other side of the coffee table, still fuming. "How old are you? Still expecting your parents to feed you 3 meals a day? Most people can feed themselves, but you're out there starving?" Cheng Tianfang looked like she wanted to speak, but just lowered her head in misery. Xueling said calmly, "Let's eat first, then talk. Dad, Mom, she's home now. Don't rush to scold her. Let her eat. Yuan and I are hungry too." Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen, opened the steamer, and ladled out a bowl of millet porridge for Xueling, then another for himself. Xueling, a bit embarrassed, handed her bowl to Cheng Tianfang. Cheng Tianfang took it and said softly, "Thank you, sister-in-law." She then began to eat, wolfing it down as if she hadn't eaten in ages, finishing the bowl in a few bites. She quickly got up to get more porridge from the kitchen. Everyone else watched, secretly surprised and incredulous, except for Cheng Tianyuan. Xue Ling opened the cupboard, took out the leftover fried chicken wings from dinner, and set out a plate of pickles. When Cheng Tianfang saw the chicken wings, she grabbed one and devoured it, as if she hadn't eaten meat in years. Xue Ling stared in surprise and couldn't help but say, "Slow down. Fang, how did you get so hungry?" Cheng Tianfang paused, then said awkwardly, "I haven't really eaten these past few days. My mind's been a mess." Xue Ling's gaze fell on her neck. At this close distance, she could see the marks were from strangulation, making her even more suspicious. "Fang, did someone hit you? There are marks on your neck." Cheng Tianfang swallowed, and as if thinking of something, quickly shook her head. She lowered her voice, almost pleading. "Sister-in-law, can I not talk about it? You and my brother probably know about me and that man, right? Please don't tell anyone, I'm begging you." Xue Ling's eyes flickered. "What exactly happened? This isn't about whether you want to talk or not. You're in danger, aren't you? Did that man, Liu Dao, hit you? Did he?" Cheng Tianfang trembled with fear and said in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, please don't ask. I'm begging you, don't ask. It's between me and him. If Dad and Mom find out, they'll break my legs." Xue Ling's face turned serious. "Fang, you can't hide the truth forever. Sooner or later, Mom and Dad will find out. Even if they don't know now, they'll know soon. Just answer me. How did things get this bad? Why are you in such a state?" Cheng Tianfang glanced secretly at Cheng Tianyuan. "Sister-in-law, I don't want to say." Xue Ling was angry inside but kept her voice calm. "Why? Is there something you can't say? Did Liu Dao threaten you?" "No." Cheng Tianfang started crying again. "Sister-in-law, please don't ask, okay? I'm begging you, don't ask." Xue Ling said sternly, "Fang, your brother and I are asking because we care. You're his own sister, my sister-in-law. We have to care about you. Even if you don't think about us, you should think about Mom and Dad. You got divorced and didn't tell anyone. After the divorce, you didn't come home, just disappeared for over half a month. When something happened at home, your brother called and you never answered. Third uncle passed away. We wanted you to come back and pay respects, but couldn't reach you. Xiao Han was sick, and you didn't answer any of the calls. Did you think about Xiao Han? She's your own daughter, your flesh and blood." Cheng Tianfang choked up. "Sister-in-law, I'll explain to you all later, okay? I really regret it now. My phone wasn't with me these days, I honestly didn't know. How's Xiao Han? Is she better? My brother didn't tell me just now." "She's not better yet," Xue Ling replied. Hearing this, Cheng Tianfang sniffled. "I'll go see her after I've eaten." By now, Cheng Tianyuan had finished eating. He took his bowl to the sink, then grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. Xue Ling gave him a quick, meaningful blink. Cheng Tianyuan sat down and said, "No matter what she says, we can't let her go out again." "Brother!" Cheng Tianfang was startled, frowning. I have to go back. I still have things to do." "Shut up!" Cheng Tianyuan shouted. "If you dare defend that scumbag again, I'll call the police right now and have him arrested." "No," Cheng Tianfang said anxiously. I might get arrested too. You can't send me to jail." Xue Ling was dumbfounded, unable to react for a moment. "What's going on? What are you two talking about?" Cheng Tianyuan said in a low voice. "Who knows what she's been up to with that man? She won't say anything, so I absolutely won't let her leave. She's clearly being threatened and still won't talk. She's going to get herself killed." Xue Ling was startled and quickly said, "No, if she's really being threatened, we have to call the police right away." "No!" Cheng Tianfang was terrified, her voice trembling. "Sister-in-law, you don't understand. You don't know what's going on. If you call the police, I'm finished." Cheng Tianyuan was furious, shouting coldly, "If you did something wrong, if you broke the law, then you should go to the police and turn yourself in. If you repent in time, maybe it won't be too late. If you did something wrong, you have to accept the consequences. That's what you deserve." His sudden outburst was heard by the 4 elders in the living room, who all came in one after another. "What's this about calling the police? What are you talking about?" "Ah Fang, did you do something bad, you troublemaker? Can't you let me have a few peaceful days? How long are you going to keep making me angry?" Shua's mother hurried to support Liu Ying, asking anxiously, "What happened? Ah Fang, tell us. How did you end up like this, not even eating properly?" Shua's father was the calmest, speaking gently. "Ah Fang, we're all family. No matter what happened, we'll look after you and help you. Just tell us what's going on so we can help." "Woo!" Cheng Tianfang started sobbing again. "Stop crying," Cheng Tianyuan shouted. "If you don't explain, if you don't say anything, how can we help you? You brainless fool, if you don't talk, I'm going to the police right now." "Brother!" Cheng Tianfang wailed. "Are you trying to kill me? Don't force me. I really can't say." Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Cheng Tianfang froze, staring in disbelief at her father. "Dad?" "Don't call me Dad," Cheng Muhai said coldly. "You wretch, I've wanted to slap you for a long time. For over a year now, you're barely ever home, and now you're gone for months at a time. Your brother's called you countless times these past few days. Where the hell have you been? Why don't you ever come home? Why don't you answer the phone? What disgusting, illegal thing have you done? Why can't you say?" Cheng Muhai loved his children and rarely criticized them, let alone hit them like this. After being slapped, Cheng Tianfang was stunned, then broke down in tears. She suddenly got up and ran for the door. She's father tried to stop her, but she pushed him aside. Cheng Tianyuan reacted fastest, chasing after her and quickly dragging her back. He slammed the door shut behind them. Cheng Tianfang sobbed, squatting on the floor, looking utterly wronged and crying non-stop. Liu Ying, furious, chased after her and scolded, "You wretched girl, what are you running for? You think we're all idiots? You think we won't find out? You shameless thing? Even now you won't tell the truth, right? You think if you don't say we won't know? You got divorced so easily, took $1 million and left, not caring about your own daughter. If you're not seeing a man outside, what else could it be? Pa, I saw it with my own eyes last year." Shua's mother frowned, looking away awkwardly. Shua's father and Cheng Muhai stared in disbelief. Cheng Muhai swayed, almost losing his balance, his mind blank and his chest burning with anger, about to explode. Heavens, how could this be? Why? Is she crazy? Has she no shame? Cheng Tianfang froze, her tear-streaked face flushing with embarrassment. "Mom, what are you saying?" Liu Ying, hands on her hips, shouted, "I saw it with my own eyes. You were flirting with a man. You were already involved with him before you divorced Ah Heng." Cheng Tianfang swallowed, not daring to meet her mother's furious gaze. Liu Ying slapped her hard. "You ungrateful child! I raised you all these years, taught you to love your family and children, and this is how you repay me? Ah Heng treated you so well. He worked so hard to support the family, and you squandered money again and again, tens or hundreds of thousands at a time. You didn't care about your family or your daughter, and you went out messing around. You wretch! You brat!" the old woman cried as she hit her. Cheng Tianfang didn't dare dodge, just lowered her head and let her mother hit her. Xue Ling grew anxious and tried to step forward, but Cheng Tianyuan held her back. "Hey, Mom, stop, Mom!" Xue's mother rushed over and grabbed Liu Ying's arm. Enough! Ying, don't do this. Hitting her won't help and you'll just make yourself sick. Kids need to be taught patiently." Liu Ying was beside herself, shrieking, "Kids? Is she still a kid? She's over 30. If I'd known, I should have aborted her when I was pregnant. Why did I even have her? She was born just to make me suffer. I loved her and this is how she repays me. She got tricked by a scumbag, lost her money, almost lost her life. She never learned her lesson. She had such a good husband, a daughter, a wonderful family, and she didn't cherish any of it. She squandered everything, even drove her in-laws away, and she still dares to find another man? Pah! Do you know in the old days you'd be drowned in a pig cage for this? You wouldn't survive. How can you be so shameless? If you'd just change, maybe I could fool myself. I've put up with you for so long. You think I have the patience your brother and sister-in-law have? Huh. Right now I just want to strangle you. Strangle you. I raised you for nothing. You wretch." Cheng Tianfang shrank back, crying softly. Xue Ling glared at Cheng Tianyuan, who could only let go. Xue Ling rushed forward and grabbed her mother-in-law's other hand. "Mom, stop! Please stop!" The two women together finally managed to pull Liu Ying away. Xue's father came over to help, supporting Liu Ying onto the sofa. Enough, you can't get so worked up. We're getting old, we can't take this kind of anger. Calm down, sit down. Yuan, go get your mom a glass of water. Hurry. Xue Ling soothed her, rubbing her chest. Take a few deep breaths. Calm down, calm down. Cheng Tianyuan sighed helplessly and hurried into the kitchen, soon returning with a glass of water. After that fit of frenzied crying and cursing, the house suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Xue Ling and her mother-in-law supported Liu Ying, helping her drink some water and urging her not to get worked up again. Cheng Muhai sat on the other side, holding his head and sighing. Xue's father didn't know what to do, so he nudged Cheng Tianyuan and gave him a look. He knew exactly what his father-in-law meant. With a helpless sigh, Cheng Tianyuan said in a low voice, "Mom already knows about you and that man. Now everyone knows. If you don't explain to us clearly how you ended up like this, then don't ever set foot in this house again. This is your last chance. Either you talk or you don't. You're family, and we can't just watch you suffer and not help. But if you won't talk, then leave. I won't stop you. But let me be clear. From now on, you're no longer part of this family, and you won't be welcome here." Cheng Tianfang looked up in terror, staring at him in disbelief. "Brother?" "Don't call me brother," Cheng Tianyuan said coldly. "I've lost all hope in you. You've never listened since you were a child. I've always tried to protect you, but you took the family's kindness for granted. You were like this at home and the same at Ah Heng's house. You always thought you were so capable. Do you still think that now? If you walk out that door today, this will never be your home again. Mom and Dad are old now, and I'm in charge here. You can leave, but if you do, don't ever come back." No, Cheng Tianfang seemed to snap, speaking quickly. I'll talk. I was afraid you'd be angry if I told you. That's why I didn't dare. She'd only taken one wrong step, but things kept getting worse and worse. If she hadn't been beaten by that scumbag, she'd still be in the dark. She didn't dare speak because she was afraid of her family's anger and even more afraid of losing face in front of Xue Heng's family. The divorce was Xue Heng's idea, but she'd wanted it for a long time, since last year, in fact. But because of her daughter and Xue Heng's finances, she kept waiting. She thought divorce would be a new beginning, but it turned out to be a nightmare. "If you don't talk now, we'll be even angrier," Cheng Tianyuan said coldly. "What's your brain for? The older you get, the more stubborn you become. You never know what's important." Xue Ling was angry too, very angry, but seeing the tension between the siblings, she forced herself to stay calm and play the mediator. "Don't shout. Let Ah Fang explain everything to us." She quickly went over, helped Cheng Tianfang up, and sat her on the small sofa in the corner. She grabbed some tissues and handed them over. "Don't cry. Just tell us what happened. If you can't solve it yourself, that doesn't mean we can't help. Tell us. At least we can give you advice. Others might hurt you, but your family never will." Hearing this, tears streamed down Cheng Tianfang's face. Yes, her sister-in-law was right. Family might say harsh things, her parents might scold or even hit her, but they would never truly harm her. All those sweet words, all that so-called passionate love in the end turned out to be as poisonous as a snake's bite. She'd been blind and foolish to believe that man's lies, and now she was stuck in a mess she couldn't escape. Xue Ling looked at her in-laws and said softly, "It's late. Let's not argue anymore. We don't want to scare the kids or the neighbors." Liu Ying, exhausted, leaned against Xue's mother, unable to speak. Cheng Muhai still held his head, unresponsive. They were old, their spirits worn down, and they were completely at a loss with this daughter, just tired to the core. Cheng Tianyuan sat down, his face cold. Cheng Tianfang wiped her tears and finally began to sob out the truth. "A friend introduced me to him, saying he wanted to start a business and needed a partner. At the time, Ah Heng had put me on a tight budget, so I only had my savings from a few years of work. Internet cafes were really popular then. More and more young people loved going. I thought, if I couldn't invest in something big, I could at least try a small business. So I put all my money into opening an internet cafe. The rent wasn't too bad, but the renovations and computers cost a lot. I put in most of the money. He only put in about 10,000 yuan. I was a bit unhappy, but he was so sweet and attentive that I felt embarrassed to ask him for more. The cafe needed someone there almost all the time, so I was basically working around the clock, except for a couple of hours early in the morning. If the boss isn't around, the workers slack off, so I spent most of my time at the cafe. He was always caring and attentive. And gradually, we got close and became a couple. I wanted to ask Ah Heng for a divorce, but Xiao Han was still so little, so I decided to wait. The investment was big, but after that, the main costs were just electricity and air conditioning. As long as the doors were open, money came in, and soon I was making a profit. Later, he suggested opening a hair salon, saying he had friends in the business and the profits were huge. I found out the main costs were renovations and staff wages. The shampoos and dyes were expensive to buy, but sold for dozens or even 100 times the price, so the profit was really high. A few months later, we opened a salon together. Service businesses take a lot of time, so I was running back and forth and never got enough rest. We rented an apartment together and moved in. The salon started making money, and a business was especially good at the end of the year. With students on winter break, the internet cafe was busy too, and we made a lot over the new year. I thought renting a shop was a waste, so I used that money to buy a storefront. He told me that since I wasn't divorced yet, if it was in my name, I might have to split it later. So the shop was bought under his name. After the new year, business dropped off, and I was so busy I got dizzy, but he just stopped caring. I hired 2 more managers to help so I could rest more. Then I noticed more and more people coming to see him, drinking, gambling, singing. The cafe business started to go downhill, and a lot of his friends would run up tabs and not pay. I scolded him, and he said his friends wanted to rent the cafe for their own business, and once they made money, we'd split it. The salon business also started to struggle, and he said he had a solution. He brought in some shady women to wash hair and give massages. At first I didn't like it, but he kept telling me it was fine. Just wait for the money. He took me out to bars at night, dancing and chatting, then sleeping until the afternoon. I got lazy too, thinking I could just wait for the money and barely manage the business. But then I realized the salon had changed. He and his friends brought in those women, and upstairs in the private rooms, they started selling sex. Hearing this, Sheling's brow furrowed deeply. Who rented the hair salon? Is the business license in your name or his? Cheng Tianfang, crying, choked out, I rented it. I remember it was supposed to be in his name, but somehow it ended up in mine. He said since I was the investor, it should be under my name, and that all the profits would be mine in the future. Sheling was dumbfounded. Cheng Tianyuan was so angry his face turned green. Cheng Tianfang continued in a low voice. Ah Heng asked for a divorce and I agreed. That man told me that once I was divorced, he'd marry me right away. On the day of the divorce, Ah Heng transferred 10 million to me. The man said my account couldn't hold that much money, and if a hacker got in, I could lose it all. The next day, I transferred 2 million to his account. My car was old and always breaking down, so I bought a new luxury car for about 500,000. I thought I shouldn't spend too much, so I planned to split the money into different accounts. Suddenly he came and said the internet cafe business had lost over 3 million, and I needed to transfer money to cover the loss, plus another 1 million as capital. I was shocked and asked how the cafe could lose money. People pay as they use the computers. How could it lose money? He mumbled something about his friends running online gambling there. At first they made a lot, but then lost it all and owed people millions. I was furious and scolded him for doing such things, especially in the cafe. If something happened, we'd be responsible. When I refused to give him money, he hit me. He almost strangled me to death. Sob. He warned me not to tell anyone, or his brothers would kill me. If I told anyone, they'd be in danger too. He also took my phone, saying I wasn't allowed to contact anyone or he'd beat me to death. I was terrified and snuck out to see a doctor. When he came back, he apologized, sweet-talked me, said he was just drunk and didn't mean to hurt me, begged me to forgive him, even got down on his knees. He asked me to transfer him just a little money to get through this, promising to pay me back. I was scared he'd hit me again, so I gave him 100,000. As soon as he got the money, he changed his attitude again, saying I was the one running the cafe, so if the gambling was discovered, I'd be the one arrested. He also threatened that if the stuff with the salon girls got out, as the owner, I'd go to jail too. I was terrified. I begged him to take the money and get rid of those people, but he wouldn't listen. He locked me in the house and left. I ran out of food, had no phone, and didn't dare call for help. I was starving, just waiting for him to come back. Until tonight, when my brother somehow found my address and came for me. He kicked the door in and brought me home. I have to go back, or he'll think, "You can't go back," Sheling said sternly. "You need to find a way to escape now, or it'll be too late." Chung Muhai, breathing heavily, pointed a trembling finger at his daughter. You fool. You've lived over 30 years for nothing. You'll trust anyone. How could you get involved with such a thug? Are you tired of living? Shia's father quickly went over to steady him. Muhai, now's not the time for blame. We need to help her get out of this. Lingling, this is serious. If this gets exposed, Afang could be implicated. She absolutely can't go to jail. Luckily, she wasn't involved in the crimes and didn't know about them beforehand. She needed to get out of this mess as soon as possible, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Chung Tianfang sobbed, clutching Xueling's hand. Sister-in-law, please help me. Brother, can you help me? I don't know what to do. I can't go to the police. If this gets out, his brothers will kill me. If I go to the police, I'll be arrested too. I don't want to go to jail. Brother, sister-in-law, you can't call the police. You have to save me. She knew what they'd done was illegal. Organizing gambling was a serious crime. But she was too afraid to go to the police. Both businesses were rented and run in her name. If anything happened, she'd be the main person responsible. She was still young. She couldn't go to jail, couldn't let her life be ruined like this. "Call the police!" Liu Ying suddenly shouted. "You wretch! You got involved with a thug and did all these filthy, disgusting things. People like you need to be taught a lesson, or you'll never understand how serious this is. If your father and I can't teach you, let the country do it. Where are the police? I'm going to the station right now." Mom. Chung Tianfang rushed over, hugging her mother's legs and crying, "You can't. Mom, please, I'm your own daughter. You can't kill me. Those bastards aren't afraid of jail. They're desperate men. But I am. I'm afraid they'll come for revenge, and I'm afraid you'll get dragged in too. Mom, you can't be so heartless. Please. Get off." Liu Ying felt like she was about to go mad, shrieking, "How did you end up like this? I've worried about you all my life. You never liked studying or working, and all my advice was useless. I could only let you be. You never learned your lesson from that scumbag Lin. Ah Heng was so good, such a hard worker, and you never cherished him. You were born just to torment me. What did I do in my past life to deserve a daughter like you? You're a curse. A curse." Liu Ying, heartbroken and furious, soon couldn't take it anymore and clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Chung Tianyuan panicked and rushed to help her catch her breath. "Mom, don't do this. Lingling and I will find a way to help her. There's already enough chaos in this family. You have to take care of yourself and not add to it. Even if you get sick from anger, it won't help. Taking care of yourself is the most important thing right now." Chung Tianfang looked around in panic, realizing Xueling was gone, and sobbed as she crouched by Liu Ying's feet. "Mom, please don't be angry. I'm really scared. I really, really regret it this time. Please don't make yourself sick." Sob. At that moment, Xueling hurried out of the kitchen, phone in hand. "I've contacted lawyer He and asked her to come over right away to help us figure out the safest way to get out of this. It's already 10 o'clock, there's no time to lose. If that guy realizes Afang is gone, he might get suspicious." "He doesn't come home until 2 or 3 in the morning, Chung Tianfang said shakily. "He's probably at the internet cafe gambling right now. He shouldn't be back yet." Sheling's eyes darkened. "We need to make good use of these few hours. Lawyer. He should be here in about half an hour. Let's hear her analysis before making any decisions. She's the most professional and authoritative. Trust her." "Sister-in-law," Chung Tianfang asked nervously. I won't have to go to jail, will I? I can't say for sure yet, She Ling replied softly. You didn't participate in any criminal activity and were threatened and extorted, so you're likely a victim in this case. Hopefully, it'll just be a fine or something else. Let's wait for the lawyer and hear her analysis. The night was deep, and a cold wind whistled outside. Unknowingly, winter had arrived. As the night wind swept in, it brought a chill to every household. She's mother turned over restlessly and got up. On the other side, She's father suddenly spoke. They're not back yet. No need to go out and check. She's mother was startled and glared at him. You're not asleep? Tsk! She's father didn't even open his eyes, just grunted. You think I can sleep? Can you sleep? If you can't sleep, how could I? You've tossed and turned hundreds of times. She's mother sighed helplessly. I'm just worried. Who isn't? She's father retorted. Tonight, except for the kids sleeping across the hall, who isn't worried? Who can sleep soundly? Muhai and the others are probably still crying. Shua's mother glanced out the window and said softly, It's cold tonight. I wonder if Ayuan and Lingling brought warm enough coats. They're not back yet, Shua's father said. They have a car. They won't be cold. Just try to rest for a while. It'll be dawn soon. Shua's mother sighed, sat down and pulled the quilt up. Even when it's light, I can't sleep. I'll wait a bit, then go to the kitchen to make porridge and steam the buns, so the kids have something hot to eat when they wake up. Tomorrow's Monday. They have school. Shua's father turned over and sighed softly. I knew. Something would happen sooner or later. Luckily, we found out in time, or we could have lost both the person and the money. Shua's mother looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean? You knew all along? Shua's father glanced at her and replied, Do I need anyone to tell me? Just use your head. A woman out all the time, barely coming home, what good could come of it? And she had 10 million with her. Thieves would be jealous. Bad people would be jealous. In this society, any woman with a bit of looks, especially one who's not too old and has money, will attract greedy men. Ah Feng isn't exactly sharp. She's too easy to fool. He'd been in business for decades, dealing with all kinds of people, not some naive old man. If you just think about it, you can see this coming. I expected it, just didn't think it would happen so soon or get so bad. Shua's mother sighed irritably. How did Ah Feng end up like this? When she first went astray, she should have learned her lesson. She was just a teenager then, young and ignorant, so it could be forgiven. But now she's in her 30s, educated, married. How could this still happen? Shua's father said calmly, It's her character. A person's success or failure is determined by their character, not anything else. A leopard can't change its spots. Unless she truly changes her ways, this will keep happening, unless she gets old or runs out of money. Do you think she'll go to jail? Shua's mother asked worriedly. How could it be so bad? What if it really happens? Shua's father replied quietly. I don't know the law well. Honest people rarely do. But I think it's risky. What do you mean? Shua's mother asked softly. Did Lingling and Ayuan tell you something? Shua's father said. They didn't have to. Just look at their faces. This is very serious. Not like last time, when you could just pay for treatment and it'd be fine. My head's spinning, Shua's mother said. Can't you just tell me everything at once? Shua's father turned over and pulled up the quilt. I'm not sure either. Wouldn't saying it just make things worse? Isn't everyone upset enough already? Shua's mother leaned over and lay on his shoulder. So you mean she might go to jail? Shua's father murmured. I really don't know. Even if she didn't participate, she knew about it early on, but didn't leave or call the police. Only when things got out of hand, when she was threatened and beaten and the family forced her, did she finally speak up. The internet cafe and salon are both rented in her name. The business licenses are in her name. Most of the dirty money probably went through her accounts. She's that man's live-in girlfriend. Everyone in their circle knows it. Just that alone makes it hard for her to get out of this. Shua's mother said softly. Didn't Lingling say she should call the police, try to become a witness, and show remorse so she might get a lighter sentence? That's why Lingling and Ayuan are in such a hurry to call the police, Shu's father said. They even rushed Ahuan to the hospital for a medical exam to prove she was threatened and coerced. That can help reduce her responsibility. Shu's mother murmured, I hope she doesn't have to go to jail. Having a stain like that on her life would be even harder. Why do you women always see things so superficially? Shu's father snorted. If someone does wrong, they should be punished. The real stain isn't this. She was with another man before the divorce. What was she thinking? Did she think about Aheng, about her daughter? She's educated, worked in a public institution. How much does she really understand about morality? Shu's mother agreed quietly. Last year, they weren't even divorced. If she'd divorced first, then found someone else, that would be her business. But she wasn't divorced and the child was still young. How could she do that? Sigh. Shu's father said, Muhai and Ying are heartbroken. We can talk about it in private, but in front of them, we should comfort them. Say young people are impulsive and don't think things through. Shu's mother shook her head. That's what we say, but I feel like this time, Brother Muhai and Ying are more than just sad. Their daughter did something so shameful. Thank goodness Aheng's family doesn't know, or how could we face them? We can't even look Jillian and his wife in the eye. Good thing they're divorced, Shu's father said quietly. That couple knows how to behave. They won't say much, just show some concern. Whether they say it or not is their business, Shu's mother said. But I can understand how ashamed they must feel. They raised their daughter, but who could have guessed she'd turn out like this? They're more traditional in the countryside, Shu's father said softly. The shame is even worse. Luckily, we live far from the old home now and only know a few families here. As long as no one talks, no one will know. In the countryside, with all the gossip, it would be much worse. Shu's mother couldn't sleep at all and sat up again. I'll go make some porridge and boil some water. Shu's father advised. It won't make a difference. Try to rest a bit more. It's cold outside, and even if you can't sleep, it's better to stay under the covers. No, Shu's mother whispered. I'll make the porridge, then call Ayuan to check in. Go ahead, Shu's father mumbled, rolling up in the quilt. I'll try to nap a bit more. Shu's mother put on a thick coat and opened the door. She walked into the living room, about to turn on the light. Haitang, it's me. An old, tired voice sounded from the corner. Shu's mother jumped and turned on the light. She saw Chung Muhai sitting on the sofa, smoking. The living room was filled with smoke and the ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Shu's mother was startled and quickly asked, What's wrong? Why are you suddenly smoking so much? Chung Muhai apologized softly. Couldn't sleep. Ended up smoking more without realizing. Sigh. Shu's mother understood how he felt and sighed. What's done is done. Try not to dwell on it. Lingling is right. You all need to take care of yourselves. Things might get even busier soon. Chung Muhai shook his head wearily. I'm not thinking about anything. Ayuan's mom just keeps crying. I'm so frustrated, I don't even know what to say. Shu's mother didn't know how to comfort him, so she turned to the kitchen to make porridge and boil water. The water boiled quickly. She poured it into cups and, just to make conversation, said, It's so convenient to boil water with an electric kettle now, but I'm just not used to it. I always used to cook and boil water at the same time, and I can't break the habit. It's cold, so we should drink something hot. When the porridge is ready, we'll steam some buns to eat. Thank you, Chung Muhai said weakly. The kids have school, so let's make more eggs today. Eggs are nutritious. Shu's mother agreed. Their conversation was overheard by Liu Ying, who opened the door and came out. Seeing her hair messy and her eyes red, Shu's mother couldn't help but remind her, Ying, put on your coat. It's not heated yet, and it's cold in the morning. Liu Ying nodded tiredly and turned to put on her thick coat. Haitang, what are you busy with? Let me help. Shu's mother said, Have some hot water first. In a bit, let's make some tea eggs together. The kids love tea eggs, especially Xiaoxin. Liu Ying lowered her eyes and said softly, Okay, let's make more. By the way, Haitang, Has Ayuan called home? Not yet, Xue's mother replied quietly. I was just about to call them. Let's wait, Chung Muhai suggested. If they get a break, they'll call home. If they haven't called, it means they're still busy. Let's wait a bit longer. All right. Xue's mother glanced at the faint light outside, feeling a bit worried. Half an hour later, the children woke up one after another. Zhe Yang yawned and, seeing the elders looking tired, couldn't help but ask, Grandma, why do you both look so worn out today? You look exhausted. Zhe's mother forced a smile. It got cold last night, so we didn't sleep well. This wasn't something to be proud of, so for now they'd keep it from the kids. Liu Ying echoed softly, Yes, we just didn't sleep well. Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong came in with their school bags. Cheng Muhai frowned. Xiao Xin, why are you dressed so lightly? It's cold outside. You need to wear another jacket, at least a thin one. Grandpa, no need, Xiao Xin pouted. This thin sweater is enough, it matches my outfit. Liu Ying said sternly, Girls shouldn't care so much about looking pretty. You'll catch a cold dressed like that. That's right, put on another jacket, Xue's mother agreed. Looking good is one thing, but you can't get sick. No, Xiao Xin pouted, acting spoiled. My school is really close, I'll be inside soon. The classroom is packed, it's not cold at all, I'm more worried about being too hot. Liu Ying suddenly raised her voice, thinking of something. I tell you to wear it and you say no. Are you listening? Huh? Why are girls so hard to raise? Can't even take care of yourself. What's the point of looking pretty? Pretty girls are never any good. Your aunt used to care about looks every day. Don't even mention that girl. Put it on. Now. Xiao Xin, a 12 or 13-year-old girl, was at the age of loving to look pretty and act spoiled, and was close to her rebellious phase. She thought a little whining would work, but instead she got scolded. Her eyes turned red with frustration and she stormed out, upset. Xue's mother felt bad watching her go and was about to follow. Hai Tung, leave her be, Chung Muhai sighed. She'll be fine in a bit. She's still young. She needs to be scolded sometimes, as long as it's for her own good. If you wait until she's older, she won't listen at all. If she suffers, we'll suffer too. There's nothing else for it. Back then, they'd spoiled their daughter too much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like this. They'd long regretted it, but there's no medicine for regret in this world. Giving in to everything, always listening to her, had made her spoiled, and that had sown the seeds for her future troubles. Yes, Xue's mother said with a bitter smile. You really shouldn't spoil kids. If it were Xue Ling, she'd never indulge her. But with her granddaughter, she couldn't help but feel soft. Xue Yang, carefree, was in the kitchen eating tea eggs, not paying much attention. Xiao Chong listened in, feeling a bit puzzled. Why were Grandpa and Grandma so strict today? Usually they just wanted the kids to be happy. Why so strict all of a sudden? Did something happen last night? No way, right? Xiao Xin came back, now wearing a light pink cape. Xue's mother coaxed, So pretty. Our Xiao Xin loves pink the most. Xiao Xin was still a bit upset, but didn't dare act out, and quietly ate her breakfast. Xue Yang munched on eggs and gulped down porridge. Xiao Xin suddenly exclaimed, Huh? No more tea eggs? How can there be none left? Xue Yang grinned. I ate 4. You! Xiao Xin pouted angrily. How could you eat so many? Serves you right if you get fat. Greedy pig. Liu Ying brought over a few more eggs and put them on the plate. Don't talk to your brother like that. He's your brother. We have plenty of food. No need to fight. Xiao Xin, scolded again, felt even more wronged and just ate her porridge in silence. Xue's mother couldn't stand it and quickly handed her a tea egg, coaxing, I know you love them. We made plenty. You need to eat eggs or you'll get hungry. Your brother isn't greedy, don't call him names. Xiao Xin thanked her and ate quietly. Xiao Chong snickered and whispered, I'd talk less if I were you. Seems like you're clashing with Grandma today. Annoying, Xiao Xin muttered back. Xiao Chong grinned and kept eating. After breakfast, the kids left for school with their backpacks. Xue's mother tidied up the table, glancing outside.
Suddenly, she saw Achun open her door. Achun, bundled in a scarf and dressed warmly, closed the door behind her. She saw Shua's mother and smiled in greeting. "Ma'am, have you had breakfast?" "Not yet," Shua's mother replied with a smile. "The kids just left, we're about to eat. And you?" Achun replied warmly. "I've eaten. I'm off to buy groceries. Got work downstairs later. See you." Shua's mother nodded with a smile. Achun had only walked a few steps when she saw Xue Huan hurrying over. She smiled and greeted him. "Huan, why so early?" Xue Huan smiled. "Good morning, Auntie. I came to discuss something with Uncle and the others." "Go on, then." Achun's eyes flickered. "I'm off to buy groceries. When you're free this weekend, bring Xiao Yue over for a meal." "Okay," Xue Huan waved. "Bye, Auntie." Zhu Achun watched him enter Xue Ling's house, then hesitated as she walked toward the elevator. It seemed something had happened at their house last night. She'd heard Cheng Tianfang's voice, crying for a long time, and the old lady scolding and crying. She'd opened her door to look, but their door was tightly shut, so she didn't dare knock. Sigh. Hopefully, it wasn't anything bad. As soon as Xue Huan entered, the four elders surrounded him, all talking at once. "Huan, how did it go? Did they catch them? Where are Ayuan and Lingling? Will Afang have to go to jail? Where is she now?" Xue Huan was momentarily stunned, not sure how to start, and said gently, "Uncles and aunties, let me catch my breath first. Come, sit down. Huan, have some water. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Come, eat with us. There's porridge, rice congee, buns, and tea eggs." Having stayed up all night, Xue Huan was both tired and hungry. He didn't stand on ceremony, sat down, drank half a bowl of porridge, and began to explain. "Last night, after I examined my sister-in-law, I quickly printed the injury report. The three of us accompanied her to the police, and the lawyer came with us. That lawyer, he is really skilled and professional. Sister-in-law found the right person. After we reported to the police, they responded quickly. With sister-in-law leading the way, they caught 5 or 6 gamblers at the internet cafe. At the same time, another team went to the hair salon and arrested more than a dozen people involved in prostitution. Sister-in-law still has to stay and cooperate with the police investigation. Lawyer, he didn't leave and stayed to help. Sister-in-law is very scared, so Lingling and Iwan are staying with her and won't leave. I have to work this afternoon, so my sister and brother-in-law told me to come home first, let you know what's going on and get some rest." The 4 elders exchanged uneasy glances, then started asking questions again. "Will Afang have to go to jail?" Xue Huan shook his head. "It's not certain yet. Lawyer, he says she didn't participate in gambling or prostitution, and she was threatened and coerced. Now she's turned witness, so her sentence will definitely be lighter. They'll try for a fine and to reduce the penalty as much as possible." "When can she come home?" Xue's mother asked. Xue Huan shook his head. "She can't come home yet. Lingling and Ayuan probably won't be back until evening." Cheng Muhai asked nervously, "Did they catch all those people? That man, did they catch him?" "No," Xue Huan frowned. "He was the only one who got away. When the police arrived, he happened to be at their rented apartment. When the police chased him, he escaped. The police will issue a wanted notice soon. There's surveillance everywhere now, so he shouldn't be hard to catch." Xue's father frowned and hit the table. "Just him? How could they miss him? He beat Afang and extorted her. Those are serious crimes. He's the ringleader. He can't get off lightly." "Yes," Xue Huan explained. "Uncle, you're right. That's what lawyer he said too. Now that he's on the run, the case has to be put on hold." Although Liu Ying was angry at Cheng Tianfang, her daughter was still her flesh and blood. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't just ignore her. "So, when can she come home?" Xue Huan replied. "Lawyer, he is working on it. She'll try to get her released on bail, but for now she can't come home. She may have to be detained for a while." Liu Ying's lips trembled. "She deserves it. Someone like her needs a harsh lesson, or she'll never learn. She needs to be taught a lesson." Her words were harsh, but her eyes were already red, and tears streamed down her face. While peeling an egg,
Xue Huan comforted her. Auntie, sister-in-law will be fine, don't worry. Luckily, we found out in time and got her out of danger. She reported to the police herself, has a serious injury report and such a good lawyer. She'll be fine soon. Liu Ying wiped her tears and nodded quietly. Don't talk about her anymore. She's just a troublemaker. Huan, eat up, don't be shy. Have some more. Xue Huan really was hungry. He ate 2 buns, 2 tea eggs, and a big bowl of porridge. After eating, he stood up and stretched. Xue's father asked with concern, You didn't sleep all night. Are you very tired? Xue Huan smiled. I'm used to night shifts. Staying up late is normal for me. I'll rest for an hour, then sleep. A few hours and I'll be fine. So hard on you, Chung Muhai said gently. No need for tea, or you won't be able to sleep later. Xue Huan waved his hand. No tea for me. I rarely drink coffee or tea now unless I really need it. Too much coffee is bad for the stomach, and tea on an empty stomach isn't good either. He paced slowly in the living room, looking a bit uneasy. Uncle-in-law, I think we should tell my brother about this. Last night he'd been with a client when his phone rang. When he answered, Lingling was very anxious, saying he had to go to the hospital right away to check Tianfang's injuries. He was startled and asked what happened. Lingling lowered her voice and said to get to the hospital for an injury report immediately, to drop everything because it was urgent and time was short. His cousin wasn't the type to panic. If she was so anxious, it had to be serious. Xue Huan handed things over to his secretary and rushed to the hospital. At the hospital entrance, his cousin and her husband arrived, along with his recently divorced sister-in-law. Sister-in-law did make mistakes and got into big trouble. But I still think my brother should be told. This case won't be resolved quickly, and he needs to be prepared. Xue's father and Chung Muhai exchanged troubled, uncertain looks. The damage was done, but this wasn't something to be proud of. The fewer people who knew, the better. Others might just get angry or gossip and eventually let it go. But Xue Heng was different. He was Cheng Tianfang's ex-husband, and they'd only just divorced. He was already deeply disappointed in her. If he found out that over a year ago his wife had already cheated on him, how would he feel? How hurt and angry would he be? Xue's father sighed, troubled, and said quietly, Huan, it's easy to say a few words, but after you say them, how will Heng handle it? How will others laugh at him? But my brother will find out sooner or later, Xue Huan reminded gently. Uncle, if we tell him, at least we can help him prepare, comfort him, and support him. Tell Heng, Chung Muhai suddenly said, his voice low. I'll do it. The others were stunned, not sure why he made this decision. Chung Muhai's face was heavy. I owe Heng an apology. I didn't raise my daughter well, let her do such shameful things. We owe him. No. Xue Huan quickly shook his head. Uncle, don't say that. Chung Muhai just smiled bitterly. Trust me. Xue Huan was about to say more, but Xue's father stopped him. Xue's father asked, Is your brother at home? He should be up by now. When you go back, call him over, take a shower, and get some rest. He's home, Xue Huan explained. He's living with my parents now. He eats with Xiao Han morning and night, tells her stories at bedtime, and only then goes to his own room. Since the divorce, he's actually spent more time at home and with Xiao Han. Good morning, Grandpa and Grandma, Xiao Han called out sweetly. Xue Jilian was reading the newspaper, turned his head, and smiled kindly. Good morning, Xiao Han. Mrs. Chen brought out 2 bowls of noodles and smiled. Good morning, Xiao Han. Go call your dad for breakfast. Xiao Han bounced off to Xue Heng's room. Since there was a child at home, the doors were usually left unlocked. Xue Heng was sleeping soundly under the covers. The little one pushed open the door, giggled, climbed onto the bed, and shouted, The rocket is coming! The next moment, she pounced on Xue Heng. Ow! Xue Heng laughed, keeping his eyes closed as he hugged the little one, doting. Where did this rocket come from? Why is it so chubby, huh? Xiao Han giggled, hugging his neck. Daddy's wrong. Daddy's wrong. Xue Heng yawned. What did Daddy do wrong? I saw on TV that rockets are even fatter, Xiao Han muttered seriously. When people walk by, they're much smaller than the rocket. Rockets only look small in the sky because they're far away, but on the ground, they're huge. Xue Heng chuckled. Xiao Han is so smart. Rockets really are big. Some are so big it takes lots of people holding hands to wrap around them. When they're launched, they look small because they're far away. The farther away, the smaller they look. Daddy! The little one touched his chin, complaining, Your beard is growing again. So annoying, it's prickly. Xue Heng laughed, grabbing her little hand on purpose. My beard has to grow out. If Xiao Han doesn't behave, I'll use my beard to poke her little hand. Poke, poke, poke. No, bad daddy. Xiao Han laughed, trying to dodge. Xue Heng put on a serious face. So, will you be a good girl from now on? Yes. The little one nodded vigorously. Xue Heng let go of her hand, pretending to be reluctant but heroic. In that case, Daddy will shave his beard and get rid of it. Yay! The little one clapped happily. Xue Heng stretched lazily, gently smoothing his daughter's messy hair. Daddy will go brush his teeth and wash his face, then braid your hair. What kind of braid do you want today? Daddy, how many kinds do you know now? She asked. Xue Heng laughed. After reading the book, I only know 2 so far. She pouted. That's too few. He quickly coaxed. Daddy will keep learning. As long as you let me practice, I'll make you the prettiest, cutest little girl. Okay. She tossed her hair generously. You can practice on me. Xue Heng saw the comb on the table, grabbed it, and started brushing her hair. But as soon as he left the covers, he felt a chill. Seeing his daughter wasn't dressed warmly, he quickly pulled the quilt over her. It's gotten colder today. Xiao Han, you're not wearing enough. After you get up, you should put on the big pajamas Daddy bought you. They're right by your bed, remember? Oh, okay. Xiao Han nodded obediently. I'm just wearing a sweater. Xue Heng checked her over, felt her little hands were warm and finally relaxed. Good. Winter's here, so we need to wear more sweaters, okay? Okay, Xiao Han urged. Daddy, hurry up and braid my hair. Xue Heng agreed and got to work. His hands were much more practiced now, not like before when he'd pull her hair or make the braids thick as ropes. Just then, Mrs. Chen called from outside, Come eat! The noodles are getting soggy. Coming, Xue Heng replied quickly. Only then did Xiao Han remember, Daddy, Grandma told me to wake you up for breakfast. Xue Heng smiled dotingly. Got it, Xiao Han muttered. I have to go to kindergarten again today. So annoying. Xue Heng raised an eyebrow. Why? Isn't kindergarten fun? Are other kids bullying you? No, Xiao Han muttered. I just like weekends better when I can go out and play. Sister Xin said if someone hits me, I should hit back. If they don't, I shouldn't bully others. I won't let anyone hit me. Xue Heng laughed. The week will go by fast. On the weekend, Daddy will take you and Brother Yue out to play. Okay, Xiao Han replied happily. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Xue Heng called out, Mom, we're almost ready. Don't rush us. But it was Xue Huan who poked his head in. Bro, it's me. Xiao Han, what are you up to? Daddy's braiding my hair, Xiao Han replied. Xue Huan smiled and came in. Xue Heng finished one side and reminded his daughter, When your uncle comes in, you should greet him right away. Oh. The little one looked at Xue Huan. Uncle. Xue Huan bent down and pinched her cheek. Good girl, Xiao Han is getting prettier. Hee hee, Xiao Han giggled. Xue Huan's eyes flickered. Is your stomach all better? There's just one more packet of medicine, Xue Heng said. She's fine now, but I'm still not letting her eat greasy or hard-to-digest food. That's good, Xue Huan said gently. He watched his brother gently braid his daughter's hair, his eyes darkening a little. Big brother really had it tough now, being both dad and mom. Luckily, their parents were there to help, or he'd never manage. Xue Heng raised an eyebrow. Why are you here so early? Don't you have an early shift? Night shift, Xue Huan replied softly. Yi also has a night shift, so she's probably still sleeping. Zhao Yue has to go to school, so she'll be up soon. I let her sleep a bit more and came over first. Did you eat breakfast? I ate at Uncle's place, Xue Huan said, then added, Uncle and your father want to talk to you after breakfast. Xue Heng was puzzled. What's up? Yesterday Xiao Han and I had lunch over there. There's something to discuss, Xue Huan said, eyes dodging. All right. Xue Heng picked up his daughter, got up and tidied the bed. Xiao Han, go eat your noodles. Daddy will wash up and come out. Later we'll go to Grandpa's place. I want to go too, Xiao Han said immediately. Xue Huan was startled and quickly said, Xiao Han, you have to eat and go to school. Grandpa will take you to kindergarten. You can't be late. After school you can go to Grandpa's house and your cousins will be there to play with you. Okay. Xiao Han ran out. Xue Heng brushed his teeth, muttering, It's colder today. Go tell Yi to get a jacket for Xiao Yue. Got it, Xue Huan replied softly. And remember to go to Uncle's place. Xue Heng rubbed his chin, getting ready to shave. When did you get so naggy, Dr. Xue? You're not even 40 yet. Xue Huan laughed. I have less beard than you, not as much as you. Get out, Xue Heng laughed. You'll have more white beard than me in the future. Watching his brother's smiling face in the mirror, Xue Huan felt a pang of sadness and helplessness. This was something Big Brother would have to know sooner or later. Better to hear it from family than from someone else. At least they'd care about his feelings. That's easy to say, but Xue Heng was only human, not some transcendent sage. For any man, being cheated on is a fatal humiliation, a blow to his manhood. So even if there were no feelings left, even if they were already divorced, when he suddenly learned that his ex-wife had been fooling around and even living with another man before their divorce, he was still furious, his face instantly turning ashen. What was this? He already knew she didn't respect his parents, liked to throw tantrums, squandered his money, refused to communicate, and didn't care about the family. But he never imagined she'd be so shameless as to sneak around with another man behind his back. So this was her so-called doing business? This was her so-called pursuit of a new life. God, how could she be so shameless? Even if they no longer loved each other, even if they'd grown apart, they were still married. How could she do this? When she was cheating and openly living with another man, did she ever think of him? Did she ever think of their daughter? She took his money and fooled around with another man. She didn't care about the family, didn't care for their daughter, was always away from home, always making excuses about making money and doing business. So this was her business? Hanging out with thugs, running gambling dens and prostitution. She betrayed their marriage, betrayed him, and then had the nerve to demand $10 million from him, then took his money to her lover to buy him a shop and a luxury car? God, how could a woman be so shameless? He was furious, his mind a mess of pain and hatred, nothing else. Xue's father and Cheng Muhai saw his red eyes, his fists clenched so tightly the veins looked ready to burst, and felt both heartache and worry. Heng, Uncle knows you're hurt and angry, but you have to hold on. At least you're already divorced. Cheng Muhai sighed, voice low. Heng, it's me and my wife's fault. We didn't raise our daughter well, let her do such shameless things and let it get this bad. She has no conscience, no sense. She's wronged you. We've wronged you too. Xue Heng's face was ashen, and he said nothing. Xue's father said gently, Heng, don't be like this. We only found out last night, and things aren't resolved yet. Aiyuan and Lingling have already taken her to the police, and Afang will probably have to go to jail. She did wrong and has to be punished. Heng! What are you doing? Xue Heng suddenly stood up, furious, and stormed out. Cheng Muhai and Xue's father panicked and hurried after him. Heng! Heng! They chased after him, but Xue Heng stopped, turned and shouted, Don't follow me! Why are you following me? I'm a loser! I'm an idiot! I've been made a fool of! I'm so damn useless! Are you here to laugh at me? I don't need your comfort! Cheng Muhai felt even more guilty and sad seeing him like this. Heng, don't be like this. It's all our fault. Your fault, Xue Heng shouted. You know you're at fault. But does she? She's the one who did wrong, so why are you apologizing for her? Why did you spoil her so much? You raised a daughter like this. She made trouble in my family, with my parents, with my sister-in-law. She didn't care about the family or our daughter, and in just a few years she wasted millions of my money. She ruined the family, ruined her morals, and cheated on me. How am I supposed to live with this? How is Yao Han supposed to face the world? She's a damn disgrace, selfish, rotten. Chung Muhai's eyes were red, choking up. We didn't raise her right. Enough! She Heng clutched his head in pain, let out a few wild howls, and ran madly toward the elevator. Heng! Heng! She's father called after him. Hearing the commotion, Xue Jilian opened the door. He was shocked. He saw his son clutching his head, howling in pain, then running past him. Xue Jilian cried out, Heng! Xue Heng didn't respond, running into the elevator and quickly pressing the button. As the doors closed, he slumped weakly in the corner, head in his hands. Xue Jilian rushed over but was too late. He frantically pressed the elevator button, but it was already going down. Xue's father came running, breathless, voice trembling. Heng! Heng! Wuge! Xue Jilian grabbed him, panicked. What happened? Why is Heng like this? What's wrong with him? Xue's father was deeply upset, sighing and shaking his head. A curse! A curse! At that moment, Mrs. Chen came out with a rag in her hand, startled. Who is it? Who's yelling in broad daylight? It's scary! Xue Jilian kept asking, but Xue's father hesitated, turning to look at Chung Muhai. But he too was clutching his head, squatting in pain. Muhai! Xue's father pushed his cousin aside and rushed to Chung Muhai. Xue Jilian snapped out of it and hurried back. What's going on? Muhai, are you all right? Mrs. Chen was terrified, dropping her rag on the floor and rushing over in a panic. What's going on? Oh my God, what is happening? The sky was gray. Shi Ling was driving Lawyer He home. Lawyer. He looked up at the sky, yawning. Winter came so fast. It's like it turned overnight. Even at noon, the sky is so gloomy I can't tell if it's morning or evening. Shi Ling looked pale but forced a smile. Winter in the capital is like this. Comes fast, leaves slow. Luckily, autumn and spring are nice, or I wouldn't want to stay here. Lawyer He apologized. Sorry to make you drive me all this way, President Xue. Don't mention it, Xue Ling smiled. You've helped our family so much, staying up all night and running around. I can't do much, so being your driver is the least I can do. I should be the one apologizing. No, He meow laughed. I charge for my work. You gave me the case and took care of my wallet. I should be thanking you. Xue Ling smiled bitterly. Honestly, I'd rather not have to give you this kind of business. Sorry, He meow sighed. But there's so much ugliness and crime in the world. Not everyone is lucky enough to never encounter it. President Xue, you're a rational person. You know that. I know, but it still hurts, Xue Ling said softly. She's family. How could it not hurt? He meow's eyes flickered. At least, your cousin is already divorced from her, or things would be even worse. I helped draft their divorce agreement, you know. My family's been a mess for a while, Xue Ling frowned. Earlier, my husband got a call from home. Heng found out and couldn't take it. No one knows where he went. My father-in-law is so upset he's bedridden, sighing all day. Huan and his wife didn't dare go to work. They're out looking for Heng. My husband went to look too. He meow couldn't help but say, And you're still driving me home? Just drop me off anywhere and go help look for him. Let him cool off alone. Xue Ling shook her head softly. My head's spinning. After I drop you off, I need to go lie down or I'll be the next one to collapse. Seeing how pale Xue Ling looked, he, meow quickly asked, President Xue, are you sure you're okay? If you're not feeling well, you really shouldn't be driving. How about this? Pull over up ahead. I'll call a car and get you back to Ronghua Mall first. No need, I'm fine, Xue Ling said with a wistful smile. Over 40 now, and my body just isn't what it used to be. I used to be able to pull all-nighters, even 2 or 3 in a row, and be fine. Now, just a few nights of poor sleep and a bit of stress, and I can't take it anymore. Hey meow, also in her late 30s, understood all too well. When I had my child, I worked during the day and took care of the baby at night. I barely slept 2 or 3 hours a day, and usually just napped on the bus or in a taxi, always worried I'd miss my stop. Back then, I was running on pure adrenaline, Busy every day. People would ask how I managed, but only I knew how hard it was. I couldn't stop, because I was afraid if I did, I'd never get moving again. When I was exhausted, I'd just doze for a bit, never dared to sleep deeply. Sheling felt a pang of sympathy. Sometimes women have it even harder than men, especially working women. If you focus on your career, you can't take care of your family and kids. If you focus on the kids, you can't focus on your career. Women are just as smart and capable as men, but in so many fields it's mostly men at the top. The biggest reason is that women have to sacrifice their careers for their children and families. Exactly. He meow meow gave a wry smile. Even in my field, lots of women have to quit after having kids. When their kids are older, they try to get back to work, but some companies don't want housewives. They think they're out of touch, burdened with family and not as energetic as the young ones. Why hire an older woman when you can hire someone young? Sheling sighed. I've been pretty lucky. My career was stable during my prime. Nothing major went wrong. The kids had their grandparents and my parents to help, and my husband took on a lot at home, giving me the space and time to grow. Without their help, I couldn't have had so many kids, let alone my current success. President Xue, you're my idol. He meow meow smiled. You achieved so much at a young age, own so many businesses, and your net worth keeps rising. With property prices in the capital going up every year, just the income from Ronghua Mall and Tomorrow Tower would let most people live comfortably for life. You really don't have to push yourself so hard. Sheling smiled softly. Progress is like rowing upstream. If you don't move forward, you fall back. Sometimes I want to rest, but the company just doesn't allow it. Now I only get time off during the new year, when I can take the family on a trip. In recent years, the grandparents have taken the kids traveling more than I have. He meow meow thought for a moment, then asked, with all your assets, do you have someone managing your income? Your taxes must be huge, right? Pretty big, Xueling smiled. But most taxes are paid by the factory. The rest is rental income, which may be taxed in the future but not yet. I have some properties in Rongcheng, managed by an old friend, Brother Min, and a secretary, Xiao Chen. Ronghua Mall is run by the property manager and team, and Tomorrow Tower has several staff as well. Wow, he meow meow said softly. President She, I hope you don't mind me asking, but is your annual income in the tens of millions? Sheling shook her head. I haven't calculated it exactly, but it should be. Most of the property income in Rongcheng is in my husband's account. I also invested in a pig farm, used to own 60%, now just 40%. The farm has doubled in size in recent years, and the income is pretty good. Especially lately, with pork prices up, the annual returns are nice. You really trust your husband. Hey meow meow smiled. Most of my divorce clients split up over money or affairs. You must really trust your partner. Sheling smiled. It depends on the person. I trust my husband because he's earned it. If two people can have kids and share a bed but can't trust each other, how can they go on? Be open, be honest, trust more, doubt and nitpick less, otherwise it just doesn't work. He meow meow was moved. It's hardest for women, especially with in-laws. If you can't take a little hardship, can't let yourself be wronged, you can't survive in your husband's family. You're right. More honesty, less calculation, or it just won't work. Sheling stopped at a red light and yawned. Every family has its struggles. There's always something to deal with. The company has issues, I have worries, and I haven't slept well for days. Then my third uncle passed away. I caught a cold and didn't deal with much. Last night and today I've been busy with my sister-in-law's mess, so I haven't been to the company. Out of sight, out of mind. If I don't see it, I don't worry as much. So, is the problem solved? He meow meow asked. Sheling replied, the execs came up with a few ideas. Tomorrow morning I'll pick one at the meeting. You probably already know what you'll do? He meow meow smiled. You're always prepared. No need to worry. Xueling sighed. In business, sometimes you lose a little, make a little less, but once you get through the tough times, things clear up. The worst is when money can't solve the problem. No matter how much I'm willing to lose or spend, it might not work. Like my sister-in-law's case, my father-in-law sighing at home, or my cousin Shui Heng, who's disappeared. Try to see the bright side, he Meow Meow said with a wry smile. I deal with all kinds of people in pain every day. You're actually one of the luckiest and happiest people I know. She wasn't flattering or trying to please, just speaking from the heart. In her eyes, Xueling was exceptionally capable, had great vision, and was a leader in the business world. Truly admirable. In life, her parents were still alive, her in-laws loved her, her husband was devoted, and she had 4 healthy, wonderful kids. Not just in the capital, but anywhere, few could compare. Thank you, Xueling smiled. But even if you're lucky and happy, you still have to keep working hard and stay busy. He Meow Meow laughed. In the adult world, there's no such thing as easy. Suddenly, Xueling raised her eyebrows and smiled. Lawyer He, what you just said gave me an idea. I thought of a great slogan for our new season's ad campaign. He Meow Meow was curious. What is it? Can I hear it first? I'd be honored if I inspired you. Xueling said, In a woman's world, there's no such thing as settling. Tianshu is your one and only best choice. Oh, He Meow Meow laughed. That's really good. Xueling said, Starting next month, our products will have a new anti-counterfeit label, and the new season's ads will highlight it. We'll emphasize the word best and use new packaging and methods to quietly fight fake products. He Meow Meow gave her a big thumbs up. Xueling dropped He Meow Meow off at the entrance to her neighborhood, then turned the car around and headed back to the city center. Luckily, it was just after 3 in the afternoon, not rush hour, so there was no traffic jam. Once this busy period was over, she planned to find a designer to help redesign 2 small siheyuan, courtyard houses, combining traditional exteriors with modern conveniences so everyone would be comfortable, both the elderly and the young. The city center was nice, but with more cars every year, getting in and out took ages and was inconvenient. Also, the elders wanted to tend to flowers and plants. Living in a high-rise, there was barely any space except for 2 small balconies. She stopped at a red light again, saw the heavy traffic, and took the chance to call her secretary. Chenjia, everything okay at the company? Good. Leave the contracts for now. I'll come in to sign them tomorrow or the day after. Please notify the execs, meeting at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Also, help me look up some well-known architectural design studios in the capital from recent years. Yes, I want to redesign 2 old siheyuan, tear them down, and rebuild as one big courtyard house. Try to find studios that specialize in traditional styles and let me know when you've contacted them. She hung up, saw the cars ahead finally moving, and drove on. At the parking lot, she got out. Just as she was about to take the elevator, she noticed some plastic bags, tissues, and wrappers near the drains. She frowned, pulled out her phone, and called Liao Zhongyan. Director Liao, there's trash by the drains in the underground parking lot. Please have someone clean it up right away. Even if it doesn't rain much in winter, we can't be careless. If we keep it clean, we won't have problems during heavy storms. Our parking lot has more drains than others, so it's more work, but we can't slack off. Liao Zhongyan agreed at once. By the way, I wanted to discuss something. The paperwork for the 2 siheyuan is in progress. The contract was signed in your name, with your ID. I wanted to ask, your kids are grown now. Your eldest is 19, right? He's an adult and has his own ID. Do you want to put the siheyuan in his name? You already have plenty of property. Right now you only pay purchase tax, since you mostly build yourself, so it's not a big deal. Luckily, our country doesn't have annual property taxes like some others, or you'd be paying a fortune every year. Xueling laughed. No, keep it under my name. My husband and I agreed. For the next 20 or 30 years, all property stays with us. We'll pay for their education and living expenses, but nothing else. When the kids are grown, they have to work for themselves. When we're old and can't manage, then we'll pass things on. Even if there are taxes, that's fine. Paying taxes is every citizen's duty. Really? Is there much difference between giving it now and later? Your eldest is in a combined bachelor's-master's program, right? He won't graduate for years. Are you really going to make him buy his own house and get married on his own? She Ling waited by the elevator, looking around. He should work for it himself. We'll help a little, maybe with a down payment, but I'd be happier if he didn't need our help and could do it on his own. For her, helping her son was less satisfying than seeing him be independent. Housing prices in the capital are skyrocketing. In 10 years, most people's salaries won't keep up. You'll have to help. She Ling smiled and sighed. You only understand a mother's worries when you have kids. Don't worry, I'll decide as things go. Thanks for the reminder, Lao Liao. She hung up, saw the elevator still hadn't come, and switched to another. At home, the kids weren't back from school yet. Only her mother and mother-in-law were sitting on the sofa, looking dazed. The house was eerily quiet. Liu Ying jumped up when she saw her. Ling Ling! How did it go? Did Fang come back with you? Xue Ling shook her head and took her hand. She can't come back yet. She'll be detained for a while. Once the others involved are caught, she should be released. Lawyer, he said she's not an accomplice, didn't participate directly, and there's evidence she was coerced. She's confident she can get her out on bail. The police are still searching for Liu Dao. In a few days, lawyer, he will try again. Liu Ying didn't quite understand. So she'll be back in a few days? Yes, Xue Ling replied. She just needs to cooperate with the investigation and sign some paperwork when she's back. Don't worry, she probably won't be sentenced. Liu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Ling Ling, she deserves it, but she's still my daughter. She's let down Heng's family, let down Heng, and embarrassed you and your brother. I know you must have opinions about her, but for Xiao Han's sake and for us old folks, please help her. Mom, we don't think that way, Xue Ling said tiredly. We'll help her all the way. Her mother poured her a glass of water. Ayuan and the others are out looking for Heng. Still no news. Xue Ling took a few sips. I'm a bit dizzy. I'll nap, then help look. She understood Xue Heng. He was overwhelmed, but since he and Cheng Tianfang had no feelings left and were divorced, with a daughter and elderly parents to care for, he wouldn't do anything rash. If this were the passionate days of youth, they might have had to call the police to help search. But a man in his 40s, after years of life's beatings and family troubles, had to be mature and strong. So, letting him cool off should be fine. Xue Ling quickly changed into pajamas and fell asleep almost instantly. She didn't know how long she slept, but vaguely heard the kids come home and drifted off again. When she woke, the lights outside were already on. She got up and turned on the light. Mom's awake, Xue Yang called from outside. He knocked and poked his head in. Mommy. Xue Ling was amused. You rascal. When did you get so mushy? The boy laughed and jumped onto the bed. Mom, my teacher said I should try out for next year's swimming championship. Xue Ling answered without thinking. Go for it. If you're interested, do it. Really? Xue Yang's eyes widened. If I make the team, I won't be able to keep going to regular classes? What? Xue Ling was still groggy. No classes? Then what, just training and competitions? Yeah, Xue Yang said softly. If I do well, the coach will recommend me straight into a university sports program. Xue Ling thought for a moment, realizing this was a big deal. Let's wait for your dad to come home and discuss it. If you really love swimming, we'll respect your choice. Xue Yang grinned. I can't keep up with Big Brother's grades. He shot up as soon as he started high school. I'm just trying to stay average. But the coach said my scores are already at the level of a provincial team's top athlete and I mustn't give up. I have to go for it. When Xue Yang was little, his grandparents often took him to the seaside, and he learned to swim at a very young age. He loved swimming, so every summer and winter he would clamor to go to the beach. At first, his grandfather would swim with him, but soon realized Xue Yang was faster and better than he was, so he simply rented a small boat to follow alongside his grandson. By age 7, Xue Yang could already outswim adults. Maybe because he was genuinely interested, his swimming skills improved year after year. One summer during middle school, Cheng Tianyuan took the 4 kids to the pool. They were all playing in the children's pool, but suddenly the second child disappeared. Cheng Tianyuan panicked and started searching. The pool was only about a meter deep, so you could see everything clearly, but his second child was nowhere to be found. He thought maybe the boy had gone to the bathroom and was relieved. Just then, there was a commotion and applause from the adult pool. Cheng Tianyuan told his eldest to watch the others and went over to see what was happening, only to find his second son racing a young man in the water, swimming like a fish, fast and smooth. Sheyang won easily, grinning with pride, but his dad glared at him, so he sheepishly returned to the children's pool. A middle-aged man stopped Cheng Tianyuan, asking if that was his child. The man explained he was the president of the capital's swimming association and a coach for the city team. He said Shui Yang's build was perfect for swimming, broad, strong shoulders, long, powerful legs, and hoped he could join the association, promising to train him as a new star. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't interested and worried the man was a scammer, so he refused. But over the next few days, Shui Yang kept sneaking into the adult pool to swim. The coach, not wanting to let such talent slip away, kept pestering Shui Yang and Cheng Tianyuan, even showing his credentials and taking them to the training base. Shui Yang was thrilled and immediately interested. Cheng Tianyuan didn't stop him. Seeing how much he loved it, he agreed to let him go. The coach wanted him to attend a sports school in high school, with fewer classes and more time for training. But after discussing with Sheling, they decided against it. High school was too important, and they didn't want their son to give up a broader future for a hobby. Sheyang's grades weren't great, always just average in class. He couldn't get into a top high school, only a regular one, and his grades stayed average. Besides not being academically gifted, he also loved sports, spending most of his free time running and jumping instead of studying. Every child is different. Sheling never demanded he match his older brother or fight for a top university and major. She just wanted him to do his best. "Did the coach say what kind of university you could get into?" Sheling asked hesitantly. "Not all universities are the same, even if they're all called university. There's a big difference." Xue Yang replied, "The coach said if I can get good results in national or world competitions, the more attention I get, the better the university I can go to. If I become an Olympic champion, then of course I'll get into the best university." Sheling laughed. "So, do you think you can be a world champion?" "Not now," Xue Yang grinned sheepishly. "But maybe in the future. Mom, I only train twice a week now. If I could train every day, I'd improve a lot. I'm already at the level of a professional athlete. If I keep working hard, it's possible. Gotta have hope for tomorrow." Sheling yawned and sat up. "This is about your future and life plan. You can't take it lightly. We'll wait for your dad to come home and discuss it. By the way, is he back yet?" "No," Xue Yang replied. "Grandpa and Grandpa Cheng aren't back either. I came home and started my homework. Grandma told me not to disturb you, so we all did our homework in our rooms and waited for dinner. It's almost time to eat. Where are they?" Sheling changed the subject. "Did you finish your homework?" "All done." Xue Yang grinned. "I waited outside just to tell you this. Mom, you have to help convince Dad. My dream is to stand on a world podium, draped in the national flag, singing the anthem with my family cheering for me." Sheling smiled dotingly. Yang, it's not that I don't support your dreams. It's just that this is your future, so your dad and I have to be careful. Of course, if you're truly determined to make your own way, we'll support you. Your life is yours to walk. We can only give advice, not walk it for you." Xue Yang flopped onto her bed, yawning lazily. "I know." Who knew how much he really understood? Sheling smiled helplessly. "Go see if dinner's ready, check on your siblings, and help with their homework. I'll call your dad." "Okay." Xue Yang jumped up, chest out, and marched out, calling, "Hey, you little ones! Second brother is here. By order of the Empress Dowager, I'm here to check your homework. Present it and you'll be spared." Sheling chuckled, dialing her husband as she closed the door. "Hello? Honey, we're out, driving now, planning to find somewhere to eat." Sheling asked, "Did you find Heng? Both dads are with you, right?" Yes, and Uncle Jillian too. We're in the suburbs. It'll be late if we go home, so we're just going to find a quiet place to eat. Xueling sighed. Comfort him as much as you can. You're all men. You'll understand each other better. I'll take the kids to eat. It's cold. Don't stay out too late. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Xueling quickly washed her face, drank half a glass of water, and went next door. Liu Ying and her mother-in-law were busy in the kitchen, cooking up a storm. What? They're not coming home for dinner? Xueling shook her head. No, they'll be back later. Put what's not cooked in the fridge. I'll call the 3 kids to eat. With several people gone, the dinner table felt much quieter. Xiao Xin asked curiously, Where did Grandpa and Grandpa Cheng go? Why isn't Dad coming home for dinner? Xueling served her some food. Dad had something to do, and Grandpa and Grandpa Cheng just went along since they had nothing else. They'll be back after dinner. So nice, Zhao Chong pouted. Old people get to have fun every day, go wherever they want. Not like us, school every day, then homework after? Grandma laughed. When we were your age, we wished we could go to school, but we were always hungry, nothing to eat, and no school to go to, just wandering around looking for food. When you're old, with backaches and sleepless nights, you'll know how good old people have it, Liu Ying said with a laugh. Kids are just kids. If you don't appreciate school now, you'll regret it later. They chatted and ate, and the atmosphere was great. Xueling, with worries on her mind, didn't eat much. She had the kids help clear the table, then quietly slipped over to her aunt's place. Chen Shi was having dinner with Xiao Yue and Xiao Han, busy and flustered, managing 2 kids on her own. Lingling, have you eaten? Want some noodles? Xueling smiled. I've eaten. She sat next to Xiao Yue and wiped the table for him. Xiao Yue, stop playing with your sister and eat your noodles properly. Xueling was always strict with the kids. Xiao Yue had lived with them for years and had developed a bit of a fear of her, so he stopped playing and obediently ate. Xiao Han called out sweetly, Auntie. Xueling turned and gently tidied her messy little braids. Girls are naturally fond of looking pretty. When Xiao Xin was 5 or 6, she suddenly insisted on growing her hair long, crying every time she was taken for a haircut and refusing to have it cut. In the end, they let her grow it out. Long hair is a hassle to wash and manage. In winter, it's not so bad. She could just let it down, and it even worked as a scarf to keep warm. But in summer, when kids are always sweating, long hair gets sticky and uncomfortable for everyone. During that time, Cheng Tianyuan clumsily learned to braid his daughter's hair, and Xueling also had to find time to do it. Later, when Xiao Xin started elementary school, she had to get up early, and managing her hair became even more troublesome. Eventually, she got tired of it herself and, despite her reluctance, cut it to shoulder length. Shorter in summer, a bit longer in winter. But by then, both parents had become skilled at braiding. Xueling quickly and skillfully braided 2 cute little pigtails. Chen Shi smiled. You young people are so good with your hands. Xueling laughed. Auntie, I'm not that young anymore, already in my 40s. So fast. Chen Shi squinted at her. But you haven't changed at all. Look at most 30. Xueling laughed again. Auntie, you really know how to flatter. Xiao Han turned her head and said, Auntie, when you braid my hair, you're just like the mom in my textbook. Xueling was momentarily stunned, not quite sure how to respond. Xiao Yue laughed, teasing Xiao Han. The textbook talks about moms, but in real life, she's not your mom. Auntie is Uncle's wife, not your mom. The textbook mom cooks for you, but in real life, it's Grandma. Grandma is Dad's mom, get it? Xiao Han huffed. Of course I know. Stop butting in. So annoying. Xiao Yue, being a boy, was mischievous and stuck out his tongue. Xiao Han glared at him angrily. All right, Chen Shi coaxed. No more talking, just eat your noodles. Right, Xueling added. Whoever finishes first, I'll take to play with your cousins. Where there's competition, there's motivation. Hearing they could go play, the 2 kids started eating quickly. Chen Shi fed Xiao Han, while Xiao Yue ate by himself and soon finished half a bowl. Xueling helped out. Just then, Xueyang came in. Mom, the computer at home keeps blue screening. I've tried everything, but it's still not working. Xiaoxin wanted to practice typing, but as soon as she opened the program, it crashed again. Xueling said, "There is a computer shop downstairs. When your dad gets back, I'll have him take the CPU down for a check." Okay. Xueyang nodded, then started teasing Xiao Yue. Xueling said, Yang, take your brother and sister over to our place to play for a bit. I'll help Auntie clean up the kitchen. Bring them back in half an hour. The two little ones were thrilled, clinging to Xueyang on either side. Hey! Xueyang picked up Xiao Han and took Xiao Yue by the hand, heading out. Xueling called after them, "Don't let them eat anything, they just finished dinner." Who knows if they heard as the three of them chattered away and left. Chen Shi wiped the table and smiled. With those two little troublemakers gone, the house is suddenly quiet. Xueling stepped forward and said quietly, "Auntie, Ayuan and Dad are with Heng. I know you must be angry, but anger won't help now. For the kids' sake, don't make yourself sick. Taking care of them is most important." Chen Shi paused, her face darkening. "Lingling, I'm not afraid to speak honestly, even though you're from her family. No matter whose family it is, who wouldn't be angry about something like this? Who could just forgive and forget? Your uncle and I are educated people, but we're still human. Anyone would be furious about this." "I understand," Xueling said softly. "My mother-in-law and father-in-law are also very upset, always blaming themselves for not raising their daughter well." "It's not something a few words can fix," Chen Shi said angrily. "You can't just brush it off. Since she married in, your uncle and I can swear we've never treated her badly. But what about her? What has she done? Sometimes I wonder if she was sent by heaven just to torment our Heng." She'd long been dissatisfied with Cheng Tianfang, but for the sake of Xueling and her in-laws, she'd always held back. After the couple married, they started arguing constantly. Small fights every 3 days, big ones every 4, always something upsetting. Later, they fought even more over whether or not to have children. She was angry. After years of marriage and not being young anymore, why not have a child? When she finally got pregnant, as a mother-in-law, she personally made meals and brought them over, did all the housework, just hoping her daughter-in-law would have a safe pregnancy. At that time, Xiao Yue was still little. Ah Huan was busy with work, Xiao Yi had to study and intern, and as a mother-in-law she couldn't help with their kids, so she asked Wu Jie and his wife to help. After Xiao Han was born, she and her husband were overjoyed and took care of her during the confinement period. But Cheng Tianfang constantly nitpicked, complaining about the nanny and her mother-in-law, saying nothing was done right. She thought with a nanny for Xiao Han she could help with Xiao Yue, but Cheng Tianfang insisted the elders should prioritize her and Xiao Han since Heng was the eldest son. She was angry but kept it in, secretly helping with Xiao Yue. Then, when Ah Huan wanted to borrow money from his brother to start a business, Cheng Tianfang refused to give any, saying she'd invested in stocks, funds, and a shop, and had no cash. Xue Heng tried to persuade her to sell the stocks and funds, but she refused, causing a huge fight. She and her husband listened to them argue next door, feeling chilled to the bone. She's selfish enough but wouldn't even let Heng help his only brother. Ah Huan is his real brother. Luckily Ah Huan understood, or the brothers' relationship would have been ruined. Your uncle was so disappointed, he said this didn't feel like a family anymore, so we'd rather travel than stay home. The grandkids were all little and needed us, but we were just too angry to care. Mrs. Chen, speaking of the past, was both heartbroken and angry. She almost tore our family apart. Did your uncle and I ever say a word? All we did was endure and endure some more. Your uncle said as long as their marriage was good, we'd just keep our distance and nothing else mattered. We're old now. It's our turn to be understanding toward the young. All the grievances and pain I've felt, I could only force myself to swallow. Lingling, who do you think we're enduring all this for? Isn't it for them? We've lived most of our lives already. Who knows when we'll be gone? All we want is for our children and grandchildren to live in harmony, to have a good life together, nothing more. Who knows the bitterness we've felt these past 2 years living away from home? I never thought that even after we left, Chung Tianfang would still find all sorts of reasons to pick on Ah Heng. She made things difficult for him every single day. This wasn't right, that wasn't good enough. She pushed Ah Heng so hard that he'd rather be out running business all over the place than come home. This is his home. His daughter is still so young. If this home was a place he could stay, how could he bear to leave his precious little girl behind? Even when Ah Heng called to tell us they'd decided to divorce, I still couldn't believe it. They were so in love when they got together. House, car, money, a child, they had it all. How could they not make it work? She disliked us old folks, so we left. Except for New Year and Mid-Autumn Festival, we hardly ever came back. How is it still not enough? But it turns out she'd already changed her heart. She was fooling around with another man. Her heart had long left this family. She didn't love Ah Heng anymore. Boo-hoo! Why is my Ah Heng so unlucky to end up with a woman like that? She shamelessly hooked up with some other man, made a cuckold of Ah Heng. How could she be so awful? Has she done right by this family? By us two old folks? By Ah Heng? How did the Chung family raise a daughter like that? How did they raise her? My poor Ah Heng. And poor little Han. With such a disgraceful mother, how will she ever hold her head up in the future? She's a mother. How could she not think of her own daughter? She did those things outside, and still had the nerve to demand so much money from Ah Heng. Mrs. Chen wiped her tears and raised her voice. Lingling, his money wasn't even enough. He had to borrow from you. You know that better than anyone. But she took the money Ah Heng borrowed and spent it on that other man, doing all those filthy things. She deserves it. Someone like her should be punished by the law. Don't tell me not to be angry. I can't not be angry. If your uncle hadn't stopped me this morning, I would have gone straight to your house. I want to ask your parents-in-law face to face, how did they raise a daughter like that? In the past 10 years, has our family ever wronged Chung Tianfang? Ever? Even a little? Why did she have to disgrace our family, disgrace our Ah Heng like this? Shi Ling let out a long sigh and said softly, Auntie, please don't get so worked up. I'm not here to plead for her. Even if you did, it wouldn't help. Mrs. Chen shook her head, crying, Lingling, you're our good niece. All these years, our family owes yours a debt as high as the sky. But this is a separate matter. Your family's little sister-in-law, she's ruined us. I'm angry at the Chung family, not at you. I'm not blaming you, really, I'm not. I know, Xue Ling replied apologetically. Auntie, my parents-in-law don't dare face you because they really do feel guilty inside. Even if you came, I still wouldn't forgive them. Mrs. Chen choked up. When Ah Heng comes back, I want to discuss moving out with him. Even if we have to rent, I'd be happy. We never want anything to do with that woman again. She's morally corrupt, disgusting, and filthy. I will never let Xiao Han have contact with a woman like that. I'd rather tell her her mother is dead than let her learn bad things from her. Auntie, Xue Ling frowned. Please don't get so upset. No, I mean it, Mrs. Chen said. We really can't stay here anymore. I don't want to face the Chung family, I just don't. I don't want to see her, even one look makes me sick. Lingling, we're family, all descendants of the Xue family. That's a bond that can't be broken. But the Chung family is different. Once Ah Heng divorces her, there's nothing left between them. Xiao Han will be just fine without her. I don't want my granddaughter to have a mother like that. People need dignity, just like trees need bark. She'll have to face people every day, and I can't let her be laughed at or unable to hold her head up. That would hurt the child too much. It's just too cruel. No, Xue Ling sighed. Auntie, don't rush to move out. Ah Fang, she'll probably have to spend some time in jail, and before the case is over, she'll only be out on bail at most. I've already arranged for someone to rebuild Third Uncle's courtyard, planning to combine 2 courtyards into one big one. Once it's done, we'll move to the old city. That'll take too long. Mrs. Chen shook her head firmly. I'll discuss it with Ah Heng when he gets here. Auntie, Ah Fang is Yao Han's biological mother, Xue Ling said softly. She has the right to visit Xiao Han and to spend time with her.
I don't care, Mrs. Chen said angrily. She can sue us if she wants. She can do it any time. I'm not afraid. We'll wait for the court's decision. But from today on, I will never let Xiao Han see her again. Seeing how determined she was, Xue Ling knew it was pointless to keep persuading. The old lady was still in a fit of anger. It wouldn't be easy to reason with her right now. There was no rush. After some time, once she and Uncle Jilan calmed down, they could try to persuade her again. Auntie, at least Ah Heng won't be implicated, which is a small blessing in this misfortune. As for how much Ah Fang is at fault and how she should be punished, that's for the court to decide. No one in our family pities her, and no one will cover for her. This just happened. Everyone's still in shock and doesn't know how to react. Let's wait for Ah Heng to come back, then we'll discuss things carefully. Mrs. Chen sniffled and said quietly, Ah Heng won't cover for her, and he probably won't have anything to do with her in the future. She brought it on herself. Xue Ling shook her head. He can decide for himself. I won't try to persuade him, and I couldn't even if I wanted to. Mrs. Chen had calmed down a lot, wiping her nose. It'll take at least a year or more to build the new courtyard. It's not something that can be done right away. Besides, it's not that we don't want to see you. It's just that we don't want to see that woman. I'd love nothing more than to live with you all my life. The house next door is for that wretched woman. She'll come back to live there sooner or later. For Ah Heng and Xiao Han's sake, we won't stay here anymore. The Central Hospital has given your uncle and me a small apartment, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, enough for the 2 of us, Xiao Han and Ah Heng. If Xiao Han doesn't like it, we still have the apartment at Dongfang Garden, the one Ah Heng bought back then. Just a bit of cleaning and it's ready to live in. No need to worry about having nowhere to go. That apartment was the one Xue Heng bought in the capital after earning his first pot of gold, on his mother's recommendation. He lived there when he was single, and his parents had also stayed there. When the whole Chung family first came to the capital, they stayed there for a while too, until the Ronghua Mall was completed and everyone moved over here. Xue Ling wanted to say something, but didn't know how to persuade her, so she just said, Auntie, it's getting late. I'll head back now. Mrs. Chen, speaking of the past, was both heartbroken and angry. She almost tore our family apart. Did your uncle and I ever say a word? All we did was endure and endure some more. Your uncle said as long as their marriage was good, we'd just keep our distance and nothing else mattered. We're old now. It's our turn to be understanding toward the young. All the grievances and pain I've felt, I could only force myself to swallow. Lingling, who do you think we're enduring all this for? Isn't it for them? We've lived most of our lives already. Who knows when we'll be gone? All we want is for our children and grandchildren to live in harmony, to have a good life together, nothing more. Who knows the bitterness we've felt these past 2 years living away from home? I never thought that even after we left, Chung Tianfang would still find all sorts of reasons to pick on Ah Heng.
She made things difficult for him every single day. This wasn't right. That wasn't good enough. She pushed Ah Heng so hard that he'd rather be out running business all over the place than come home. This is his home. His daughter is still so young. If this home was a place he could stay, how could he bear to leave his precious little girl behind? Even when Ah Heng called to tell us they'd decided to divorce, I still couldn't believe it. They were so in love when they got together. House, car, money, a child, they had it all. How could they not make it work? She disliked us old folks, so we left. Except for New Year and Mid-Autumn Festival, we hardly ever came back. How is it still not enough? But it turns out she'd already changed her heart. She was fooling around with another man. Her heart had long left this family. She didn't love Ah Heng anymore. Boo-hoo. Why is my Ah Heng so unlucky to end up with a woman like that? She shamelessly hooked up with some other man, made a cuckold of Ah Heng. How could she be so awful? Has she done right by this family? By us 2 old folks? By Ah Heng? How did the Chung family raise a daughter like that? How did they raise her? My poor Ah Heng, and poor little Han. With such a disgraceful mother, how will she ever hold her head up in the future? She's a mother. How could she not think of her own daughter? She did those things outside and still had the nerve to demand so much money from Ah Heng. Mrs. Chen wiped her tears and raised her voice. Lingling, his money wasn't even enough. He had to borrow from you. You know that better than anyone. But she took the money Ah Heng borrowed and spent it on that other man, doing all those filthy things. She deserves it. Someone like her should be punished by the law. Don't tell me not to be angry. I can't not be angry.
If your uncle hadn't stopped me this morning, I would have gone straight to your house. I want to ask your parents-in-law face to face, how did they raise a daughter like that? In the past 10 years, has our family ever wronged Cheng Tianfeng? Ever? Even a little? Why did she have to disgrace our family, disgrace our Aheng like this? Shueling let out a long sigh and said softly, Auntie, please don't get so worked up. I'm not here to plead for her. Even if you did, it wouldn't help. Mrs. Chen shook her head, crying. Lingling, you're our good niece. All these years our family owes yours a debt as high as the sky. But this is a separate matter. Your family's little sister-in-law, she's ruined us. I'm angry at the Chung family, not at you. I'm not blaming you. Really, I'm not. I know. Shueling replied apologetically. Auntie, my parents-in-law don't dare face you because they really do feel guilty inside. Even if you came, I still wouldn't forgive them. Mrs. Chen choked up. When Aheng comes back, I want to discuss moving out with him. Even if we have to rent, I'd be happy. We never want anything to do with that woman again. She's morally corrupt, disgusting, and filthy. I will never let Xiao Han have contact with a woman like that. I'd rather tell her mother is dead than let her learn bad things from her. Auntie, Shueling frowned. Please don't get so upset. No, I mean it, Mrs. Chen said. We really can't stay here anymore. I don't want to face the Chung family, I just don't. I don't want to see her. Even one look makes me sick. Lingling, we're family, all descendants of the Shui family. That's a bond that can't be broken. But the Chung family is different. Once Aheng divorces her, there's nothing left between them. Xiao Han will be just fine without her. I don't want my granddaughter to have a mother like that. People need dignity, just like trees need bark. She'll have to face people every day, and I can't let her be laughed at or unable to hold her head up. That would hurt the child too much. It's just too cruel. No, Shueling sighed. Auntie, don't rush to move out. Ah Fang. She'll probably have to spend some time in jail, and before the case is over, she'll only be out on bail at most. I've already arranged for someone to rebuild Third Uncle's courtyard, planning to combine 2 courtyards into one big one. Once it's done, we'll move to the old city. That'll take too long. Mrs. Chen shook her head firmly. I'll discuss it with Aheng when he gets here. Auntie, Ah Fang is Xiao Han's biological mother. Shueling said softly. She has the right to visit Xiao Han and to spend time with her. I don't care, Mrs. Chen said angrily. She can sue us if she wants. She can do it any time. I'm not afraid. We'll wait for the court's decision. But from today on, I will never let Xiao Han see her again. Seeing how determined she was, Shueling knew it was pointless to keep persuading. The old lady was still in a fit of anger. It wouldn't be easy to reason with her right now. There was no rush. After some time, once she and Uncle Jilan calmed down, they could try to persuade her again. Auntie, at least Aheng won't be implicated, which is a small blessing in this misfortune. As for how much Afang is at fault and how she should be punished, that's for the court to decide. No one in our family pities her, and no one will cover for her. This just happened. Everyone's still in shock and doesn't know how to react. Let's wait for Aheng to come back, then we'll discuss things carefully. Mrs. Chen sniffled and said quietly, Aheng won't cover for her, and he probably won't have anything to do with her in the future. She brought it on herself. Shueling shook her head. He can decide for himself. I won't try to persuade him, and I couldn't even if I wanted to. Mrs. Chen had calmed down a lot, wiping her nose. It'll take at least a year or more to build the new courtyard. It's not something that can be done right away. Besides, it's not that we don't want to see you, it's just that we don't want to see that woman. I'd love nothing more than to live with you all my life. The house next door is for that wretched woman. She'll come back to live there sooner or later. For Aheng and Xiao Han's sake, we won't stay here anymore. The Central Hospital has given your uncle and me a small apartment, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, enough for the 2 of us, Xiao Han and Aheng. If Xiao Han doesn't like it, we still have the apartment at Dongfang Garden, the one Aheng bought back then. Just a bit of cleaning and it's ready to live in. No need to worry about having nowhere to go. That apartment was the one Shueheng bought in the capital after earning his first pot of gold, on his mother's recommendation. He lived there when he was single, and his parents had also stayed there. When the whole Chung family first came to the capital, they stayed there for a while too, until the Ronghua Mall was completed and everyone moved over here. Ling wanted to say something but didn't know how to persuade her, so she just said, "Auntie, it's getting late. I'll head back now." After Ling got home, she had Yang take Xiao Han and Zhao Yue back to their rooms. Then, she checked her younger son and daughter's homework. "It's getting colder at night. I heard the heating started today. Go turn it on in your rooms for a bit and see if it works." "Ugh, it's been freezing these past few days. Finally, the heat is on. Heating, heating, I love you. Heating, heating, I love you." Watching her energetic son and daughter, Ling couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. "No staying up late. You must be in bed before 9 or you'll be impossible to wake up tomorrow. I'll come check at 9, got it?" "Yes, ma'am. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager." Ling went across the hall and saw her mother knitting, dark circles under her eyes. She felt a pang of sympathy and said softly, "Dad and the others will be back soon. You should go to bed. You didn't sleep last night, did you? You look terrible." Sigh. Her mother put down the yarn, exhausted, and instinctively glanced toward Liu Ying's room. No one could sleep. How could we? Ling sighed, pulled her mother up, and gently pushed her into the bedroom. "The heating's on now. You'll be warm tonight, so get some good sleep." Her mother's head was aching badly, and she really couldn't hold on any longer, so she listened to her daughter and went to bed early. Ling then went to Liu Ying's room and found the old lady sitting on the bed, secretly wiping away tears as she looked at old photo albums under the dim light. She spoke softly. "Mom, it's late. You should get some sleep. I turned on the heat, it'll be warm soon. You didn't sleep well last night, so you need to rest early tonight." "Lingling." Liu Ying's voice trembled. Sigh. Ling nodded. "Mom, you don't have to say it. I know what you want to say. Don't worry." Liu Ying hunched over and got up, speaking quietly. "I just wanted to say, your dad and I need to persuade that foolish girl to give half of Ah Heng's money back to him. She's really wronged Ah Heng. Your dad and I don't even dare face our in-laws anymore. From now on, you and Ah Yuen will have to handle these things. Don't worry, we'll make sure she gives the money back." Ling frowned slightly, understanding her mother-in-law's pain. "Mom, we don't know how the court will rule in the end. There might even be a fine. Ah Heng isn't short of money, and even if she gives half back, it won't change anything. Please, don't overthink it." Liu Ying sobbed quietly, choking up. "How can I not think about it? I used to think that, given time, maybe for the child's sake, they might get back together. But now, it's clear that's impossible. Giving some money back is the least we can do to ease our guilt." "We'll talk about it later." Ling comforted her. "You need to get some sleep. You can't keep staying up late or your health will suffer." Liu Ying was too exhausted to resist, so she let Ling help her into bed and closed her eyes to try to sleep. Ling turned off the light and closed the door. Looking at the cold, empty living room and the dark kitchen, she couldn't help but sigh. Everyone, when considering things, always starts from their own perspective. Uncle Zilan's family had been deeply hurt. This wasn't a wound that would heal quickly, nor was it something money could fix. Her mother-in-law couldn't think of any other way, and feeling so guilty toward Ah Heng's family, she muddled through, thinking that giving money might somehow make up for it. But unfortunately, Ah Heng's family didn't lack money, and even if they did, they wouldn't accept it. Some wounds last a lifetime. They're fatal. The alarm had been raised, the person arrested, and her sister-in-law's situation was already set. Now, all they could hope for was that Ah Heng would recover soon. After 10 o'clock that night, a light mix of rain and snow began to fall outside. The snow was barely visible, melting into cold rain as soon as it hit the ground. A few of the older men and some middle-aged men finally returned home. She Huan and Cheng Tianyuan helped the drunken Xue Heng back to his room. Mrs. Chen, half asleep, saw her eldest son so drunk and immediately burst into tears. "Ah Heng, how are you? Oh my God, how much did you drink? How could you do this to yourself?" "Don't make a fuss," Xue Zhilan said sternly, turning up the heat in the house. "Don't scare the kids. Get him settled and let him rest." Xue Huan helped his brother take off his coat and shoes. Cheng Tianyuan hurried to the bathroom to get some hot water and helped Xie Heng wash his face and hands. Xie Jilan poured a cup of tea and quickly brought it in. The tea is just the right temperature. Give him some. It'll help sober him up. After all the fuss, Xue Heng was half awake, half asleep. He didn't need help. He sat up and gulped down the tea, letting out a contented, "Ah," as he finished. Cheng Tianyuan helped him lie down. Mrs. Chen anxiously asked, "Are you dizzy? Do you feel like throwing up?" "I already threw up," Xue Heng replied weakly. "I'm fine now." Cheng Tianyuan tucked him in and got up. "I'll head back now." Xie Jilan said warmly, "Thank you, Yuan. Get some rest." "Good night." Cheng Tianyuan left quickly. Xie Huan rubbed his shoulders and smiled wryly. "I don't know if it's because my brother's gotten heavier or I've gotten weaker, but after carrying him for a bit, I'm sore all over." "Heh." Xie Heng, half asleep, curled his lips as if he was smiling. Xie Jilan glanced at his younger son and said quietly, "Yuan carried him a long way and didn't complain. You only carried him a little." "It's different," Xue Huan laughed. "Brother-in-law still has some muscle. I'm skinny and weak now, no comparison." Mrs. Chen held her eldest son's hand, her eyes filling with tears again. Xie Zailan frowned and said softly, "Go to bed. I'll stay here with him tonight. You go keep Xiaohan company." Mrs. Chen was reluctant to leave her son and asked, "He just threw up. He can't sleep like this. What if he chokes on his vomit?" "Don't worry, Mom," Xue Huan said gently. "He only threw up some alcohol. He didn't eat much at lunch or dinner, so after drinking he just threw up the wine. It's nothing serious." Hearing this, Mrs. Chen felt even more distressed. "I'll go make him some porridge."
Go ahead, Xue Jilan waved her off. "Make a bit more. I'll have some later too." Mrs. Chen hurried out. Watching her hunched back and graying hair, Xue Huan felt a pang of sadness and wanted to say something, but his father stopped him. "Let her keep busy. It'll help distract her. She can't sleep anyway, so it's better to have something to do." Father and son exchanged a look, both frowning deeply. "Dad, I'll leave my brother in your care. I didn't sleep at all last night. I'm really exhausted." Xue Jilan nodded. "Go on." After the younger son left, Mrs. Chen came back in with a cup of hot water and handed it to her husband. Xue Jilan took it and sipped slowly. Mrs. Chen said quietly, "It's raining and snowing outside, and it's so cold and gloomy. Once the weather clears, let's move to Dongfang Garden." Xue Jilan paused, not quite reacting, and lowered his eyes. "When Aheng wakes up, ask him what he thinks." "What about you?" Mrs. Chen's lips trembled and tears fell again. "Can't you make a decision for once? Can we still live here? Is it even possible?" Xue Zilan let out a long sigh. "Don't be like this. For the sake of our in-laws, for Wu Ge's family, we need to stay calm. We should look at it this way. Now that they're divorced, it's no longer our family's concern." "Why are we lying to ourselves?" Mrs. Chen retorted emotionally. "It was clearly before the divorce. It obviously wasn't our fault, so why should our Aheng have to endure such humiliation?" Her son had been cuckolded, and for over a year at that. So what if they're divorced? Cheng Tianfang is just too despicable, too hateful. It's already more than enough that I haven't gone to her door to scold or hit her or to settle accounts with her. I absolutely cannot let a woman like her have contact with Xiaohan. I can't let her harm our family any further. Xue Jilian made a shushing gesture and said softly, "Don't get too worked up. Fine, if you want to move, then move. As long as Aheng agrees, I'm fine with it. I'll just go along with you all." Mrs. Chen looked at her eldest son lying in bed, and suddenly tears streamed down her face again. "We've lost our money, lost our home, and still owe millions in debt. I thought that if the money was gone, we could just work hard to earn it back. But who knew we'd even lose our dignity now? Why is my Aheng's fate so bitter? He's a man. He still has to go out and make his way in the world." "That's enough." Xue Jilian hugged his wife and said softly, "He still has Xiaohan, and he still has us and Ahuan and the others. A man's dignity can be earned by himself. There's no need to fear others' ridicule.
He's just over 40, he has a house, a car, and a stable income. His life won't be bad. Anyway, if anyone asks in the future, just say they've been separated since last year and only recently finalized the divorce. That way, both families can save face. Mrs. Chen fumed. Why should we care about her? After what she's done, she's shameless. If she doesn't care about her own reputation, why should we help her cover it up? She deserves it. Xue Jilian frowned and said quietly, No need to care about her. No one wants to. But this is the only way to handle it. Otherwise, Ah Heng will be hurt even more. They were together for over 10 years as husband and wife, sharing both honor and disgrace. If her reputation is ruined, how good can Ah Heng's be? If her scandal gets out, people will gossip in secret. We'll just say they've been separated since last year and we don't know the details. The divorce was finalized recently, and we hardly have any contact, so we know even less. Mrs. Chen waved her hand irritably. Let's just move out. Seeing her so determined, Xue Jilian didn't try to stop her. There had already been too much unhappiness in this home, better to have less if possible. Since his wife insisted, he would go along with her. Night had fallen. Xue Ling lay in bed, looking at her phone while waiting for her husband. Cheng Tianyuan opened the bathroom door and came over in his pajamas. The weather's damp and cold. I got caught in a bit of rain and there's not a single spot on me that feels warm. After a hot shower, I finally feel better. Xue Ling put away her phone and yawned. Let's sleep. There's a ton to do tomorrow. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his eyes and said softly, Heng probably won't be able to go to work for the next couple of days. You'll need to keep an eye on things at the branch factory. Xue Ling sighed helplessly. Let's just give him a bit more time. Cheng Tianyuan lay down, took her hand in his, and gently stroked the back of her hand. He even asked me today if I needed any help. I could only smile wryly and explain that all we could do was take her to the police, and after that, no one could help her except a lawyer. No matter how angry or resentful Ah Heng is, he's still kind at heart. Luckily, they were already divorced, or Ah Heng might not have been able to handle it emotionally. When feelings are worn away and both sides are disheartened, at least it gives some buffer. There's not much I can say to comfort him. He'll have to work through it himself. Xue Ling nodded and changed the subject to Xie Yang's choice of major. He said he has to register by the end of the year, and next week he needs to give the coach an answer. I think this is something we should discuss carefully. It's not a decision to make alone. After hearing this, Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said quietly, Isn't it just swimming? An interest class is enough. If he likes it during winter or summer break, he can do it as a part-time job or something. But if he chooses it as a major, what can he do in the future? No, Xue Ling explained. You misunderstood. The coach means he hopes Yang Yang won't attend regular classes for the next half semester, but instead train intensively and then compete. If he wins a prize, the coach can recommend him to certain universities based on his results. The higher the award, the better the university. What if he doesn't win? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Who can guarantee he'll win a big prize in the future? Our second son may not be a top student, but at least he's in the middle of his class. We can't just give up on that. If he works harder, he can still get into a good university. Better not agree. Let him keep studying. But he really likes it and wants to give it a shot, Xue Ling said thoughtfully. If the child truly likes it, we shouldn't stop him. Of course, going to university is good, but if he wants to take another path to get there, that's not a bad choice either. The risk is too high, Cheng Tianyuan objected. This isn't chopping wood. Putting in more effort doesn't guarantee results. We don't even know how good he really is at swimming. If he chooses this as a major and it doesn't work out, what will he do in the future? Xue Ling replied, he could work as a coach at a swimming pool or as a fitness trainer. It's not like there's no way out. No, Cheng Tianyuan said. If you look at it that way, his career options become much narrower. Our second son is strong and healthy, but he's not just brawn, he has a lot of potential. If he goes to university, his career path is also set, Xue Ling said. Sure, there are lots of majors, but at most you can only pick 2, maybe do a double degree, and that's not easy. Besides, what you study in college doesn't always determine your future career. I majored in foreign languages, but I didn't end up working in that field. Life is long. There are so many possibilities. No single path guarantees success. Chung Tianyuan was a bit persuaded, but still hesitant. Let's talk to him more tomorrow. Also, we can't just listen to the coach. We need to check things out ourselves and get detailed advice before making a decision. Xue Ling nodded. I think so too. In the next few days, I'll contact the coach and look up some information to see if anyone else has made the same choice as our second son and how it turned out for them. Chung Tianyuan said. This is a crucial decision. Once he chooses, it could change his whole life. He's not an adult yet, still immature. As parents, we need to be extra careful. After my meeting tomorrow, I'll ask around, Xue Ling said softly. Yang said the coach has high hopes for him, and if he does professional training, he'll definitely win awards. Even though he hasn't trained much, he's already at an intermediate level for professional athletes. That's pretty good, right? I don't really know the specifics, Chung Tianyuan said, but he really is a fast swimmer. When he was 8, I couldn't keep up with him. Every time Dad took him out, he had to rent a small boat to follow, because he just couldn't catch up. But the level for professional athletes is so high, even a few seconds can separate several competitors, and it's very hard to improve by even 1 or 2 seconds. We still need to see if he has room to improve. All right, Xue Ling said. Let's set up a meeting with the coach and talk it through carefully. As dawn was just breaking, Xue Ling left the house. She hadn't been to the company for 3 days, and her office was piled high with documents waiting for her signature. There were a ton of contracts and account books that needed her review. She really couldn't afford to delay any longer. She parked her car and hurried into the office. The secretaries hadn't arrived yet. She was the first one there. The cleaning lady, who was tidying up, saw her and quickly greeted her. President Xue, how come you're here so early? It's barely light out. Xue Ling smiled and replied, You're older than me. I'm the younger one. You really don't need to use such formal titles with me. I can't accept it. Just call me girl or something. I'd be happier that way. The cleaning lady laughed heartily. President Xue, you're always so easygoing. I've known you for over 10 years and you're still so beautiful. People always say that a kind heart makes a beautiful person, and you're living proof. Xue Ling opened the door and entered her office. She turned on the lights and the heater, rubbed her hands together, and immediately started looking through the documents. After being away for a few days, there was a mountain of work. By the time the 9 o'clock meeting rolled around, she'd only managed to get through about a quarter of it. She stretched, tilting her neck back, feeling a bit of discomfort in her cervical spine. With her head buried in work every day, her neck would sometimes get stiff or even sore. She had to constantly remind herself to look up and do some neck stretches. President Xue, the meeting will start in 5 minutes, Secretary Chen said. Would you like a cup of coffee? Just some tea is fine. Xue Ling organized her folders and asked, Has the logistics department been notified? The last 2 times we had executive meetings, both logistics supervisors were absent. They're all here, Secretary Chen explained. One supervisor was on vacation and the other had taken a week off, which is why there was a gap. Everyone has family, and it's impossible not to get sick now and then, Xue Ling said. Vacations should be arranged according to labor laws, and as long as there aren't any gaps, it's fine. As for sick leave or personal leave, those are unpredictable. Approve them if you can, as long as their work gets done. Secretary Chen agreed and went to pour her a cup of tea. Xue Ling took a couple of sips and headed out with her cup. Suddenly, Secretary Chen remembered something. President Xue, I almost forgot to tell you, your editor friend Xiao Jiaxue came by 3 days ago looking for you, but you weren't here. I asked if she wanted to leave a message, but she said no. She said she was just passing by and wanted to have a meal and a chat with you, nothing urgent. Things have been so busy lately, I haven't had a chance to tell you. Xue Ling thought for a moment, a bit suspicious. I haven't bought any imported goods from her recently, so she's probably here to pitch some new product. Last time she tried to sell me a set of skincare products, but I turned her down. She never liked makeup, nor did she enjoy putting it on. Other than using some moisturizer in winter, she really didn't have time for cleansing routines or face masks. Her husband didn't like her wearing makeup either. He'd even told her about news reports he'd seen on TV, warning her not to wear makeup, saying that women who wear makeup long-term absorb over 4 pounds of cosmetics into their skin each year. Most of these things are chemicals. Even if they're not toxic and won't cause poisoning, they're not nutrients the body needs, and who knows if the body can get rid of them easily. There's really no answer to that. After seeing that report, Chung Tianyuan not only warned his wife never to wear makeup again, but also secretly told their daughter not to wear makeup, saying it would harm her skin and her health. Little Jin was still young. Her skin was flawless and delicate, so she didn't even need moisturizer, let alone makeup. The little one was so scared by her dad that now, whenever she sees a cosmetics ad on TV, she immediately says it's a scam to hurt people. Xueling just laughed to herself and didn't bother correcting her. Secretary Chen's eyes flickered, and she said quietly, "President She, I thought Ms. Xiao looked a bit off. She seemed tired, her complexion wasn't good, and she looked really worried. She probably wanted to talk to you about something that's bothering her." Xueling paused. "I'm only free tomorrow. Send her a message for me and ask her to come by for lunch tomorrow. I'll treat her." Could it be some family issue? Her life with that foreign husband was always a bit rocky. Sometimes they were sweet as honey, sometimes they'd argue or even fight. Most likely, something happened again, and she wanted to talk about it. "Okay," Secretary Chen replied efficiently. The elevator doors opened and Xueling walked out quickly. "President Xue? Good morning, President Xue. President Xue is here." Her subordinates all greeted her enthusiastically. Xueling smiled and nodded, hurrying into the meeting room. "Secretary Chen, send my decision to all the executives. I'll give everyone 5 minutes to read it, then we'll discuss it for the next hour." Soon, the meeting room was buzzing with discussion, everyone actively participating. "President Xue, fighting piracy is important, but so far our sales haven't been affected at all. Last quarter, sales even went up by 2%. I don't think we need to go to such lengths. President Xie, we're not just fighting piracy for the sake of it. It's also about protecting the group's long-term image. Our sales are great, and the stock price is stable. But spending so much money to buy the rights to this anti-counterfeiting label? It seems a bit much. I also think it's too expensive. Plus, most consumers don't even know what an anti-counterfeiting label is, so it might not make much difference." Xueling listened carefully to everyone and found that more than half still supported her decision. She smiled and nodded. Then it's settled. Minority obeys the majority. Once we add the anti-counterfeiting label, the new generation of products will be completely different. Once the ads are out, counterfeiters won't be able to keep up, and consumers will naturally weed them out, which will effectively fight piracy. Holding press conferences or filing police reports might cost less, but they're not necessarily effective and could even backfire. In the end, only consumers can eliminate counterfeit goods, no one else. This is a big investment, and it hurts a bit, but the long-term benefits are worth it. Counterfeiters would never spend this much to keep up with us. This way, we're not only upgrading our products, but also fighting piracy. The meeting room erupted in applause. Xueling worked straight through to noon, grabbed a quick boxed lunch, and dove right back into her paperwork without a break. At that moment, Chung Tianyuan called. "Wife, earlier I got in touch with Yang Yang's coach, Old He. He said a lot of good things to persuade me. I think we should find time to watch our son's training and consult some professionals." Xueling raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Old He is the president of the capital's swimming association. He's pretty professional, isn't he? Who else could we ask?" "I've already found someone introduced by a client I know well. He said the guy's surname is Guo. He's with the national sports team and he lives nearby. He gave me his number and address, so I'll go talk to him. I just finished up here, so I'll go see him in a bit." "All right," Xueling said. "If he's an expert, maybe take him to see our second son's training. Then we can decide what to do." Chung Tianyuan hung up. That evening, when Xueling got home, it was already around 6. The sky was dark and gloomy and the air was cold. "Mom?" Xueyang rushed out, his usually bright face full of worry. Xueling was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" She entered the house, took off her shoes and then her coat. Her son, frowning and troubled, began to complain in a low voice. Dad barely said anything, but Grandpa and Grandma already started objecting. Not only them, even Grandpa and Grandma on Mom's side are against it. They all say it's fine to swim for fun, but becoming a professional athlete is definitely not good. They say that after athletes retire, many can't do anything, and some can't even get a decent job. Xie Ling licked her lips, feeling a bit dry, and carried her purse into the living room. Your grandparents are getting old. Naturally, they hope you'll study hard, go to college, and find a good job in the future. They're thinking of your best interests, so you don't need to be so worried. How can I not worry? Xie Yang said miserably. This is my dream. Haven't you heard that line from the movies? If a person has no dreams, what's the difference between them and a salted fish? I haven't achieved my dream yet, so I have nothing. But if I stand on the world's podium one day, that'll be different. But you haven't done that yet, have you? Xie Ling teased. You haven't reached that level, so of course your grandparents think it's too risky. How could they not object? But if I don't work hard and get professional training now, Xue Yang grumbled, how could I ever stand on a winner's podium? Without effort, how can there be success? You can't put the cart before the horse. That's a pretty apt idiom, Xie Ling said, washing her hands and then pouring herself a glass of water. Oh, come on. Xie Yang grew anxious, muttering, Mom, I've said so much, but you don't seem to care at all. You have to help me persuade the grandparents. No need to persuade them, Xie Ling replied. What? Xie Yang was completely flustered, his face falling. Mom, you don't agree either? Haven't you always supported us making our own choices? You can't go back on your word. You promised to help me talk to Dad. Quiet, Xie Ling frowned. It's not that I won't help, it's just that your dad and I haven't made up our minds yet. But don't worry. If your dad and I think it's feasible, we'll let you go for it, and the grandparents won't object. If we can't get past this ourselves, then there's nothing more to say. You'll just have to focus on your studies. Xie Yang hurried after her, asking, So how do I get past you and Dad? We're still working on it, Xie Ling replied. Be patient. How can I be patient? How can I not be anxious? Xie Yang said angrily. My dream hasn't even started, and it's about to be strangled in the cradle, and you and Dad are just busy with your own things. Nonsense. Xue Ling shot him a look and said sternly, Your dad spent the whole afternoon on your business. He discussed it with me late last night, then started making inquiries this morning, and this afternoon he went to consult a professional. Are you saying we don't care about you? Go ask your dad and see if you dare say that again. Xie Yang was startled and shrank back. Mom, I was wrong. I apologize. I take back what I said. Sometimes my big mouth just gets away from me. I won't do it again, I promise. Xie Ling didn't hold it against him and set down her glass. This is about your future career and life, so we have to be careful. You're still young, not yet an adult, and can't make all your own decisions. As your guardians, your dad and I have to consider everything carefully and be as cautious as possible. Children are the continuation of their parents' lives. Who doesn't want their own flesh and blood to be safe and happy forever? When you're grown up and mature, if you look back and find your life full of regrets and dissatisfaction, you might blame us for not giving you enough guidance and care. People have different perspectives, so opinions will always differ. This morning, I had a meeting with over 20 executives. Everyone had their own views, and no two were exactly the same. What could I do? I have my own ideas, but I also respect the majority. It's the same with your situation. If your dad and I agree and you can stick with it, then there's no problem. As for your grandparents, they'll respect our decision as your parents. That's great. Xie Yang's smile returned, and he laughed. Then you and Dad have to work hard and hurry up. Xie Ling nodded. Tomorrow afternoon, when you go to training, your dad and I will come watch you. An on-site inspection? Xie Yang joked. Xie Ling laughed. It's a check, not an inspection. You've been training there for almost 2 years, right? I've been too busy to go see for myself. Since you want to go deeper into this, I need to understand it better. Haha, Xie Yang said happily. You're welcome anytime. Mom, do you prefer breaststroke or freestyle? I'll swim my fastest for you. Xueling smiled warmly. All right. By the way, where are your brother and sister? They're still doing homework, Xueyang replied. It was their turn to clean today, so they got home late and haven't finished yet. I'll go see if dinner's ready, Xueling said. Grandpa and Grandpa went out and won't be home for dinner, Xueyang explained. Only Grandma and Nana are in the kitchen. Oh? Xueling asked curiously. Where did they go? It's so cold out. No idea, Xueyang shrugged. Nana wouldn't tell me at all. Xueling opened the door and went across the hall. She saw the kitchen lights on. Her own mother was knitting near the heater, while her mother-in-law was picking vegetables. Liu Ying's eyes darted away as she said, Yuan went out to buy groceries today. We're having a pot of stewed lamb. Once the vegetables go in, it'll be ready to eat. The rice is already done. Xueling nodded and quietly asked her mom what was going on. Her mother whispered, Your Uncle Ji Lan came this afternoon. The three of them sat together and talked for most of the afternoon. Later, your dad said they were going out to eat and told us not to cook for them. No need to guess. It must be about Cheng Tianfang and Xue Heng. Xueling didn't say anything, but took out her phone and called, Hey Miao Mao. The other party explained that the police were still searching for Lu Dao, with no progress yet, and that they'd have to wait for the case to become clearer before Cheng Tianfang could be bailed out. One of her accounts has some messy transactions. The police are investigating and checking things out. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help. I met with Cheng Tianfang today. She said she's fine, just misses her daughter. Xueling replied softly, Thank you for following up. I appreciate it. She hung up. She'd been gone for over half a month without coming home, and probably didn't even miss her daughter then. That troublemaker only got locked up recently. Before that, they were inseparable. If she really cared about her daughter, how could things have gotten so out of hand? Forget it. There's no point getting angry at someone like that. Family is family, so you have to help, but it's hard to feel sorry for her. A while later, Cheng Tianyuan came home, bringing a chill with him. It's freezing outside. Call the dads and tell them not to come home too late. If they need a ride, I'll drive out right away. Xueling nodded, called Xueyang to help set the table, and dialed her own father. The old man said he was eating traditional hot pot at the shop, not cold at all, and would call a car home after eating. All right, it's too cold. Don't wander around outside. The three children came over to help set the table, and soon everyone was seated and eating. In the large pan was stewed lamb ribs, along with various hot pot ingredients and fresh vegetables. The kids ate quickly, all exclaiming how delicious it was. Xue Yang, the big eater, had several bowls in one go, plus half a bowl of soup. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but advise, Don't eat too much. Overeating is bad for your stomach. It's fine. I'm only about 80% full, Xueyang replied with a grin. Liu Ying smiled with her eyes, quietly encouraging. Eat. Have some more. Xue's mother reminded, Xiaoxin, why aren't you eating any meat? Have a few more pieces. Xiaoxin replied shyly, I've put on a little weight lately, so I need to lose some. Oh, you! Xue's mother laughed. Where are you fat? You're as skinny as a bean sprout. Everyone laughed. Liu Ying shook her head. You're too thin. If the north wind blows any harder, it'll carry you away. At your age, you can't get fat. Eat more. But Xiaoxin was unconvinced and mumbled, These days, being skinny is the trend. The thinner, the prettier. That's not right, Xueling said, putting a piece of meat on her plate. Eating meat doesn't necessarily make you fat. We need some meat every day for nutrition. Meat fills you up, so you actually eat less overall. If you only eat rice and other things, you'll end up eating more. If you don't eat meat, you'll get hungry and snack on cookies, candy, bread, and so on. Those are the real fattening foods. Xiaoxin listened, half believing, half doubting. Really? Really, Xueling said, giving her a convincing example. Remember Auntie Xiao? When she was young, she was just plump, not fat at all. She loved pork belly. Everyone in the building knew it. She ate meat every day and never got fat. But after she started working as an editor, her job wasn't busy. She sat around chatting and snacking on cookies and sweets, especially cake and ice cream. She'd eat 5 or 6 servings in summer. That's when she started gaining weight. And then? Xiao Cheng asked curiously. Xue Ling replied, and then she's been overweight ever since and never lost it. Ha ha, Xue Yang asked. How much does she weigh now? Still 180? A little less, Xue Ling explained. When you're that heavy, it's hard to lose much. Everyone chuckled. Cheng Tianyuan also put a piece of meat in his daughter's bowl and said quietly, adults don't like girls who are too thin. As long as you don't eat sweets and snacks, you won't get fat. Dad, Mom was really skinny when she was young, right? Xiao Xin giggled. I've seen her old photos. She was so thin. Did you not like her back then? Cheng Tianyuan looked a little embarrassed and glanced at his wife with a smile. No matter how thin or how plump she was always the same to me. Xue Ling chuckled and kept eating. Little Chong, always mischievous, deliberately asked, Dad, what do you mean by the same? You liked her the same or didn't like her the same? The 3 kids all laughed. Cheng Tianyuan gave his youngest son a playful look and shot back, what do you think? If I didn't like your mom, how would you 3 exist? The kids burst out laughing. A little after 8, the 2 grandfathers finally came home, shivering from the cold. Cheng Tianyuan quickly brought them to the heater in the living room and poured them hot water. Xue's father took a few sips before taking off his heavy coat. Cheng Tianyuan noticed his own father didn't look well and went over to help him take off his hat and coat. Dad, did Uncle Ji Lan want something from you? Cheng Muhai blinked and said quietly, no. I was the one who called him. Your mom and I discussed it and thought A Feng should pay back some money to A Heng. I really feel sorry for A Heng, so we have to pay him back. We asked Ji Lan out to talk about it. Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly. And? Did Uncle Ji Lan agree? No. Xue's father sighed. He said not to overthink it. Right now, money isn't the issue. Cheng Tianyuan felt a bit annoyed, thinking his parents always made things too simple. In the future, don't make decisions on your own. Sometimes bringing things up doesn't help and can even backfire. Cheng Muhai said wearily, your mom and I just wanted to make it up to A Heng so he wouldn't feel so bad. It's useless, Cheng Tianyuan said seriously. You don't understand the real issue. Uncle Ji Lan is right. This really isn't about money. Cheng Muhai sighed deeply and fell silent. Xue's father, seeing this, spoke gently. Yuan, your dad just wants to ease things with A Heng. He and your mom are just worried about him, that's all. I know, Cheng Tianyuan said, lowering his eyes. Don't worry too much. A Heng isn't a child, he'll get through it. Right, Xue's father said. He already went back to work at the factory this afternoon, and he seems to be doing well. Cheng Muhai gave a bitter smile. But he's hurting inside. There's nothing we can do, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Don't get involved for now. Let's wait until A Fang's situation is resolved, then we can talk about what to do next. In his view, time heals all wounds. Given enough time, A Heng would recover on his own. Now that they were divorced, what else could happen? At most, he'd be angry and sad. But there was nothing more to be done. If they hadn't divorced, maybe there would have been more arguments and then a divorce. But now that it's over, what's left? If the elders went to comfort A Heng, it would only reopen his wounds and make him feel worse. Cheng Tianyuan went to get 2 basins of hot water for the grandfathers to soak their feet. Xue's father asked, Yuan, where are the kids? Cheng Tianyuan replied, It's so cold the 3 kids went to bed early. The moms have also gone to rest. Oh, Xue's father said, glancing at the clock on the wall, puzzled. How did time pass so quickly? We just went out for hot pot. Cheng Tianyuan smiled gently. Hot pot takes time. You eat, chat, and before you know it, hours have passed. After chatting with the elders for a while, Cheng Tianyuan went back across the hall. Xue Ling asked, Everyone's back? They've all gone to bed, Cheng Tianyuan said with a wry smile. Whether they can actually sleep is another matter. Xue Ling put down her newspaper. No one can sleep well until things are settled. Chung Tianyuan sighed helplessly and changed the subject. That Mr. Guo is about our age, with quite a background. He's an assistant coach for the national swimming team. We talked for most of the day, and in the end, he suggested I bring Yang Yang to his training facility this weekend to swim. He said if Yang Yang's level is close to his team members, he could even recommend him directly to the national team. He also said he knows Yang Yang's coach. They were teammates before, but lost touch after changing careers. Oh? Sheling was surprised. Then he must be the real expert. If he says Yang Yang has potential, we'll let him train. If he shakes his head, Yang Yang will have to give up. No matter how much she cared for her child, this hurdle had to be faced. That's good, Chung Tianyuan said. With Coach Guo's help, things are much clearer and more direct. No wasted time. If it doesn't work out, Yang Yang will just have to focus on his studies and the college entrance exam. If it does, and he can join the national team, that's something to be proud of. Let him give it a shot. His future will depend on his own efforts. Early the next morning, Chung Tianyuan and Shui Ling went to the police station to visit Chung Tianfang. The two elders had wanted to come along, but Chung Tianyuan refused. It was snowing heavily outside, and no one knew when it would stop. The elders hadn't been eating or sleeping well these past few days, and their immune systems were already weak. They really couldn't risk going out in this weather. Liu Ying wiped her tears and said softly, "Ask her if she needs anything and bring her some extra supplies. In this weather, who knows if she'll catch a cold." "Don't worry, we will," Shui Ling replied. "Lawyer He checks on the case every day. I'll bring her a down jacket and an extra blanket." Chung Muhai sat silently in the corner, his face grim. Shui Ling and Chung Tianyuan first dropped the kids off at school, then headed to the police station. After some careful negotiation, they were finally allowed to see Chung Tianfang. Perhaps she'd had enough rest. She actually looked much better than she had 3 days ago. Her face was less pale and the bruises on her neck and face had mostly healed. She looked at them through tears, choking out, "Brother, sister-in-law." Chung Tianyuan ignored her. Shui Ling spoke softly. "We brought you a down jacket and a blanket. Are you all right? Do you need anything?" Chung Tianfang shook her head. "I'm fine." "Lawyer?" "He came to see me yesterday. She comes every day. I heard from her that Radish Head still hasn't been caught. I'm really scared." "Don't worry, you're not in danger anymore," Shui Ling said. "The police are actively searching for him. The law has a long reach. He'll be caught soon." Chung Tianfang shook her head, sobbing. "He must hate me now. He's a very vicious person. He'll definitely kill me one day." "He won't," Shui Ling quickly reassured her. "He's committed serious crimes and the law will punish people like him. If you hadn't reported him, your life would be even less safe. Now that you're here, he can't hurt you. He's committed several major crimes and will be in prison for a long time." Chung Tianfang trembled, whispering, "I'm scared. He said if I ever told anyone about their business, he'd chop me up. Not just me. He said he'd chop up our whole family." "He wouldn't dare," Shui Ling said sternly. "This is a society ruled by law. Someone as vicious as him can't do whatever he wants. Just stay here for now. Once the case is clearer, Lawyer He will try to get you out on bail." Chung Tianfang sniffled and said softly, "Sister-in-law, when will they catch him?" "If he's not caught, I won't dare go out. He'll come after me for revenge." "Now you're scared?" Chung Tianyuan snorted coldly. "When you were living with him, doing business and sleeping together, weren't you scared then? Isn't it a little late to be saying this now?" Chung Tianfang shrank back, lowering her head after being scolded by her brother. "Sister-in-law, brother, he's been to prison before. He's not afraid of going back. When he hit me, I realized he's a total psychopath. You two need to be careful coming and going. I'm afraid he'll hurt you." Shui Ling frowned and nodded. "Don't worry, we'll be careful. You just focus on taking care of yourself and don't overthink things." Chung Tianfang bit her lip and asked timidly, "Sister-in-law, Xiaohan, she doesn't know, right? Please don't tell her." "No." Shui Ling shook her head. The kids at home don't know anything and we won't say a word. Xiaohan is so young she doesn't understand anything. We'd never tell her. Thank you. Thank you. Cheng Tianfang burst into tears. If you'd thought this way earlier, you wouldn't be in this mess. Cheng Tianyuan scolded, then stood up. Wife, it's cold outside and you have to go to work. Let's go. He took Xue Ling's hand and quickly left. Xue Ling could only turn back and wave to Cheng Tianfang. Cheng Tianfang covered her mouth, sobbing quietly. Seeing her like this, Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh again. Don't worry about her, Cheng Tianyuan said coldly. She brought this on herself. She deserves it. Xue Ling said nothing. Once in the car, she took out her phone and called Akui. It was probably too early. Akui hadn't gotten up yet, so he didn't answer. She asked, That night, Akui took you to find a Fang. Did you settle up with him afterwards? Not yet, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I gave him some money before. It should be enough. Ask him again later. If there's any balance left, I'll pay him in cash when I pass by. It wasn't a large amount, so there was no need to go to the bank. Cash would be easier. Xue Ling thought of what Cheng Tianfang had just said and couldn't help but suggest, Who knows how much A Fang told him about our family? We should be careful coming and going. I'll ask Akui about it. He deals with people like this all the time and has good connections. He'll know what's going on. With elderly parents and young kids at home, dealing with this kind of criminal, they had to be extra cautious. Cheng Tianyuan drove slowly. All right. Just then, Xue Ling's phone rang. She glanced at it. It's Akui calling back, she answered right away. Akui said the payment was already settled. No need to worry. He also said Radish Head had already gone into hiding and his whereabouts were unknown. I heard he escaped to the outskirts, then disappeared. There are so many roads in the capital. With so many people coming and going every day, it's hard to track. There are also some small hills outside the city. He threw away his phone, so it's possible he's hiding in the hills. He's been in the capital for years and knows the area like the back of his hand. He's as slippery as an eel. Xue Ling thought for a moment, then relayed what Cheng Tianfang had said. Akui hesitated, then asked, President Xue, you're in big business, right? Not really, just a bit of spare cash, Xue Ling replied modestly. Akui didn't believe her, lowering his voice. I heard lawyer He call you President Xue and she said you're a big businesswoman. President Xue, I didn't know much about Radish Head before, but after your sister-in-law's case, I asked around. That guy definitely has psychological issues, especially when it comes to money. He's crazy about it. You drive a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands, so your family must be well off. After he got involved with your sister-in-law, he had money, a house, and a shop. He was on top of the world. Now he's suddenly broke and on the run. With his half-crazed state, he might really come back to cause trouble. He can't do anything to your sister-in-law while she's in custody, but as for her family, you might not be so lucky. I suggest you hire bodyguards until he's caught. Be careful coming and going and try not to go out if you can help it. Xue Ling made a sound of acknowledgement and looked at her husband. Do you know anyone who can help with that? She wasn't short on money. After all, earning money was for times like this when it really mattered. Her family's safety and health were most important. Yes, Akui replied quietly, but my own guys aren't professional enough. I'll introduce you to a friend who specializes in this. He used to be a bodyguard for high-level officials. He's top-notch, both in skills and equipment. All right, I'll leave it to you, Xue Ling said. Please give me his number or give him mine. I hope we can get in touch as soon as possible. Okay, Akui said. I'll contact him right away. After hearing all this, Cheng Tianyuan looked very serious. Wife, the weather's bad these days. Let me drive you to and from work. Xue Ling was the wealthiest in the family, and there was no telling if that criminal might target her safety. No, Xue Ling shook her head. You should focus on taking the kids to and from school and stay home as much as possible to look after the elders. The company has a driver. I'll have him take me. Don't worry, the places I go are always crowded. No matter how bold that Radish Head is, he wouldn't dare cause trouble at the company. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I'll settle last month's accounts this afternoon, then pick up the kids after school. Whether the threat is real or not, Let's all be extra careful for now. Better safe than sorry. With a lunatic like that on the loose, it was wise to be cautious. Cheng Tianyuan dropped her off at the company entrance. Hurry up and remind Brother Qi to introduce that person to us. Okay, Xueling agreed. Once in her office, she sipped tea and warmed herself while reviewing the accounts. A little while later, a Kui called. Xueling gave him her office address. When will your friend be available? The sooner the better. He's on the train right now, a Kui explained. He'll arrive in the capital by noon. I'll send him your address and have him come to your office this afternoon to discuss things in detail. Great, Xueling said with a smile. Thank you. My husband and I don't know much about this industry, and we had no idea where to find help on short notice. I'm really grateful for your assistance. A Kui cheerfully said it was no trouble and told her to reach out if she needed anything else, then hung up. Xueling finished reviewing the accounts, looked over 2 project proposals, and called her secretary in to cross-check the accounts with the Excel files on the computer. Secretary Chen nodded and left with the account books. Soon, she returned and said, President Xue, Ms. Xiao is here. Xueling put down her documents and smiled. Please let her in. Zhao Jiaxu came in, bundled up in an oversized down jacket, shuffling slowly. Xueling looked her over and noticed her face was a bit pale, but aside from her grumpy, chubby face, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. She apologized. There were some family matters a few days ago, so I couldn't come to work. I know, Zhao Jiaxu sighed. Secretary Chen told me your third uncle passed away. My condolences. Don't be too sad. Not many people live to 100 these days. He was very blessed. Xueling stood up, pointed to the coat rack in the corner, then sat down to boil water for tea. Zhao Jiaxu clumsily took off her big down jacket and hung it up. This awful weather is so annoying. If it weren't for the good food here, and it's free, I wouldn't have come out at all. I'm so sick of it. Xueling asked curiously, Are you on vacation? No work lately? Nothing much going on in the editorial department, Zhao Jiaxu said. The weather's so bad the director put us on a rotating schedule. I don't have any books to work on right now, so I haven't really been going in. Xueling pointed at her oversized down jacket. Imported? Of course, Zhao Jiaxu pouted. Where in China could I find my size? Xueling chuckled and teased. Having a foreign husband isn't bad at all. Yeah, right, Zhao Jiaxu grumbled. If he were so great, I'd be rich by now. All he does these days is get fatter. He can't do anything else. Xueling laughed. How's his job? Still stable? University teaching jobs are pretty good. He's a college professor, but in your eyes, he's just a big useless guy. It's stable, sure, Zhao Jiaxu shook her head, but it's way too easy. You know, as a foreign language teacher, he just picks a topic and chats with the students. There's no pressure at all. With no work stress and short hours, he has way too much free time, so he's getting fat fast. I'm telling you, he's aging so quickly these past 2 years, getting old and going bald. Once the hair's gone, he looks even older. When he walks with my dad, they look like brothers. Xueling stifled a laugh and said quietly, There are more and more middle-aged men going bald. It's not just your husband. Foreigners probably go bald even more often than we do. I know, but I just don't get it, Zhao Jiaxu muttered. He has no work stress, no financial worries. So why is he losing so much hair? It's so weird. Probably genetics, Xueling said. Baldness is mostly hereditary. Outside factors are only part of it. Zhao Jiaxu sighed deeply. Old Xue, do you have any work here that would suit me? I want something that gets me moving a bit, but not too strenuous. Otherwise, I'm going stir-crazy at home. Xueling felt a bit awkward. The only openings are on the back end of the production line, and you need to be quick and nimble. Are you sure you can handle that? Zhao Jiaxue rolled her eyes and complained, Discrimination! That's blatant discrimination! I'm gonna sue you! Go ahead, Xueling laughed heartily. Zhao Jiaxue flopped onto the sofa, her plump body taking up 2 seats. I've been so frustrated lately. My parents keep urging us to adopt a child. They say people shouldn't be without descendants. If you can't have one, adopt. It's not hard to adopt a child these days, just run around to a few departments and wait a bit. And soon there'll be good news. That's a good idea, Ling said. Having another child at home would make things livelier. And since you both don't have much work pressure, you have plenty of time to take care of a child. Zhao Jiaxu sighed, her chubby cheeks quivering. The problem is, my foreign husband doesn't want to. Why not? Ling asked. Is he a dink? Double income? No kids? Zhao Jiaxu shook her head. He says he's not, but he just doesn't want kids right now. I argued with him. He's over 50, if not now. When? When he's 70 or 80? My dad was already a grandpa at his age. He says there's no rush. After all, you only need to raise a kid for 18 years and then they're independent, so he still has time. Oh my God. He only thinks about the 18 years, but what about high school, college, finding a job, finding a partner? I told him all this, but he just shrugged and said that's the kid's own business. We just need to raise them to adulthood. No need to be responsible for their whole life. He's driving me crazy. Ling laughed and poured tea from the freshly boiled water. In the end, it all comes down to this. You two have different ideas, and your cultural backgrounds are different. Zhao Jiaxu rolled her eyes and grumbled. He's just too stubborn, too self-centered, and he doesn't even realize that together we weigh almost 500 pounds. If we don't hurry up and adopt a child now and use the opportunity to lose some weight, we'll only get fatter. Raising a child means being busy, staying up late, cooking, taking them to kindergarten, and so on. Once you're busy, you can't stop. That's exactly the kind of work I need right now. I really need it. When I had my twins, why didn't you think of this? Ling teased, blinking. If I'd known, I would have lent you my third and fourth kids to help you lose weight. I wouldn't have needed to hire a nanny. You never said so back then, Zhao Jiaxu giggled. Just then, Ling's phone rang. She glanced at it. It's Akui calling back, she answered right away. Akui said the payment was already settled. No need to worry. He also said Radish Head had already gone into hiding, and his whereabouts were unknown. I heard he escaped to the outskirts, then disappeared. There are so many roads in the capital. With so many people coming and going every day, it's hard to track. There are also some small hills outside the city. He threw away his phone, so it's possible he's hiding in the hills. He's been in the capital for years and knows the area like the back of his hand. He's as slippery as an eel. Ling thought for a moment, then relayed what Cheng Tianfang had said. Akui hesitated, then asked, President Xue, you're in big business, right? Not really, just a bit of spare cash, Ling replied modestly. Akui didn't believe her, lowering his voice. I heard lawyer He call you President Xue, and she said you're a big businesswoman. President Xue, I didn't know much about Radish Head before, but after your sister-in-law's case, I asked around. That guy definitely has psychological issues, especially when it comes to money. He's crazy about it. You drive a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands, so your family must be well off. After he got involved with your sister-in-law, he had money, a house, and a shop. He was on top of the world. Now he's suddenly broke and on the run. With his half-crazed state, he might really come back to cause trouble. He can't do anything to your sister-in-law while she's in custody, but as for her family, you might not be so lucky. I suggest you hire bodyguards until he's caught. Be careful coming and going and try not to go out if you can help it. Ling made a sound of acknowledgement and looked at her husband. Do you know anyone who can help with that? She wasn't short on money. After all, earning money was for times like this when it really mattered. Her family's safety and health were most important. Yes, Akui replied quietly, but my own guys aren't professional enough. I'll introduce you to a friend who specializes in this. He used to be a bodyguard for high-level officials. He's top-notch, both in skills and equipment. All right, I'll leave it to you, Ling said. Please give me his number or give him mine. I hope we can get in touch as soon as possible. Okay, Akui said. I'll contact him right away. After hearing all this, Cheng Tianyuan looked very serious. Wife, the weather's bad these days. Let me drive you to and from work. Ling was the wealthiest in the family, and there was no telling if that criminal might target her safety. No, Ling shook her head. You should focus on taking the kids to and from school and stay home as much as possible to look after the elders. The company has a driver. I'll have him take me. Don't worry, The places I go are always crowded. No matter how bold that radish head is, he wouldn't dare cause trouble at the company. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I'll settle last month's accounts this afternoon, then pick up the kids after school. Whether the threat is real or not, let's all be extra careful for now. Better safe than sorry. With a lunatic like that on the loose, it was wise to be cautious. Cheng Tianyuan dropped her off at the company entrance. Hurry up and remind Brother Qi to introduce that person to us. Okay, Xueling agreed. Once in her office, she sipped tea and warmed herself while reviewing the accounts. A little while later, a Kui called. Xueling gave him her office address. When will your friend be available? The sooner the better. He's on the train right now, a Kui explained. He'll arrive in the capital by noon. I'll send him your address and have him come to your office this afternoon to discuss things in detail. Great, Xueling said with a smile. Thank you. My husband and I don't know much about this industry, and we had no idea where to find help on short notice. I'm really grateful for your assistance. Akui cheerfully said it was no trouble and told her to reach out if she needed anything else, then hung up. Xueling finished reviewing the accounts, looked over 2 project proposals, and called her secretary in to cross-check the accounts with the Excel files on the computer. Secretary Chen nodded and left with the account books. Soon, she returned and said, President Xue, Ms. Xiao is here. Xueling put down her documents and smiled. Please let her in. Zhao Jiaxu came in, bundled up in an oversized down jacket, shuffling slowly. Xueling looked her over and noticed her face was a bit pale, but aside from her grumpy, chubby face, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. She apologized. There were some family matters a few days ago, so I couldn't come to work. I know, Zhao Jiaxu sighed. Secretary Chen told me your third uncle passed away. My condolences. Don't be too sad. Not many people live to 100 these days. He was very blessed. Xueling stood up, pointed to the coat rack in the corner, then sat down to boil water for tea. Zhao Jiaxu clumsily took off her big down jacket and hung it up. This awful weather is so annoying. If it weren't for the good food here, and it's free, I wouldn't have come out at all. I'm so sick of it. Xueling asked curiously. Are you on vacation? No work lately? Nothing much going on in the editorial department, Zhao Jiaxu said. The weather's so bad the director put us on a rotating schedule. I don't have any books to work on right now, so I haven't really been going in. Xueling pointed at her oversized down jacket. Imported? Of course, Zhao Jiaxu pouted. Where in China could I find my size? Xueling chuckled and teased. Having a foreign husband isn't bad at all. Yeah, right, Zhao Jiaxu grumbled. If he were so great, I'd be rich by now. All he does these days is get fatter. He can't do anything else. Xueling laughed. How's his job? Still stable? University teaching jobs are pretty good. He's a college professor, but in your eyes, he's just a big useless guy. It's stable, sure, Zhao Jiaxu shook her head, but it's way too easy. You know, as a foreign language teacher, he just picks a topic and chats with the students. There's no pressure at all. With no work stress and short hours, he has way too much free time, so he's getting fat fast. I'm telling you, he's aging so quickly these past 2 years, getting old and going bald. Once the hair's gone, he looks even older. When he walks with my dad, they look like brothers. Xueling stifled a laugh and said quietly, There are more and more middle-aged men going bald. It's not just your husband. Foreigners probably go bald even more often than we do. I know, but I just don't get it, Zhao Jiaxu muttered. He has no work stress, no financial worries. So why is he losing so much hair? It's so weird. Probably genetics, Xueling said. Baldness is mostly hereditary. Outside factors are only part of it. Zhao Jiaxu sighed deeply. Old Xue, do you have any work here that would suit me? I want something that gets me moving a bit, but not too strenuous. Otherwise, I'm going stir-crazy at home. Xueling felt a bit awkward. The only openings are on the back end of the production line, and you need to be quick and nimble. Are you sure you can handle that? Zhao Jiaxue rolled her eyes and complained, Discrimination! That's blatant discrimination! I'm gonna sue you! Go ahead, Xueling laughed heartily. Zhao Jiaxue flopped onto the sofa, her plump body taking up 2 seats. I've been so frustrated lately. My parents keep urging us to adopt a child. They say people shouldn't be without descendants. If you can't have one, adopt. It's not hard to adopt a child these days, just run around to a few departments and wait a bit. And soon there'll be good news. That's a good idea, Sheling said. Having another child at home would make things livelier. And since you both don't have much work pressure, you have plenty of time to take care of a child. Zhao Jiaxu sighed, her chubby cheeks quivering. The problem is, my foreign husband doesn't want to. Why not? Sheling asked. Is he a dink? Double income? No kids? Zhao Jiaxu shook her head. He says he's not, but he just doesn't want kids right now. I argued with him. He's over 50, if not now. When? When he's 70 or 80? My dad was already a grandpa at his age. He says there's no rush. After all, you only need to raise a kid for 18 years and then they're independent, so he still has time. Oh my God. He only thinks about the 18 years, but what about high school, college, finding a job, finding a partner? I told him all this, but he just shrugged and said that's the kid's own business. We just need to raise them to adulthood. No need to be responsible for their whole life. He's driving me crazy. Sheling laughed and poured tea from the freshly boiled water. In the end, it all comes down to this. You two have different ideas, and your cultural backgrounds are different. Zhao Jiaxu rolled her eyes and grumbled. He's just too stubborn, too self-centered, and he doesn't even realize that together we weigh almost 500 pounds. If we don't hurry up and adopt a child now and use the opportunity to lose some weight, we'll only get fatter. Raising a child means being busy, staying up late, cooking, taking them to kindergarten, and so on. Once you're busy, you can't stop. That's exactly the kind of work I need right now. I really need it. When I had my twins, why didn't you think of this? Sheling teased, blinking. If I'd known, I would have lent you my third and fourth kids to help you lose weight. I wouldn't have needed to hire a nanny. You never said so back then, Zhao Jiaxu giggled. Sheling pointed out mercilessly. Even if I'd asked, you wouldn't have helped. I had to work back then, Zhao Jiaxu replied with a laugh. Even if I'd agreed, would you really have trusted a rookie like me to take care of your two precious babies? You'd have kicked me out in no time. Sheling laughed and handed her a cup of tea. I think your parents' suggestion is a good one. Adopting a child would be great for your family and your future. Right now, you two are too comfortable. No work stress, stable income, but nothing changes except getting fatter. That kind of life isn't good in the long run. Here's another suggestion. Either start working out or find a part-time job. You're only just over 40, nowhere near old age. Living like you're half retired already? That's not right. I've gained another 5 pounds recently, Zhao Jiaxu said, sounding defeated. Sheling shook her head. This can't go on. If your husband really doesn't want kids, then get a part-time job. I suggest you look for something at a gym. It'll at least get you moving. She'd been saying she wanted to lose weight for years, but never managed it. Now it was even worse. She didn't even have the desire anymore. People need to have some standards for themselves, or the future will be tough. She was only in her early 40s, but already had a bunch of health issues. How could that be okay? Zhao Jiaxu thought for a moment and asked, Is there really no part-time job here that would suit me? I don't even need to be paid. Just let me come in when I'm free and cover my lunch. There is, but it's tough work, Sheling explained. The packaging line at the end of production, packing products into boxes. It sounds simple, but doing the same motion over and over, lifting and stacking, is actually a lot of work. Even in the dead of winter, the workers are sweating. I can do it, Zhao Jiaxu raised her hand. I can handle it. Sheling eyed her skeptically, then laughed. All right, come in tomorrow and try it for an hour. Don't worry, we're not exploiters here. You'll get paid for every bit of work you do, not a cent less. Lunch is on the company, but breakfast and dinner are on your own. You've eaten lunch here before, right? Not bad? I'll have the secretary give you a meal card so you can eat in the cafeteria for free when you come in. Great. Zhao Jiaxu grinned. I'll come in tomorrow morning. Sheling didn't have much faith in her, but couldn't bear to refuse, so she figured reality would do the rejecting for her. I'll let Secretary Chen know in a bit. They chatted a while longer, and then Zhao Jiaxua's stomach rumbled. No more tea for me. If I drink any more, I'll be starving. Xue Ling glanced at the clock. It's only 11. Already hungry? I only had 2 pieces of bread, a glass of milk, and an egg for breakfast. Xiao Jiaxu said with a wry smile. I was hungry by 10. Xue Ling stood up and took out her meal card. The cafeteria starts serving at 11:15. I'll take you over now. Most employees get off at 11:30 and go when they have time. Today I'll make an exception and let you pick first. Wow! Zhao Jiaxu perked up and followed her eagerly. Soon Xue Ling had picked out her food and found a table by the window. A moment later, Zhao Jiaxu came over, balancing plates on both arms. Xue Ling stared at the sweet and sour pork belly, chicken wings, and roast duck, and couldn't help but laugh. How many people is all that for? There's another plate? Zhao Jiaxu dashed off and came back, then started eating with gusto. I love your buffet style here, and it's delicious, just like I remember. Xue Ling explained. We hired 3 chefs, and their skills are as good as any restaurant. The company only provides lunch, so we try to make it tasty. If everyone eats well, they'll have energy for work. So good, Zhao Jiaxu mumbled. This roast duck is great, Xue Ling reminded her. Slow down. Zhao Jiaxu shook her head. I can't help it. Xue Ling didn't eat much, especially in the past 2 years. She'd gotten busier and lost her taste for fried foods and big chunks of meat. She ate meat in moderation and never overdid it. Zhao Jiaxu asked, Have you ever eaten at that romance place near your house? Their Western food is pretty authentic. Xue Ling shook her head. We only eat out when the kids are on break. Usually we eat at home. Homemade food is healthier, and that's what I teach the kids. Unless we're too busy to cook, we don't eat out. Your kids actually listen? Zhao Jiaxu was incredulous. Xue Ling explained, My husband and mom have gotten really good at cooking, almost as good as restaurant chefs. Dishes like these my husband can make, and even better. With great food at home, the kids are happy and not picky. Of course, they want to eat out sometimes. Kids love new things. But after a meal or 2, they lose interest. Zhao Jiaxu said enviously, Your kids are so well behaved. They're all right, Xue Ling said, shaking her head. I don't have much time to spend with them, but my husband and I do our best. As parents, you just do what you can. There's no point comparing, just do your best. Zhao Jiaxu clicked her tongue and laughed. President Xue, you really sound like a successful person now. Just eat, Xue Ling scolded with a laugh. If you don't want to eat, get out. Of course, Zhao Jiaxu kept eating, head down and focused. After lunch, Xue Ling had Secretary Chen take Zhao Jiaxu to the packaging department to meet the team leader. A while later, she came back, all smiles, saying it looked easy and she'd have no problem. Xue Ling said, I've already opened the back door for you. Just come in whenever you have time. No problem. Zhao Jiaxu drove home. Xue Ling took a half-hour nap in the office lounge, then got up to continue working. But before she could finish a document, her phone rang. She glanced at it and saw it was her father's number. She quickly answered, but on the other end was the sound of wailing and screaming. She jumped up in shock. Hello? Dad? 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 After a moment, she heard her father sobbing. Lingling, come home, something's happened. Muhai is hurt, Zilan is hurt too. What? Oh my God, what happened? Xue Ling felt dizzy. What happened, Dad? Where are you? Tell me clearly, what happened? A thief. There was a thief. He had a knife. A knife. Zilan was stabbed. Muhai rushed out and got stabbed in the stomach. There's blood everywhere, so much blood. Xue Ling nearly collapsed, her mind blank. She stammered, I'm coming home, right now, call the police, call an ambulance. We did! The ambulance is almost here! Xue Ling gripped her phone, panicked, and tried to run, but her legs were weak and she fell onto the sofa, banging her knee painfully. She ignored it, scrambling to her feet. Secretary Chen, quick! Secretary Chen, call the driver, hurry! On the way, Xue Ling couldn't tell if it was the cold or her fear, but her hands and feet wouldn't stop shaking. She kept urging, "Faster, please, as fast as you can." Secretary Chen, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned to comfort her. "President Xue, please try to stay calm. The driver is already going as fast as possible. Any faster and we'd be speeding." I can't calm down," Xueling said, both anxious and helpless, wishing she could sprout wings and fly straight back to the city center. Secretary Chen tried to change the subject. "President Xue, did you get in touch with your husband?" "I did, but he didn't answer," Xueling replied, taking a shaky breath. "My dad probably called him earlier. He might already be home. If he wasn't busy, he'd never ignore my call." Secretary Chen quickly asked, "What about Director Xue Heng? Did you try him?" Xue Ling suddenly remembered, hurriedly pulled out her phone, found Xue Heng's number, and dialed. The call rang for a while with no answer, and just as she was about to give up, Xue Heng finally picked up. "Hello? Lingling? Where are you?" Hearing the panic in his voice, Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Where are you? I'm on my way home. I'm so scared. I'm in the ambulance. The doctor is bandaging my dad. I'm about to faint. My dad's arm was stabbed. There's blood everywhere. It's horrifying." Hearing it was just his arm, Xue Ling felt a bit of relief. "What about my dad, my father-in-law? Are they okay? Are they in the ambulance?" "They're all in the ambulances. Dad's in another one. When I got downstairs, the ambulance had just arrived. I only had time to get in this one and saw brother-in-law get in the other. He was covered in blood. My dad said he wasn't hurt, that all the blood was from Dad." Even though Xue Heng was divorced, he still called Chung Muhai Dad, out of habit. Xue Ling felt another wave of dizziness and her hands kept shaking. Where are you now? Which hospital? I'll go there first." "It's the People's Hospital ambulance. I already called Ah Huan. He's at the hospital. Aunt and Mom are both terrified, and Uncle is taking them by car behind us. The house is empty now. The police have sealed off the scene. We can't worry about that now. Getting to the hospital is most important." Xue Ling frowned. "What exactly happened? Do you know?" "Dad was still conscious just now. He said there was a burglar in our apartment. He heard something, went to check, and found a stranger rummaging through things. He shouted, and the thief came out with a knife. Dad ran back home and told Mom to call the police. Dad must have heard and came over to see what was going on, but got stabbed by the thief. My dad was terrified, grabbed a stick and went out and got his arm stabbed too. He passed out while telling me this. That's about all I know. We're already on the ring road, almost at the People's Hospital." Xue Ling quickly hung up and urged, "Driver, to the People's Hospital! Hurry!" The driver responded and sped up. The sky was gray and cold as bone. Xue Ling and Secretary Chen rushed out of the car and ran toward the emergency building. As soon as they burst in, they saw Xue Heng and Cheng Tianyuan standing outside, both looking disheveled and dazed, panic written all over their faces. Xue Ling tried to call out, but her voice trembled and nothing came out. She rushed over. Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly caught her, his voice stiff. "The doctors they're trying to save him." He was only wearing a sweater, his coat tossed on a bench, covered in blood, an alarming sight. Xue Ling's voice shook. "Dad, is it serious?" Cheng Tianyuan's eyes were red, his face ashen, and he held her tightly, unable to say a word. He wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say or how to say it. His mind was a fog, both full and empty at once, as if he'd thought 1,000 things and nothing at all. The image of his father, barely conscious and mumbling, was burned into his mind, stabbing at his heart. The blood had gushed out like a fountain. He was terrified, and all he could see was red. So much red. He didn't know what to do, so he just held Xue Ling, his trembling hands betraying his deep fear. Tears welled up in Xue Ling's eyes, and she choked out, "There are doctors here. He'll be okay." Xue Heng, pale and thin, leaned against the wall, unable to say a word. His own father's arm was injured. Though the wound was deep, the doctor had said that as long as it was disinfected and stitched up, he'd recover with rest. But earlier, his father-in-law had been covered in blood, the terrible wound on his chest scaring him to the core. He felt it was too serious, and deep down, He had a bad feeling. He didn't dare say it out loud, only silently prayed that nothing would happen to the old man. Yes, he'd be fine. Medicine was so advanced now, if there was too much blood loss they could transfuse, disinfect, and stitch the wound, and it would be okay. It would be okay. Secretary Chen hurried over with 2 cups of hot water, handing them to Xue Heng and Cheng Tianyuan. Drink some hot water. Calm your nerves. Xue Heng took it with trembling hands. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, his own hands shaking as he gripped the cup. Xue Ling noticed the blood on his hands and said softly, "Drink a little to warm up, then go wash your hands." Cheng Tianyuan had only drunk half when the closed door suddenly swung open. A doctor in a white coat came out, looking around and calling, "Who is Cheng Muhai's family?" The 3 of them immediately stood up and rushed over in a panic. "We are." The doctor took off his mask, sighed, and shook his head slowly. "The patient suffered a fatal stab wound to the heart. We did everything we could, but he didn't make it. I'm sorry, we tried our best." The 3 of them froze. Secretary Chen was also shocked, quickly supporting Xue Ling. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes widened as he suddenly shouted, "Dad!" The next moment he rushed inside. Xue Heng snapped out of it and stumbled in after him, crying out, "Dad! Dad!" Xue Ling's face went white, her body swaying as she staggered after them. Xue Heng ran ahead like the wind. Xue Ling's limbs felt weak, her mind like mush, and she thought she might collapse. Images of her father-in-law's wrinkled face, thin frame, and loving smile flashed through her mind. So clear, yet so blurry. Secretary Chen supported her from behind, whispering with concern, "President Xue, you have to hold on. Your family and the company need you. You have to be strong." Xue Ling took a deep breath and, through her blurred vision, saw Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Heng standing by the hospital bed, one stunned, the other in tears. She choked out, "Brother Yuan, quick, kowtow to Dad." Cheng Tianyuan dropped to his knees and knocked his head to the floor 3 times. Xue Heng followed, kneeling and bowing slowly. At that moment, there was a commotion outside. "Lingling, Ah Yuan, Ah Heng." It was her father's voice. Secretary Chen hurried out. A moment later, there was a cry from outside. "No, what happened? His dad! His dad! I don't believe it, his dad! Ah Yuan's dad!" Secretary Chen helped Lu Ying rush in, panicked. When Lu Ying saw her husband lying motionless on the bed, she couldn't make a sound, frozen in place. Shua's father and mother stumbled in, supporting each other, faces full of disbelief. "Madam! Madam!" Liu Ying stiffened and fainted on the spot. "Mom! Mom! Yingjie, quick! Doctor! Someone!" After a period of heart-wrenching grief, Xue Ling pulled Cheng Tianyuan aside to arrange her father-in-law's funeral. "We need to contact the funeral home, and the cemetery too. We'll have to go take a look before making a decision." She looked at her eldest son, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and instructed, "You stay here and take care of Grandma. If anything happens, call the nurse or doctor." Then she turned to Xue Yang and said quietly, "Your grandparents aren't in good spirits, so try to comfort them. You'll also need to look after your younger brother and sister. Here's 200 yuan. Dinner is your responsibility. Xiaoxin and Xiaochong, you two also need to help take care of the elders. Understand?" The 3 nodded through their tears. "We understand." At that moment, a nurse led over 2 police officers. "We're very sorry for your loss. There are many surveillance cameras near Ronghua Mall, as well as in the elevators and hallways. We quickly identified the suspect and arrested him half an hour ago." Cheng Tianyuan looked up, his eyes bloodshot with emotion. "Who is it? Where is he? I want to tear him to pieces." Xue Ling hurriedly held him back, choking out, "Don't get so worked up." The officer sighed and said quietly, "We understand how the family feels, but punishing criminals is our job, not the family's. The suspect is Lu Dao, the one we've been searching for. He's finally been caught." "What?" Cheng Tianyuan's eyes widened and he suddenly tried to rush out.
"Honey!" Xue Ling shouted. "Officers, please stop him!"
The police, not sure what was happening, quickly rushed over and held Chung Tianyuan back. Please calm down. Please calm down. Chung Tianyuan's face was ashen as he shouted, I want to kill him. I'll kill him. Shui Ling was sobbing, explaining the situation to the officers. Chung Huanran and Shui Yang rushed over, not knowing what to do, and instinctively tried to pull the police away. Shui Ling shouted, Hold your dad, hurry! The two sons grabbed Chung Tianyuan, panicking. Dad, what are you doing? Dad, stop! The officer, catching his breath, explained, Liu Dao had a key card and keys to Ronghua Mall. The security guards thought he was a new resident and didn't stop him. He's confessed that he had the key to Unit C on the 18th floor and went in to see if there was anything valuable. He was discovered and the police were called. When he tried to escape, an old man blocked him. So he panicked and stabbed him, then ran off in the elevator. This case, combined with his previous crimes, is enough for a life sentence or even the death penalty. Please, let the law deal with this kind of scum. We've finished collecting evidence at the scene, but it can't be unsealed yet. There are still procedures to follow. We need to get the death certificate and medical records from the doctors. Please leave a contact number for us. Here. Write it here. Wiping her tears, Shui Ling stepped forward, wrote down her name and number, and apologized. The officers shook their heads, offered their condolences again, and went back to work. Chung Huanran and his brother helped Chung Tianyuan to a bench in the corner, whispering, Dad, don't be like this. That bastard has already been caught. He's finished. We'd love to beat him to death too, but our teachers always said it's the police's job to punish criminals. If we killed him, we'd be criminals too. Chung Tianyuan didn't move, his face frighteningly grim. Shui Ling came over, hugged his arm, and said softly, He's been caught. Now we have to leave it to the police. What we need to do is give Dad a proper burial and take care of the elders. Chung Tianyuan bent over, clutching his head and pulling at his hair. Shui Ling knew he was blaming Chung Tianfang for bringing disaster into their home. Forget it. You stay here. I'll go arrange the funeral home and cemetery. The driver and Secretary Chen are outside. I'll have their help. Chung Huanran couldn't help but ask, Mom, should I go with you? Grandma has Grandma Lu to help take care of her. No, Shui Ling shook her head. I can handle it. You two stay with your dad. She hurried downstairs. Chung Tianyuan fell silent for a long time, then suddenly stood up. His two sons jumped up in alarm. Dad, where are you going? Chung Tianyuan said in a low voice, I'm going to the police station. Don't follow me. No, Shui Yang cried, hugging his father's waist. Even if you go, you won't see that bastard. The police won't let you in. That's right, Chung Huanran urged. When the trial comes, we can sign a petition and get the media involved to expose his crimes and increase public pressure. He broke in and killed someone. He'll get the harshest sentence. Chung Tianyuan stopped and looked at his two sons. He sighed weakly and said, There's something I need to tell you. Your younger brother and sister are too young, but you too should know the whole story. He then told them everything about Chung Tianfang and Liu Dao. The two boys were stunned, unable to process it for a long time. Chung Tianyuan said coldly, She was foolish to get involved with such a dangerous man. Whatever punishment she gets, she deserves. But if she hadn't given him the keys to our home, none of this would have happened. Your grandpa was completely innocent. I want to go slap her, beat her up. Otherwise, I'll never be able to face your grandpa's spirit. Dad! Chung Huanran quickly hugged his father's shoulders. Don't be impulsive. Aunt is at the police station. You can't just go see her. Grandpa's gone, even if you punish the culprit or beat up Aunt. Shui Yang choked. Grandpa still won't come back. Hearing this, a tear slowly slid down Chung Tianyuan's face. Shui Yang quickly signaled his brother, and together they helped their father sit down. Chung Huanran turned to pour a glass of water and handed it to his father. Dad, have some water. Chung Tianyuan took it, sipped, and stared blankly. Shui Yang sighed and took the cup from him, whispering, No wonder I felt something was off lately, like you were all hiding something from us. He ate lunch at school, but was home for breakfast and dinner so he could sense when something was wrong. Chung Huanran was still in disbelief. I can't believe, Aunt. How did it come to this? She Yang's eyes were red as he whispered, "She even divorced Uncle Heng." After a while, Cheng Tianyuan said grimly, "Sons, if Grandpa and I had kept a closer eye on your aunt, maybe she wouldn't have ended up like this, and Grandpa wouldn't have died." For the past 2 or 3 years, Cheng Tianfang had been running wild, always disappearing to do business. He'd tried to talk sense into her, but it never worked. He should have done more. But he always thought his sister was no longer a child, had been married for years, and it wasn't his place to keep correcting her. She's the kind of person who needs constant supervision to avoid making mistakes. Uncle Zilan and Aunt moved away, and Uncle Heng stopped caring. She thought wandering around was freedom. How could nothing go wrong? I want you to remember, never get too close to people with bad character. If someone in the family lacks self-control, you have to watch over them. Or one mistake can ruin the whole family. He regretted it 1,000, 10,000 times. He never should have let her stay in the capital, never should have helped her with work and family. Someone like her should have been kept far away. Both sons nodded obediently. Cheng Tianyuan took a difficult breath, and then, for some reason, everything went black and he collapsed. "Dad! Dad!" Cheng Tianyuan had always been in excellent health. Aside from the occasional bout of internal heat, he rarely had any issues. He could go years without even catching a cold. But this time, the overwhelming grief and emotional shock were too much for him, and he fell ill almost instantly. She Huan said quietly, "Brother-in-law is still running a high fever. I'm afraid it won't go down for a day or 2. I've already given him medicine. He should be fine after a couple of days' rest." "Are you sure?" She Ling frowned. "He looks really bad." She Huan explained. "He was given a sedative earlier. He's not unconscious, just sleeping deeply. This blow was just too much. His mind and heart are under enormous pressure, and he can't recover right away." She Ling let out a long sigh, tears falling again despite herself. For something like this to happen so suddenly, how could it not be a huge blow? Beside her, Cheng Huanran hugged his mother's arm and said softly, "Mom, you have to stay strong. Dad's sick now, so our family needs you to hold things up." "That's right," Shu Huan sighed. "Sis, Huanran is right. No matter how sad we are, we can't bring Uncle back. We have to take care of ourselves so we can look after the elders." She Ling wiped her tears and asked, "How's Uncle Jilan? Has he woken up?" "He's awake," Shu Huan explained. "His wound needed more than 10 stitches and he lost a lot of blood. When he heard about Uncle's passing, he was devastated. My mom brought Xiao Han, and my brother is there with them." She Ling nodded. "Take good care of Uncle Jilan. The funeral is set for the day after tomorrow and the burial the day after that. I found 2 cemeteries that look suitable. I'll check the surroundings tomorrow and make a final decision." "Sis, do you need help?" She Huan patted his chest. "Just say the word. I already called Zhao Yi and asked her to take a few days off to come help. Zhao Yue has asked Aunt Chun and Duo to help watch things." "No need for now," Shui Ling shook her head softly. "Other than being heartbroken, I can't do anything at the moment. My mother-in-law is lying inside, Ah Yuan is out here, and my mind is a mess." Cheng Huanran said, "Don't worry, Uncle Huan. We've all taken leave and can help at home." "Good." Shui Huan smiled with relief. "Sis, it's lucky the kids are grown up now and can help out." Shui Ling nodded and sat by her husband's side. "You go take care of things. If I need anything, I'll call you." She Huan agreed and hurried off. Cheng Huanran poured a cup of warm water for his mother, then quickly took the kettle out to refill it. She Ling looked at her husband lying quietly in bed, her heart aching. She gently brushed his hair, gazing at the faint wrinkles on his forehead, and couldn't help but think of her father-in-law's deeply lined face. She began to sob softly again. Cheng Huanran came over and put his arm around her shoulders. "Mom, don't be sad. We're all heartbroken about Grandpa. When you cry, I can't help but want to cry too." She Ling wiped her tears and asked, "Where are Grandpa and Grandma?" Cheng Huanran replied, "Yang Yang took them out to eat and then sent them home." I had Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong stay with Grandma, and when Yang Yang gets back, they'll take a car home. Right, Shuiling said. You two older ones stay to help and let your younger brother and sister go home later. Don't worry, Cheng Huanran said. I've already arranged everything. Looking at her son's handsome profile, Shuiling felt a little more at ease. The elders were getting old, but thankfully the children were growing up. Earlier, when her husband suddenly collapsed, it was her son who carried him into the ER and found the doctors and nurses. Now that the kids were older, they could help hold up a corner of the family. A little after 8, Xue Yang came over. Xue asked the driver to take Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong home. Xiao Xin, eyes red and swollen, choked out, "Mom, can I not go home?" "What's wrong?" Xue asked. "Your third brother will go with you. The driver will take you straight to the parking lot downstairs." Xiao Xin grabbed her mother's hand, crying, "When I got out of the elevator, I saw blood all over the hallway. I'm so scared." Xue hugged her, gently patting her back. "It's okay. I'll have your big brother and third brother go with you. Go home, pack some clothes and daily necessities, and have your big brother take you to a hotel downstairs." Girls are usually more timid. After seeing such a bloody scene in their grandfather's body and hearing about the robbery and murder, how could she not be afraid? Xue handed a card to her eldest son. "Book 2 big rooms and let your brother and sister stay there. Later, go check on Grandpa and Grandma. If they can't handle it, take them to the hotel too." The police had sealed off the scene, but the blood in the hallway and the terrifying memories remained. Cheng Huanran nodded, took his sister's hand, and led his younger brother away. Xue called the driver and asked him to have another company driver come in for night shifts. She'd need them to take turns for the next few days. "If you need to rest, book a small room near the hospital and give the receipt to my secretary for reimbursement." The driver agreed. "I'll have him come over later. Don't worry, President Xue. The car's warm and big enough for 2 or 3 people to sleep in." Xue hung up. "Mom, you stay with Dad. I'll go stay with Grandma," Xue Yang said quietly. "She's still on an IV." "Go ahead," Xue nodded. A while later, Xue Heng came in, looking pale, and sat on a wooden bench. "You go rest. I'll stay with my brother-in-law." Xue shook her head. "Go take care of Uncle Jilan. Did Aunt and Xiao Han go home?" "They didn't," Xue Heng said quietly. "My mom said it was too scary. She didn't dare go home. I took her and Xiao Han to Ah Huan's dorm for the night. Ah Huan is off work and staying with my dad." Xue sighed and said nothing more. Xue Heng glanced around, saw an empty bed next door, and simply lay down with his coat on. Xue went out, borrowed a set of bedding from the nurse, and handed it to him. "The hospital is big, and the heating isn't great. Cover up." Xue Heng hugged the quilt and said softly, "I won't be able to sleep. My back just aches, so I want to lie down." The ward fell silent. Neither of them wanted to talk, nor did they know what to say. Suddenly the door opened. Shi Yang poked his head in, frowning awkwardly. "Mom, Grandma says she wants to see Grandpa one more time." "Tomorrow." Shi shook her head. "Tell Grandma the hospital staff are off for the night. She'll have to wait until tomorrow." Shi Yang nodded and ran off. But a moment later he came back, eyes red, and choked out, "Grandma mumbled that it's too cold tonight. She wants to put another blanket on Grandpa." Hearing this, Shi tears poured down. "Go comfort Grandma. Tell her we've already covered Grandpa with an extra blanket." Xue Yang turned and ran back. Lying on the bed, Xue Heng wiped tears from the corners of his eyes and sniffled. As dawn broke, Cheng Tianyuan woke up at his usual time. He was momentarily dazed, staring at the white ceiling and grayish walls, not quite sure where he was. Suddenly, he saw Xue asleep beside him. On the other side, his eldest son and Xue Heng were sleeping on the empty bed, huddled together for warmth. In that moment, everything from the previous day came flooding back, and grief surged in his heart again. He sighed softly and sat up. As soon as he moved, Xue woke up too. She asked sleepily, "Are you feeling better?" He nodded, grabbed the jacket by his pillow, and draped it over her. Seeing the calm in his eyes, though his face was still pale, Sheling felt much more at ease. She reached out and held his hand. After so many years as husband and wife, some things didn't need to be said. They understood each other without words. He squeezed her hand tightly in return. No matter how hard the road ahead, they would walk it together. When it was time for work, She Huan arrived. Brother-in-law still looks a bit weak. Why not stay and rest for a day? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. I'm fine. Yesterday he'd just been too emotional and couldn't take it for a moment. He knew his own body. This wasn't the time to be lying in bed. With his father's sudden passing, there was so much to do for the funeral. He couldn't just rest here. I need to help your sister prepare for the funeral. There's a lot to do. She Huan could only agree. Mother-in-law is still not doing well. I've given her some medicine and will come pick her up this evening. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and turned to his eldest son. You stay and look after Grandma. Grandpa and Grandma will be coming over soon. You're the eldest. You need to learn to take care of the elders and your younger siblings. She Yang yawned, glancing nervously at his parents, as if he wanted to say something. Cheng Tianyuan was preoccupied and didn't notice, but She Ling did. She leaned over and asked, What is it? Is something wrong? Shui Yang said quietly. I was supposed to meet Assistant Guo at the pool this afternoon. I already told old he yesterday. Xie Ling was momentarily at a loss. With your brother looking after Grandma, you can go swimming this afternoon. It's just, Dad and I really can't get away right now, so we'll have to cheer you on another time. Do your best. Okay. Xie Yang nodded firmly. Xie Ling gently patted his head. Good luck. Then she and Cheng Tianyuan hurried out of the hospital. The driver brought the car around, and the two got in. Xie Ling took out her phone. Dad's funeral is tomorrow. Besides our family, we need to notify Ahu and his family. What about Chengjia village? What do you think? Although her father-in-law had lived in the capital for over a decade, he was still a Cheng, still part of Chengjia village. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Just tell Ahu. He's Dad's adopted son. He'll definitely come. There are a lot of taboos and customs for funerals in the village, and we're too far away to follow them all. After the cremation, we'll take Dad's ashes back to the village and find a spot on the mountain for his grave. He's not going to be buried here? Xue Ling asked, puzzled. I've already picked out 2 cemeteries, just haven't chosen the exact spot. We all live here, so we could visit him often. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered as he considered. Xue Ling persuaded. The cemetery is managed and just outside the city. We could visit for Qingming and Chongyang, just a short drive away. We can't move back to the village anytime soon. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his eyes and finally said, No, let's not. You don't understand, dear. Dad was old-fashioned. He believed in returning to one's roots. He told me that once the kids were grown, he wanted to take Mom back to the village sometimes. The villa there is so nice, he wanted to enjoy it. In his heart, Chengjia village was home, his roots. In our village, when someone dies, they're carried up the mountain and buried there. Now that we're better off, we can build him a big grave, give him a spacious resting place. All right, Xue Ling agreed. We'll take Dad back to Chengjia village for burial. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Did you call Ahu? I tried yesterday evening, Xue Ling explained, but no one answered. When I heard you were sick, I panicked and didn't check my phone again. She checked her phone. No missed calls. I'll try calling Ahu again now. After a while, the call connected. The ringing lasted a while before Ahu picked up. Sis, sorry I was driving and didn't hear. How's everything lately? All good? Hearing Ahu's familiar, hearty voice, Xue Ling suddenly didn't know how to start. I have some bad news to tell you. What? Sis, what is it? What happened? Xue Ling sighed and briefly explained what had happened. Dad's body is still at the hospital. We're arranging for the funeral home to pick him up. The funeral is tomorrow morning, cremation in the evening. The other end of the line went silent. Not even a breath could be heard. Xue Ling choked up. I know. It's hard to believe even for us who saw it with our own eyes. But it's true. Dad is gone. In a couple of days we'll head south to Chengjia village to bury him. No. Sis, am I dreaming? This is a dream, right? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Xueling started to cry. I wish it were a dream too, but it's not. Ahu, talk to Wang Qing, book plane tickets, and fly over this afternoon. Bring the kids too, just take a few days off. No! What robber? Where? Did they catch him? I want to beat him to death. Send him to hell. Xueling sighed. Don't ask about that now. Don't get too worked up. You and Wang Qing put work on hold and get on a plane as soon as you can. How can I not be worked up? Godfather, how could he be gone? How can someone just die like that? No. Am I hearing this right? Damn it, that bastard dared to hurt Godfather? He was such a good man. How could this happen? No way. After rambling in distress, Ahu broke down in tears. Xueling wiped her own tears and said softly, Talk to Wang Qing first. Don't rush. Call us before you get on the plane and let us know the time. I'll have someone pick you up at the airport. Oh, and it's already cold here in the capital, so bring warm clothes and down jackets. I'll call Wang Qing right now, book tickets, and pack. Wait, my mom went back to the county. Should I go get her? I might not make it in time. Xueling quickly said, No need, she's too old to handle the flights. Just bring your family to send Dad off, that's enough. Ahu choked out a reply and hung up. Xueling took a deep breath, calmed herself, and called Lawyer He. President Xue, I'm at the police station now. All suspects in the case have been arrested. I believe the truth will come out soon. I just heard about your father-in-law's tragic death. President Xue, my condolences. Xueling sighed softly. I'll be busy for the next few days, so I'm entrusting the case to you completely. President Xue, there's something I need to let you know. Your aunt still doesn't know about this. She'll probably only find out during questioning later. Xueling frowned. Don't tell her for now. She'll find out when she finds out. There's no need to go out of your way to inform her. Understood, President Xue. Don't worry. I'll personally follow up on the case every day. Xueling hung up. Cheng Tianyuan, who had overheard most of the conversation, couldn't help but frown. Why hide it from her? In a way, Dad died because of her. Xueling frowned and said quietly, So what? If she knows, it'll just be one more person grieving. Can she help? Can she bring Dad back? Can she? Cheng Tianyuan's face was grim, his voice low. She's the one who most needs to know. The dead are gone, but the living have to live on. If she doesn't truly feel the pain and regret, even locking her up for 20 years won't change anything. She caused Dad's death. Who knows how many more people she'll hurt in the future? She was his sister, destined from birth. Whenever she got into trouble, she'd come to the family. When their parents were alive, she'd go to them. Now that their father was gone and their mother was frail, she'd come to him. I can't keep cleaning up her messes. Someone like her needs to suffer completely or she'll never learn. Xueling's feelings were complicated too. She countered, So what do you want to do? Tell her Dad died because of her, and then what? Let her drown in guilt and grief? She's already locked up, terrified of prison, afraid she'll never see her family or daughter again, scared her daughter won't acknowledge her. She's not on vacation, she's in detention. Cheng Tianyuan fell silent. Xueling sighed. Yes, she's infuriating. I'd love to slap her a few times. But what would that change? Can we go back in time? Can we start over? Our parents couldn't control her years ago, and neither could you. You all tried to reason with her, but did she listen? She ruined her own life. Why are you so angry? She's in her 30s, not a child. She has to take responsibility for her own actions. Being angry at her or at yourself won't change anything. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his eyes and rubbed his temples. Don't worry about her. Tell Lawyer He not to bother either. Save the legal fees. I want to cut ties with her. Xueling knew how much pain he was in and murmured, Don't act rashly. We'll help as much as we can, but in the end, she has to face the consequences herself. When the police came yesterday, Ah Heng heard everything. Even if she's not the murderer, she brought this on us. The family's feelings toward her are complicated. There's a lot of resentment. Even if she gets out on bail, she won't be able to fit in with the family anymore. Chung Tianyuan waved his hand, frowning in pain. Enough. I don't want to hear anything about her for now. Xie Ling fell silent, then reached out to gently massage the back of his neck. Chung Tianyuan leaned against her, closing his eyes. For the rest of his life, he would never acknowledge this sister again. The two of them confirmed the arrangements at the funeral home and paid a deposit. The funeral home then sent a car to the hospital to collect the body. Xie Heng came along to help set up the memorial hall. At noon, the driver bought them 3 meals. None of them could eat more than a few bites. Xie Ling, always generous, had ordered the best package. The funeral home staff worked hard and quickly finished the setup. President Xie, the 10 wreaths are on their way and should arrive in about an hour. Xie Ling nodded. Around 2 p.m., Ah Hu called to say they'd be arriving in the capital around 5 p.m. They were about to board the plane. Seeing there wasn't much left to do, Chung Tianyuan found a seat. Dear, I'll stay here with Dad. You should go check on things at the company. Ah Heng, you go to the hospital and look after Uncle Ji Lan. Xue Ling shook her head. I've already delegated work to the senior staff for the next few days. Secretary Chen will contact me if anything urgent comes up. Xie Heng shook his head too, saying quietly, Ah Huan took the afternoon off to help Zhao Yi look after my dad. My mom is with Zhao Han, so I don't need to worry. The factory is shut down for now. There's nothing to do. Chung Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. No orders at the factory lately? No, Xue Heng said, sounding defeated. I don't have the heart to look for orders. Chung Tianyuan's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Xue Ling went out and soon returned with 3 sweet soups. We barely ate at lunch. Drink some while it's hot to warm up. Red bean soup with a few sesame rice balls. The soup was hot and sweet. Maybe it was because their hearts were so bitter, but the sweetness brought a little comfort, and they finished it all. Xue Ling called her eldest son to check on her mother-in-law. Grandma's IV is almost done. She'll be discharged soon. Grandpa and Grandma are here too. Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong went to school as usual. Grandpa said it's easier to pass the time when it's lively at school. Xue Ling reminded him. It's cold outside. Make sure Grandma wears an extra coat. Take a cab and bring the 3 elders home. Mom, can we go to the hotel downstairs? Grandma just told me she's still very unsettled. She's afraid that opening the elevator door and seeing the scene will upset her. Xue Ling agreed immediately. Then she turned to Chung Tianyuan. Find Old He's number and call to ask how Yang Yang did this afternoon. Chung Tianyuan was stunned. How did he do it what? Xue Ling smiled wryly. Did you forget? Yang Yang took the afternoon off to go to the training center. Assistant Coach Guo was going to personally test his swim speed and see his potential. We were supposed to go together. Chung Tianyuan finally remembered and said, embarrassed, I'll call. A while later, he put down the phone, smiling with relief. Old He said Yang Yang gave it his all today and did exceptionally well, his best performance yet. Coach Guo took his file and said he'd recommend him for the national team. Xue Ling smiled with joy. Xie Heng chuckled. Yang Yang's always been a fast swimmer. When he was 8, I'd be exhausted after half a lap and he'd already finished 2. Way faster than me. I said back then, he could compete one day. It was rare to have good news, and the mood lightened a little. After a while, Xue Ling stood up. I'll go pick up Ah Hu and his family. You two stay here. Chung Tianyuan reminded her. Take Wang Qing and the kids to the hotel downstairs. Don't bring them here yet. Xue Ling nodded. Chung Tianyuan yawned, pulled up his collar and lay down on a bench. Across from him, Xue Heng said quietly, Brother-in-law, once Dad's funeral is over, we'll move to Dongfang Garden. I already contacted a cleaning company last night. They're going over today. Good, Chung Tianyuan said, frowning. Not only do you need to move, we have to move too. It's not about fear, it's just too much of a psychological shadow. Xue Heng thought for a moment. Where will you go? The courtyard house is still under renovation. It won't be ready for at least another 6 months. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, The big apartment at Dongfang Garden is big enough for all of us. Let's move there for now. Great, Shui Heng smiled. We'll be neighbors again. When the courtyard house is finished, we'll move there, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Lingling said that after the rebuild, transportation will be more convenient and it'll be easier to get in and out. Right now, traffic in the city center is always jammed during rush hour. It wastes so much time. That's not sustainable in the long run. Dongfang Garden is pretty good, Shui Heng said. They just built 2 new overpasses nearby, so traffic is much better now. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but frown as he remembered the bloody scene in the hallway by the elevator. Even I couldn't handle it, let alone the kids. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong were too scared to go upstairs last night. Ran had to help them get their clothes. The courtyard house is being torn down now. The designer already showed Lingling the initial plans. 2 courtyard houses combined with a big yard, enough for the whole family. With so many elders and kids, a regular apartment just wasn't big enough for everyone. The big apartment at Dongfang Garden has always been hard to rent out. It's 2 units combined, so it's huge and expensive. Dad and Mom didn't want the furniture ruined, so they just left it empty. Shui Heng reminded, better get the cleaning service in quickly. The furniture is all there. Just bring clothes and daily necessities and you can move in. Yeah. Cheng Tianyuan said tiredly, I'll get the keys tonight and arrange it. Shui Heng seemed to have something else to say, but hesitated. Cheng Tianyuan guessed what he wanted to ask and snapped, Don't mention her. I've sworn I'll never have anything to do with her again. Lingling can help her if she wants, but I won't get involved. Shui Heng immediately fell silent, not daring to ask further. The memorial hall fell quiet again. Cheng Tianyuan lay down, exhausted. I'll stay here tonight to keep vigil. You go back and look after Uncle Ji Lan and Xiao Han. I'll wait a bit longer, Shui Heng said. The funeral home said they'll bring Dad's big portrait soon. I want to see it. Cheng Tianyuan knew he just couldn't face his own mother right now, and didn't push him. His own sister had brought disaster again and again. He couldn't face his aunt, nor did he know how to help Shui Heng. Uncle Zi Lan had been stabbed in the arm. Just more bad luck. By evening, a luxury van pulled up outside the funeral home. Xue Ling got out, bundled in a down jacket. Hu jumped out after her, still tall and broad, but now with a round belly, much heavier than before. His face was pale, eyes red and brimming with tears. Xue Ling said softly, Come on, let's go inside. They'd chosen the best, most expensive package, and the funeral home's work matched the price. The elder's photo had been enlarged and printed, now hanging in the center of the memorial hall, surrounded by southern chrysanthemums. Hu looked at the coffin, then at the gentle, loving smile in the photo, and suddenly burst into tears, throwing himself onto the coffin and wailing. Godfather, Godfather, you're trying to scare me, aren't you? Aren't you? I haven't visited much these past years, so you set up this kind of reunion for me? Anything else is fine, but not this. I don't believe it, not at all. You were so strong. You could still punch a heavy bag. How could you just go like this? Godfather, Godfather, Hu is here. I came to see you. Sob, Godfather, come out, come out. I brought Ching and the kids to see you and Godmother. Don't scare me. Don't scare the kids. Come out, Godfather. Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Heng couldn't help but cry along with him. Xue Ling wiped her tears and went to pull his arm. Hu, come down. If Dad knows, he'll still love you just as much as before. Hu sobbed uncontrollably, refusing to let go of the coffin. Cheng Tianyuan came over and pulled him away. Dad, it happened so suddenly. By the time I got home, he couldn't speak. Then he was rushed to the ER and passed away inside. He didn't get to say a word, nothing at all. Hearing this, Hu cried even harder. Where's that damned thief? I want to chop him into a million pieces. I want to tear him apart. I want to kill him for Godfather. Damn it, where is he? Take me to him. Xue Heng sniffled and choked out. He's already been caught by the police. Hu shouted, Bastard! Yuan, let's go! Let's go chop him up right now! Calm down, Xue Ling said. You won't see him even if you go. The law will deal with him. There are police and judges for that. It's not up to us. Chung Tianyuan hugged Ah Hu tightly, unable to say a word. Shui Heng helped Ah Hu sit down and pulled Ah Yuan down too. Calm down, everyone. Dad is gone. He's not coming back. Ah Hu wiped his face and looked at Shui Ling. But isn't there always surveillance in the mall elevators? And keycards? How did the thief get in? Went straight to the 18th floor? Was he targeting your family? Xue Ling and Shui Heng exchanged glances, not sure how to answer. Chung Tianyuan lowered his eyes, his face like ice. This time we let the wolf in. The bastard had a key card and a key. Security thought he was a new resident, so they didn't stop him. By the time the incident showed up on the cameras and the guards got there, it was too late. Luckily, there's a lot of surveillance nearby, so he was caught in just over an hour. What? Ah Hu was confused. Let the wolf in? Who gave the thief a key card? For the 18th floor? Isn't it just your family and old Zheng's on that floor? It was the apartment Tianfang and I used to live in, Shui Heng explained coldly. After our divorce, she kept the place. What? Ah Hu was stunned. Divorce? You two? Why did you get divorced? Why didn't I know? When did this happen? Shui Heng said quietly. Not long ago, last month. It wasn't a good thing, so I didn't want to talk about it. Mom and Dad were upset, so they didn't tell you. Ah Hu gaped. But why? You two were fine, why divorce? Heng, did you mess around? Didn't Fang give you a daughter? How could you divorce? Shui Heng shook his head helplessly. We just couldn't go on. I never did anything to betray her, but neither of us wanted to stay together. It was a peaceful divorce. Xiao Han is with me. My parents helped take care of her. Ah Hu still didn't quite believe it. So the apartment was left to Fang, and she lost the key and card? Shui Heng's face turned icy, unable to answer. Chung Tianyuan knew there was no need to hide things from family, so he explained everything to Ah Hu. She's still in police custody waiting for the verdict. Ah Hu's face went pale, then flushed, and he shouted, My God! How did Fang end up like this? No one could answer his question. The other three all sat in silence, their faces grim. Ah Hu thought of the crooked path Chung Tianfang had once taken, then of how she'd seemed to turn over a new leaf and still couldn't believe it. She must have been led astray by bad people. Fang was always easily influenced by her environment. She was probably used by those crooks. Chung Tianyuan's face was cold as he said, So what? How old is she? She's not a 3-year-old. Shui Heng said in a low voice, She was with that man for over a year. Did she really know nothing about him? Ah Hu fell silent, his face a little flushed. He never imagined that the little girl who used to chase after him calling Brother Hu would one day do something so disgraceful. Xue Ling waved her hand and said quietly, Let's not talk about it. The thief's been caught. It's over. But Dad is dead, Shui Heng said bitterly. With someone like her in the family, what good could come of it? She deserves to be arrested, but Dad was completely innocent. My dad's arm was almost ruined. He was innocent too. Xue Ling let out a long sigh, unable to reply. The memorial hall fell silent again, everyone sitting quietly. Xue Ling stood up. I'm going home to change, check on Mom and settle the kids and elders. Brother-in-law should go too, Shui Heng said. He didn't go home last night and he's filthy. I'll stay here tonight to keep vigil. I'll stay too, Ah Hu said quietly. I want to keep vigil for Godfather. Chung Tianyuan stood up. I'll come back later and bring you something to eat. Okay. Ah Hu patted his travel bag. I've got some snacks in here too. Chung Tianyuan and Xue Ling left by car. Xue Heng went to the corner, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Ah Hu. Ah Hu thanked him and drank most of it. Xue Heng tried to make conversation. Brother Hu, what business are you in now? All sorts, Ah Hu explained. A few years ago, the clothing wholesale business wasn't great, so my wife suggested I open a brand name store. Turned out it sold pretty well. I opened 5 in the city center. 3 made money, 2 lost a bit. The year before last, I partnered with someone to open a big supermarket. Made money at first, but the second half of the year wasn't good, so I sold it before I lost out. Sometimes I do some wholesale, like selling steel. I buy at the provincial port and truck it to Rongcheng to sell. Sometimes friends in the city want to buy pigs, so I call Sister Jinhua and make a little extra. You've always had a lot of connections, Xue Heng smiled. You make money in lots of ways. Ah Hu shook his head. Not really. Compared to my sister-in-law, I'm just a little ant. She always manages to make things big and official, spots business opportunities. I can't do that. I just make a little here and there. She's not someone you can easily compare to, Xue Heng chuckled. Since the company went public, it's run even better. All thanks to her. She's big on innovation, has already upgraded the machines twice, and the products get updated every quarter. She keeps up with the market. I can't. Luckily, I got a small share back then, so I don't have to worry about food and shelter for now. You're too modest, Ahu said. Even a small share must bring in millions a year. I really admire the scale of her company. I just don't have the knowledge or vision for that, so I can only make a little money, never really make it big. Xue Heng sighed. The clothing factory is shut down. I'm exhausted, and I don't know what to do next. She told me to take a break and think about it after the new year. Clothing is always needed, Ahu said. I was thinking of asking your factory to make pajamas to sell. Pajamas? Xue Heng raised an eyebrow. What kind? All kinds, Ahu replied. People have more money now, so lots of them wear pajamas. Young girls like cute ones, housewives like practical ones, some young people like sexy ones. Men's pajamas are simple, just 2 types. Pajamas are for 3 seasons at least. Spring and autumn can be combined. The ones on the market aren't great quality. I want your sister-in-law to hire a designer and make mid to high-end pajamas. That's a good idea. Xue Heng nodded slowly. Ahu yawned. So, hurry up and find a designer. Once the samples are ready, we can start production and sales. I'll look into it after things settle down, Xue Heng said. Ling Ling hasn't had time to manage the factory lately. All right, Ahu said. You handle production, I'll handle sales. Xue Heng nodded. Ahu looked at the elder's photo and said quietly, Ling Ling said in a few days we'll take Godfather's ashes back to Chengja village for burial. I'll go with you. I'll go too, Xue Heng sighed. Even though we're divorced, he's still my father-in-law in my heart. Ahu patted his shoulder and gave a thumbs up. Rongcheng is my turf. I'll treat you to roast suckling pig. Xue Heng smiled. Thanks. Ahu explained. That pig farm Ling Ling invested in is now the biggest in the area. Even the provincial capital eats their pork. Every time I go back to Rongcheng, Liu Xiaoyu brings me a piglet for roast. The farm got so big that Ling Ling's share was diluted, but it's still a good income. My old buddy Liu Xiaoyu's life improved a dozen times after he started raising pigs. A few years ago his son got married, and he bought a big plot by the river, built 3 luxury villas, one for each son and one for himself and his wife. When his daughters got married, he gave each $1 million as dowry. So generous. Oh? Xue Heng was impressed. A small business can really make a fortune. Ahu shrugged. I used to think raising pigs was nothing, but once you have enough, the money just pours in. Liu Xiaoyu only has a 20% share, Ling Ling has 40%, and the rest is her brother-in-law's family. Even with just 20%, he's rich. Shows how profitable it is. Xue Heng thought for a moment. I was thinking of closing the clothing factory and opening a restaurant next year. What? A restaurant? Ahu asked. What kind? Fast food in a busy area, Xue Heng replied. Ahu shook his head. You're not in that business. It's hard to start from scratch. A few years ago, a friend asked me to open a grilled fish shop. I love grilled fish, so I agreed. But it was so complicated. Renovations, hiring, training. I taught them my recipe, but it never tasted as good as when I made it. I spent a few days at the grill and it nearly killed me. And then? Xue Heng asked. Did it work out? No, Ahu said with a wry smile. Once I stopped going, business tanked and it closed soon after. I lost a lot of money. Xue Heng frowned. It's just a grilled fish shop. How could you lose that much? Ahu shook his head. You don't get it. It wasn't just a little shop. I had several storefronts. Just the renovations cost me tens of thousands, then hiring and training staff, all the equipment and tableware, that was tens of thousands more. When it went under, I still had to pay severance to the employees, plus rent and everything else. Another big chunk gone. I see, Xue Heng said quietly. I've never been in the restaurant business, so I have no idea. Ah Hu explained. I only learned after trying it myself how deep the water is. Honestly, if you have a steady stream of customers, you can make a lot. I did the math. After costs and wages, the profit margin can be 30-40%, sometimes even 50%. If you do it well, you can definitely make money. Xue Heng nodded. I was thinking of franchising a fast food place. That way it'd be easier. Head office would handle the renovations, management, and staff training. This time we let the wolf in. The bastard had a key card and a key. Security thought he was a new resident, so they didn't stop him. By the time the incident showed up on the cameras and the guards got there, it was too late. Luckily, there's a lot of surveillance nearby, so he was caught in just over an hour. What? Ah Hu was confused. Let the wolf in? Who gave the thief a key card? For the 18th floor? Isn't it just your family and old Zhengs on that floor? It was the apartment Tianfang and I used to live in, Xue Heng explained coldly. After our divorce, she kept the place. What? Ah Hu was stunned. Divorce? You two? Why did you get divorced? Why didn't I know? When did this happen? Xue Heng said quietly. Not long ago, last month. It wasn't a good thing, so I didn't want to talk about it. Mom and Dad were upset, so they didn't tell you. Ah Hu gaped. But why? You two were fine, why divorce? Heng, did you mess around? Didn't Fang give you a daughter? How could you divorce? Xue Heng shook his head helplessly. We just couldn't go on. I never did anything to betray her, but neither of us wanted to stay together. It was a peaceful divorce. Xiaohan is with me. My parents helped take care of her. Ah Hu still didn't quite believe it. So the apartment was left to Fang, and she lost the key and card? Xue Heng's face turned icy, unable to answer. Cheng Tianyuan knew there was no need to hide things from family, so he explained everything to Ah Hu. She's still in police custody, waiting for the verdict. Ah Hu's face went pale, then flushed, and he shouted, My God! How did Fang end up like this? No one could answer his question. The other three all sat in silence, their faces grim. Ah Hu thought of the crooked path Cheng Tianfang had once taken, then of how she'd seemed to turn over a new leaf and still couldn't believe it. She must have been led astray by bad people. Fang was always easily influenced by her environment. She was probably used by those crooks. Cheng Tianyuan's face was cold as he said, So what? How old is she? She's not a 3-year-old. Xue Heng said in a low voice. She was with that man for over a year. Did she really know nothing about him? Ah Hu fell silent, his face a little flushed. He never imagined that the little girl who used to chase after him calling Brother Hu would one day do something so disgraceful. Xue Ling waved her hand and said quietly, Let's not talk about it. The thief's been caught. It's over. But Dad is dead, Xue Heng said bitterly. With someone like her in the family, what good could come of it? She deserves to be arrested, but Dad was completely innocent. My dad's arm was almost ruined. He was innocent too. Xue Ling let out a long sigh, unable to reply. The memorial hall fell silent again, everyone sitting quietly. Xue Ling stood up. I'm going home to change, check on Mom, and settle the kids and elders. Brother-in-law should go too, Xue Heng said. He didn't go home last night, and he's filthy. I'll stay here tonight to keep vigil. I'll stay too, Ah Hu said quietly. I want to keep vigil for Godfather. Cheng Tianyuan stood up. I'll come back later and bring you something to eat. Okay. Ah Hu patted his travel bag. I've got some snacks in here too. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling left by car. Xue Heng went to the corner, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Ah Hu. Ah Hu thanked him and drank most of it. Xue Heng tried to make conversation. Brother Hu, what business are you in now? All sorts, Ah Hu explained. A few years ago, the clothing wholesale business wasn't great, so my wife suggested I open a brand name store. Turned out it sold pretty well. I opened 5 in the city center. 3 made money, 2 lost a bit. The year before last, I partnered with someone to open a big supermarket. Made money at first, but the second half of the year wasn't good, so I sold it before I lost out. Sometimes I do some wholesale, like selling steel. I buy at the provincial port and truck it to Rongcheng to sell. Sometimes friends in the city want to buy pigs, so I call Sister Jinhua and make a little extra. You've always had a lot of connections, Xue Heng smiled. You make money in lots of ways. Ah Hu shook his head. Not really. Compared to my sister-in-law, I'm just a little ant. She always manages to make things big and official, spots business opportunities. I can't do that. I just make a little here and there. She's not someone you can easily compare to, Xue Heng chuckled. Since the company went public, it's run even better. All thanks to her. She's big on innovation, has already upgraded the machines twice, and the products get updated every quarter. She keeps up with the market. I can't. Luckily, I got a small share back then, so I don't have to worry about food and shelter for now. You're too modest, Ah Hu said. Even a small share must bring in millions a year. I really admire the scale of her company. I just don't have the knowledge or vision for that, so I can only make a little money, never really make it big. Xue Heng sighed. The clothing factory is shut down. I'm exhausted, and I don't know what to do next. She told me to take a break and think about it after the new year. Clothing is always needed, Ah Hu said. I was thinking of asking your factory to make pajamas to sell. Pajamas? Xue Heng raised an eyebrow. What kind? All kinds, Ah Hu replied. People have more money now, so lots of them wear pajamas. Young girls like cute ones, housewives like practical ones, some young people like sexy ones. Men's pajamas are simple, just 2 types. Pajamas are for 3 seasons at least. Spring and autumn can be combined. The ones on the market aren't great quality. I want your sister-in-law to hire a designer and make mid to high-end pajamas. That's a good idea. Xue Heng nodded slowly. Ah Hu yawned. So, hurry up and find a designer. Once the samples are ready, we can start production and sales. I'll look into it after things settle down, Xue Heng said. Ling Ling hasn't had time to manage the factory lately. All right, Ah Hu said. You handle production, I'll handle sales. Xue Heng nodded. Ah Hu looked at the elder's photo and said quietly, Ling Ling said in a few days we'll take Godfather's ashes back to Chengja village for burial. I'll go with you. I'll go too, Xue Heng sighed. Even though we're divorced, he's still my father-in-law in my heart. Ah Hu patted his shoulder and gave a thumbs up. Rongcheng is my turf. I'll treat you to roast suckling pig. Xue Heng smiled. Thanks. Ah Hu explained. That pig farm Ling Ling invested in is now the biggest in the area. Even the provincial capital eats their pork. Every time I go back to Rongcheng, Liu Xiaoyu brings me a piglet for roast. The farm got so big that Ling Ling's share was diluted, but it's still a good income. My old buddy Liu Xiaoyu's life improved a dozen times after he started raising pigs. A few years ago his son got married, and he bought a big plot by the river, built 3 luxury villas, 1 for each son and 1 for himself and his wife. When his daughters got married, he gave each $1 million as dowry. So generous. Oh? Xue Heng was impressed. A small business can really make a fortune. Ah Hu shrugged. I used to think raising pigs was nothing, but once you have enough, the money just pours in. Liu Xiaoyu only has a 20% share, Ling Ling has 40%, and the rest is her brother-in-law's family. Even with just 20%, he's rich. Shows how profitable it is. Xue Heng thought for a moment. I was thinking of closing the clothing factory and opening a restaurant next year. What? A restaurant? Ah Hu asked. What kind? Fast food in a busy area, Xue Heng replied. Ah Hu shook his head. You're not in that business. It's hard to start from scratch. A few years ago, a friend asked me to open a grilled fish shop. I love grilled fish, so I agreed. But it was so complicated. Renovations, hiring, training. I taught them my recipe, but it never tasted as good as when I made it. I spent a few days at the grill and it nearly killed me. And then? Xue Heng asked. Did it work out? No, Ah Hu said with a wry smile. Once I stopped going, Business tanked and it closed soon after. I lost a lot of money. Xue Heng frowned. It's just a grilled fish shop. How could you lose that much? Ah Hu shook his head. You don't get it. It wasn't just a little shop. I had several storefronts. Just the renovations cost me tens of thousands, then hiring and training staff, all the equipment and tableware, that was tens of thousands more. When it went under, I still had to pay severance to the employees, plus rent and everything else. Another big chunk gone. I see, Xue Heng said quietly. I've never been in the restaurant business, so I have no idea. Ah Hu explained. I only learned after trying it myself how deep the water is. Honestly, if you have a steady stream of customers, you can make a lot. I did the math. After costs and wages, the profit margin can be 30-40%, sometimes even 50%. If you do it well, you can definitely make money. Xue Heng nodded. I was thinking of franchising a fast food place. That way it'd be easier. Head office would handle the renovations, management, and staff training. Don't think it's that simple, Ah Hu warned. Just the franchise fee is hundreds of thousands. Especially for foreign brands, it's definitely that much. Xue Heng raised his eyebrows. That much? Yeah, Ah Hu said. You have to pay the franchise fee, but there's no guarantee you'll make a profit. You've never done this before. I'd advise you not to jump in, or you could lose a lot. I don't have the money right now, Xue Heng said with a wry smile. I'm waiting for Ling Ling to give me a dividend at the end of the year. After the divorce, I still owe the company some money. Ah Hu thought for a moment. How much did you give Fang? Was it a lot? Xue Heng's eyes turned cold. 10 million? That much? Ah Hu's eyes widened. Xue Heng sneered. She wanted my shares at first, but Dad and brother-in-law fought hard to stop her. Then she demanded 20 million, but brother-in-law bargained her down to 10. I didn't have enough, so I had to borrow a few million from the company to make it up. Ah Hu pursed his lips. That's a lot. She didn't think it was enough, Xue Heng said sarcastically. After she got the money, she immediately bought her lover a luxury car and wired him a huge sum. If brother-in-law hadn't found her in time, that guy would have taken all her money. Ah Hu sighed. How could Fang get so foolish? She had a good husband and a good family, but she threw it all away to hang out with a bunch of lowlifes. Now look at her. So sad and infuriating. Xue Heng snorted. She's not stupid. When she was leeching off me, she never thought about my feelings or my parents. She bullies the weak, chases pleasure, and loves showing off. These things might not seem like big flaws, but over time, they're fatal. If she hadn't brought this on herself, she wouldn't be where she is now. Dad, Mom, and brother-in-law were always good to me. I never said a bad word about her in front of them. At first, when I divorced her, I felt guilty, like I'd let them down by not taking care of their daughter. But after everything came out, I hated her. I was disappointed, cold, helpless, but nothing compared to the hatred that came after. I hate her. Ah Hu frowned, not sure what to say. Heng, at this point I don't even know how to comfort you. At least you're divorced now. You don't have to deal with her or get angry anymore. Any normal man, no matter how cultured or tolerant, couldn't accept being betrayed by his wife. Xue Heng gave a bitter laugh. Yeah, at least we're divorced. But she tricked me so badly. She hurt me to the core. The more love there was before, the more hate there was now. Ah Hu glanced awkwardly at the memorial tablet in the middle. Heng, Godfather is right here, so maybe say a little less. Of everyone, he was the one she hurt most, and the one who suffered the most. He was so honest and upright, but ended up with a daughter like Fang. No one could be more heartbroken or angry than him. Xue Heng immediately fell silent. After regaining his composure, he said quietly, You're right. I really have said too much. It's okay, Ah Hu said. I get how you feel. Heng, take it easy. Everything passes. No matter how big the hurdle, if you're willing to move on, you'll get through it. Xue Heng sighed softly. I hope so. Ah Hu pursed his lips. Suddenly I want a cigarette. I really want to smoke. When I'm upset, I always want a few puffs. Godfather used to love smoking. I'd sneak a few with him when Ah Ching wasn't looking. I used to smoke all the time, but after I got married, my wife wouldn't let me, so I quit. Now I really want to smoke. Miss Godfather so much. Xue Heng hugged himself, shivering. It's so cold. It's going to be a cold night keeping vigil. Ah Hu pulled out his phone and called Chung Tianyuan, asking him to bring a few quilts. Chung Tianyuan agreed and asked what they wanted to eat. Ah Hu and Xue Heng exchanged a look. We don't have much appetite, just bring something simple. After hanging up, Ah Hu started talking about his mother. My mom's still in great health. She loves living in the county's industrial area. There are more people by the river now, and it's spacious. She opened up a plot behind the old supermarket and grows melons and fruit every day. She's so happy. She loves tinkering, and I let her do whatever she wants as long as she's healthy and happy. Last month she told me she wants to invite Ah Yuan's family back for New Year's. She wants to roast pork legs and suckling pig for everyone. She really misses Godfather and Godmother, always talking about the old days when everyone lived together at the supermarket. But this year I've let her down. I couldn't bring Godfather back. Xue Heng said quietly, Don't tell her for now, or she'll be too sad. Ah Hu sniffed and sighed. Of all the elders, my mom's the oldest. I always thought she'd go first. Godfather was only in his 70s, not even 80. Who could have expected such a disaster? Xue Heng said, rubbing his head. I don't even dare tell Xiao Han. I just told her Grandpa and Grandpa-in-law are sick and need to stay in the hospital for a while. Tomorrow I'll bring her to pay respects, but I don't know how to explain it. Ah Hu was a straightforward guy, not good with delicate matters. She's too young. Don't tell her. Just let her pay respects. Then take her out to play. She won't understand now. When she's older, she'll figure it out, and by then the pain will have faded. Xue Heng nodded. I hope so. Ah Hu pulled his jacket tighter and asked, We really can't see that bastard. I want to punch him 1,000 times. No, Xue Heng said. You can't get to him. If we could, brother-in-law and I would have beaten him to death already. Ah Hu cursed under his breath in frustration. Half an hour later, the driver brought Chung Tianyuan back. He'd changed clothes and was carrying several quilts. The driver followed, carrying a big cardboard box. Ah Hu and Xue Heng hurried over to help, putting the quilts on the clean benches. Chung Tianyuan thanked the driver, then called out, Food's here! Eat while it's hot! Ah Hu and Xue Heng came over and asked, Did you eat? No. Chung Tianyuan slumped down beside them, muttering, No appetite. You guys eat. Xue Heng opened the food boxes from the carton and was surprised to see they were from the hotel's second-floor restaurant. This must be from Lingling. Brother-in-law, you should eat something. You didn't eat last night and you barely ate today. It's so cold. You'll wear yourself out. Ah Hu threw a big arm around him and pulled him over. Brother, we've got a lot to do these next few days. You can't let yourself get sick. Chung Tianyuan had no choice but to eat a few bites with them. Ah Hu wouldn't let up, making him eat a bit more. It's still warm. Pretty good, actually. So Chung Tianyuan ate a bit more. Even though it was meant for two, the three of them still had leftovers. Chung Tianyuan asked, You guys really aren't going home? Want to take a hot shower? No need, said Ah Hu. I showered at noon before heading out. Winters in the capital are too cold. I don't dare shower too often. Xue Heng shook his head. Too cold. Maybe tomorrow. He grabbed a quilt and wrapped himself up. Soon he felt warm. Ah Hu pulled over another quilt, wrapping himself and Chung Tianyuan together. The three of them sat together, chatting quietly. Chung Tianyuan said, Earlier I called the village chief and told him about my dad. I booked plane tickets for the day after tomorrow. 8 for now and we'll see who else is coming south. The village chief said he'll find a Taoist priest tomorrow to help pick a good burial spot. Brother-in-law, is it still that superstitious where you're from? Xue Heng asked. He'd never been to Chengjia village, only knew it was rural but had developed well in recent years. As a city man, he couldn't imagine people still being superstitious in the 21st century. Chung Tianyuan nodded. There's still a bit, but not much. When building a grave, people usually get a feng shui expert to pick the spot. Other than that, not much. The village is more educated now, so superstition is less common. Back in my parents' day, they believed in fortune-telling and birth charts. Our generation mostly doesn't believe anymore. The next generation doesn't believe in anything, Ahu laughed. They only believe in themselves. Shuaheng was amused. Young people these days really are bold and confident. My two are both in their rebellious phase. It's driving me crazy, Ahu complained. My daughter's always talking about dieting, my son's skinny as a bean sprout. All they do is play video games or watch TV and their grades never go up. Ah Ching and I are at our wits' end. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Give it a year or two. It'll get better. Kids in that phase won't listen to you. Hey, were Ran and Yang rebellious? Ahu asked. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. A bit, but not for long. Ahu was curious. How did they act out? Cheng Tianyuan replied. They wouldn't listen. Wanted to do things their own way, but didn't dare openly defy us. If you raised your voice, they'd get upset and even talk back. They wanted to make their own choices and didn't want interference. If you tried, they'd say you were disrespecting their freedom. But after a year or two, as they matured, they calmed down. They were never too bad. Still manageable. Ling Ling says maybe it's because we were too busy to micromanage, so they didn't feel we were overbearing. That works, Ahu laughed. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered with mine. Shuaheng chuckled. Don't take it at face value. Ran and Yang have always been independent and well-behaved, not the hot-tempered type. Yang gets excited easily, but he's very optimistic. Optimistic people don't hold grudges and are easygoing. Ran, as the eldest, feels responsible for his siblings. He's got a sense of duty. He won't go too far wrong. Ahu glanced at Cheng Tianyuan. Is it really that bad? Is it possible? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Not that bad, but there's always a bit. It's partly age, partly hormones. Ahu sighed, full of helplessness. Ah Ching is gentle and always encourages the kids, uses a soft approach. That's fine for girls, but not for boys. I keep saying boys need to be tough, get out there, face the world, not be afraid of anything. But Ah Ching disagrees, always worried they'll go astray. But if you don't let them try, how will you know? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Times have changed. Our generation went through a lot. But today's kids are like greenhouse flowers. Can't compare. Plus, their environment is more complicated than ours ever was. Are you sure you want to let them go wild? What if they really go astray? If it's just a small detour, you can fix it. But what if it's not? If there were no what-ifs in life, that'd be great. But you don't want your kid to fall so hard they never get up again, right? Ahu thought about it and shook his head, smiling bitterly. No, I don't. It's too hard. In our day, everyone just went out and made their way and not many turned bad. Now society's richer and more complicated. I really don't dare let them go wild. Just take it easy, Cheng Tianyuan said. We're all ordinary people. If our kids are kind and motivated, that's enough. Don't set too many high expectations. Ahu smiled wryly. The problem is they're only kind, not motivated. After the midterms, Ah Ching nearly fainted from anger. I took a look. 20 or 30 points per subject, maybe not even 100 total. I asked why they didn't study, and they just shrugged. My daughter said she's just not cut out for school, even though she tries hard. My son just shook his head and said he doesn't want to go to school, doesn't want to study. Why not? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Did you ask him? I did. Ahu rolled his eyes. He said he doesn't know why people have to go to school and that he can make lots of money without it. Doesn't see the point of wasting time there. I asked what money he could make, and he said every trade can make money, even playing video games. Damn, I was so mad my head spun. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and shook his head. Little Hoosy's got a big personality, that's for sure. Ahu smiled bitterly. Too much personality. He acts like a little punk. Ah Ching can't handle him, and sometimes I have to use a stick or he's impossible. Don't hit kids, Shuaheng said quietly. Talk to them, teach them well. Ahu snorted. Wait till you have your own. You'll see a stick works better than words sometimes. Shueheng shook his head. No way. It will. No way. It will. Just wait and see. The three of them all laughed quietly. Luckily, there were people around. Otherwise, on such a cold and lonely night, they wouldn't know how to get through it. It was late at night, but the hospital building was still brightly lit. In the ward, Shuejilian glanced at the clock on the wall and said softly to his wife sitting beside him, It's getting late. You should take Zhao Han back to rest. Madame Chen blinked. Huh? What time is it? It's almost 10, Shuejilian replied. So late already? Madame Chen looked around and saw Zhao Han sitting on a small stool playing with her doll. She quickly said, Zhao Han, we need to go to bed now. Zhao Han looked up. Where are we sleeping? Madame Chen smiled. At your uncle's dorm, of course. It's close by, just around the corridor. No! Zhao Han pouted and shook her head. I don't want to go there. Madame Chen forced a smile. Why not? That's not our home. Zhao Han's big eyes filled with grievance. Grandma, why can't we go home? I miss home. I miss Daddy. Madame Chen swallowed, not sure how to explain. Shuejilian smiled kindly and pointed to his right arm. Grandpa's arm is hurt, so I have to stay here to recover. We can only leave the hospital when I'm better. Zhao Han's eyes turned. Grandpa, will you be better tomorrow? Can we go home then? Shuejilian shook his head. Not tomorrow. What about the day after? She asked, pouting. He shook his head again. Not the day after either. She sighed sadly. I don't like Uncle's dorm. Madame Chen quickly comforted her. Uncle's dorm is warm, the heating is good, it's clean, and there's a little bed for us. Uncle even bought you lots of toys you like. But Zhao Han still wasn't happy. But I still want to go home. Madame Chen forced a smile and said softly, But Grandpa is hurt and has to stay in the hospital. We can't leave him, right? Daddy will come to stay with Grandpa too. As long as our family is together, anywhere can be home. Zhao Han seemed to think of something and looked up. Will Mommy be able to find me? What if she comes home and can't find us? Madame Chen's smile froze, caught off guard. Well, if she comes back, someone will tell her where we are. Suddenly, Zhao Han sighed like a little adult. I don't know where Mommy went. She hasn't come to see me in so long. Grandma, I really miss Mommy. Do you think she misses me? Madame Chen's face darkened, her voice low. She does. Her voice was stiff, but the little one didn't notice. Shuejilian coughed awkwardly. Don't worry, Zhao Han. Mommy will come find you soon. It's late and cold. Time to sleep. When Grandpa's better, we'll all go home together. Zhao Han climbed up to the bedside and asked, Grandpa, where's your phone? You know Mommy's number, right? Can you call her for me? Shuejilian's eyes flickered and he quickly found an excuse. Grandpa left his phone at home. When your daddy comes, we'll ask him to call. Zhao Han pouted. But Daddy never comes home. Tomorrow morning he'll come get you, Madame Chen explained. Grandma will go with you. Be good and go to sleep now. But Uncle isn't here yet. Who will take care of Grandpa? Grandma, we can't leave Grandpa alone. He'll be scared. Shuejilian chuckled. Madame Chen smiled too. He just went to get hot water. He'll be back soon. Grandpa's not a child. He's not scared. Grandpa, are you scared? Zhao Han asked curiously. He shook his head. No, because Grandpa is brave. Zhao Han muttered. But Brother Yue said everyone's scared. He said Grandpa was killed and there was a lot of blood, so everyone's scared. I'm scared too. Madame Chen frowned and quickly hugged her. Don't listen to your brother, he's wrong. But that's what Brother Yue said, Zhao Han whispered. Yue was a few years older, and the adults hadn't hidden things from him. He often played with Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong, so he knew more about what happened than Zhao Han did. Shuejilian sighed softly.
Just then, Xue Huan returned, carrying a thermos. Madame Chen took her granddaughter's hand. "Ah Huan, watch your dad. I'll take Xiao Han back now." Xue Huan smiled and waved to his niece. "Good night, bye-bye." But Xiao Han still didn't want to leave. She broke free from Grandma and ran to hug Xue Huan's leg. "Uncle, you have a phone, right?" He didn't notice his mother winking at him and bent down with a smile to pick her up. "I do." Xiao Han's eyes lit up. "Then can you call Mommy for me?" Xue Huan froze, finally noticing his mother's frantic winks. It's too late now. Mommy's probably asleep. Even if I call, she won't answer." Xiao Han drooped, disappointed. "I want Mommy." Xue Huan's heart ached. He gently stroked her head. "Be good, Xiao Han. Mommy will be back soon. She's just busy with work and can't come home. Brother Yue's mom has to work too, so she can't always be with him." Xiao Han was too young to compare, but it seemed to make sense. "I'll tell Daddy to make lots and lots of money. Then Mommy won't have to work and can stay with me all the time." Xue Huan quickly agreed. "Okay, when Daddy comes, you tell him. But now you need to sleep. When you wake up, Daddy will be there." "Really?" Xiao Han smiled. "Is Daddy playing hide-and-seek with me?" Xue Huan smiled gently. "He's hiding now. But when you wake up, he'll jump out." Madame Chen urged. "Come on, it's late." Xiao Han finally agreed, waving sweetly. "Goodbye, Grandpa. Goodbye, Uncle." Xue Huan watched them enter the elevator before closing the door. He turned and asked gently, "Dad, do you want some water?" "No." Xue Jilian shifted and sat up against the headboard. "After so many IVs, I'm full of water. All I've had is porridge for days. Plenty of fluids." Xue Huan hurried over and put a big pillow behind him. "Don't use your right arm. If you need to get up, just call me." "I've still got one good arm. No need," Xue Jilian said quietly. "Is your brother staying at the funeral home tonight?" "Yes," Xue Huan explained. "Brother-in-law and his god-brother are there too. I called him just now. He said they have quilts, food, and some heat, so don't worry." Sigh. Xue Jilian closed his eyes and sighed. "Even now, whenever I close my eyes, those terrifying, brutal scenes replay in my mind. After I was cut, I fell to the ground, completely disoriented, and all I could hear was Muhai's screams. When I came to, he was already lying in a pool of blood gushing from his chest like a faucet. In that moment, I knew he might be gone forever. He was a doctor. He knew exactly what it meant for a knife to pierce the chest. Sure enough, Brother Muhai didn't even leave a last word. He was just gone." Xue Huan frowned and said softly, "Dad, don't dwell on it. Bad memories will only become nightmares." Sigh. Xue Jilian shook his head and sighed. "A person. Just gone. Just like that. Life is so fragile, so easily shattered. Brother Muhai didn't even get to say a last word. How many things must he have wanted to say, to tell us, to his children, to his grandchildren, to his wife?" "Dad, please stop," Xue Huan choked up. "He's gone. Talking about it just makes it harder." Xue Jilian closed his eyes and murmured, "To everyone else in the capital, this is just another robbery and murder. One dead, one injured, both elderly, a heartless thief attacking old people. That's all it is. Only we, the family, are left heartbroken, unable to accept it." Xue Huan said quietly, "Dad, you're actually pretty lucky. If that knife had been a little off, you could have been seriously hurt. It's a blessing in the midst of misfortune." "If only I'd been hurt worse, taken half the blow," Xue Jilian choked. "Brother Muhai might not have died." Xue Huan sighed. "There's no such thing as if. If there really was, there'd be no regrets or pain in the world. Dad, don't think too much. Just rest." Xue Jilian said, "I've finished my IVs for today. You go rest. I'm fine." "No way," Xue Huan protested. "How can you send me away? You can't use your arm. I have to stay. We rented an extra bed so you could recover in peace, and so whoever's staying can rest too." Xue Jilian leaned back. "You don't have work tomorrow? Take leave. You'll need to go to the funeral home, take Xiao Yi and Xiao Yue." "We all took time off," Xue Huan explained. "I'm on annual leave for over a week.
Xiao Yi can't take too long, just a week. Mom said we'll move to Dongfang Garden so we can help out. Xue Jillian nodded. We were planning to move anyway. Might as well do it now. The place is still sealed off, and the scene was too bloody. The kids are too young. I'm afraid it'll leave them with trauma. Yeah. Xue Huan's eyes flickered, hesitating. I told Xiao Yi maybe we should move too, into the dorms here. We're always busy, working night shifts, sleeping at the dorm or office, barely seeing each other. Good, Xue Jillian said. We'll help pick up and drop off Xiao Yue for school. If you're too busy, let him stay with us. That's great, Xue Huan said. We'll bring him over on weekends, and the rest of the time we'll count on you and Mom. Xue Jillian had lost a lot of blood and was soon tired after chatting. Xue Huan helped him lie down, settled his right arm, tucked him in, and then lay down on the other hospital bed, quickly falling asleep. Downtown, Ronghua Grand Hotel Wang Qing looked at her sleeping daughter, turned off the light and went to the next room, where her son was still watching TV. She frowned. Why aren't you asleep yet? Do you know what time it is? Zhao Huzi was already 14, tall and strong like his father, sprawled lazily on the sofa, one hand on the remote, the other on the armrest. It's only a little after 10. I'll watch a bit more. Wang Ting shook her head. Kids should be in bed by 9. Don't stay up so late. Your sister's already asleep. She's her, I'm me, Zhao Huzi grumbled. Stop comparing us. I'm a boy. Wang Ting shot him a look and turned the heat down a notch. Don't turn the heat up too high, it gets too dry. Come on, Zhao Huzi complained. It's freezing. How am I supposed to survive without enough heat? Wang Ting laughed. People used to live just fine without heating, and you call yourself a man, so dramatic. It's not about being dramatic, he shrugged. The hotel's got heating, might as well use it. They charge you the same whether you use it or not, so why not? Always with the excuses, Wang Ting said. Too much heat dries your mouth out. And keep the TV down. Don't disturb the other guests. Okay. Zhao Huzi grinned. The hotel's soundproofing is great. Last time we came, the wallpaper was orange. Now it's all fancy. New TV, new sofa. Everything's upgraded. Wang Ting explained, I heard it's now a 4-star hotel. Earlier that evening, Xue Ling had picked them up and brought them straight to the hotel to check in. Since it was her place, everything was arranged quickly and comfortably. Oh, Zhao Huzi yawned. Mom, why isn't Dad back yet? If he doesn't come, I don't want to sleep alone. Wang Ting lowered her eyes. Dad's busy tonight. He won't be back. You sleep alone at home all the time. Since when are you scared? Who's always bragging about being a real man? I'm not bragging, I am. Zhao Huzi grinned. Just saying, what if? Why so serious? Wang Ting was helpless. Talking to kids these days was tough. She was in a bad mood and exhausted from the day. Huzi, go to bed early. We have things to do tomorrow. What? Zhao Huzi's eyes widened. Aren't we here for vacation? What's there to do? He'd been pulled out of school halfway through the day, told by his dad there was an urgent trip to the capital, and brought along with his sister. He'd been excited, immediately asked for 3 days off, plus the weekend. Plenty of time to have fun in the city. Wang Qing sighed. Your dad was going to tell you tomorrow. Just wait until he comes to get us, then ask him. But Zhao Huzi was always curious. Mom, just tell me. Wang Qing didn't answer, slumped on the other bed, half asleep. Zhao Huzi seemed to remember something and turned. I never asked. Doesn't Uncle's family live on the 18th floor of this building? Why are they all staying at the hotel? The 3 rooms up front are theirs. Yang Yang even came to say hi earlier. Why stay in a hotel when you have a home? There was an incident at home, Wang Qing mumbled sleepily. Don't ask, just sleep. We have things to do tomorrow. Earlier, when Ah Hu had called her in a panic, she'd just come home from grocery shopping and was so shocked she dropped everything. Even now, it all felt like a dream. The kids were still young and sleeping in a strange place, so she decided not to tell them anything scary yet. She'd wait until before the funeral to explain. Just then, Zhao Huzi found a show he liked and forgot to keep asking, watching with interest. As dawn broke, Xue Ling woke up. She quickly washed up, put on a sweater, and boiled some hot water. On the next bed, Xiaoxin stirred at the noise, changed position, and fell back asleep. Xiaoling called, "Xiaoxin, time to get up." Xiaoxin, still sleepy, mumbled a response and kept sleeping. Xiaoling went to the next room and knocked. After a moment, Cheng Huanran, hair messy, opened the door, muttering, "Mom." Xiaoling peeked in and saw the second and third sons still asleep, the brothers tangled together, sleeping crookedly. "Huanran, wake your brothers. We need to get ready early for Grandpa's funeral." Cheng Huanran yawned and agreed. Xiaoling then went to the other side and knocked, calling, "Dad? Mom?" She'd booked a triple room for the three elders, just diagonally across from her own. Soon her father opened the door. He was already washed and dressed and whispered, "Your mom and the others are washing up inside." Xiaoling nodded and said quietly, "The driver will pick us up soon for the funeral home. Let's all go down for breakfast early. The restaurant downstairs has a buffet starting at 7. Once we're ready, we'll eat and then head out." Her father nodded slowly. "You arrange it." Just then, Liu Ying came out of the bathroom looking exhausted. Xiaoling quickly supported her arm and said softly, "Mom, have some water and dress warmly. We'll go down for breakfast soon." "Lingling, I want to see Yuan's father." Liu Ying grabbed her hand, choking up. I want to go back to Chengjia village with him. We're villagers. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. We have to go back there for the funeral." Xiaoling shook her head, troubled. "Mom, we can't just move the body. We'll hold the funeral here first, then take Dad's ashes back to the village for burial. Don't worry, that's still returning to our roots." Liu Ying started sobbing, asking, "When will we go back? Don't leave me behind. I have to go." "We won't," Xiaoling promised. "We'll definitely take you back to the village. Don't worry, we've already asked the village chief to find a feng shui master to pick a good spot for Dad." Liu Ying nodded quickly. "Good, it must be done that way." Xiaoling said gently, "Put on your down jacket, and we'll take you down for breakfast." Liu Ying, dazed, nodded slowly. Her father poured hot water and handed it to her. Liu Ying took it mechanically, sipping slowly. Xiaoling's eyes reddened, unable to speak. Her father sighed quietly. "It'll take time. It's not something you can accept right away." A while later, Cheng Huanran brought his two younger brothers over. Xiaoling frowned slightly. "Go wake your sister. I'll find Aunt Wang Qing and the others." "Okay." Cheng Huanran hurried off to find Xiaoxin. Xiaoling knocked on Wang Ting's door. Wang Ting was braiding her daughter's hair and explained, "We just woke up. We'll meet you in a bit." Xiaoling asked, "Where's Xiao Huzi? Still asleep?" "Don't mention it," Wang Ting complained. "He watched TV late into the night. I tried waking him several times, but he won't get up." Xiaoling smiled indulgently. "Try again. I've arranged for another driver from the factory to pick us up in a minibus. We need to be at the funeral home by 7:30 to prepare. The ceremony starts at 8. Let's hurry down for breakfast." "Okay." Wang Qing quickly finished with her daughter and rushed next door. Xiao Huzi was still fast asleep, unaware everyone was waiting for him. Wang Ting, annoyed, yanked off his covers. "Huzi, hurry up! Everyone's ready except you." Xiao Huzi curled up, shouting, "What's going on? It's barely light. Why get up so early?" Wang Ting replied sternly, "We're going to your god-grandpa's funeral." Xiao Huzi jolted awake, sitting up in shock. "What? What did you say?" Wang Ting folded the quilt as she explained, "Your god-grandpa passed away. We're here for his funeral, not a vacation." Still in shock, Xiao Huzi muttered, "How did he die? So fast. Wasn't he healthy?" Wang Ting sighed and briefly explained what happened, urging, "Hurry up." Xiao Huzi scrambled to the bathroom. 3 minutes later, Wang Qing brought her 2 kids over. Xiaoling and the others were already waiting by the elevator, and soon everyone squeezed in and went downstairs. The buffet was ready, with a dozen dishes to choose from: milk, porridge, rice, and more. Xiaoling served her mother-in-law a bowl of porridge, a few steamed buns, and some pickles. Xiao Huzi spotted Xiaoxin and hurried over. "Xin, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Xiaoxin shook her head. "I don't know, I'm not hungry."
Zhao Huzi pouted and whispered, I know. You're sad about Grandpa. Yeah. Zhao Xin took a bottle of milk and a piece of bread. You get yours. This is enough for me. Zhao Huzi grabbed a few things and followed her, sitting beside her. Zhao Xin glanced at him. Are you in middle school now? First year, Zhao Huzi said proudly, chin up. I'm 2 years older than you. You're only in 5th grade. Catch up if you can. Zhao Xin snorted. Let's see you beat my grades first. With your lousy scores, you want me to catch up? Dream on! Right on target. Zhao Huzi picked up his plate and went over to Xueyang. Xueyang was telling his mom about his training schedule. Coach gave me time to prep for finals. I'll train more during winter break. When will Coach He get back to you? Xueling asked. He said he'll contact me next week. Dad and I will be very busy, and we'll be heading south for a few days, Xueling said. You need to manage your own affairs and talk to us if anything comes up. If we're not around, talk to your brother. Got it, Xueyang replied, then noticed Zhao Huzi staring at him. He raised an eyebrow. Huzi, what's up? Zhao Huzi grinned. Yang, you look even cooler lately. Xueyang didn't know his god-cousin well, only that he liked to joke around, but he wasn't in the mood. You're pretty cool too. Zhao Huzi giggled and wandered off. Xueyang ignored him and ate quickly. Wang Ting glared at her son. Behave yourself. Zhao Huzi pretended not to hear and wandered off again. This brat, Wang Ting fumed, but with so many people around, she held back. Xue Ling had little appetite, took a few calls, and after giving Secretary Chen some instructions, her food was cold. Cheng Huanran got her half a bowl of porridge. Xue Ling thanked him and ate a few bites. Liu Ying didn't eat much, but with some coaxing from Xue Ling's mom, she managed 2 more buns. Soon, the minibus arrived and everyone got on. Xue Ling checked the head count and called for departure. They hurried to the funeral home, where Ah Hu and Cheng Tianyuan were already waiting outside, both dressed in mourning clothes. Xue Ling asked, Where's Xue Heng? He went to pick up Zhao Han and his mom, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Suddenly, Liu Ying, just out of the car, became agitated and screamed, Don't let her come! Who let her come? I have no daughter like her. Everyone was startled, barely able to recover, when they saw the old lady waving her arms and screaming madly, Get out! She's not allowed here! No! She's dead! I want her dead! All the children were petrified with fear. Cheng Tianyuan and Ah Hu hurried forward to restrain the old lady. Shua's father and mother were flustered, shouting, That's not true! Sister Ying, it's not true! Cheng Tianyuan quickly raised his voice. Mom, it's not Ah Feng. I'm talking about Auntie, Ah Heng's mother. No, I won't let her come. She won't come. Liu Ying looked at her son, dressed in mourning, and burst into sobs. His father! His father! How could you just leave like that? How could you go without a word to me? You're too much. You've gone too far. Ah Hu quickly said, Hurry, carry godmother inside. Cheng Tianyuan crouched down, lifted his elderly mother onto his back, and hurried inside. Ah Hu and Cheng Huanran helped, holding down the old lady's flailing arms. Xueyang, eyes red, followed after them. Little Xin was terrified, crying as she threw herself into Xue Ling's arms. Xue Ling sighed, patting her daughter's back and whispering, It's okay. Grandma just can't handle such a heavy blow. Take good care of her. She'll get better soon. Little Chong swallowed hard and nestled next to Xue's father. Xue's mother wiped her tears and called out, Don't panic, everyone. Let's go inside first. Wang Qing and her 2 children were still in the dark, completely confused by what had just happened. Little Huzi asked curiously, Mom, why didn't Auntie Fang come? She's Godfather's daughter. Her own father passed away. Why isn't she here? Why won't Godmother let her come? What did she do to make Grandma so angry? Wang Ting shot him a look and whispered, Don't talk. Just help out. When there are a lot of people, stick close to me and don't speak out of turn. Little Huzi didn't have a deep bond with Godfather's family, so he quickly forgot about it. There must be more to this story, otherwise the old lady wouldn't be so agitated.
Wang Ting had known Xue Ling for a long time and had lived with their family at Wangjiang Garden for several years. Wang Ting was also aware of Cheng Tianfang's past. As a true literary youth, she could never give a positive opinion of her and had never liked her much. Later, Cheng Tianfang married Xue Heng and got a good job, but always spoke with a condescending tone. Wang Ting, being extremely sensitive, started avoiding Cheng Tianfang after noticing this. From Hu, she learned that after having a child, Cheng Tianfang took unpaid leave to do business. But she knew nothing else. Judging by what just happened, that arrogant woman must have caused trouble again. Once inside the funeral home, several staff members brought out mourning clothes for everyone to wear. Xue Ling and Wang Ting, both daughters-in-law, were dressed identically. The 6 children, all grandchildren, wore matching hemp hats. Liu Ying clung to Cheng Muhai's coffin and refused to let go no matter how they tried to persuade her. In the end, Hu and Cheng Tianyuan had to forcibly pull her away and help her to a small room to rest. Xue's father and mother stayed to comfort her. Cheng Tianyuan, heartbroken and exhausted, leaned against the wall holding his head. Xue Yang saw this and quickly helped him sit down. "Dad, are you okay? Should I get you some salt water?" Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and said softly, "I'm fine, just need a moment." He hadn't slept well last night, was in a bad mood, and after his mother's outburst he felt sharp pains in his chest. The funeral home's master of ceremonies arrived and asked if they could begin. Xue Ling shook her head. "Let's wait a bit longer, some relatives haven't arrived yet." "Are they important relatives?" the MC asked. My brother-in-law," Xue Ling replied. The MC nodded. "Then we'll wait a bit longer." Early that morning, Xue Heng had gone to the hospital dormitory to pick up his daughter and mother, but his daughter was sleeping so soundly that they had to wait for her while eating breakfast. Eventually, they couldn't wait any longer, so they bought hot buns and soy milk for the little one to eat in the car. By the time they arrived at the funeral home, they were already more than 10 minutes late. Xue Heng opened the car door and carried his daughter in his arms. Madame Chen hurriedly got out, straightening her coat as she went. Xue Ling was waiting at the door and quickly ushered them in. Soon, the ceremony began. That afternoon, Xue Ling had the driver buy 20 portions of delicious fried noodles and 5 or 6 servings of soup. The children, having been busy all morning, were starving and each got a portion. The adults, in low spirits, mostly only ate half. Xue Ling was sipping her soup when her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and saw it was He Miao Miao, so she quietly slipped away to a corner to answer. "President Xue, I have something to tell you. Your sister-in-law already knows about your father-in-law's passing. Probably learned about it during yesterday's interrogation. She's very upset, crying nonstop, and hopes I can help her apply to come pay her respects and attend the funeral." Xue Ling frowned slightly, recalling how agitated her mother-in-law had been earlier, and her husband's anger. She didn't know how to respond for a moment. "I can't agree. My mother-in-law is still furious, and so is my husband. If she shows up now, I'm afraid my mother-in-law might faint from anger." At a time like this, the less trouble the better. Everyone was already overwhelmed, and if another elder collapsed, no one would have the energy to care for them. "But President Xue, she's your father-in-law's biological daughter. She says she regrets it deeply and feels she's let her father down. She wants to kneel before his spirit and beg for forgiveness." Xue Ling took a deep breath and said quietly, "Find an excuse to put her off. Tell her the funeral is already over and we're preparing to take him south for burial. Even if her application is approved, she won't make it in time." "Okay, President Xue." Xue Ling sighed and explained, "The rest of the family still resents her deeply. Let's wait a while, until everyone calms down and their feelings settle." "I understand, President Xue. My condolences. I'll be in touch." Xue Ling hung up. As she turned around, she saw Hu smoking in a corner, the cigarette glowing in the dark. She didn't know how much he'd overheard, so she decided to be honest. Hu stubbed out his cigarette, shook his head slowly, and said, "Sister-in-law, you did the right thing. Godmother hates her now. The old lady is so weak she can't take another blow. The man's already dead, what's the point of repenting now? Ling narrowed her eyes and sighed. Some people always turn a broad road into a single plank bridge like her. Back when she got married, she was so glamorous, the envy of everyone. Now she'd lost her job, gotten divorced, caused trouble, hurt her own family, and was despised by everyone at home. Ah Hu spat in anger. She's hateful and pitiful. I don't want to see her either. I'm afraid I'll slap her if I do. If Ah Heng hadn't been there last night, I would have cursed her out already. Ling patted his shoulder and whispered, "Don't talk about this outside, and don't mention her name in front of Mom for now." Ah Hu nodded. Just then, little Huzi poked his head out and grinned. "Dad, you're smoking again. I'll tell Mom." Ah Hu snorted, flicked his son's forehead. "Careful or I'll spank you." Little Huzi dove into his arms, rubbing his chin. "You didn't shave. So ugly." Ah Hu glared and leaned down, rubbing his stubble on his son's forehead. Little Huzi burst out laughing and the two of them started playing. Ling's phone rang again. Ignoring the father and son, she hurried away. When Ling returned outside, she saw her eldest son and husband coaxing her mother-in-law to eat a bit more, while the others gathered around the heater vent, chatting quietly. Her own mother beckoned her over. Ling quickly walked up. Her mother lowered her voice. "Just now, your aunt said they're moving to Dongfang Garden in a couple of days. Ah Heng said Ah Yuan is thinking the same. The Shibanlu place is still sealed off, you can't even look at the site, and the kids are all scared. It's good that Ah Yuan is thinking this way. What do you think?" "Good," Ling replied softly. "The design plans for the courtyard house just came out, and it's still being demolished, so we definitely can't move in anytime soon, at least not until next summer. Dongfang Garden is convenient, close to the city. We used to live there, so we're familiar with it. Staying in a hotel isn't a long-term solution, even if there's one right downstairs. It's still the same coming and going. But hotels are a mixed bag, and it's not suitable for the elderly and kids to stay long-term." She's mother nodded. "The key is there's enough space. With such a big family, no single apartment is big enough. That place is 2 units combined, wide and spacious. Your aunt asked Ah Heng to contact someone to clean up. Why don't we just have them call someone for us too?" "Sure." Ling shook her head. "We really don't have the time." She's mother gave a wry smile. "The main thing is we can't do it ourselves either. The old can't help and the young have to go to school." "It's fine," Ling said. "Let Ah Heng handle it and I'll just pay him back whatever it costs." "All right," She's mother agreed. That afternoon, all the senior executives from Mingshu Group came, bringing wreaths and bowing to pay their respects. "President Xue, our condolences." "President Xue, you've lost so much weight and look so tired. Please take care of yourself." Ling smiled gently and said warmly, "Thank you all for your concern. I've been busy with family matters these days, so I'll have to rely on everyone to take care of the company." Everyone nodded respectfully. Among them was a special guest, Zhao Jiasuo. She wore a black down jacket and a black hat, and maybe her sweater was too tight because she seemed a bit out of breath. "I only found out yesterday. It scared me to death." Ling helped her unzip her jacket and said quietly, "It's the thought that counts. You didn't have to make a special trip." Zhao Jiasuo looked at her with concern and sighed. "Look at you. Dark circles under your eyes, bloodshot. No one could have expected such bad luck. The dead can't come back. Don't be too sad. At our age, it won't be long before we reach the age of knowing fate. We have to see through life and death. It's not like we have a choice, even if we can't see through it," Ling said. "I'll take a proper rest in a couple of days." Zhao Jiashu whispered, "I worked half a day at your company and my arms were so sore I could barely stand it. I don't know if I can keep going." "Stick with it." Ling shot her a look and retorted, "If you can't even handle such an easy job, what can you do? Sometimes you have to push yourself, be a little tough on yourself." "That's true," Zhao Jiaxue gave a wry smile. "I'll go again tomorrow." Ling said, "You can take a break every half hour, but don't give up." Okay. Zhao Jiaxu flashed a peace sign and whispered, "I've already made almost 80 yuan. Keep it up. Hang in there." Xue Ling reminded her. Secretary Chen rented a car. You can catch a ride back with her later. Zhao Jiaxu nodded gratefully. A dozen minutes later, Secretary Chen drove everyone back. Just then, the master of ceremonies outside called, Ms. Xue Kong has arrived. Xue Ling was a little surprised. She saw Xue Kong in a black dress, solemn and formal, walking in gracefully, and hurried to greet her. Kongjie, how did you find out? Xue Kong took her hand, sighed, and said quietly, It was such a big deal, it was even on TV. How could I not know? Really, we're family, how could you not even tell me? Xue Ling gave a wry smile and shook her head. Sis, I'm really sorry. This has been such a blow to our family, it still feels like a nightmare. No one wants to accept it. My mind's been a mess these past 2 days, I barely had time to notify anyone. I understand. Xue Kong sighed and frowned. Anyone would have a hard time accepting something like this. I took leave to come today, but I can't stay long. I have to fly south tonight. Xue Ling said with concern, You're so busy with work. Thank you. After burning incense and bowing, Xue Kong left in a hurry. Before leaving, she shared some good news with Xue Ling. Her daughter had finally been persuaded by her and her husband to resign and return home to start a business, and should be back in the capital before the new year. Xue Ling congratulated her. Xue Kong smiled. Now we just need a son-in-law. That's something for us to worry about. She waved and got in the car to leave. Several of Cheng Tianyuan's business partners also came, but didn't stay long and left quickly. By evening, the funeral was finally over. Everyone was exhausted and left the funeral home one after another. Cheng Tianyuan and Ah Hu stayed behind to keep vigil. Early the next morning, the old man's body was cremated. That afternoon, everyone had a big meal at the hotel. Ah Hu asked, Ah Yuan, what time is the flight tomorrow? Tomorrow afternoon, Cheng Tianyuan replied. We have plenty of time. If we get there too late, we'll just stay in the provincial capital for a night and go back to Chengjia village the day after. All right. Ah Hu nodded. After lunch, everyone went about their own business. Xue Ling hurried back to the company, Cheng Huanran rushed back to school, and Xue Yang accompanied his grandparents to Dongfang Garden. Little Huzi pestered Xiao Chong and Xiao Xin to go play with him. Wang Qing hadn't slept well these past 2 days, so Ah Hu planned to take her upstairs to rest. The mall is huge, it's got every kind of store, there's even an arcade across the street. Here's 200 yuan, go have fun. Little Huzi snatched the money, grinning, Xiao Xin, let's go. I'll treat you to some games. Xiao Xin nodded. Xiao Chong raised an eyebrow. What about me? If I don't get any, I'm not going. Little Huzi asked curiously, You don't have any money? No, Xiao Chong replied. Other than school supplies, we only get 10 yuan to spend. No way? Little Huzi's eyes widened in shock, as if he'd discovered a new continent. He exclaimed, Your mom's so rich and you only get 10 yuan? Per day? Half a month, Xiao Chong replied. Little Huzi immediately put on a pitiful look and shook his head, sighing, Oh my God, are you really your mom's biological kids? What about your dad? Does he only give you 10 too? No, Xiao Chong gave him a you're an idiot look. Our allowance is all from my dad, with my mom's approval. Little Huzi held his forehead dramatically. No wonder people say rich folks are stingy. Now I finally get why your parents are so rich. What era is this? That's not even 1 yuan a day. Tisk tisk, how do you even survive? Xiao Chong shrugged. We just do. Little Huzi raised a finger and boasted, I get 100 a week, my sister gets 100 too, all from my dad. Jealous? Don't be too jealous and definitely don't be too envious. Xue Xin rolled her eyes and huffed, Are we going or not? So much nonsense. Your dad's money isn't even yours. Well, heh heh. Little Huzi laughed sheepishly. Even if it's not mine now, it will be in the future. Sooner or later, right? I'm his only son. Who else would he give it to? From a young age, Xue Xin and Cheng Huanchong were taught at home that their parents' wealth had nothing to do with them. Their parents would raise and educate them until they could live independently, and that was it. Hearing little Huzi's opinions, the two exchanged a glance, both full of disdain. They were twins, raised in the same environment and with the same values, so their views and ideas were very much aligned. Chung Huan Chong rolled his eyes too and muttered, "Does your dad know you think like this? Are you just waiting to inherit his fortune?" Little Huzi was momentarily stunned, then quickly glanced toward the hallway where his parents had left, relieved to see it was empty, and grinned. "Well, that's what I mean, but you can't say it like that. It sounds too harsh." Little Huzi's real name was Wan Ming, and his sister was Wan Yun. He was cheerful like their dad, while she was timid and gentle just like their mom. Wan Yun frowned, instinctively feeling her brother's words were too much, and couldn't help but whisper, "Brother, don't say things like that." "I'm not saying anything wrong," little Huzi retorted. "I'm just telling the truth. Dad always says you're a girl, and you'll get married one day. The family business and property will all be up to me to inherit and manage in the future." Wan Yun shrank back, blushing as she glanced at Chung Huan Chong and Xue Xin. "Brother Chong, Sister Xin, don't listen to my brother. Let's go play." Xue Xin, a little over a year older, immediately took on the big sister role and warmly took Wan Yun's hand. "We know this place best. Xiao Yun, what do you want to do?" "Oh, do you want to buy some accessories?" 2 new accessory shops just opened downstairs, small stores but filled with all kinds of cute little things for girls. Everything's really pretty and delicate. Girls just entering their teens love pretty things, so hearing about such a place, they immediately agreed. Hand in hand, the two headed for the accessory shop. "Hey!" little Huzi chased after them, asking, "Aren't you going to the arcade? I heard they have the most advanced game machines in the country. Super fun." The 2 girls ignored him and hurried off on their own. Little Huzi walked back, looking frustrated, and shot a disdainful look at Chung Huan Chong. "Chong, it's just you and me now. Fine, I'll treat you." "No need." Chung Huan Chong shook his head. "I just remembered I need to go with Grandpa to buy some thermal underwear. Huzi, you go play by yourself. Look, the arcade is right across the street. Just cross at the zebra crossing and you'll see it." "Hey, hey!" Little Huzi tried to call him back, but Chung Huan Chong ran off and quickly disappeared at the stairwell, so he had to give up. He waved the 200 yuan in his hand with a flourish and grinned. "If none of you want to come, I'll just play by myself. I'll play as much as I want." Everyone else went about their own business, either working or resting, and didn't return until evening. Chung Tianyuan gathered everyone for dinner in a private room at the hotel and helped his elderly mother downstairs. Lingling said she has to work late tonight and will be back later. Shu's father nodded gently. "She has to go south with you all tomorrow, so she needs to catch up on work today. With so many companies and thousands of people waiting for her to pay salaries, she can't be away for too many days." Chung Tianyuan poured his mother-in-law a cup of hot tea and asked, "Mom, how's everything at Dongfang Garden?" Shu's mother waved her hand and smiled. "I'm a bit hungry, so no tea for me, just some water. Everything's ready at Dongfang Garden. We can move in tomorrow." Xue Yang quickly did as she asked and explained, "It was cleaned this morning, and all the furniture, mattresses, and bedding are ready. We just need to bring our clothes and daily necessities." Chung Tianyuan gave him a fond look and asked, "Living at Dongfang Garden isn't like staying at a hotel. Just bringing clothes isn't enough. Are we going to eat out every day? Don't we need to bring dishes and utensils?" Xue Yang grinned and nodded. "Of course we do." Shu's mother said, "Bring whatever's usable and buy new ones for anything too old or dirty." "All right," Chung Tianyuan said. "Mom, you decide. Whatever we need, I'll go buy it tomorrow morning." Shu's mother shook her head. "You need to pack, so let me handle it." "No need," Chung Tianyuan explained. "I can pack tonight. The dishes and appliances are heavy, so it's better if I buy them. Yang Yang and the others have school in the morning, so I'll go by myself." Shu's father looked at Liu Ying, who didn't seem well, and said quietly, "Ah Yuan, why don't you let your mom stay here with us? Don't take her back to Chengjia village. She's not in good shape, and the long trip might be too much for her." Chung Tianyuan replied softly, She won't agree. I've tried to persuade her, but she says that according to our customs she has to see my father buried with her own eyes. But she's really not well, Shua's father said. Shua's mother sighed. Don't try to talk her out of it. If she doesn't go, she'll never be at peace. She'll feel even worse. Just take good care of her, and if she's still not well, stay there a few more days until she's better before coming back. That's right, Shua's father added. Lingling can come back first for work, and you stay to keep your mom company. Besides, the grave can't be finished in a day or two. Do it well, make it dignified and grand. Okay, Chung Tianyuan said gently. I'll leave the kids in your care. Shua's mother laughed. They're the ones taking care of us now, so don't worry. Chung Tianyuan reminded Shui Yang to look after the family. After we move to Dongfang Garden, you're in charge of taking your brother and sister to school by bus until they know the route and the bus schedule. Don't hang around after school. Come home quickly and help with chores. It's cold, so you'll have to run errands outside and look after your grandparents. Yes, sir. Shui Yang gave a mock salute. Everyone laughed. Just then, the restaurant manager came in and politely asked, Sir, may we start serving? Wait a bit, Chung Tianyuan smiled. We're still waiting for someone. As he spoke, Hu came in with Wang Qing, their youngest daughter, following behind. The three quickly took their seats. Chung Tianyuan asked curiously, Where's little Huzi? I haven't seen him. Hu was momentarily confused and looked at Xue Xin and Huan Chong. Didn't he go out with you? Xue Xin explained. I went shopping with Yun, not with him. Huan Chong shook his head. I went with Grandpa to buy underwear. He went to the arcade by himself. That kid? Hu laughed. Don't worry about him. He'll only come back when he's spent all his money. Everyone's hungry, right? Let's start eating. The dishes were quickly served and everyone dug in. Liu Ying still didn't eat much, so Chung Tianyuan fed her some fish in vinegar and some chicken soup. Wang Ting couldn't help glancing outside and whispered, Hu, after you finish eating, go across the street and bring your son back. Skipping meals isn't good for his stomach in the long run. It's fine, just missing a meal or two, Hu said. It's no big deal. Wang Qing glared at him. You spoil him too much. Sooner or later you'll ruin him. He hardly listens to me anymore. He's a boy, Hu said with a placating smile. No need to be so strict. If you're too controlling, he'll be timid and won't dare to do things. If you're too harsh during his rebellious phase, he'll just go against us. It's rare for us to come to the capital, and we're heading back tomorrow. Let him have his fun while he can. Don't worry about him. Chung Tianyuan listened in from the side, thinking that this was someone else's way of raising their child, so it wasn't his place to interfere, and he kept quiet. But Huan Chong was clearly unimpressed, muttering, Uncle Hu, your little Huzi says all your money will be his in the future. Do you agree with that? Hu was momentarily stunned, his chopsticks pausing mid-air. Then he broke into a laugh. That doesn't really make sense, but I haven't objected either. My money is for our retirement and for your sister's dowry. Only what's left will be his. Huan Chong rolled his eyes and let out a long, drawn-out, oh. The twins were always on the same wavelength. Xue Xin stifled a laugh. Hu was focused on eating and didn't notice much. But no one knows their children better than a father. Chung Tianyuan immediately picked up on the twins' subtle sarcasm. He didn't want to call them out, so he just shot them a look and said quietly, Hurry up and eat. After dinner, go upstairs and study. You have school tomorrow, so make sure to catch up on the homework you missed these past few days. Your mom and I are leaving tomorrow, so if you have questions, ask your second brother. Or wait until your big brother comes home this weekend and have him tutor you both. The midterm exams are coming up. I don't want your grades to slip because of family matters. Okay, Huan Chong and Xue Xin replied in unison. Wan Yun was always timid and got nervous in crowds, so she kept her head down and ate quietly. Wang Qing kept putting food on her plate, urging her to eat faster. The little girl nodded obediently and started eating more quickly. Hu, feeling sorry for his daughter, gave her a big chicken drumstick and said gently, We're heading back to the provincial capital tomorrow. Eat up, and then we'll go shopping for more clothes and girly things. The styles here in the capital are better than back home, and you don't have to worry about anyone wearing the same thing. Buy as many as you like. Daddy will pay. Wan Yun nodded sweetly. Nearby, Xue Xin overheard and glanced at her own dad. Cheng Tianyuan pretended not to notice, ladled a bowl of soup and handed it to his mother-in-law. Mom, this is a nourishing soup, good for you. Xue's mother smiled and accepted it. Xue Xin lowered her head, feeling a bit awkward. Same dad, but such a big difference. Cheng Tianyuan had listened to most of the conversation and was quietly worried about Ahu's parenting style. The kids were growing up, but they were still just teenagers. Their values weren't fully formed yet. Was it really okay for Ahu to spoil his kids like this, giving them as much money as they wanted, letting them buy whatever they liked? Did he think he was a bank? Even though he'd made a lot of money in recent years, raising kids wasn't about giving them whatever they wanted. His own wife was worth billions now, but she never spent recklessly, nor did she give the kids whatever they asked for. She never said things like that in front of the kids, and always set a good example with her values. Their eldest was in college now and managed all his own living expenses, but never spent frivolously. Aside from meals and clothes, he hardly spent on anything else. Every month he had money left over. Sometimes he'd buy gifts for his grandparents or tutoring books for his younger siblings, but most of it he saved. He kept a record of every expense, especially the big ones, noting exactly what he bought. As the eldest, he set a good example, and Cheng Tianyuan believed the younger ones wouldn't be much different. Thinking of this, he felt a deep admiration for his wife. After dinner, everyone went upstairs to rest. Cheng Tianyuan went to the electronics store downstairs and bought a microwave, a stew pot, a rice cooker, and a porridge cooker, knowing they'd be moving to Dongfang Garden the next day. He left them at the hotel front desk so he wouldn't have to lug them up and down. "Dad!" Xue Yang called. "Grandma says we still need a new steamer." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "It's getting late. You go upstairs and look after your brother and sister. I'll go buy it and bring it all together." Xue Yang took the elevator upstairs. Cheng Tianyuan, wallet in hand, headed back into the mall. Even though it was already 8 or 9 at night in the middle of winter, the mall was still bustling with people. Ronghua Mall and Plaza had become city landmarks years ago, the most coveted place for business owners to open shops. He knew that rents had nearly doubled in the past 2 years, but demand still far outstripped supply, with plenty of people waiting for a spot. Many saw the business opportunity and went to the property office to ask if they could buy a shop. But Liao Zhongyan always refused. Liao Zhongyan explained clearly that when President Xue built Ronghua Mall, she insisted that except for some apartments upstairs, none of the shops downstairs would ever be sold. Only rented, never sold. Some even asked to be notified if President Xue ever had cash flow problems so they could buy a shop. Liao Zhongyan could barely keep from laughing as he agreed. Some tenants had rented year after year, made a fortune, and still wanted to buy, but were always refused. Just from the rent on a few floors of shops, plus the factories, apartments, and Mingtian Tower, his wife must be making a fortune every day, not to mention the income from Tianshu Group. He'd never asked how much she was worth, and she never volunteered the information. She just had him collect the rent from Rongcheng and the dividends from the pig farm. Thanks to Zhao Chen and Chen Min, they'd accumulated several million over the years. The pig farm kept expanding, and though his wife's share had dropped by 20%, her income kept growing year after year. Over the past decade, it had totaled more than 7 or 8 million. She'd never asked to withdraw it, and he hadn't touched a cent. Their household expenses had increased a bit over the years, but he earned enough, so there was no need to dip into those funds. Still, he was frugal by nature and never spent on expensive things unless they were daily necessities. His wife understood him, so she always bought him gifts for his birthday, using very proper excuses so he couldn't refuse. Like the new car 2 years ago, or the 2 gold bars she put in his bank safe this year. She bought herself super expensive things, while he mostly bought her clothes and shoes. It was early winter now, freezing in the north, while the south was mostly rainy. Thinking about heading south tomorrow, and knowing Xue Ling was still working overtime and probably hadn't had time to prepare, He made a special trip to the shoe store to buy her a pair of waterproof, sturdy flat shoes. The mall only sold high-end goods, so the quality was excellent and the price was high. But since it was for his wife, he didn't mind at all. He paid and left. Suddenly, he spotted Ahu ahead, out shopping with his wife and daughter, both hands full of shopping bags. Looked like they'd had a fruitful trip. Chung Tianyuan wanted to call out, but with all the music and noise in the mall, they didn't hear him, so he just carried his things back to the hotel. He went to his room first, put his things down, had some water, then went to check on the 3 elders. After that, he went to the big room where the 3 kids were staying, only to find they were already asleep. Xie usually slept alone, but lately she'd been too scared, so she asked for a triple room and slept next to her brothers. Chung Tianyuan noticed the heat was a bit low, and the 3 of them were bundled up tightly in their blankets, so he turned it up a bit before quietly closing the door. He went back to his room, took a hot shower, and saw it was already past 10. Xie Ling still hadn't come back. He finished packing their luggage and checked everything again. Just then, his phone rang. "It was Ahu," he answered, but before he could say a word, Ahu's anxious voice startled him. "Ah Yuan, little Huzi is missing." Chung Tianyuan was startled. "What? Missing? What do you mean?" Ahu was frantic and flustered. "He hasn't come back. I went looking for him. He's nowhere to be found. It's so late and he still isn't back, and I don't even know the hotel's phone number. I don't know what to do. I've searched all around, checked several places nearby, but I just can't find him." The city center of the capital was huge, packed with people and traffic. Trying to find a young boy in that sea of people was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After running around several times and finding no sign of his son at any of the fun spots, Ahu started to panic. "Ah, Yuan, what should I do? You know the capital well, you have to help me look for him." Chung Tianyuan took a deep breath, frowning deeply. "Where are you now?" "I'm still out looking for that brat. I'm outside a shop next to the arcade. Ah Ching and Xiao Yun were tired, so I took them back to rest, then came out to look for him. Oh, and don't let Ah Ching know or she'll worry herself sick. God, why is it so cold in the capital at night? Where could that kid have gone?" Chung Tianyuan tried to calm him. "Don't panic. I'll come out and help you look right away. Hurry! I've run almost a whole street, my hands are freezing, and I still can't find him." Chung Tianyuan quickly hung up, threw on his down jacket and boots, grabbed his car keys and rushed downstairs. He went to the parking lot, got his car, and drove out. The arcade was diagonally across the street. He circled most of the block before finally getting to the other side. Even though it was freezing, there were still plenty of young people out and about. No matter how bright the neon lights were at night, it was still hard to see clearly. Chung Tianyuan squinted and looked around but couldn't spot little Huzi or Ahu. He parked by the roadside and pulled out his phone to call. A moment later, Ahu answered. He said he was in front of a sushi shop up ahead. Chung Tianyuan knew the place and quickly drove over. Ahu hurried into the car, bringing a blast of cold air with him. His face was red from the cold, and he kept rubbing his hands together, frowning. "This weather is brutal. Must be below 0. It wasn't even cold yesterday." "It started getting colder at noon," Chung Tianyuan explained. "We've been in the mall and hotel all day, so we didn't notice, but it's dropped 6 or 7 degrees outside. Now it's night, and with the wind it's even colder." Ahu said anxiously. "That kid grew up in the south. He's afraid of the cold. I don't think he could have gone far. He should still be nearby." Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "Didn't he call your cell? Both you and Ah Ching have phones. He should know your numbers, right?" "He knows, but not very well." Ahu frowned. "He's too lazy to memorize numbers. He just likes playing snake on the phone, doesn't care about anything else." Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Isn't little Huzi 14 already? He can't even remember his parents' phone numbers? Who would believe that?" In their family, living in the busy city center, they'd always emphasized safety with the kids. When the kids were little, his mother-in-law would make a little pouch for them to wear around their necks, with a slip of paper inside listing their address, contact numbers, and parents' names. When they got a bit older, The family taught them to memorize the home phone number and their parents' names. Later, after moving to Ronghua Mall, all the kids knew the home number and that they lived in the big mall downtown. Plus, She Ling was such a well-known name here that if the kids just said their mom's name, anyone could help them find their way home. His in-laws were also worried about the kids' safety, so they taught them that if they ever got lost, they should immediately find a police officer or security guard for help. In short, safety awareness was a key part of both family and school education. Ahu's family lived in a provincial capital, a first-tier city, so how could their safety education be so lacking? He was genuinely shocked. Ahu had always been easygoing. He'd grown up running wild by the river and in the fields, playing in the water and rain, always out with a gang of kids, with no concept of safety. Maybe because of his own childhood, he always told Wang Qing not to keep their son cooped up at home, to let him run and play, so he'd grow up lively and cheerful. Wang Qing, on the other hand, was very cautious, rarely letting the kids go far except downstairs in their own complex. Ahu saw this and always felt anxious and worried inside. Since little Huzi started middle school, he didn't need his parents to accompany him anymore. With his laid-back nature and being in his rebellious phase, he'd often sneak off to play after school. Ahu, seeing his son finally spreading his wings, felt secretly happy and encouraged him to go out more, even egging him on to go further. He shrugged. He's a boy. No need to be so strict. Let him wander a bit. Even if he gets lost, it's good practice. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at him while turning the steering wheel and asked, "Then why are you so anxious now, dragging me out in the middle of the night to freeze with you?" Ahu gave an embarrassed laugh. "Well, it's pretty late and the kid doesn't know his way around. I can't help but worry." Cheng Tianyuan sighed helplessly and tried to reassure him. "He knows he's staying at Ronghua Mall. If he asks for directions, he should be able to get back right away. Anyone who's lived in the capital knows this place." I'm just worried something happened, so he didn't ask for directions," Ahu said, frustrated, glancing at his phone. "It's already past 11. That brat. My phone's working fine, full signal, so why hasn't he called?" Cheng Tianyuan circled back and stopped in front of the arcade. "Are you sure you checked every corner?" Ahu shook his head. "There are too many people. It's dizzying. I looked around, but not every corner. That's impossible." Cheng Tianyuan said, "There are still 2 internet cafes inside. Let's check those carefully. The other places are just for eating and sleeping, and at this hour, he wouldn't be eating or staying overnight. Internet cafes are big, with lots of private rooms, and they're not too expensive for a long stay. He's probably holed up in one of them." "Internet cafes? Aren't those just for using computers?" Ahu, already over 50, wasn't familiar with new things and was a bit confused. Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Internet cafes are places where kids can go online, play games, watch videos, browse the web. You pay by the hour. There are more and more of them in the capital these days, and business is booming. Young people love them." "Oh," Ahu laughed. "You seem to know a lot about this. I don't. I can barely use my phone to make calls, can't even send a text." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't say more. After all, his own family had someone who went into the internet cafe business and ended up ruined and in jail. How could he not know about it? There were fewer people in the arcade now, but some teenagers with green and yellow hair were still playing noisily, making quite a racket. Cheng Tianyuan checked the map and quickly led Ahu to the entrance of the internet cafe. "There's one here and another over there. Should we split up to look?" "No." Ahu glanced at his phone. "The signal in here isn't as good as outside. If we get separated, it'll be a hassle." "All right." Cheng Tianyuan led him into the first internet cafe. The attendant, seeing their age, immediately guessed they were parents looking for a child. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Excuse me, has a young boy named Wan Ming come here to use the internet?" The attendant tapped away at the keyboard and replied, "No." Cheng Tianyuan looked around and saw dozens of computers, all packed with people. He couldn't help but ask, "Can we go in and look around?" The attendant nodded. The 2 of them searched slowly, circling again and again, but there was no sign of little Huzi. So, they went to the other internet cafe. This one was smaller, with cubicles arranged haphazardly. The two of them wandered around, nearly getting dizzy. The lighting wasn't great and people were smoking, so the air was thick and visibility poor. Ah Hu frowned and muttered, "What a disgusting place." Chung Tianyuan paused, squinting. What was little Huzi wearing today? He only brought one down jacket, a dark red one, Ah Hu replied. Chung Tianyuan pointed to a deep red down jacket hanging on a partition ahead. Is that it? Ah Hu looked over and nodded immediately. That's the one I bought for him. They hurried over. Inside the cubicle sat a teenage boy wearing big headphones, one hand on the keyboard, the other on the mouse, furiously clicking away, shouting excitedly, "Kill, kill, kill! Dare to mess with me? I'll show you." It was none other than Wan Ming, completely absorbed in the world of gaming. Ah Hu rolled his eyes, strode forward, and gave his son a hard slap on the shoulder. Little Huzi, lost in his game, was so startled he jumped up, staring wide-eyed at Ah Hu, then let out a long sigh of relief. "Geez, Dad, you nearly scared me to death. My heart, thump, thump, you really freaked me out." Ah Hu glared, pointing at the computer screen. "What time is it, huh? Do you know what time it is?" Little Huzi grinned sheepishly, mumbling, "Almost midnight." Ah Hu fumed. "So you do know the time? Huh? Do you know where you are? Do you know you have to go back and sleep, and tomorrow we're heading back to the provincial capital?" Little Huzi stuck out his tongue, stretched, and yawned. "I just got carried away. Didn't want to leave yet. Dad, you said earlier to go have fun and play as much as we wanted. I'm not done yet." "Don't give me that," Ah Hu barked. "If you're not done by 3 a.m, are you planning to stay here till dawn?" Little Huzi pouted and grinned. "Day and night are pretty much the same here, not much difference." "Brat," Ah Hu gave him a light smack on the back of the head, impatient. "Pack up, we're leaving now." Little Huzi finally noticed Chung Tianyuan standing at the cubicle entrance and greeted him with a sheepish smile. Chung Tianyuan just smiled and said nothing. Ah Hu scolded. "I dragged Uncle Yuan out to help look for you. We've been searching all over in sub-zero weather. You really deserve a beating." But little Huzi didn't seem the least bit guilty, just grinned as he shut down the computer, muttering, "Of all times, you had to show up right when I was about to clear the level." Ah Hu wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Let's go, I can't stand the smell in this place." Chung Tianyuan turned and walked out first, heading for the door. Ah Hu and his son followed. Little Huzi handed his card to the cashier at the front desk. With 2 beeps, the attendant looked up and said, "You've overstayed by 3 hours. Please pay 15 wen." Little Huzi grinned and looked at Ah Hu, raising his chin. "Dad, time for you to shine. Go on." "Brat," Ah Hu grumbled, but pulled out his wallet and handed over a 10 and a 5. Little Huzi leaned on his dad's shoulder and gave a big yawn. Ah Hu put his arm around him, straightening his down jacket, and the two walked out together. Chung Tianyuan took out his keys. "It's late, let's hurry back." "Ow, Dad, I'm starving!" Little Huzi clutched his stomach and grimaced. Ah Hu asked, "What's wrong? You're that hungry? What did you have for dinner?" Wan Ming rolled his eyes and grinned. "Dinner. I forgot to eat." "You brat!" Ah Hu patted his back. "Come on, let's get you something to eat." The city center was always lively. Even late at night, the lights were bright and shops were still open. Chung Tianyuan took the father and son to a ramen shop and ordered 3 bowls of noodles. Soon Wan Ming was wolfing down his food, slurping noodles and blowing on them to cool. Ah Hu, feeling sorry, said quietly, "How could you skip dinner? You played so long you forgot to eat." Wan Ming pretended not to hear, just kept eating. Chung Tianyuan ignored their muttering, ate half his noodles, then finished his soup and wiped his mouth with a napkin. As a professional, he even checked the napkin's texture and softness. Ah Hu asked curiously, "Why only eat half, not hungry?" Chung Tianyuan replied, "It's so late, it's not good to eat too much. Eating too much before bed is bad for your health. A little hot soup to warm up is enough." "Why so particular?" Ah Hu laughed. "I eat when I want, sleep when I want. In the summer, I'd go out for barbecue and beer with friends almost every day. So satisfying. Chung Tianyuan flicked his big belly and said dryly, "That beer belly of yours is scary, worse than a pregnant woman." Ah Hu burst out laughing, patting and rubbing his belly with pride. "No worries, all my friends are like this. I'm tall, so even if I gain 20 or 30 pounds, it doesn't show much. As you get older, it's hard to control your mouth, and the beer just keeps coming." Chung Tianyuan shook his head. "The older you get, the less you should let yourself get fat. You need to pay more attention to your diet." "That's no fun," Ah Hu said loudly, always cheerful. "What's the point of making money? Isn't it so you can spend it, eat well, and enjoy yourself?" "Think long term." Chung Chen-yuan shot him a look. "If you don't take care of your health and your body gives out, what then? Money can always run out. Can you guarantee you'll always be healthy? If you can't even take care of yourself, how will you look after your mother and your family?" Ah Hu was stumped, not knowing how to answer. Wan Ming chimed in with a grin. "Live for today, drink for today. That's what the ancient poets said." Ah Hu was delighted his son could quote poetry and laughed heartily. "That's exactly how I feel." Chung Tianyuan was speechless and pulled out his phone to distract himself. When Chung Tianyuan returned to the hotel room, it was already past midnight. The bathroom door opened and Xue Ling came out, still damp from her shower, clearly just back and freshly washed. She raised her eyebrows in confusion. "Where did you go?" She hadn't been back to the company for several days, and there was a pile of documents waiting for her review before they could be processed. Since she'd be away from the capital for the next 3 or 4 days, she'd pushed herself to finish all the paperwork on her desk. She was exhausted and mentally drained, but didn't dare rest. Aside from a 10-minute dinner break, she hadn't wasted a single moment, working straight through until after 11 before coming back. She'd assumed her husband would already be asleep, but the room was empty. "Did you go chat with Ah Hu? You two will be on the road all day tomorrow. Haven't you talked enough?" Chung Qianyuan gave a wry smile, shook his head, closed the door, and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. "I don't know if it's because I'm getting old, but I find I just can't connect with Ah Hu the way I used to. I felt it last time we went back to Rongcheng, and now, after spending more time together these past few days, the feeling is even stronger." Xue Ling towel-dried her hair and asked, "What's wrong? That's not strange at all. For the past decade or so, you've each had your own family life, your own business paths, your own circles. Your thinking keeps changing, your worldviews and values shift. Even if you used to talk about everything, as your perspectives change, it's just not the same as before. Everyone changes, some more, some less. They used to spend every day together, sharing similar views, so there was nothing they couldn't talk about. Now, with different circles and gradually shifting perspectives, it was inevitable things wouldn't be like before." Chung Tianyuan took off his down jacket and boots and said quietly, "It's not just that it's not like before. I keep feeling this urge to persuade him, to make him listen to me, because I think he's really not doing well in some areas, especially when it comes to raising his kids." He then explained to Xue Ling what had happened that night while searching for little Huzi. "He's not a little kid anymore, not 3 or 4. He did something wrong, but all he got was a couple of light words, and even those were half joking. No real consequences, no apology. He just said he was hungry, and then Ah Hu, feeling sorry for him, took him out for noodles. And that was it." Xue Ling paused in her movements, muttering, "Ah Hu. Why does he spoil his kids so much?" She'd heard Wang Ting complain on the phone that Ah Hu spoiled their daughter and son, always worrying they'd be ruined by it. Xue Ling had thought it was just because Ah Hu had kids late in life and was bound to dote on them a bit more, but she hadn't expected him to brush off even things like this. What kind of person would that child grow up to be? It was really worrying. He took money and went out to play, spent the whole afternoon and most of the night lost in games, even skipping dinner on a whim. It might not seem like a big deal, but the underlying issues were serious. First, the child has no sense of responsibility. He goes out and doesn't realize his parents will worry if he's gone too long. In a strange city, In a strange internet cafe, he stays out until late at night and never thinks to come back. Second, he does something wrong but has no idea what he did wrong or how serious it was. When his dad finds him, he doesn't show a hint of guilt or apology, just acts cute and says he missed dinner. Chung Tianyuan shook his head with a bitter smile. The key is, Ahu doesn't even realize how out of line his son is. I wanted to say something, but with little Hoosie there, I couldn't say much. If his own dad can't bear to scold him, it's not my place as a godfather to step in. That's why he'd rather keep quiet, just sitting there checking his messages. Xue Ling sighed. There's nothing you can do. He's their child, and his parenting style will shape most of his child's life. We can give advice, but we can't insist our way is the only right way. Unless in another 7 or 8 years, or even 10, our kids all turn out exceptionally well. That would be the strongest proof. Everyone's a first-time parent. There's no training, no exam, no certificate. You just figure it out as you go. Their 4 kids overall were independent and studious, but still had plenty of flaws. As parents, all you can do is your best. Correct their mistakes, guide them to improve, help them build a good worldview and values. The rest depends on their own effort, and a little bit of luck. As for whose parenting is right or wrong, only time will tell. Chung Tianyuan collapsed onto the bed, mumbling, "I'm exhausted." After 2 nights of keeping vigil at the funeral home, he was truly worn out. Even with the heat on, his hands and feet were often frozen stiff, almost unable to move. Xue Ling sniffled and asked, "Did you eat? If you haven't digested yet, wait a bit before sleeping. Going to bed right after eating is really bad for your stomach." "I just had a little with them, and some soup," Chung Tianyuan explained. "It was so late, and I was so tired, I didn't dare eat too much." Xue Ling reminded him, "Go brush your teeth and wash your face first." Chung Tianyuan dragged himself up and went to the bathroom, mumbling as he brushed his teeth, "I've only got 2 cavities. Ahu said he's had 8 filled and 3 pulled. I couldn't help teasing him that even my mom's teeth are in better shape than his." "No way? He's only just turned 50 and his teeth are already that bad?" Xue Ling asked. "He must have some lifestyle issues, right?" Chung Tianyuan explained. "He says he lives for the moment, eats and drinks whatever he wants. When we went back to Chengjia village, his belly was already big, but now it's even rounder and higher. He's been wearing more clothes these days, so you didn't notice. Honestly, it looks like he's 10 months pregnant." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. "That's not good. How does Wang Qing let him get away with it? She's pretty health-conscious, well-read, and knows a lot." "That's their private business. I can't ask," Chung Tianyuan said. "Tomorrow Wang Qing will definitely be sitting with you. Maybe you can remind her on the road." Ahu was older than both of them, already over 50 now. He used to be all muscle, but now he was all flab, with a big, round belly. His health was getting worse by the day, and if he didn't start paying attention, illness would catch up with him soon. Xue Ling nodded, yawning. "All right, I'll remind her. By the way, is all the luggage packed?" "All done? I'll double-check in the morning before we leave," Chung Tianyuan replied. "Good." Xue Ling stretched her neck, exhausted. "Let's get a good night's sleep tonight, leave after lunch tomorrow." Chung Tianyuan rubbed his hands and came over to massage her neck, sighing. "It's freezing out tonight." "-10 degrees, Xue Ling shook her head. "Of course it's cold. When I drove back, there was already a layer of ice outside." After days of being busy, eating poorly and sleeping badly, both of them were worn out and uncomfortable. As soon as their heads hit the pillow, they fell fast asleep. The next morning, Chung Tianyuan still got up early. It was cold, and he would have liked to sleep in, but the kids had to go to school, and he needed to take them downstairs for breakfast. If they were at home, the kitchen would be ready and the kids could just fix something themselves. But this was a busy hotel, full of guests from all over the country and abroad. The kids were only in their teens, so it wasn't safe to let them wander around alone. After the alarm rang twice, Shui Yang and Huan Chong were already up, and Shui Xin was in the bathroom braiding her hair. Chung Tianyuan said, "Drink some water. I'll take you all downstairs for breakfast. Xue Yang yawned sleepily. Dad, can we skip the buffet today and eat something else outside? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Food outside isn't as clean. Plus, the breakfast shops are way out back and you'd have to walk in the cold wind. Xue Xin giggled and poked her head out. Dad, how about we just order some hot fried noodles here in the hotel? Sure, Cheng Tianyuan said. Buffet or not, as long as you're full. Don't be late for school, move quickly. As Xue Yang pulled on his sweater, he asked, Dad, are you moving stuff to Dongfang Garden this morning? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Your mom's driver will come help move things and it'll take a few trips. After school, come back here, meet up with your grandparents, pack your things, and then head over. Okay, Xue Yang nodded. Xue Xin looked troubled and tugged at her second brother's sleeve. Can you help me pack? I just have some books on the desk and clothes in the closet, not much. Xue Yang shook his head. I can't even handle my own stuff. Cheng Tianyuan comforted his daughter. Don't worry, your grandparents and both brothers will help you pack. That's the home we've lived in for years. Nothing to be afraid of. The bad guys have been caught, there won't be any more trouble. Xue Xin pouted, still a little scared inside, but didn't dare act spoiled, so she just nodded bravely. 5 minutes later, he took the 3 kids, backpacks on, downstairs for fried noodles. Worried they'd be thirsty after, Cheng Tianyuan also ordered a pot of soup. Xue Yang couldn't help but mutter, Dad, this stuff is really expensive. We've spent a lot these days just staying here. Huan Chong sighed, feeling the pinch. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and sighed. Can't be helped, at least it's only temporary. Dongfang Garden is ready, you'll move this afternoon. Like I always say, spend when you need to, save when you can. If you need anything, get it from your second brother. After breakfast, Xue Yang led his siblings to the bus for school. Cheng Tianyuan reminded them, Listen to your grandparents, take care of yourselves and them, drink more water in this dry weather. If anything happens at home, call Mom or Dad right away. Yes, Dad. The 3 kids were reluctant to leave. Be careful on the road, you and Mom. Take care of Grandma. She's still not feeling well. Come back soon. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and nodded, watching them head to the bus stop before turning back to the hotel. The 3 elders were already up, worrying about the move. Cheng Tianyuan reassured them. No need to worry. It's not like moving 10 years ago. There are moving companies everywhere now, with professional workers to carry everything. Ah Heng already arranged it. They'll be downstairs at 8, and Ling Ling got 4 security guards and a driver from her company to help, all paid in advance. Wow, so many people. Shua's mother breathed a huge sigh of relief. That'll make things much easier. At 8, the movers arrived, 10 workers in all. Xue Heng was already sweating. With so many people, I'll take 6, you take 4. Guys, this way, please. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan helped organize and direct, and after more than 3 hours, 2 truckloads of luggage and furniture were moved to Dongfang Garden. The movers were true professionals. Within half an hour, everything was basically in place. Xue's parents were delighted. Wonderful! So fast. Xue Ling carefully took charge of the accounts and valuables, then drove over last. Wow, it's really coming together. We can pack the rest of the small stuff slowly, Xue's father said. Everyone should stay in their original rooms. Xue Xin gets her own, Huan Chong and Xue Yang share, and Ran Ran gets one. Just enough. Xue's mother smiled gently. We used to have extra rooms, but now the kids are grown, they need their own. Luckily, there's just enough space. Cheng Tianyuan checked the time. It's past noon, we need to hurry to the airport. What time is the flight? Xue Ling asked. 3 o'clock, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Xue Ling quickly packed up. I'll handle things here. You go help Mom check her luggage. I already told Wang Ting we'll meet at the hotel at 1, then head to the airport. The 3 of them skipped lunch, grabbed their luggage, and got in the car. At the hotel entrance, Ahu's family still hadn't come down. Xue Ling went to the front desk and checked out both of Ahu's rooms. Cheng Tianyuan handed over their room card. Ours is checked out too, and your parents' luggage is out. The kids' room still has stuff. They can check out when they get back. Okay. Shueling took the card, pulled out her bank card, and paid. Chung Tianyuan made 2 calls to hurry them, and Hu's family finally came down. Wang Ting apologized. Little Huzi just wouldn't wake up. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shueling glanced at the still sleepy teenager at the back and smiled helplessly. Everyone got their IDs? Double check. Everyone dug through wallets and pockets and quickly finished checking. They all hurried into the car. Suddenly, Hu remembered something. Where's Xueheng? He's not here yet. Chung Tianyuan calmly shook his head. He needs to help at home this afternoon. Once his daughter is settled tonight, he'll fly over tomorrow. I already refunded a few tickets. He wasn't included. All right. Hu nodded. Xue Ling checked the time. Let's go through security first, then find something hot to eat. Did you all have lunch? Wang Ting smiled apologetically. We got up late, only had breakfast at 10. No worries, Xue Ling said warmly. We'll grab something at the airport. She asked Liu Ying, sitting beside her, if she was hungry. The old lady shook her head slowly. If I'm just sitting, I don't get hungry. Auntie, I want hot pot, little Huzi shouted. I'm starving. Hu laughed. We're in a hurry, no time for hot pot. We'll get you your favorite cake at the airport. It has to be imported. Little Huzi slouched in his seat, yawning. Otherwise, I don't want it. Hu turned and grinned. No problem. The capital has all the best stuff. You can pick whatever you want. And your sister loves strawberry, so we'll get her a slice too. I want to eat my fill. And a few fresh-baked egg tarts, little Huzi shouted. And a cup of fresh brewed coffee. Has to be fresh. All right, Hu said. Whatever you want. We'll sit in the best Western restaurant and you can order anything. Xue Ling's eyes flickered. Seeing Wang Ting say nothing, clearly used to it, she didn't say anything either. It seemed her husband was right. Hu really did spoil his kids. At the airport, everyone went to get their tickets and check in their luggage. Xue Ling thought for a moment and explained, It's better to check Dad's urn. If we carry it with us, it might not get through security. Chung Tianyuan, worried the urn might get bumped or damaged, quickly took his sweater and wrapped the urn tightly, then placed it between coats and clothes before checking it in. Security for domestic flights was fairly relaxed, and the group passed through quickly. Chung Tianyuan and Xue Ling stayed close to Liu Ying, worried she might get jostled in the crowd. Hu's family followed behind, with little Huzi trailing at the end, staggering and weakly calling out, I'm starving! Somebody help! I'm about to faint from hunger. Hu laughed. Hang in there. There's plenty of food waiting for us inside. Wang Ting, holding her daughter's hand, couldn't help but scold. Who told you to come back so late last night? You slept all morning and now it's past 2. Of course you're hungry. Little Huzi grinned sheepishly. Can't help it was just too much fun. Dad, when can we come back to the capital? How about during the New Year? I really love it here. When you get into a university in the capital, anyone, as long as it's here, you can study and even work here in the future. Hu said. Sigh, that's so far away, little Huzi groaned. At least 5 or 6 years to go. Wang Ting shot him a look and said quietly, With your grades, it's hard enough to get into a decent high school, let alone university. It's fine, Hu said cheerfully. Back in the day, your old man only finished middle school and I'm doing just fine. Study as much as you can, and if you can't keep up, I'll take you into business with me. Deal, little Huzi said happily. When I have money, I'll play the coolest video games in the world and drive the coolest sports cars. Ha ha. Hu gave him a thumbs up. That's the spirit. Work hard. Wang Ting, a literary type, just frowned at all this. This was probably the biggest difference in their parenting philosophies. Hu always thought it was fine for girls to be quiet and do literary work, but not boys. He believed boys needed to mix it up. If they didn't, they'd lack energy. Wang Ting still published books in recent years, but sales were poor. Her income was less than 1/100th of Hu's and unstable. Even a book's copyright fee was only a couple thousand at best. Now, even if it's a few hundred more, it's still not much. Since Hu made his fortune, with multiple houses and shops. His circle was full of wealthy business people, and he'd become more brash. He thought Wang Qing's hard work writing for a year or two for such little money was just pitiful. So, he agreed for his daughter to study and get a stable job like Wang Qing. But he would never allow his son to take that path. In his view, his son had to inherit the family business and go into business. Because of this, he rarely paid attention to his son's studies and often told Wang Qing not to push him, afraid he'd turn into a bookworm and be unable to handle the real world. Wang Qing didn't agree, but her own life was proof enough, so she couldn't argue or persuade Ah Hu and their son. Ah Hu's family went to a Western restaurant. Liu Ying wasn't used to foreign food, so Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan ate steamed rice and vegetables with her. It was cold, and even though the airport was heated, it still felt chilly. Liu Ying ate the hot food and nodded in satisfaction. "This is good. I feel much warmer." Shui Ling scooped her some steamed egg and said gently, "Eat a bit more. The food on the plane isn't good, so let's fill up now. We won't get to the city center until after dark." Liu Ying took a few bites of the steamed egg and said softly, "This tastes better than what we make at home." Seeing the old lady finally had an appetite, Cheng Tianyuan was secretly pleased and encouraged her. "The dishes are all light, have some more." The three of them ate well, and with a little time left before boarding, they strolled toward the gate. Just then, the airport loudspeaker announced a reminder for their flight, asking passengers to prepare for boarding. They lined up at the back, moving forward with the crowd. Shui Ling looked ahead and couldn't help asking, "Honey, where's Ah Hu's family? I don't see them." Cheng Tianyuan craned his neck. "Maybe they already went in." "Better call to be sure." Shui Ling pulled out her phone and quickly dialed Ah Hu. A moment later, Ah Hu answered. Shui Ling quickly asked, "Are you boarding? We're already at the gate." "Oh no, our food just arrived. How much time do we have? What time is it?" There were clocks everywhere in the airport. Shui Ling glanced at one and said, "Only 10 minutes left. We'll take a few bites and come right over." Shui Ling hung up and said, "Let's go in first. They'll be here soon." Liu Ying was worried, glancing back repeatedly. "We can't be too late. What if the plane leaves without us?" Cheng Tianyuan reassured her, "The Western restaurant is just over there. It's only 100 meters or so. They'll make it." Soon it was their turn to board. They showed their tickets and IDs, walked down the long corridor, and entered the plane. The flight attendants helped them find their seats. Cheng Tianyuan and Liu Ying sat together, while Shui Ling was next to Wang Ting, with Ah Hu and the kids in front. Suddenly, the airport broadcast anxiously called Ah Hu's family by name, again and again, stressing the plane would close its doors in 3 minutes. At the very last minute, Ah Hu's family of 4 came running, Wang Ting and Wan Yun out of breath and pale. The boarding staff were clearly annoyed but stayed calm, quickly tearing off their ticket stubs. They made it onto the plane just in time. Wang Qing, still pale, patted her chest and explained, "The Western food took forever. We only managed a few bites of cold cake, and it chilled my stomach." "Geez," little Huzi grumbled. "I didn't even get my fresh coffee. So slow." Ah Hu scolded with a laugh. "You're the one who insisted on a fancy restaurant. Over 1,000 yuan, and all we got was a few pieces of cold cake and a bit of steak. What a ripoff." Little Huzi clung to his arm, acting cute. "Dad, that place had style. Just the taste is enough for me to brag to my classmates for days. Next time we come to the capital, let's eat there again." "Ha ha!" Ah Hu ruffled his hair, laughing. "You know about style and taste now? Not bad." Shui Ling, sitting in front, overheard most of this and rolled her eyes. After a while, Wang Qing finally caught her breath. "Lingling, come stay at our place tonight." "No," Shui Ling whispered. "We're carrying Dad's ashes." Yuan said it's not good to bring them into someone else's home. Some people are superstitious. Besides, it's more convenient for us to stay at a hotel. We'll pick one near your place, and after a night, we'll head straight back to Rongcheng." Wang Ting was naturally timid, and just the thought of the urn made her uneasy. Hearing this, she could only drop the subject. In the past, it took at least 2 hours to fly to the provincial capital, But now things were different. Not only was the flight smoother and more comfortable, it was also a bit faster. Everyone got off the plane and left the airport. It had only taken 2 hours. The southern weather was much warmer than the north. Even in early winter, it was still around 23 or 24 degrees Celsius. The two kids quickly took off their down jackets. They called 2 taxis and soon arrived downstairs at the apartment complex where Ahu's family lived. Ahu explained, "There are only regular hotels around here, nothing fancy. I'll take you a bit further ahead. There's a 5-star hotel over there." "No need," Shualing said. "As long as it's clean and convenient, that's enough. We don't need a 5-star place." Little Huzi grinned and raised his eyebrows. "Auntie, are you just not picky, or are you just too frugal? Staying in a little 3-star motel doesn't really match your status." Shualing and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a glance and laughed. "We're just ordinary people, not some big officials or aristocrats. What status do we have?" Wang Qing glared at her son and said quietly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Your uncle and aunt have always been thrifty. It's a good quality. You should learn from them." Little Huzi shrugged and rolled his eyes, saying nothing more. Shualing pointed at a brand-new motel ahead. "Let's just stay there." Ahu said to Wang Qing, "You take the kids home to settle in and change clothes? I'll come pick you up in half an hour for dinner. It's rare for Godmother and Ah Yuen to visit. We have to treat them to the best meal." Wang Qing nodded and took the kids into the complex. Ahu introduced the area to Shuiling. "Sister-in-law, this neighborhood is really nice, and the location is great. There's a subway station up ahead, a bus stop here, very convenient. When I bought here, I got a duplex for myself and 5 smaller units. As soon as the building was finished, I rented them all out." "Ha ha!" Shuiling praised. "Ahu, you've always had a good eye. This neighborhood is new and modern. Young professionals love it." Ahu laughed proudly. Liu Ying squinted around and asked, "Ahu, why did you move? This doesn't look like where we stayed before." Ahu quickly explained, "Godmother, didn't I call you and Godfather 2 years ago? We moved to this new area. There's a great private school nearby, with bilingual teaching, so I bought a place here for the kids' schooling." "Oh, right," Liu Ying smiled. "You really are capable, Ahu. Now that I think about it, you've moved 3 times since coming to the provincial capital, haven't you?" "That's right," Ahu laughed, helping the old lady along. "You have a great memory. It's been 3 times." The 4 of them chatted as they walked. Soon they reached the motel and booked 2 standard rooms. The elevator quickly took them to the 8th floor, and they settled in with their luggage. By now it was already getting dark. Shuiling glanced at her phone. It was 6 o'clock. "Honey, call Mom and Dad and let them know we've arrived safely in the provincial capital and that Ahu helped us get settled." Cheng Tianyuan agreed and quickly took out his phone to call. Shuiling found the kettle and went to the bathroom to wash it. Ahu couldn't help but say, "Sister-in-law, there's bottled water outside. The water quality here has gotten pretty bad in recent years. It's better to drink bottled water." Shuiling nodded, washed the kettle, opened a bottle of water, and set it to boil. "It's cooler now, and we're used to drinking warm water. Mom's older and can't handle cold water." Ahu chuckled. "You really know how to take care of your health. I'm not like that. I just eat, drink, and sleep however I want, whatever feels good." He slumped on the sofa by the window. The muscles he once had were long gone, replaced by a high, round beer belly, big enough to rest a cup of coffee on. Shuiling raised her eyebrows and joked, "Ahu, your belly is about as big as mine was when I was pregnant with twins." "Ha ha ha," Ahu patted his belly. "It used to get higher every year, now it just gets fatter and bigger." Shuiling shook her head. "That's not good for your health. You should learn from Mom. She's tall and slim, always keeps active, gardening and raising chickens and ducks, balancing work and rest. That's why she's healthy and long-lived." "I can't do it," Ahu said with a laugh. "If I don't have a midnight snack and some meat and wine at night, I can't sleep. My mouth just feels uncomfortable." Shuiling smiled wryly. "Midnight snacks are even worse. Try not to eat after 9, and don't go to bed after midnight. Staying up late is bad for you too." Ahu sighed. "If you avoid this and that all the time, What's the point of life? Ling didn't agree. What's the point of your life? Just eating, drinking, and having fun? Your mom is getting older, your kids aren't grown yet, you have double the responsibility. Have you thought about what you'd do if your health failed? Ahu rolled his eyes and said quietly, "These years I've followed your example and bought some properties and shops. Even if I stopped working now, I could still live comfortably. I have 7 or 8 shops, a dozen apartments, and 6 small suites for rent. Even if I slack off, just the rent brings in tens of thousands a month." "That's all the ambition you have?" Ling teased. "Business hasn't been great these past 2 years. You can't just live off your savings. Unless you really can't work anymore, you shouldn't think that way." Ahu let out a long sigh. "I'm already over 50. In a few years, I'll be able to retire. Honestly, if the work is even a little heavy now, I can't handle it." Ling pointed at his belly and teased, "With a belly like that, no wonder you can't work." "Huh," Ahu said. "Sister-in-law, I'm still wholesaling your group's products. Not a huge profit, but it's steady. What have you been focusing on these years? Still the group? You have so many products now." Ling nodded. "Yes, I've been focused on the group. Recently I tore down the factory Uncle Zheng sold me and built a new production line there, mainly for small pads." "Wasn't that factory rented before?" Ahu asked, puzzled. "Or am I remembering wrong?" "That's right," Ling explained. "He rented it at first, but after the sweater factory made a lot of money, he bought it from the original owner, paying in installments. He only told me about it, not even the family. After he passed away, I bought it all, including the land at Minghu and the apartment in the mall. Later, his eldest son lost money gambling and sold me the villa too. The group launches new products every quarter, and even if not, we update the packaging or run promotions." "Wow," Ahu asked. "How did you grow so fast?" Ling replied, "I hired a team of R&D people and set up a special department for research. Talent brings advanced technology. Without innovation, there's no future. With these talented people and good managers, the group can grow quickly." Ahu looked at Ling thoughtfully and said in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, I was just talking about this with Heng the other night. I always feel like I can't compare to you when it comes to making money." He rubbed his nearly bald head helplessly. "Sometimes I wonder, is it that I don't have your courage, or am I just not as skilled in business? I can never quite figure it out." Ling smiled and shook her head gently. "It's neither of those." "Then what is it?" Ahu asked curiously. Ling replied, "Our knowledge base is different, and our vision is different." "Knowledge?" Ahu was puzzled. "You mean you've read more books? But what about Heng? He's read plenty, even studied abroad." "That's true," Ling explained. "He's better than me in some ways, but he lacks business vision. As for you, it's mainly that you haven't accumulated enough knowledge, so your ability to keep making money isn't strong and you don't have much potential for explosive growth." Ahu still didn't quite get it. "But you studied foreign languages, right? Not business or anything like that." "Wrong," Ling said. "Knowledge accumulation isn't just about your major. It's about constantly learning new and innovative things, and your ability to absorb those things depends on your knowledge base. Over the years, I've brought in a lot of advanced foreign production technology and spent a lot of money doing it. I've also invested heavily in advertising and promotion. Have you ever spent money to buy technology or to advertise?" Ahu was stumped, mumbling, "I've only run a few small ads. Nothing else." "Exactly," Ling smiled. "No investment, no return. Just on advertising alone, I've spent several $100 million in the past few years. But because of that, my products are recognized everywhere in the country. Last month, the head of PR told me that our products are so well known, everyone on the street recognizes them. They're the most trusted women's products. Starting next year, we can cut our ad budget by 30%. Ahu was dumbfounded. "If I had hundreds of millions, I'd never spend it on flashy ads. That'd be enough for my family to live on for generations." Ling raised her eyebrows and laughed. "See? That's the difference between us." Ahu seemed to understand a little. Ling took the opportunity to say quietly, You're already over 50. It might be a bit late to learn all this. But your kids are at the best age for learning, so you can't be too lax with them. Ahu, how much they learn and see, plus good character, will determine how far they can go. Ahu fell silent, mumbling, I honestly haven't paid much attention to little Huzi's studies. Ah Ching's gotten mad at me a lot for that. I just tell her to focus on our daughter's studies. No need to turn little Huzi into a bookworm. Boys should get out and experience the world. They'll make something of themselves eventually. Girls are delicate, so they should study more, get a good job, and I'll give her a few apartments as a dowry so she can live comfortably. That makes sense, but it's not quite right, Xue Ling said softly. If you teach boys well, they'll avoid a lot of detours. Society isn't as simple as it was in our day. If you're not strict, there are too many temptations out there, and he could go down the wrong path. Once that happens, do you know how hard it is to start over, right? Ahu nodded slowly. Xue Ling sighed softly. Ah Fang took a lot of wrong turns. Why did she end up like that? Mostly because of her upbringing and environment. To put it simply, she has character issues. Even if we tried to help her and the people around her tried to help, she still turned a smooth road into a rocky one. Ahu, the teenage years are when kids are most likely to go astray. You have to guide little Huzi well. Don't let him develop bad habits. Wang Ting was naturally gentle and indecisive. Ahu made all the decisions at home. Xue Ling could see that Ahu's way of raising kids was problematic, and even if Wang Qing wanted to intervene, she couldn't. So she could only try to persuade Ahu. If it were just an ordinary business friend, I probably wouldn't say a word. I don't have the time and my own kids aren't perfect, so I'd be afraid of being laughed at. But I've seen some of little Huzi's behavior these past few days and it's a bit much, so I wanted to quietly say something. After all, we're family. Ahu nodded heavily. Thank you, sister-in-law. I think you're right. I need to change my thinking and approach. I can't keep going like this. Xue Ling left it at that and said no more. A while later, the three of them escorted Liu Ying downstairs. Just as they reached the lobby, they saw Wang Ting coming in with her daughter. Ahu asked, Where's little Huzi? Where'd he go? Wang Ting replied, He slipped out as soon as we got home. Ahu pursed his lips and muttered under his breath. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, There are a lot of us. Let's just take a taxi to eat. Or if there's a good place nearby, we can walk. When you're traveling, convenience and comfort matter more than fancy restaurants. Wang Ting smiled. There's a place up ahead with a nice atmosphere. Their chicken and pork tripe stew is delicious. Let's try it. Great, Xue Ling said. Southern cooks really know how to make pork tripe. Ahu was a bit reluctant. It's rare for Godmother and the others to visit. We should go somewhere really nice. I'm going back to Chengjia village with them tomorrow morning, and who knows when I'll get to treat them again. Liu Ying patted his arm and laughed. What's nice? Chicken and pork tripe are already a treat. 20 years ago, we couldn't even eat this well for the holidays. Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan said warmly, Let's listen to the ladies. Let's go to this place. So the group walked past a dozen shops and went into a small restaurant for dinner. Afterwards, Cheng Tianyuan and the others went upstairs to rest. Xue Ling lounged around, looking at some hotel ads, and couldn't help suggesting, Honey, this says there's a car rental company. Car rental? There's one in the capital too, Cheng Tianyuan said. How much per day? What's the deposit? Xue Ling glanced at it. 30,000 deposit and an ID, 200 a day, you pay for gas. Just call to arrange and they'll deliver the car. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. You mean, rent one for the next few days? Right, Xue Ling explained. Ahu sold his van, and now he drives a Benz sedan. He's going with us tomorrow, and we'll need to make 2 trips. It'll be inconvenient in Chengjia village without a car. Let's rent one, Cheng Tianyuan said, picking out a 5-seat SUV. Xue Ling looked it over and was satisfied. They called the company. After some negotiation, the company asked for their address and delivered the car. In less than half an hour, with help from the hotel front desk, they signed the contract and got the keys. They went back upstairs and soon went to bed. The next morning, the three of them waited downstairs for Ahu. But after more than half an hour, he still hadn't shown up. Cheng Tianyuan called his phone, and Wang Ting answered. She apologized repeatedly. He went out drinking with his friends last night and didn't come back until the middle of the night. He's really hungover and I can't wake him up. He just keeps saying his head hurts. Cheng Tianyuan knew Ahu wasn't the type to complain about feeling unwell, so he quickly asked, "How is he now? Besides the headache, is there anything else wrong?" "He just keeps saying his head hurts," Wang Ting replied, her tone tinged with annoyance. "I told him it's a hangover, but he won't believe it. He keeps insisting he didn't drink too much last night." Worried the couple might start arguing, Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "Don't rush to blame him. Make him some hangover remedies. If the pain gets worse, take him to the hospital. Don't ignore any illness, big or small. Deal with it as soon as possible." Wang Ting couldn't help asking, "So what about you all?" "Ah, Yuan, why don't you wait until the afternoon to go back to Chengjia village? If he rests all morning, he should be fine." "It's all right," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "We rented a car last night, and it's very spacious. If Ahu isn't feeling well, let him rest at home. My wife and I can drive back to Rongcheng ourselves. The highways are very convenient now. It's just over an hour to Rongcheng, and at most 2 hours to Chengjia village." "But he should go too," Wang Ting complained. "I keep telling him to drink less, but he just argues that those expensive foreign liquors are good for him, that they make him feel better. I don't buy it. Isn't foreign liquor still alcohol? Drinking too much is bad for you, but he just won't listen." Cheng Tianyuan didn't want to say too much, so he said gently, "Don't be upset. Try to persuade him again later. Take good care of him, and we'll head to Chengjia village first. The cemetery will take several days to build, so have Ahu keep in touch with me and come over when he can. There's plenty of time, so there's no rush." "Drive safely," Wang Ting said apologetically. "When he's better tomorrow, I'll go back to Rongcheng with him." "All right," Cheng Tianyuan said, then hung up. He then drove his mother and Shui Ling away from the hotel, heading for the highway. Shui Ling helped her mother-in-law fasten her seatbelt, then buckled her own. Liu Ying couldn't help worrying about Ahu, frowning. "He's a big, strong man, not that old. How could he get sick? He's always been so robust." Shui Ling smiled. "Mom, everyone gets sick sometimes. Ahu may look strong, but he's been living comfortably these years, not exercising much, and his health isn't what it used to be. Plus, he's over 50 now, not that young anymore." Liu Ying said softly, "But he still seems pretty sturdy." "Not really," Shui Ling explained. "He's not as fit as before. Mom, your eyesight isn't what it used to be, so you can't see clearly. Actually, Ahu is too fat now. His beer belly is really scary. As people get older, they can't afford to be overweight, especially not around the belly." Liu Ying, whose eyesight was indeed poor, chuckled quietly. He still looks tall and big to me, so I thought he was about the same, but his belly does seem pretty big." Shui Ling said softly, "Whose biggest problem is he doesn't watch what he eats. Drinking is bad for your health, especially drinking late at night. As you get older, your sleep quality drops, and he still stays up late. How can that be good? If this goes on, it's definitely not good." "Drinking is bad," Liu Ying agreed. "Even in the old days, every village had a couple of heavy drinkers, and none of them ended well. The old folks used to say people who drink a lot don't have descendants. It's not always true, but it's never a good thing. Ah Yuan's dad drank, but not much and not often. Still, he's gone now." As she spoke, the old lady's eyes filled with tears again. She hadn't cried for a while, but now her eyes were brimming. Shui Ling took her hand gently. "Mom, don't be sad. I heard from Ah Yuan that the village chief called and said he found 2 excellent feng shui sites for the grave. We'll take Dad back to his hometown, let him return to his roots and fulfill his last wish." Liu Ying wiped her tears and nodded. I want to discuss something with you." "Go ahead. We're listening," Shui Ling said. Liu Ying said softly, "When you started your business, the kids were little, and we weren't in great health, so we stayed with you to help look after them. We ate well, dressed well, and lived well, and our health actually improved. But now the kids are grown and don't need me anymore. I spent my whole life with Ah Yuan's dad. We hardly ever argued. If I leave him alone in the old home, I'm afraid he won't get used to it, and I won't either. So, after his grave is finished, I want to stay and keep him company for a while. Xueling hesitated and looked at Cheng Tianyuan, who was driving. He must have sensed her thoughts, because he glanced at her in the rearview mirror. No need to say it. They were both against the idea. Xueling passed the question to her husband. What do you think? No, Cheng Tianyuan said as he drove. We have a villa in the village, so there's no problem with a place to stay. But if you live alone, you have to handle everything yourself. If you ever feel unwell, who will take care of you? We're thousands of miles away. How could we look after you? Exactly, Xueling agreed. Mom, I understand you can't bear to leave Dad, but you have to think about your own health. Living alone, it's hard to cook or do anything. Even if the neighbors are friendly, they have their own families and can't always be there for you. Living alone in such a big place, you'll just feel more lonely. Plus, we'll worry about you, and so will my parents. Cheng Tianyuan cleared his throat. Mom, our work is all in the capital now, and the kids are there too. We really don't have time to stay here with you. If you stay with us, even if we're not the most attentive, at least we can keep an eye on you. If you were 20 years younger, I'd agree to let you stay. But you're almost 80 now. That's not young. Letting an almost 80-year-old live alone is out of the question unless there's no other choice. Liu Ying was troubled. I'll stay a few more days then. I'll definitely stay until Dad's grave is finished, Cheng Tianyuan promised. Then I'll go back to the capital with you. We'll see. We'll see, Liu Ying sighed. Xueling sensed her mother-in-law hadn't given up and thought she'd call her own parents in the capital in a few days to ask them to help persuade her. They'd been close for years, and after being apart, Liu Ying would surely miss them. Their persuasion might work better. They set out early, and with little traffic, Cheng Tianyuan drove quickly. In just over an hour, they reached Chengjia village. Since there was nothing urgent in Rongcheng, they went straight to the village. It had been a while since they'd last visited, and the village had changed a lot. Last year, the whole village pooled money to pave 2 main roads, and later added a few smaller ones. After discussing with his father, Cheng Tianyuan had sent 200,000 yuan to help, and now the whole village had said goodbye to dirt and gravel roads. Everything was paved and looked brand new. The village chief had contacted Cheng Tianyuan in advance and was already waiting at the entrance on his motorcycle. Once a man in his 40s or 50s, he was now a white-haired old man. Cheng Tianyuan got out of the car and hurried over to greet him. The old village chief gripped his hands tightly and sighed, "Don't be too sad. Everyone has to walk this road in the end. No one can escape it." Cheng Tianyuan nodded, eyes red. Xueling helped Liu Ying out of the car and greeted the village chief. The old village chief said earnestly, "You've all been away for so many years, your home is elsewhere now. But agreeing to bring the elder back to be buried here to let him return to his roots must make him very happy." Liu Ying choked up. "From where we come to where we return. That's how we all feel, isn't it?" "Yes," the village chief replied softly. "Most people from our village who leave feel the same. I invited the most famous feng shui master nearby to find 2 excellent sites for Muhai. You should rest for now, and later I'll take you up the mountain to have a look. Where to build the grave is up to your family to decide?" Xueling, having grown up in the city, was used to the idea that everything costs money. "Uncle Village Chief, what about the cost of the gravesite?" No need, the chief explained. "The land belongs to the village. As long as you're from here, you can go up the mountain and pick a spot. Once you've chosen, you can bury your loved one there." Xueling nodded in understanding. Liu Ying squinted and asked, "How's your health? You're more than 10 years younger than Ah Yuan's father, and you've always been in better shape." "I'm getting old too, not as good as before," the chief sighed. "I used to be healthier than him, but not anymore. Muhai raised successful children, but my 2 sons aren't doing so well. They're busy with their own lives and can't help us much. Luckily, I get a small salary from the village, so my wife and I can manage. My wife grows vegetables and saplings, and I keep busy at the village committee. Life isn't rich, but it's okay. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, "You're about to retire, right?" The chief replied, "I'm 62 now, so I'll retire in 2 or 3 years. A few years ago, the new town leaders said anyone who's served as village chief or director for over 10 years could get Social Security. I've worked for the village for almost 30 years, so I qualified. I submitted my name and ID, and they really did buy it for me. I heard that when I retire, I can get a card and receive a monthly payment. That makes me happy. It's a sign of good policy and national welfare." "Yes," Chung Tianyuan smiled. "That way you and Auntie don't have to worry about the future. You'll have a pension." He took a pack of cigarettes from his briefcase and handed it to the chief. "It's not much, just a small token. You've worked hard helping us find a grave site these days. When the grave is finished, I'll follow village tradition and give everyone who helped a red envelope and some big oranges." The chief tried to refuse, saying softly, "We're all villagers. It's what we should do." Chung Tianyuan insisted, "You're my elder, and you've always looked after our fields and villa. This is just a small gift. Please accept it." The chief finally accepted with a smile. The group returned to the villa and went inside. No one had lived there for years, so it was dirty everywhere. Chung Tianyuan said to Xue Ling, "I'll go wash the pots and boil water in the kitchen. You go upstairs and tidy up Mom's room and ours. Don't worry about the rest for now. Clean it when you have time, but don't wear yourself out." Xue Ling agreed and took her mother-in-law upstairs. The two of them cleaned the second floor and the stairs, while Chung Tianyuan cleaned the first floor and the yard. After a busy while, it was already noon. Chung Tianyuan said, "There are 2 small restaurants at the village entrance. I'll drive over and buy some food. The village chief said there's a market now, open for a couple of hours every morning with fish, meat, and vegetables. I'll go buy some tomorrow morning." "Good," Xue Ling said, exhausted. "Let's just eat from the restaurant today." Just then, a car horn sounded outside. Chung Tianyuan hurried out and called in surprise, "Min!" It was Chen Min, who had come in his new car from 2 years ago, and he'd brought an old friend, Hu's mother. "Auntie!" Xue Ling couldn't believe her eyes. The old lady looked almost unchanged, still energetic, tall, and strong. "You haven't aged a bit." Hu's mother took her hand in one of hers and Liu Ying's in the other, excited. "I've missed you. Old friend, if I could fly, I'd have come to see you long ago." Liu Ying's eyes reddened, unable to speak. Hu's mother choked up. "I understand. I really do. But we're all getting old, and sooner or later we have to face these things. You have to let go. Don't be too sad." Liu Ying whispered, "I still haven't gotten over it." Hu's mother sighed. "When I got Hu's call, I couldn't believe it. But these things come out of nowhere. No one can predict them. You've had a good life these years, traveled to many places. Your children are all doing well, and you have grandchildren. There's not much to regret." "No," Liu Ying whispered. "But I still can't let go." Hu's mother shook her head. "You have to try. When Hu's father passed, Hu was still little. I held the family together by myself, barely had enough to eat or sleep, but I got through it. At first I couldn't let go, cried all the time, and just thinking about it was unbearable. But over time it got better. When a couple's fate is over, it's over. Don't be too sad. Maybe you'll meet again in the next life." Having been friends for many years, her words comforted Liu Ying a lot. Chen Min took several big bags from the trunk and explained, "Auntie and my wife heard you were coming, so they started preparing yesterday. Auntie grows vegetables behind our supermarket and raises chickens, ducks, and geese by the river. I haven't had to buy much meat or vegetables these past 2 years. She takes care of it all." Chung Tianyuan looked at the pile of food in surprise. "This will last us days." Chen Min's honest face was full of apology. "Brother, I'm sorry. Uncle Mu Hai's passing was so sudden. I couldn't fly to the capital." "It's fine," Chung Tianyuan said. "Didn't I tell you on the phone? We held the funeral and brought the ashes back to Chengjia village. Once the grave is finished, just come pay your respects. That's enough. Chen Min nodded, eyes red. My wife and the workers can handle the store, so I'm free these days. I'll come help out, and we can catch up. Chen Min had 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl, the youngest already in 3rd grade. Now that the kids were older, they sometimes helped with chores in the store, making life easier for the couple. Xueling's rental properties in Wangjiangyuan were still managed by Chen Min and Xiao Chen, who handled rent collection, renovations, and maintenance. Xiao Chen was still on salary, which had increased several times as living standards rose. Chen Min got a small commission, and as rents increased, so did his income. Every 2 months, he'd send a report and transfer the rent to Yuan, and they'd chat on the phone about life. They hadn't seen each other in years, so he wanted to take this chance to spend more time with his old friend. Cheng Tianyuan was more than happy to agree. After catching up with everyone, Hu's mother looked around several times, but didn't see her son. Yuan, where's my Hu? Where did that rascal run off to? Even at over 50, in his nearly 90-year-old mother's eyes, he was still her rascal. Cheng Tianyuan quickly explained, My wife and I drove a rental car here. Hu is probably still at home resting. Don't worry, Wang Ting is taking care of him. That brat, Hu's mother cursed. Drinking again? He's over 50 and still thinks he's young and strong. Unbelievable! If he ruins his health with drinking, I won't forgive him. Don't be angry, old friend, Liu Ying consoled. Hu does big business now, so he has to entertain important clients. He's strong. He'll be fine. Besides, Wang Ting is looking after him, so nothing will happen. Oh, please, Hu's mother rolled her eyes. I get even angrier when I think about it. That rascal doesn't listen to his wife much anymore. Wang Ting is a good girl, gentle and filial to me. But she's too soft, not forceful enough to manage her husband. Traditionally, men handle the outside, women the inside, but Wang Ting isn't much for housework or making decisions. Luckily, they have a housekeeper now, so I don't have to worry. But she can't control Hu, and that's a fact. Xueling, knowing the couple well, agreed with Hu's mother. You may be old, but you see things clearly. Auntie, Hu's bad habit of drinking really needs you to handle. He's very filial. He'll listen to you. If Wang Ting can't persuade him, you can. All right, Hu's mother huffed. If he dares not listen, I'll grab a broom and beat him. That rascal. If drinking were so great, there wouldn't be so many drunks. No wonder last time I saw him, his belly was like a barrel. Ugly as can be. Outrageous. Xueling chuckled. Beer bellies really are ugly, and bad for your health, too. Of course they are, Hu's mother said, shaking her arm. Old folks should be like me. Not too fat, not too heavy. Yuan's wife, let me tell you, I can still walk several miles with no problem. I'm raising over 50 chickens, 100 ducks, and more than a dozen geese. I still grow vegetables. I picked a bunch of fresh ones for you all. Thank you, Auntie. Xueling smiled. You're right. Older folks should exercise and work, not get fat. Ha ha ha. Hu's mother took her hand, patted it, and praised. Your hands are still the same. Thick, fair, and full of good fortune. Xueling laughed again. I'll take that as a blessing. Hu's mother looked around, then pulled her aside and lowered her voice. Yuan's wife, can I ask you something? Of course, Xueling smiled. Ask anything you want. If I can answer, I will. Hu's mother squinted and whispered, I'm just curious. I heard from Amin that Yuan already gave up his share in the old store, that you don't want it anymore. Why is that? Oh, that? Xueling smiled. It's nothing special. Our business in the capital is too big now and we can't manage everything. Besides, Amin and his wife have been running the store for years. It's not fair for us to just take a share of the profits without doing any work. Hu's mother grinned. I knew you were generous, that there was no other reason. Quilu wondered if you were unhappy with how they ran the store. I told her, you and Yuan aren't like that. You're good people. You just want them to earn more, that's all. See, I was right. Xueling nodded. Auntie, tell Quilu not to overthink it. That's the only reason. Nothing else. Hu's mother asked, I heard your business is huge now, right? Hu says your factory's products are sold all over the country, Even from the capital to here. That's amazing. Yes, Xueling smiled. It's all women's products. Things for that time of the month. Those? The old lady thought for a moment, then laughed. That's serving us women? Good, I think it's great. Too bad I'm too old to use such good things, but the younger generation is lucky. Back in our day, we used rags and had to wash them secretly by the river. If you dried them outside, people would scold you for being unlucky. Kids today are so fortunate. It'll only get better, Xueling said warmly. Ahu's mother then asked about the children's ages, their studies, and about Xueling's parents' health. Xueling, thinking of her mother-in-law, leaned in and whispered, Auntie, my mother-in-law will be sad for a while. If you have time, please help comfort her. She wants to stay here for a while, but there's no one to keep her company, and we're worried. Please help persuade her to come back to the capital with us. Ahu's mother thought for a moment. If she wants to stay, let her come live with us by the river. She can work, get some sun, enjoy the breeze, and chat with me. She'll feel better in no time. I'll have a Min bring her over every few days, and when she's feeling better, you can come get her. I'd love the company, too. Don't you have a Min's family? Xueling couldn't help but laugh. She wanted the old lady to help persuade her mother-in-law, but now it felt like she was about to lose her to a halfway house. Ahu's mother shook her head. They're too young. I only like being with other old folks. Xueling. Ahu's mother giggled. It's lively at my place. Chickens, ducks, and geese making noise, and lots of vegetables to tend. People need to work. If you don't, you start overthinking. If your mother-in-law goes to the city and gets stuck in a high-rise, she'll just think about her husband and get sad. If she stays with me for a few months, I guarantee she'll be laughing like me. Xueling rolled her eyes and whispered, I'll discuss it with Ayuan. If my mother-in-law likes it, we'll let her do as she wishes. Ahu's mother was always decisive. When she said she'd do something, she did it. I'll go talk to her right now. She'll definitely agree. Xueling smiled helplessly and went downstairs to help in the kitchen. Cheng Tianyuan had already bought some meat and vegetables and was cooking rice. Chen Min was helping serve, explaining, We came by this morning, but when we got to the villa, you weren't here, so we went back. On the way, Auntie said she wanted to visit the next county, so I took her. Why didn't you call us? Cheng Tianyuan asked as he tidied up. Chen Min replied, We knew you'd be coming this morning, so you must have been on the road. Why rush you? Auntie said safety is most important, no need to hurry. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. That's true. Xueling came over to help serve rice and bring the dishes to the table. Ahu's mother and Liu Ying also came downstairs, hand in hand, both wrinkled faces beaming with smiles. All settled. We old sisters have decided we'll stay here for a while, Ahu's mother announced, patting her chest in assurance. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your mom. And if I can't manage, there's always A Min and his family. Chen Min grinned honestly. That's right, you can rest easy. Hearing this, Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan could only agree. After lunch, everyone sat in the living room waiting for the village chief. The southern weather was quite warm. Even though it was already winter, the temperature was still in the teens or low 20s. At noon, most people wore just long-sleeved shirts, no jackets needed. Chen Min said, The temperature has definitely gone up over the past decade. Winters aren't as long as before, and it rarely gets really cold. Even snow is scarce. Last year, even with that super cold front, we only got a thin layer of snow. Exactly, Ahu's mother laughed. We used to get frost and it was freezing everywhere. When the north wind blew, you'd shiver nonstop. Now, even an old lady like me doesn't have to worry about the cold. It's just not that cold anymore. Xueling smiled. I remember when I first married here, the winters were still really cold. We even had to use space heaters. That was a colder couple of years, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Those 2 years had the most snow I've ever seen here. But it's always just a few cold days, then it warms up again. Not like the capital, where it stays freezing all winter. Xue Ling thought of how he used to ride his bike to take her to and from work, and she smiled softly, feeling like it was a lifetime ago. More than 20 years have passed in a blink. So fast. The old, shabby house had become a villa, the second-hand bike a car, and the two of them had gone from workers to business owners with their children all grown up. Cheng Tianyuan looked at her tenderly, thinking much the same. A while later, the village chief arrived, bringing an elderly feng shui master. No need for the old ladies to climb the mountain. Let them stay. The key is Yuan. He needs to help pick the spot. So Chen Min and the Cheng couple went up the mountain with them, while Hu's mother stayed behind to keep Liu Ying company and help clean the villa. Chengjia village was one of the larger villages in the area, mostly people with the surname Cheng, with a few other families. Behind the village was a hilly area, not really mountains, but enough to make the climb slow for the older folks. Cheng Tianyuan was fine, holding Xue Ling's hand as they climbed.